audit cycle at 115%. If I don't manual set the intake, this whole sector is going to suffer a thermal cascade. You want to be the one to tell the lead archivist why the tax-exempt crystals melted into slag? That's a lot of paperwork for a guy with one eye. Rook spat a glob of dark stim juice into the open ventilation grate. I don't tell the archivists anything, kid. Those needle gods don't talk to men who smell like lye. They just look through us like we're glass. You get that spider back on the rail. We've got 4 more blocks of neural sparks to scrub before the shift change, and if the quota drops, the guild cuts the oxygen rations for the whole barracks. My cybernetic eye doesn't need air, but my lungs still do. I'm on it, Kalen muttered. He slid the spider back into the dark maw of the shaft, feeling the magnetic legs lock onto the interior rail. But as he did, his thumb pressed a hidden toggle on the bot's underbelly, a switch disguised as a mounting rivet. A phase bypass microarray hummed to life, hidden deep within the bot's legitimate circuitry. This was his scouter. While the spider supposedly cleaned the dust from the vents, it was actually mapping the magnetic logic gates of the high archive 2 miles above them. Kalen watched the bot vanish into the darkness, knowing it was the only thing that could bridge the gap between his lowly scrub terminal and the high-security judgment archives. 3 floors above Kalen, in the pressurized, clinical silence of the clean room, Scylla sat encased in a haptic rig that allowed her to feel the data flow of the needle. Scylla was the lead data miner, a woman who had spent 15 years believing that the sanitization initiative was the only thing keeping the galaxy from descending into bureaucratic chaos. To her, every neural spark erased was a bit of entropy removed from the system, a way to keep the complicated gears of civilization spinning without the friction of past mistakes. She watched the node map of the sub-levels, her fingers twitching in the haptic gloves like she was playing an invisible piano. A tiny amber light flickered in Sector 7G. 9 Alpha is dragging again, she murmured, her voice soft in the vacuum quiet of the room. She pulled up Kalen's biometric feed. Heart rate is steady, but his terminal handshake is lagging by 400 milliseconds. It's consistent. Too consistent for a hardware glitch. He's a grunt, Scylla, her assistant, Elion, said without looking up from his own monitors. Elion was a nervous man, his fingers constantly tapping a rapid, erratic beat on his desk. They all lag, probably huffing coolant vapor to forget they live in a hole. Or maybe he's just slow. Not everyone was born with a data port in their skull like you. Scylla frowned. Something about the lag wasn't random. It wasn't the slow, clumsy movement of a tired laborer. It was rhythmic. It felt like a heartbeat underlying the data stream. She initiated a deep trace subroutine, bypassing the standard supervisor filters with a series of complex keystrokes. She wasn't looking for a traitor, she was looking for efficiency, for the perfect alignment of man and machine. But as the trace descended into the sub-levels, it hit a shadow salt encryption gate. Elion, why would a maintenance terminal in the laundry subdeck have a 256-bit shadow guild salt on its diagnostic port? Scylla asked, her eyes narrowing behind her data lenses. Elion froze, his tapping fingers falling silent. He looked at her screen, then quickly looked away. It wouldn't. That's high ministry level. If you found that, Scylla, you should close the window and report a hardware glitch. Don't look at it, please, just, sanitizing the records is safe. Looking into the plumbing isn't. People who look into the plumbing end up as bioclutter in the reclamation bins. Scylla's curiosity was her greatest strength and her most dangerous flaw. Instead of closing the window, she began a passive interrogation of the salt, her mind calculating the frequency shifts in the encryption. She didn't realize that by doing so, she was stepping onto the same bridge Kalen was building from below. She began to see the shadow packets, ghosts of data that shouldn't exist, moving with deliberate intent toward Terminal 84. The transit from the lower belly to the high ministry was a physical manifestation of the guild's hierarchy. Kalen stood in the transit tube, feeling the stomach-churning G-force as the maglev elevator shot upward through the toxic, neon-smeared clouds of the central sector. He watched the lights of the city below shrink into a glowing, polluted carpet. When the doors opened at the archive level, the humidity vanished instantly. The air was chilled to exactly 4 degrees Celsius, the perfect temperature for data crystal stability. It was silent, sterile, and smelled of nothing but dry nitrogen and the faint, metallic tang of the cleaning lasers. At the entrance, Kalen faced the biometric threshold. He didn't just present a badge, he had to submit to a deep scan. He felt the familiar, invasive tingle of the laser sweeping across his retinas, a sensation like hot sand behind his eyelids. He placed his hand on the terminal pad, feeling the cold prick of the DNA sampler as it drew a microscopic bead of blood for verification. Identity confirmed. ScrubTech 9 Alpha, a synthesized voice announced. Assigned task, Level 2 Sanitization. Objective, total erasure of outer rim tax discrepancies, years 2080 to 2085. Note, any attempted data mirroring will be met with immediate competency filter isolation. Your shift ends in 359 minutes. Kalen walked to Terminal 84, his boots clicking rhythmically on the polished obsidian floor. He sat down, the haptic interface cooling his sweaty palms. As the screen flared to life, a flood of encrypted, neural sparks cascaded across his vision, shifting violet and blue lights that contained the digital memories of the Guild. These were the receipts of their sins, the hidden ledgers of a galactic empire. Dusty, I'm watching you, Sila's voice crackled in his ear, sounding distant and strange. I saw the lag in the maintenance bay. If you're running a side hustle on Guild processors, stop now. I'm seeing unauthorized power draws in your sector that shouldn't be there. Don't make me report you. Kalen took a slow, steady breath, modulating his pulse to avoid triggering the stress sensors in his chair. Just the terminal being stubborn, Sila. The encryption salts in the 2082 batch are archaic. I have to manually decouple the logic nodes before I can hit delete. It's slow work, and the cooling pump is throwing errors. I'm just trying to keep the hardware from melting. Make it faster, she snapped, though there was a new tremor in her voice Kalen hadn't heard before, a note of fear or perhaps realization. The Guild doesn't pay for craftsmanship. They pay for silence. We are the janitors of history, boss. Don't forget that. Kalen worked the scrub for 3 hours, acting as the perfect, mindless drone. He deleted manifests of illegal weapon shipments to the core worlds. He erased the tax haven records of the high magistrates. Each deletion felt like a stab to his conscience, a piece of justice being removed from the universe. But he had to wait. He was looking for the Aegis file. He knew it existed because the Remnant Coalition had sacrificed their lives to give him the tip-off. It was the manual override for the entire Guild system, a record so damning it would force the legislation of the Outer Rim to intervene. Then, buried inside a weather data packet for the Vesper 9 mining colony, he found the logic snag. It was encrypted with a 256-bit Shadow Guild salt, the same one Sila had spotted earlier. Kalen's breath hitched. He deployed a ghost logic subroutine, a phantom loop that kept Sila's monitors showing a steady stream of deletions, while he peeled back the layers of the snag with a surgeon's focus. The file opened. It wasn't a spreadsheet, it was a series of sensory logs from the Vesper 9 atmospheric dome. Atmospheric thinning initiated, a recorded voice droned, chillingly calm. Kalen recognized the voice. It was High Magistrate Kroll, the man who oversaw the very sector they were currently cleaning. Oxygen levels in the civilian residential blocks are now at 12%. Symptom onset: 3 minutes. Total bioclutter neutralized in 6 hours. Mining rigs are standing by for the mineral reclamation. Ensure all communication lines are purged by the Sanitization Initiative. Kalen's hand trembled on the haptic pad. This wasn't just a record of theft, it was a record of mass murder for profit. 50,000 families on Vesper 9, miners, engineers, children, were being suffocated so the Guild could save 2% on their extraction costs and avoid the legal headache of relocation. He checked the timestamp. The final thinning was scheduled for the next lunar cycle. It hadn't happened yet, but it was being erased in advance. In the clean room, Sila saw exactly what Kalen saw. Because she had initiated the deep trace earlier and held the interrogation open, her haptic rig had accidentally mirrored Kalen's terminal. The visual log of the Vesper 9 colony projected onto her retinas like a nightmare. She saw the faces of the children in the red dust of the colony dome, their lungs struggling as the oxygen scrubbers were remotely throttled to a crawl. She heard Kroll's cold, calculated voice treating 50,000 lives like bio-clutter. Elion, she whispered, her voice trembling so hard the haptic sensors glitched, sending static through her fingertips. VESPER-9. The asteroid incident from the news last month, it wasn't an accident. We, We're scrubbing the evidence of a massacre that's about to happen. Look at the digital signature. Kroll signed this yesterday. He's deleting the crime before he even commits it. Elion didn't look up. He looked terrified, his skin turning a sickly shade of gray under the sterile lights. Sila, delete the trace. Now. If you know, you're an accomplice. If you report it, you're a corpse. Just hit the sanitize button and let 9 Alpha finish his shift. We are just the cleaners, Sila. We don't decide what's dirt and what's evidence. We just make sure the guild looks perfect. Sila looked at her hands. The haptic gloves, once symbols of her authority and precision, now felt like shackles. For 15 years, she had been the lead miner, the woman who ensured the guild's records were clean. She realized now that clean just meant empty of witnesses. She saw the faces of the miners on the screen, people she had never met, whose deaths were being facilitated by her own fingers on the keys. She saw Kalen's terminal cursor hover over the delete button. She saw him hesitate. Through the biometric feed, she felt his heart rate skyrocket to 145 BPM. She realized he wasn't a grunt. He was a ghost. He was exactly what the guild feared most. A man with a conscience and a wrench. He was the manual override in a system built of cold code. Do it, 9 Alpha, she whispered, not over the comms, but to herself, her tears blurring the data on her lenses until the numbers became streaks of light. Don't let them bury this one. Mirror it. Please, for the love of whatever stars are left, mirror it. Kalen bit down hard on his back molar. The ceramics shattered with a sickening, internal crunch. He spat the onyx link into his palm, a tiny, razor-sharp shard of obsidian, and jammed it into the terminal's emergency maintenance port with a force that nearly cracked the console. Alarm! Unauthorized data mirror detected. Sector 84 compromised. Enforcement teams deployed. The terminal shrieked, the sterile blue lights of the archive turning a predatory, pulsing crimson. The high-pitched siren wailed, a sound designed to induce panic and disorientation. Kalen didn't wait. He activated the Midnight Sun protocol. Through his wrist comm, he signaled the spider bot latched to the data trunk 2 miles away in the ventilation vents. The bot shorted its internal fusion cell, creating a massive electromagnetic pulse that tore through the archive's local firewalls from the inside out. The mirroring began. The Aegis file wasn't just being copied, it was being broadcasted on the guild's own emergency disaster frequencies. The only channels the High Ministry couldn't legally block without shutting down the entire sector's life support and air circulation. Security to Terminal 84. Lethal force authorized. Scrubtech 9 Alpha is a ghost. Director Thorn, the man who oversaw the clean room, roared as he burst into Sila's workspace. Sila. Lock down Node 84. Use the competency filter, override now. Kill his terminal. Fry his neural shunts if he has them. Sila looked at Thorn, then at the terminal. Her fingers moved with a speed she'd never used before, her hands shaking but her purpose clear. She wasn't locking Kalen out. She began a lateral encryption shift, creating a digital tunnel that protected Kalen's mirror stream from the guild's automated countermeasures. She was effectively acting as his digital shield, parrying the system's attempts to sever the link. I can't lock it, Director. Sila lied, her voice filled with feigned, panicked desperation, her eyes wide with manufactured fear. The 9 Alpha terminal has slaved the core. It's running a shadow salt feedback loop. If I cut the power, the whole archive goes into a thermal cascade. We'll lose the entire year's records. Then pull the physical core. Thorn yelled, his face purple with rage as he ran toward the server banks with a magnetic disruptor. Sila blocked his path, her eyes wild, her heart pounding. If you disrupt the core during a pulse mirror, the magnetic backlash will fry the neural shunts of every shell in the building. You'll kill thousands of workers. The guild will have to pay out more in death benefits than the mineral reclaim is worth. Move, Sila. That's a corporate expense, not a concern. Thorn shoved her aside, but the delay was enough. The mirror was already at 85%. The archive's heavy alloy doors hissed open with a blast of pressurized air. Commander Vane of the Eraser Squads stepped through the vapor, his amber thermal optics glowing like coals in the red emergency lighting. He held a high-frequency pulse rifle, the barrel humming as it charged to lethal levels. Behind him, 4 shells in tactical gear moved with mechanical precision, their rifles raised. Voss, Vane said, His voice a distorted rasp through his helmet's vocalizer. "You're a long way from the mud, Ghost. You think mirroring that file changes anything? The Guild is the record. We write the truth. And right now, the truth is that you're about to suffer a fatal atmospheric malfunction. Nobody is going to read your little story. History is written by the survivors, and you're not on the list." Kalen dove behind an iridium data stack just as a blue streak of ionized energy vaporized the terminal he'd been sitting at. The heat was intense, the smell of melting silicon and ozone filling the room. The problem with writing the truth, Vane, is that eventually, someone learns how to read the margins. And I've been reading yours for years. You're not an author, you're just a glorified shredder. Kalen pulled his legacy kinetic sidearm from his toolkit, a heavy, archaic piece of iron with no electronics and no energy signatures for Vane's sensors to track. He fired 2 rounds into the overhead fire suppression tanks. A deluge of liquid nitrogen and retardant foam exploded into the room, creating a localized whiteout that blinded Vane's advanced optics and created a freezing, slippery chaos. "I can see your heat signature, Voss. You're glowing like a sun in this cold. There is no escape," Vane roared, firing blindly into the fog. The pulse fire melted the data crystals into glowing violet slag, the energy release cracking the obsidian floor. But Kalen had already deployed the multi-phase ghost loom, a cluster of tiny projectors that flickered to life in the mist. 3 holographic versions of Kalen Voss suddenly sprinted through the foam in divergent directions, their thermal signatures perfectly tuned to mimic a panicked human. Vane and his enforcers opened fire on the decoys, their high-frequency rifles shredding the holographic phantoms with bursts of blue light. While the hunters focused on the phantoms, the real Kalen crawled through the maintenance floor plates, his back inches from the vibrating alloy as he moved toward the exit. He reached the primary elevator bank, but he didn't call the car. He knew the Guild would have already locked the gravity brakes on all civilian floors. He used a magnetic pry bar to force the doors open, revealing the obsidian-lined shaft. He looked up. 2 miles of vertical abyss stood between him and the master relay spire. He fired his grappling winch, the carbon fiber line singing as it hooked onto a service rail high above. "He's in the shaft. Climb teams, intercept, secure the spire," an enforcer yelled from the archive doors. Kalen engaged the motorized winch, feeling the brutal G-force as he was yanked upward into the darkness. Below him, the enforcers fired upward, their pulse streaks illuminating the shaft like lightning. Kalen reached into his pocket and dropped a localized EMP seed. As the device fell, it detonated halfway down, shorting out the maglev rails of a descending elevator car filled with backup enforcers. The 3-ton car plummeted, crushing the primary pursuit squad at the base of the shaft in a violent explosion of sparks, screaming metal, and collapsing obsidian. Kalen reached the master relay spire at the very pinnacle of the Needle of the Gods. The wind here was a screaming, freezing gale that threatened to rip the skin from his face and pull him off the narrow maintenance platform. He scrambled onto the relay deck, his fingers numb and bleeding, his tactical gear shredded by his ascent. Below him, the central sector was a sea of light and shadow. The mirroring was complete. Every public screen, every corporate kiosk, every personal comms link, and even the holographic billboards in the luxury districts were playing the Vesper 9 logs. The names of the magistrates, the signatures on the death warrants, and the coordinates of the mining rigs were cascading across the horizon in a flood of undeniable truth. The city was waking up. He saw the gunships below circling the ministry, but their formation was breaking. The weapons were no longer looking for a ghost. They were being turned against each other as the rank-and-file soldiers, many of whom had family in the Outer Rim, realized they were the ones who would have been ordered to fire on the miners. A revolution was igniting in the sky. Kalen slammed his hand onto the spire's core, feeling the massive data flow vibrating through his palm. Master Spark initiated, mirroring to the Outer Rim legislation. Now, let the stars hear it. Let them judge the gods. In the clean room, Scylla watched the final data burst leave the station, a brilliant pulse of light on her monitors. She saw Director Thorn being hauled away by a group of shells, whose neural shunts had fried from the EM surge, restoring their free will and their anger. Thorn was screaming about competency and order, but nobody was listening. The silence was absolute. Scylla stood up, pulling off her haptic gloves and dropping them onto the floor like discarded skins. She looked at Elion, who was still staring at the screen in shock. It's done, Elion. The record isn't clean anymore. It's just the truth. And the truth is heavy. What happens now? Elion asked, his voice small and trembling. Now, Sila said, looking toward the elevator where the lights were finally returning to a steady, calm blue, we find out if we're worth saving. We stop being the cleaners and start being the witnesses. The hum of the clean room was shattered not by an explosion, but by the heavy, rhythmic thud of maglock boots. Sila stood motionless, her bare hands feeling the raw, unfiltered air of the room for the first time in years. Beside her, Elion was a statue of terror, his eyes glued to the monitors where the Aegis file continued to loop across the sector's emergency frequencies. The steady, calm blue light of the elevator bank suddenly flickered, strobing into a jagged, aggressive amber. The special police, the guild's personal Praetorian Guard, had arrived to sanitize the witnesses. Elion, get behind the primary server bank, Sila commanded, her voice losing its tremor and hardening into the tone of a woman who had just seen the end of the world and decided she didn't mind. If they breach the door, they'll aim for the consoles first. They need to stop the broadcast before they kill us. The heavy reinforced doors hissed open, but it wasn't the special police who stepped through first. It was a squad of station security, the regular, blue coats, who lived in the same barracks as Kalen and Rook. They looked disoriented, their rifles lowered. Behind them, through the translucent hallway, the silhouette of the special police was visible, moving like a wall of obsidian, their heavy shields reflecting the red emergency strobes. Sila, the lead security officer, a grizzled veteran named Hark, called out. His voice was cracked with disbelief. That broadcast, my brother is on VESPER-9. He's a foreman in the residential block. Is that log real? Did the magistrate really sign that thinning order? Sila stepped forward, her shadow stretching long across the floor. He signed it yesterday, Hark. If we don't hold this room, if we let the special police shut down that relay, your brother will be bio-clutter by the next lunar cycle. You're not security anymore. You're the only thing standing between your family and a corporate eraser. Hark looked at the hall, then back at Sila. He saw the truth in her eyes, the weight of 15 years of lies finally being cast off. He turned to his squad, his face hardening. Seal the doors. We're not protecting the archive. We're protecting the broadcast. The climax of the Needle's fall began in that narrow corridor. The special police, led by a ruthless tactical officer named Captain Drax, deployed Screamer grenades that sent high-frequency waves through the air, designed to liquefy the inner ears of anyone not wearing guild-issued dampeners. The bluecoats buckled, blood leaking from their ears, but they didn't retreat. They had seen the faces of their families on the screens. In the midst of the chaos, Kalen Voss appeared from the ceiling vents, dropping like a shadow into the clean room. He was covered in soot and obsidian dust, his legacy sidearm still hot in his hand. He didn't look at the battle in the hall. He looked at Sila. I need a physical override, Kalen grunted, his lungs burning from the ascent. The relay spire is broadcasting, but the special police are attempting a hard wire bypass from the subdeck 4 junction. If they cut the fiber optics there, the mirroring stops before it hits the outer rim. I can't get back down there in time. Sila grabbed a handheld haptic controller, her fingers flying over the manual interface. I can't stop them from the clean room, Kalen. They've bypassed the software. But I can change the environment. Elion, the cooling vats. What is the pressure in the liquid nitrogen reserves for the server racks? Elion, shivering but functional, checked his tablet. It's at 4,000 psi. Why? Because, Sila said, a grim smile touching her lips, if we can't stop them with code, we'll stop them with physics. The interaction that tipped the scales involved a three-way coordination that bypassed the guild's superior firepower. Kalen took up a sniping position at the clean room door, using his kinetic sidearm to pick off the power cells on the special police's shields. Each shot was a masterclass in logistics. He wasn't aiming for the men, but for the mechanical joints of their armor, slowing the obsidian wall just enough to give Hark and the bluecoats a fighting chance. Hark! Kalen yelled over the roar of pulse fire. Fall back to the secondary bulkhead. Draw them onto the floor grates. Hark understood. He ordered his men to retreat, making it look like the security line was breaking. Captain Drax and his special police surged forward, their heavy boots clanking on the metal grates that sat directly above the archive's massive liquid nitrogen cooling vats. They were 50 feet from the clean room, their weapons leveled for a final execution. "Now, Sila," Kalen roared. Sila didn't use a weapon. She used the archive's maintenance protocol. With a single, forceful keystroke, she triggered an emergency thermal purge. The valves beneath the floor grates didn't just open, they exploded. A wall of super-chilled liquid nitrogen erupted from beneath the special police. It wasn't a slow leak, it was a high-pressure geyser. The liquid hit the heated obsidian armor of the special police and the air-conditioned atmosphere of the hallway, creating an instantaneous thermal shock. In less than a second, the obsidian plating of the guild's elite guards didn't just freeze, it shattered like glass. Their heavy shields, made of reinforced composite, cracked into thousands of jagged shards. The special police were frozen in place, their advanced armor becoming their own tombs as the joints locked and the metal contracted with a violent screech. Captain Drax tried to raise his rifle, but the barrel simply snapped off in his frozen hand. The clever resolve wasn't just the nitrogen, it was the mirroring of the command net. While the special police were immobilized, Sila routed the audio of their defeat, the sound of Drax's panic and the shattering of their invincible gear, directly into the helmets of every other guild unit on the station. She showed them that the gods were made of brittle clay. "The broadcast is secure," Sila whispered, her breath hitching as she watched the data stream hit 100% saturation. "The outer rim has the logs. The Judgment archives have the signatures." The battle in the hall ceased as the remaining guild enforcers realized the war was already over. They weren't fighting for a record anymore, they were fighting for a ghost. One by one, they lowered their weapons, looking at the screens that still flickered with the truth of VESPER-9. Kalen stepped into the hall, passing the frozen statues of the special police. He reached Hark, who was leaning against a wall, his ears still ringing but a look of profound relief on his face. Kalen handed the grizzled officer his legacy sidearm. "The station is yours, Hark," Kalen said. "The people are going to have a lot of questions. You should be the one to answer them." Kalen returned to the clean room. Sila was still standing by her console, her hands resting on the cold metal. The room was silent now, the clinical hum replaced by the distant sound of the city below, a sound of thousands of voices rising in a single, unified roar of reclamation. "You saved them," Kalen said, standing beside her. "The physical override was clever, but the digital shield you built for me, that's what finished it." Sila looked at her bare hands, now stained with the grime of the battle. "I spent 15 years erasing the truth, Kalen. I think I finally balanced the ledger. What happens to us now? We're the most wanted people in the galaxy." "No," Kalen said, looking toward the window where the purple aurora of the data burst was still fading into a clear, blue morning. "We're the only people who know where the rest of the bodies are buried. The guild left a lot of dirt in the sublevels. I think it's time we finished the cleaning. Properly this time. The record is mirrored. The truth is preserved. The void is silent. Finality. Absolute. Total. Reclamation. Done." The scout ship Vanguard was never engineered to endure the crushing atmospheric physics of PX-47. To the Federation's long-range orbital sensors, the planet had appeared as a standard terrestrial candidate, a vibrant, emerald orb swaddled in thick, violet-tinged clouds. But as the 30-meter vessel pierced the upper thermosphere, the crew realized that the fundamental laws of gravity, fluid dynamics, and scale were being rewritten in a language of pure, terrifying violence. The air was not a gas. It was a dense, viscous medium that fought the hull with the resistance of deep-sea water, dragging at the titanium skin with a physical, hungry weight. Every stabilizer on the ship shrieked in mechanical protest, a high-pitched metallic wail that vibrated through the floorboards and into the marrow of the crew's bones. The drag coefficient reached numbers that defied the ship's onboard logic, causing the navigation computers to cycle through error messages in a frantic strobe of crimson light. "Atmospheric density is spiking. It's at 400% and climbing." Malik's voice was a jagged spike of adrenaline over the internal comms, his fingers dancing across the navigation console to compensate for the drag. "Captain, the sensors are screaming. They're detecting liquid spheres in the upper atmosphere. Not rain, massive, wobbling globes of water the size of starship hangars, suspended in the air like heavy, liquid mountains. Captain Alara Voss gripped the armrests of her command chair, her knuckles turning a waxy white against the dark leather. Her eyes were fixed on the primary viewport, where the violet clouds were being shredded by the ship's descent. "Keep the nose up, Malik. If we catch the surface tension of one of those droplets at this velocity, it won't be a crash, it'll be a kinetic assassination. The hull will snap like dry glass under the weight of a falling ocean." Outside, the storm was a nightmare of impossible proportions. Enormous, shimmering orbs of liquid, each 100 times larger than the Vanguard, tumbled through a sky that had turned a bruised, electric purple. They didn't fall, they descended with a terrifying, slow-motion weight, wobbling with internal currents that looked like shifting tectonic plates. The ship was a silver needle threading a minefield of liquid giants. A massive, shimmering sphere suddenly loomed in their flight path, and as Alara yanked the manual override, the Vanguard banked hard. The port wingtip grazed the liquid skin of the orb, and the ship was nearly swallowed by a cohesive force so strong it felt like the hand of a ghost pulling them into the abyss. A fine, cloying mist coated the titanium skin, instantly freezing into a slick, heavy layer that threw the stabilizers into a mechanical seizure. The ship groaned, a deep, guttural sound of metal reaching its breaking point. Then, the sky ignited. It wasn't a standard electrical discharge. A pillar of white fire, nearly a quarter-mile in diameter, slammed into the landscape miles away with a brilliance that turned the cockpit into a bleached white void. The sound wasn't a crack of thunder, it was a tectonic roar, a low-frequency displacement of the entire atmosphere that sent the Vanguard into a terminal, uncontrolled spin. "We're caught in the shockwave," Calder shouted over the groaning of the airframe, his hands straining against the secondary flight controls. "The engines are stalling. The air is too rich, too heavy. It's flooding the intakes with a thick, nitrogen-heavy sludge." The ship plummeted. Below them, the forest rushed up to meet them. It wasn't a forest of wood and leaf. It was a dense, vibrating jungle of emerald pillars. Each trunk was hundreds of feet tall, smooth and waxy, swaying with an elastic strength that defied the ship's kinetic energy. The Vanguard sheared through the top of a pillar, the green stalk bending like a massive spring before whipping back and launching the ship toward a second stalk. The vessel skipped off the vegetation like a stone across a pond, finally plowing into the ground with a series of rhythmic, bone-jarring thuds. It skipped across jagged, translucent boulders, each the size of a municipal building, before sliding into a deep, shaded canyon of silica sand. Silence followed, thick and heavy, broken only by the ticking of cooling metal and the hiss of escaping steam. The air inside the cockpit smelled of ozone and the cloying, sweet scent of crushed, mineral-rich vegetation. Alara unbuckled her restraints, her boots clanging on the deck plating, which now sat at a steep, 15-degree angle. "Sound off," she rasped, wiping a smear of blood from her jaw. "Vitals are steady," Tara reported from the medbay, her voice shaky but clear. "But ARA, the exterior sensors are reading the ground as 90% crystalline silica. These aren't rocks. They're jagged, transparent shards of quartz, but scaled to the size of house-sized boulders. It's like we landed in a mountain range made of broken glass. The gravity is consistent, but the air pressure, it's like being at the bottom of a planetary trench." Malik crawled out from under the engineering substation, his face pale and smeared with grease. "The luck is gone, Captain. My primary data chip, the one with the diagnostic maps for the plasma coils, flew out of the port during the tumble. Without it, we can't purge the sludge from the intakes. We're paralyzed. The ship is a dead weight." "Forget the chip for now," Calder grunted, eyes fixed on the primary viewport. "Look at the trees." On the external monitors, the forest was a terrifying emerald abyss. The green pillars towered over the ship, their tapered points disappearing into a low-hanging mist of vapor. They weren't bark-covered. They were translucent, with veins of fluid pulsing rhythmically inside their waxy, reinforced walls. The canyon they had landed in was formed by two massive sand boulders that leaned against one another like tectonic plates. Every biological scan returned a profile that was utterly alien. The leaves were broad, serrated blades of grass, each one thicker than the ship's hull and capable of reflecting the dim, violet light of the sky like a mirror. The shear scale was suffocating. Small moss-like growths at the base of the pillars were revealed by the scanners to be tangled networks of vine-like structures, each as thick as a man's torso. Biological analysis is impossible, Lena, the biologist, whispered, her eyes wide as she scrolled through the data. These aren't trees. They're monocots, simple cellular structures, yet scaled to a size that breaks every law of biological square-cube theory. The ground is a silica desert, and these stalks are reinforced with mineral deposits. It's a mineral-based biology on a gargantuan scale. The very air is heavy with moisture, saturated to the point of being a liquid suspension. We aren't just in a forest, we're in a giant's garden. Suddenly, the world began to shake. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't a quake. It was a localized seismic event, rhythmic and calculated. Each thud sent a vibration through the ship that made the internal bulkheads scream. Outside, the house-sized sand boulders shifted, grinding against the hull with a sound like a mountain being crushed. A deep, guttural resonance filled the air, a geologic groan, a subsonic rumble that bypassed the ears and vibrated the crew's chest cavities. Seismic activity is off the charts, Malik whispered, huddling near the reactor. It's coming from the north, and it's moving toward us. The amplitude of each shockwave is doubling. The dim green light of the undergrowth was suddenly obliterated. A white sun erupted in the sky above the canopy, a focused, artificial beam of light so intense it rendered the green pillars translucent, revealing the pulsing, sap-filled veins within. The beam swept back and forth across the canyon floor, a searchlight of cosmic proportions that turned the shadows into pits of obsidian. The heat from the light hit the hull, making the metal pop and expand with sharp, alarming cracks. To the crew, it felt as though they were being examined under a microscope by a power that existed on a different plane of physics. It's an atmospheric anomaly, Alara stated, though her voice lacked conviction. Some kind of focused solar flare or natural luminescence from the upper layers. We need to focus on survival. Malik, what do we need to get the coils back online? The data chip is gone, Malik said, but if we can gather enough raw crystalline silica from the boulders around us, I can manually recalibrate the intake filters. But we're talking about tons of material. We'd have to mine for a year with the handheld industrial cutters just to get a fraction of what we need. The purity level out there is too low. Then we start now, Alara said, her professional facade hardening. We don't open the airlock until we have a plan for a shelter. If the environment is this hostile, we have to fortify. We use the trees as ribs for a dome. We clear a perimeter and set up a mining station. Stepping out of the airlock was like stepping into a nightmare of scale. The air was so thick it felt like breathing warm silk, tasting of sugar and wet stone. The sand boulders were treacherous, slick with the cloying, sweet scent of sap, the sticky liquid oozing from the stalks they had crushed during the landing. The green pillars towered like emerald skyscrapers, swaying with a heavy, rhythmic grace in the viscous wind. Each blade of the forest was thick as a ship's hull, covered in microscopic serrations that looked like jagged glass under their helmet lights. The work was grueling. Calder and Malik led the way with the heavy industrial laser cutters. The beams hissed as they bit into the waxy green walls of the pillars, the heat turning the internal sap into a thick, sweet-smelling steam that clouded their visors. It took the entire crew, utilizing the Vanguard's external winch and their own powered exoskeletons, just to move a single log of felled vegetation. They were tiny, neon-colored specks moving against a backdrop of an emerald abyss. The cellular density is off the charts, Lena said, panting as she dragged a section of fiber. This isn't wood. It's reinforced with silica fibers. It's as strong as carbon steel but flexible. We can weave these together. They spent the first 12 hours in a frantic, ant-like state of labor. They cleared a circle no more than 10 meters wide, hauling the massive stalks into a woven circular perimeter around the ship. They used the stalks as structural ribs, pulling them into a dome shape with carbon fiber tethers and binding them with the sticky, resinous sap that bled from the cuts. It was an epic clearing of a primeval wilderness to them, an achievement of sheer will against a landscape that didn't even notice their presence. Once the dome was partially secured, providing a meager shield against the violet sky, the mining began. Calder took the heavy drill to the base of the crystalline boulders. The noise was deafening, a high-pitched shriek as the drill bit into the house-sized silica shards. For hours, they hammered away at the rock, but the yield was pathetic. The scanners confirmed their fears. The raw materials they needed were locked deep within the mineral matrix of the planet, requiring industrial-scale refining they simply didn't possess. "We're mining for dust," Calder spat, throwing his cutter to the ground in frustration. The sparks from his drill had barely scratched the surface of the translucent boulder. "At this rate, we'll run out of oxygen before we have enough silica to coat a single filter. We're chasing ghosts in a glass desert." The crew huddled in the shadow of the Vanguard, their lights casting long, flickering shadows against the woven emerald walls of their dome. The silence of the canyon was deceptive, punctuated by the distant, wet rustling of the giant grass blades. Then, the seismic tremors returned. They were more violent this time, a rapid-fire succession of thumps that made the silica sand dance like liquid. A massive, dark silhouette suddenly eclipsed the entire sky, plunging the clearing into a darkness deeper than night. A tremendous shockwave slammed into the clearing the moment the silhouette touched down, the force of the displacement hurling the crew against the ship's hull. A beetle-like predator, an iridescent nightmare the size of a heavy tank that had been stalking the perimeter of their dome, was caught in the path of the descent. It was instantly launched into the dark forest of stalks by the sheer rush of air, disappearing with a wet, crunching thud. The crew lay on the ground, gasping as the air pressure stabilized. Silence returned, and the white sun flickered and died, leaving them in the dim, violet twilight. "Captain," Malik whispered, his voice trembling as he pointed toward the center of their cleared perimeter. "Look." In the middle of their camp, where there had been nothing but silica dust and the scars of their drills moments before, sat a massive, seamless cube. It was metallic, smooth, and humming with a strange, internal energy. It was a monolith of refined isotopes, perfectly polished and glowing with a faint blue light that cut through the emerald gloom. It hadn't been there before the seismic shockwave. To the crew, it appeared as though the very heavens had dropped a treasure chest into their midst. It was a gift of impossible purity, appearing exactly when their hope had reached its lowest ebb. "It's pure," Malik said, his scanner chirping in a frantic, melodic frequency as he approached the object. "It's a concentrated deposit of exactly the isotopes we need. It's more silica than those boulders combined, refined to a level we couldn't achieve in a laboratory. It's a miracle. We have the fuel. We have the filters. Where did it come from?" Lena asked, looking up through the gaps in their woven roof at the violet clouds. Her voice was filled with a mixture of hope and profound dread. "Nothing just appears. Not like this. It doesn't matter," Alara said, her eyes fixed on the blue glow of the cube. "It's here, and it's the only way we're ever leaving this canyon. Malik, get the transport sleds. Calder, help him. We bring this inside the dome. We start the integration now." They began the arduous process of hauling the cube toward the ship, their small machines straining against the weight of the refined gift. They worked in a feverish silence, unaware that the real monsoon was about to begin, and that their emerald dome was about to be tested by an atmospheric event unlike anything their sensors had ever recorded, a deluge that would turn their garden sanctuary into a drowning pool. End of Part 1. Part 2. The Horizon Shift. The transition between the light cycles on PX-47 was not a gradual fading of the sun, but a mechanical shifting of the universe's foundations. Inside the woven dome of emerald stalks, the crew of the Vanguard labored in a humid, oxygen-rich gloom that felt more like a pressurized womb than a metallic fortress. The sap resin they had used to bind the grass ribs had hardened into a translucent amber, turning their structure into a ribbed, organic cathedral that smelled of sweet rot, ozone, and ancient minerals. Outside, the environment was undergoing a terrifying metamorphosis. The bruised violet of the sky had darkened into an abyssal indigo, and the seismic tremors had increased in frequency. A rhythmic thump-thump-thump vibrated through the ship's hull, a low-frequency pulse that suggested something was moving across the heavens with tectonic weight. Every instrument in the engineering bay spiked with static interference. "The resonance is shifting," Malik reported, his voice filtered through the heavy crackle of the internal comms. He was positioned at the base of the cube, his industrial welder throwing jagged sparks of blue light against the seamless metallic surface of the mysterious gift. Every time the ground shakes, the cube's internal frequency aligns with the tremors. "It's not just a fuel cell, Alara. It's a bridge. It's drawing energy from the planet's own movement and refining it into a plasma-ready state. If we can finish the conduit weave, we'll have enough power to jump-start the primary coils in less than an hour. But the surge is massive. I've never seen a battery this efficient. Then move faster, Captain Alara Voss commanded, her eyes fixed on the external monitors. The viewports showed a world of nightmare proportions. The jagged silica boulders that surrounded their clearing were slick with a new, high-pressure moisture that seemed to ooze from the very air. The atmospheric pressure is fluctuating again. Something is displacing the air on a massive scale. We need to be ready to purge the intakes the second that power is live. If we miss this window, the pressure differential will crush the hull like a tin can. The monsoon arrived without warning. It began with a sound like 1,000 steam pipes bursting simultaneously, a high-pressure hiss that quickly deepened into a roar. A wall of liquid glass, moving with the velocity of a tidal wave, slammed into the grass forest. To the crew, it was a planetary apocalypse. Massive spheres of water, each weighing thousands of tons from their perspective, plummeted from the sky and shattered against their woven dome. The grass pillars groaned, the silica-reinforced walls bending under the hydraulic weight of the descent. "The dome is buckling," Calder yelled, bracing himself against a structural rib as a bead of water the size of a shuttlecraft hammered the exterior. The impact sounded like a drum made of thunder. "The surface tension of the liquid is trying to crush us. If the sap doesn't hold, the weight of a single drop will pancake the hull." "Alara, the seals are weeping. Seal the airlock and equalize the internal pressure." Alara shouted over the din. "Malik, status on the cube." 80%. It's feeding off the kinetic energy of the rain. The harder it pours, the faster it charges. As the deluge hammered their fortress, a new anomaly occurred, one that defied their understanding of natural meteorology. A massive, translucent barrier suddenly descended from the heavens. It was a seamless, curved wall of clear, flexible material, hundreds of feet wide, that slammed into the silica earth around the clearing with a dull, echoing clack that vibrated the marrow of their bones. It sealed the vanguard, the dome, and the cube inside a dry, pressurized bubble. Outside the clear wall, the torrent of water continued to rage, but inside, the air became unnervingly, terrifyingly still. "We're in a vacuum pocket," Lena whispered, her face pressed to the viewport in disbelief. "The storm is still out there, but some kind of physical barrier has been lowered over us. It's perfectly circular, perfectly clear. It's as if the world has been put in a jar." Through the translucent barrier and the gaps in their grass roof, the white sun returned. But it wasn't a sun. It was a focused, artificial beam of light that moved with a terrifyingly precise intent. As the beam swept over the dome, the shadow of a monolithic, dark mass eclipsed the stars. It was a landscape of deep textures, ridges, and pores, a massive, featureless form that hovered over their bubble, blocking out the purple sky. "It's not a tectonic event," Alara whispered, her voice barely audible as she looked at the readout on the gravity sensors. The readings were spiking in impossible directions. "It's a witness. It's watching us. It's waiting for us to be ready. Captain, the cube is fully integrated." Malik's voice broke the silence, crackling with a new, frantic energy. "The coils are screaming. We have 200% power. The diagnostic handshake is green. We can break the surface tension of the entire atmosphere if we fire now, but we have to go immediately. The isotopes won't stay stable in this pressure for long. But we're trapped under the barrier," Calder noted, pointing at the sky. "We ignite those engines inside this bubble, and we'll turn this sanctuary into a kiln. We'll be vaporized before we even clear the clearing. We're in a cage." "Wait," Alara said, her eyes locked on the monitors. "Look at the horizon. The barriers, they're shifting." The clear barrier began to rise. Something unseen gripped the edges of the massive structure and lifted it back into the heavens with a silent, terrifying grace. The night air of PX-47 rushed back in, cool and smelling of wet earth and distant, burnt carbon. The pressure stabilized instantly. Then, a flat, warm expanse, a dark, ridged platform, was lowered beside the ship. It was a vast territory that looked like a continent of marble, descending with a precision that silenced the wind. "It's giving us a clearing," Alara realized, her perspective finally shattering. "It's not a predator. It's a launch pad. It's a hand. Board the ship. All stations to launch positions. Malik, initiate the purge sequence on my mark." The Vanguard rose from the silica mud on a cushion of blue plasma, its engines humming with a frequency that made the nearby grass stalks dance in a frantic, wind-swept ballet. It drifted onto the dark, ridged platform, a tiny silver needle against the vastness of the expanse. As the ship settled, the platform began to rise, lifting them out of the emerald abyss with a smooth, terrifying acceleration. The crew watched the viewport in stunned silence as the world shrank away. The grass stalks, once towering skyscrapers of waxy green, became a soft, manicured carpet. The house-sized silica boulders became mere pebbles, scattered across a dark, porous soil. The canyons they had feared were revealed to be simple cracks in the dirt of a pathway. High above, a monolithic fortress of brick and glass, a structure of impossible geometry, towered over the forest. The lightning they had seen was a buzzing grid of yellow light on a wooden pillar, a bug zapper on a porch. The monsoon had been a garden hose. The platform stopped, and for the first time, the crew saw the source of the seismic tremors and the white sun. They were level with a face, a young man, his features a landscape of skin and fine hair, his eyes like vast, amber suns filled with a quiet, knowing curiosity. He was the giant, the architect of their survival. He didn't speak. He simply looked at the tiny silver speck in his hand with a smile that spanned their entire horizon. He raised his other hand. It was a continent of flesh moving through the air with a grace that defied its mass. He didn't reach for them. He performed a slow, rhythmic wave of his fingers, a farewell greeting that spanned miles of their perspective. "He knows," Lena whispered, tears blurring her vision as she stared into an eye the size of a nebula. "He knew we were there the whole time. He wasn't hunting us. He was gardening. He was helping us find our way back." "Fire engines," Alara commanded, her voice thick with a mixture of terror and awe. The Vanguard shot upward, a silver streak of light that pierced the night sky of PX-47. As they accelerated, fueled by the isotopes of the cube, the planet revealed its true identity. It wasn't an alien world of violet trees and emerald canyons. It was a blue and green marble, Earth, receding into the darkness of the void. They weren't explorers of a new frontier. They were survivors of a suburban backyard, finally returning to the scale they belonged to. Alara sat back in her chair, watching the giant's world disappear into a tiny, flickering point of light among the stars. The sensors were finally recalibrating to the vacuum of space, the noise of the atmosphere replaced by the cold, beautiful silence of the cosmos. "Captain," Malik said, looking at the data chip that had been recovered from the internal sensors of the cube. "The materials he gave us, the cube, it's not just fuel. It's refined for interstellar travel. The isotopes are more advanced than anything in the Federation's database. He didn't just save us. He upgraded us. He gave us the stars." "No, Malik," Alara said, watching the empty space where the giant had been. "He was just a neighbor. And we were just passing through his lawn. We were a broken toy he decided to fix." The Vanguard turned its nose toward the deep black, leaving behind the forest of stalks, and the man who had waved goodbye to the smallest explorers in the galaxy. They weren't just survivors, they were the only ones who knew that in the right light, a single backyard could be an entire universe, and a god could be found in the simple act of lifting a plastic tub to let the travelers go home. As the ship jumped into warp, fueled by the giant's gift, the last thing they saw on the long-range scanners was a massive, waving silhouette against a backdrop of porch lights and summer crickets, a guardian of the small, standing at the edge of the infinite.
The massive Imperial flagship Eternal Dawn emerged from hyperspace like a steel mountain against the stars. Its polished hull stretched for 12 kilometers, bristling with weapons that could shatter planets.
The Zalvath Dominion had conquered countless worlds. Their soldiers were bred for war, their technology centuries ahead of most species, and their campaigns had never known true resistance. When reports came of a small, defiant planet called Earth, High Command barely acknowledged it. The invasion was approved without concern. Humanity would fall like all the rest. Commander Vereshkal led the assault force, a regiment of elite shock troopers. His mission was simple: land, eliminate resistance, and secure the planet for integration into the Dominion. His fleet hovered in high orbit as drop ships descended into the atmosphere, targeting key locations. The first landing zone was a remote military base, isolated from major population centers. Easy prey. The drop pods struck the ground with precision, and within moments, Zalvath forces spread out, weapons raised. The base was quiet, too quiet. Vereshkal expected immediate surrender, perhaps a few scattered shots from primitive weapons. Instead, his troops barely had time to take formation before the first explosions ripped through their ranks. The humans had been waiting. Gunfire erupted from concealed positions, tearing through the exposed landing troops before they could even react. Vereshkal barked orders, trying to rally his soldiers into formation, but the humans fought with a precision and aggression he had never encountered. They didn't simply defend, they attacked. They moved fast, used cover expertly, and aimed to kill. Zalvath forces, accustomed to overwhelming lesser species with brute force, found themselves outmaneuvered at every turn. Reports flooded in. Squad leaders were going silent, drop ships were being shot down, and their communications were being jammed. Vereshkal quickly realized this was no routine conquest. The humans weren't just resisting, they were counterattacking with a level of coordination that suggested years of preparation. A flanking unit sent a distress call before their feed cut to static. Moments later, another squad vanished. The pattern was clear. The humans weren't fighting in desperation. They were executing a plan. Vereshkal ordered a full retreat from the base, deciding to regroup in a nearby forested area where their sensors indicated no immediate threats. His forces pulled back under heavy fire, leaving behind scorched armor and dead soldiers. He had never lost this many troops in an opening engagement. His pride was wounded, but more than that, something about this battle felt different. As they reached the cover of the trees, a transmission crackled through the static on their stolen human frequency. A calm, almost amused voice spoke in flawless Zalvath. "They're not retreating. They're luring us in." It was the last thing Vereshkal heard before the first traps detonated. The moment the first explosion tore through the trees, panic spread through the Zalvath ranks. Soldiers dived for cover, expecting an immediate follow-up assault, but none came. Instead, the forest fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling of burning foliage and the groans of wounded troopers. Vereshkal scanned his surroundings, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. Humans should have been pressing their advantage, yet nothing moved in the dense shadows ahead. His second-in-command, Koreshvier, barked orders, rallying scattered soldiers into defensive positions. Motion sensors flickered with ghostly readings, blurry, inconsistent. The humans were here, but their exact locations remained unknown. Vereshkal activated his visor's heat signatures, expecting to see human forms, but the readings were chaotic. Bodies flickered in and out, vanishing like phantoms. Some signals led to nothing at all. He cursed. The humans were manipulating their technology, feeding false data. A strangled cry cut through the comms as a scout patrol vanished from the perimeter. No shots were fired. No alarms triggered. They were simply there one moment and gone the next. More alerts followed, each one marking a missing soldier. Fear, an emotion the Zalvath rarely experienced, crept through the ranks. They had been the hunters. Now they were the prey. Vereshkal signaled a retreat deeper into the forest, ordering tighter formations. The moment his forces moved, hell erupted. Gunfire rained down from the treetops. Muzzle flashes lit up the darkness, revealing human shapes weaving through the canopy. Snipers. Perfectly placed, synchronized, and unseen until the very moment they struck. The first wave of Zalvath fell before they even raised their weapons. "Return fire!" Koreshvier shouted, but it was useless. The humans never stayed in one place long enough. They shot, moved, and disappeared. Zalvath plasma bolts streaked through the trees, hitting nothing but bark and empty air. Then the ground assault began. Shapes darted between trees, low to the ground, barely visible. The Zalvath opened fire, expecting a full charge, but the humans never fully committed. They attacked in bursts, disappearing just as quickly. Each strike broke formations apart, disrupting coordination. The Zalvath were trained for direct engagements, but humans didn't fight like warriors. They fought like predators. Vereshkal had seen ambushes before, but this was different. There was no rhythm, no pattern to exploit. The humans adapted constantly, never attacking the same way twice. Some used suppressive fire while others closed the distance with silent blades, appearing behind his soldiers before they could react. Entire squads fell without a sound. Desperation set in. His forces needed an advantage. He ordered heavy weapons deployed, flamethrowers to clear the trees, energy mortars to collapse the canopy. But before they could be used, the human assault shifted. The snipers stopped, the distant fire ceased, and suddenly, the Zalvath were under attack from the sides. Humans had predicted the counterattack before it happened. The moment his forces prepared heavy ordnance, the ambush changed. Soldiers rushed in at close range, negating their firepower. The very weapons that were supposed to give the Zalvath the upper hand became useless. Koreshvier screamed as a combat blade drove through his side. His attacker was already gone before his body hit the ground. Vereshkal fired wildly, plasma bolts striking empty space. A shape lunged from the shadows, too fast, too precise. He barely raised his weapon before it stopped inches from his throat. A human. The soldier didn't strike. He just stood there, weapon steady, gaze locked onto Vereshkal's. For the first time, the commander saw them up close. Their armor was battered, their uniforms smeared with dirt and blood, but their eyes, they were calm. Cold. There was no hesitation, no fear, only calculation. Then, just as suddenly as he appeared, the human vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only a single whisper through the comms. "You're not fighting an army. You're being hunted." It was then that Vereshkal understood. They had already lost. Vereshkal moved through the remnants of his force, his mind racing for a solution. The battlefield had shifted beyond his control. Standard formations were useless. Traditional tactics had failed. Every attempt to adapt had been anticipated and countered before execution. He had fought countless species, broken rebellions, crushed planetary defenses, yet nothing compared to this. The humans weren't defending their planet. They were dismantling his army one soldier at a time. A cold realization settled in. This was not a desperate resistance. It was a methodical extermination. His remaining officers huddled around a hastily constructed perimeter, their expressions grim. Loss reports were staggering. Nearly half the force had been wiped out in a matter of hours, and they had no clear understanding of how. The enemy was neither seen nor heard until it was too late. Weapons had been stripped from the fallen. Wounded soldiers had vanished, their fates unknown. The humans didn't leave bodies behind. The Dominion had always operated under one principle: numerical and technological superiority ensured victory. Yet, here on Earth, numbers meant nothing. Technology had not saved them. Superior firepower had been rendered ineffective against an enemy that refused to meet them head-on. The Zalvath were accustomed to open battlefields, but the humans had turned the terrain itself into a weapon. The forest around them felt alive, shifting with unseen movement. Every branch, every shadow, every gust of wind could be an attack. Soldiers stood in rigid formations, weapons trained in all directions, yet their enemy remained invisible. They weren't dealing with an army. They were being dissected by something far more dangerous: something that understood the value of patience. A scout patrol had been sent out to secure a path for evacuation. They had left only minutes ago. Their voices crackled through the calms in hushed, panicked whispers. Then silence. Vereshchal listened, his grip tightening on his weapon. This was beyond strategy or tactics. This was psychological warfare. The humans could have eliminated them already, yet they dragged the fight out, inflicting losses slowly, methodically. They wanted the Zalvath to feel fear. A flicker of movement. A rustling in the trees. Every soldier turned, weapons aimed, but nothing was there. The silence stretched, thick with tension. Then the whispers began. Not over comms. Not in their language. In Zalvath. Spoken aloud from the darkness. "You don't belong here." Vereshchal froze. The voice was calm, measured, the words enunciated perfectly. There was no accent, no hesitation. It was impossible. No species had ever learned their language this quickly. Yet the humans had. "Your weapons won't save you." The whispers came from different directions, overlapping, surrounding them. The soldiers shifted uneasily, fingers tightening on their triggers. Training dictated discipline, but this was beyond anything they had prepared for. "You thought this would be easy." A gunshot. A scream. A soldier collapsed, his visor shattered. Another shot, another soldier down. The squad opened fire in every direction, but the attackers were gone before their weapons discharged. The Zalvath fired wildly, plasma bolts scorching the trees, but they hit nothing. "Every mistake costs you another life." Panic spread. Soldiers backed into one another, eyes darting in every direction. The Zalvath had never known what it meant to be afraid, but now they felt it clawing at them with every breath. A burst of movement. A blur of motion. A figure lunged from the shadows, knife flashing. Another soldier fell without a sound. Then another. The formation broke. Vereshchal roared for order, but it was too late. The discipline of his troops shattered. Some fired blindly into the darkness. Others ran, hoping to escape the suffocating trap closing around them. The whispers continued, but now they were mixed with something worse. Laughter. Cold, knowing, unhurried. The hunt was reaching its end. Vereshchal forced himself to think past the fear clawing at his mind. His forces were in complete disarray, their discipline shattered by an enemy they could not see. Every attempt to regroup ended in chaos. The humans struck with merciless efficiency, vanishing before counterattacks could be formed. Soldiers fired into the trees, hitting nothing but empty air. They were no longer fighting an army. They were being culled. He activated his command beacon, sending an emergency distress signal to the fleet in orbit. The response was immediate. Reinforcements were being mobilized. Heavy gunships would deploy within the hour. But an hour was too long. His force would not last that long. He needed to act now. Drawing on his years of experience, he made a ruthless decision. The forest was the enemy's weapon, providing cover and concealment. It had to be eliminated. He activated the incendiary charges carried by his troops, ordering them to set the entire area ablaze. Fires erupted, spreading rapidly as dry leaves and underbrush ignited. Thick smoke filled the air, rising in choking waves. The trees, once filled with unseen snipers and lurking shadows, became an inferno. For the first time, the humans were forced into the open. Silhouettes emerged through the smoke, darting between flames, avoiding direct paths. The Zalvath opened fire, plasma bolts cutting through the haze. Several targets fell, but it wasn't enough. The humans adapted instantly, shifting their tactics yet again. A sharp whistle cut through the chaos, followed by the deep thud of mortars. Explosions tore through the Zalvath ranks, sending bodies flying. The humans had anticipated the fire strategy and had prepared countermeasures. They had used the flames against them, directing the Zalvath into a kill zone. Vereshchal barely had time to process the mistake before the first wave of close-quarters attackers struck. They moved like ghosts, slipping through the gaps in the formation. Blades flashed, rifles fired at point-blank range. Zalvath warriors collapsed in rapid succession, unable to react in time. The commander raised his own weapon, firing at a shadow streaking toward him. The plasma bolt missed by a fraction. The human twisted midair, avoiding the shot, and landed in a crouch. A single motion and the human's knife was at his throat. The attack never came. The soldier paused, studying him. Vereshkal met the human's gaze, expecting hatred, fury, the savage bloodlust of a primitive warrior. Instead, he saw something far worse. Cold calculation. The expression of a predator that had already won. Then, as if hearing an unheard command, the human withdrew and disappeared into the smoke. Confusion and anger surged through Vereshkal. Why had he been spared? Why show mercy now after such a relentless slaughter? His answer came a moment later when his distress beacon flickered with an incoming transmission, not from his fleet, but from an unknown source. A human voice, calm and composed, filled his ears. "You lost the moment you set foot here. We let you run. We let you burn the forest. We let you think you had a chance. But this was never a battle. It was a lesson." Vereshkal's blood ran cold. This entire engagement had been orchestrated. The humans had controlled every moment, every move, forcing the Zalvath into predictable responses, each one leading to another defeat. They had not been fighting for survival. They had been demonstrating superiority. "You don't belong on this planet," the voice continued. "Leave while you still can." The transmission cut off. A moment later, a piercing siren echoed from the depths of the forest. It wasn't a retreat signal. It was a warning. The final stage of the hunt had begun. Vereshkal barely had time to react before the attack began. The siren was not a retreat call. It was an execution order. The humans had spent the entire engagement dismantling his army, piece by piece, waiting until the exact moment they were weakest. Now, they were delivering the final blow. Gunfire erupted from all sides. The burning forest did nothing to slow the humans down. If anything, it forced the Zalvath into tighter formations, making them easier targets. Precision shots cut through the smoke, striking weak points in armor, dropping soldiers instantly. The remaining forces fired back wildly, but every plasma bolt was wasted. The humans never stayed in one place long enough to be hit. Vereshkal watched in horror as his best warriors fell one by one. The Zalvath were trained for war, bred for conquest, yet they had never faced anything like this. The humans didn't fight with brute force. They fought with intelligence, patience, and terrifying efficiency. Every move had been planned, every counter accounted for. A roar of engines overhead signaled the arrival of the Zalvath gunships. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Heavy cannons rained down energy blasts, scorching the earth, clearing a path. Soldiers rallied, pushing forward toward the drop zone, desperate for extraction. Then the first gunship exploded. A single projectile, fired from the dense treetops, struck the craft in its underbelly. The blast ripped through its engines, sending it spiraling downward. It crashed into the battlefield, crushing several Zalvath beneath its wreckage. The other gunships veered, trying to evade the unseen threat, but it was too late. One by one, they were picked off midair. The humans had let them come. Let them think salvation was near. And then, as they had done since the battle began, they had torn that hope away. The remaining soldiers abandoned all sense of order. They ran, scattering in every direction, driven by pure survival instinct. But there was nowhere to go. The humans were everywhere, waiting in the shadows, striking without warning. It was no longer a battle. It was a massacre. Vereshkal fought his way through the chaos, plasma rifle blazing, trying to reach the last functional transport. A dozen soldiers followed, but only a handful made it. The rest were dragged down into the smoke, their screams cut short. He reached the ramp, turning back for one final glance at the battlefield. There was nothing left. The mighty Zalvath war machine had been reduced to ash. His fleet, his warriors, his command, all gone. Not by overwhelming force, but by something far worse. The humans had made them feel fear. had broken them before the final shot was fired. As the transport ascended, Vereshkal's communicator crackled. The same voice as before, calm, unwavering. "Run back to your empire. Tell them what you saw. Tell them why this planet is off limits. And if you ever return, we won't just hunt you." A pause. "We'll wipe you out." The transmission ended. Below, the battlefield burned, littered with the remains of his once proud force. And in the shadows, watching, waiting, the humans stood victorious. Not because they had superior numbers. Not because of their technology. But because they had been predators all along. Vereshkal froze. The voice was calm, measured, the words enunciated perfectly. There was no accent, no hesitation. It was impossible. No species had ever learned their language this quickly. Yet the humans had. "Your weapons won't save you." The whispers came from different directions, overlapping, surrounding them. The soldiers shifted uneasily, fingers tightening on their triggers. Training dictated discipline, but this was beyond anything they had prepared for. "You thought this would be easy." A gunshot. A scream. A soldier collapsed, his visor shattered. Another shot, another soldier down. The squad opened fire in every direction, but the attackers were gone before their weapons discharged. The Zalvath fired wildly, plasma bolts scorching the trees, but they hit nothing. "Every mistake costs you another life." Panic spread. Soldiers backed into one another, eyes darting in every direction. The Zalvath had never known what it meant to be afraid, but now they felt it clawing at them with every breath. A burst of movement. A blur of motion. A figure lunged from the shadows, knife flashing. Another soldier fell without a sound. Then another. The formation broke. Vereshkal roared for order, but it was too late. The discipline of his troops shattered. Some fired blindly into the darkness. Others ran, hoping to escape the suffocating trap closing around them. The whispers continued, but now they were mixed with something worse. Laughter. Cold, knowing, unhurried. The hunt was reaching its end. Vereshkal forced himself to think past the fear clawing at his mind. His forces were in complete disarray, their discipline shattered by an enemy they could not see. Every attempt to regroup ended in chaos. The humans struck with merciless efficiency, vanishing before counterattacks could be formed. Soldiers fired into the trees, hitting nothing but empty air. They were no longer fighting an army. They were being culled. He activated his command beacon, sending an emergency distress signal to the fleet in orbit. The response was immediate. Reinforcements were being mobilized. Heavy gunships would deploy within the hour. But an hour was too long. His force would not last that long. He needed to act now. Drawing on his years of experience, he made a ruthless decision. The forest was the enemy's weapon, providing cover and concealment. It had to be eliminated. He activated the incendiary charges carried by his troops, ordering them to set the entire area ablaze. Fires erupted, spreading rapidly as dry leaves and underbrush ignited. Thick smoke filled the air, rising in choking waves. The trees, once filled with unseen snipers and lurking shadows, became an inferno. For the first time, the humans were forced into the open. Silhouettes emerged through the smoke, darting between flames, avoiding direct paths. The Zalvath opened fire, plasma bolts cutting through the haze. Several targets fell, but it wasn't enough. The humans adapted instantly, shifting their tactics yet again. A sharp whistle cut through the chaos, followed by the deep thud of mortars. Explosions tore through the Zalvath ranks, sending bodies flying. The humans had anticipated the fire strategy and had prepared countermeasures. They had used the flames against them, directing the Zalvath into a kill zone. Vereshkal barely had time to process the mistake before the first wave of close-quarters attackers struck. They moved like ghosts, slipping through the gaps in the formation. Blades flashed, rifles fired at point-blank range. Zalvath warriors collapsed in rapid succession, unable to react in time. The commander raised his own weapon, firing at a shadow streaking toward him. The plasma bolt missed by a fraction. The human twisted midair, avoiding the shot, and landed in a crouch. A single motion and the human's knife was at his throat. The attack never came. The soldier paused, studying him. Vereshkal met the human's gaze, expecting hatred, fury, the savage bloodlust of a primitive warrior. Instead, he saw something far worse. Cold calculation. The expression of a predator that had already won. Then, as if hearing an unheard command, the human withdrew and disappeared into the smoke. Confusion and anger surged through Vereshkal. Why had he been spared? Why show mercy now after such a relentless slaughter? His answer came a moment later when his distress beacon flickered with an incoming transmission, not from his fleet, but from an unknown source. A human voice, calm and composed, filled his ears. "You lost the moment you set foot here. We let you run. We let you burn the forest. We let you think you had a chance. But this was never a battle. It was a lesson." Vereshkal's blood ran cold. This entire engagement had been orchestrated. The humans had controlled every moment, every move, forcing the Zalvath into predictable responses, each one leading to another defeat. They had not been fighting for survival. They had been demonstrating superiority. "You don't belong on this planet," the voice continued. "Leave while you still can." The transmission cut off. A moment later, a piercing siren echoed from the depths of the forest. It wasn't a retreat signal. It was a warning. The final stage of the hunt had begun. Vereshkal barely had time to react before the attack began. The siren was not a retreat call. It was an execution order. The humans had spent the entire engagement dismantling his army, piece by piece, waiting until the exact moment they were weakest. Now, they were delivering the final blow. Gunfire erupted from all sides. The burning forest did nothing to slow the humans down. If anything, it forced the Zalvath into tighter formations, making them easier targets. Precision shots cut through the smoke, striking weak points in armor, dropping soldiers instantly. The remaining forces fired back wildly, but every plasma bolt was wasted. The humans never stayed in one place long enough to be hit. Vereshkal watched in horror as his best warriors fell one by one. The Zalvath were trained for war, bred for conquest, yet they had never faced anything like this. The humans didn't fight with brute force. They fought with intelligence, patience, and terrifying efficiency. Every move had been planned, every counter accounted for. A roar of engines overhead signaled the arrival of the Zalvath gunships. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Heavy cannons rained down energy blasts, scorching the earth, clearing a path. Soldiers rallied, pushing forward toward the drop zone, desperate for extraction. Then the first gunship exploded. A single projectile, fired from the dense treetops, struck the craft in its underbelly. The blast ripped through its engines, sending it spiraling downward. It crashed into the battlefield, crushing several Zalvath beneath its wreckage. The other gunships veered, trying to evade the unseen threat, but it was too late. One by one, they were picked off midair. The humans had let them come. Let them think salvation was near. And then, as they had done since the battle began, they had torn that hope away. The remaining soldiers abandoned all sense of order. They ran, scattering in every direction, driven by pure survival instinct. But there was nowhere to go. The humans were everywhere, waiting in the shadows, striking without warning. It was no longer a battle. It was a massacre. Vereshkal fought his way through the chaos, plasma rifle blazing, trying to reach the last functional transport. A dozen soldiers followed, but only a handful made it. The rest were dragged down into the smoke, their screams cut short. He reached the ramp, turning back for one final glance at the battlefield. The enemy was neither seen nor heard until it was too late. Weapons had been stripped from the fallen. Wounded soldiers had vanished, their fates unknown. The humans didn't leave bodies behind. The Dominion had always operated under one principle: numerical and technological superiority ensured victory. Yet, here on Earth, numbers meant nothing. Technology had not saved them. Superior firepower had been rendered ineffective against an enemy that refused to meet them head-on. The Zalvath were accustomed to open battlefields, but the humans had turned the terrain itself into a weapon. The forest around them felt alive, shifting with unseen movement. Every branch, every shadow, every gust of wind could be an attack. Soldiers stood in rigid formations, weapons trained in all directions, yet their enemy remained invisible. They weren't dealing with an army. They were being dissected by something far more dangerous, something that understood the value of patience. A scout patrol had been sent out to secure a path for evacuation. They had left only minutes ago. Their voices crackled through the calms in hushed, panicked whispers. Then silence. Vereshkal listened, his grip tightening on his weapon. This was beyond strategy or tactics. This was psychological warfare. The humans could have eliminated them already, yet they dragged the fight out, inflicting losses slowly, methodically. They wanted the Zalvath to feel fear. A flicker of movement. A rustling in the trees. Every soldier turned, weapons aimed, but nothing was there. The silence stretched, thick with tension. Then the whispers began. Not over comms. Not in their language. In Zalvath. Spoken aloud from the darkness. "You don't belong here." Vereshkal froze. The voice was calm, measured, the words enunciated perfectly. There was no accent, no hesitation. It was impossible. No species had ever learned their language this quickly. Yet the humans had. "Your weapons won't save you." The whispers came from different directions, overlapping, surrounding them. The soldiers shifted uneasily, fingers tightening on their triggers. Training dictated discipline, but this was beyond anything they had prepared for. "You thought this would be easy." A gunshot. A scream. A soldier collapsed, his visor shattered. Another shot, another soldier down. The squad opened fire in every direction, but the attackers were gone before their weapons discharged. The Zalvath fired wildly, plasma bolts scorching the trees, but they hit nothing. "Every mistake costs you another life." Panic spread. Soldiers backed into one another, eyes darting in every direction. The Zalvath had never known what it meant to be afraid, but now they felt it clawing at them with every breath. A burst of movement. A blur of motion. A figure lunged from the shadows, knife flashing. Another soldier fell without a sound. Then another. The formation broke. Vereshkal roared for order, but it was too late. The discipline of his troops shattered. Some fired blindly into the darkness. Others ran, hoping to escape the suffocating trap closing around them. The whispers continued, but now they were mixed with something worse. Laughter. Cold, knowing, unhurried. The hunt was reaching its end. Vereshkal forced himself to think past the fear clawing at his mind. His forces were in complete disarray, their discipline shattered by an enemy they could not see. Every attempt to regroup ended in chaos. The humans struck with merciless efficiency, vanishing before counterattacks could be formed. Soldiers fired into the trees, hitting nothing but empty air. They were no longer fighting an army. They were being culled. He activated his command beacon, sending an emergency distress signal to the fleet in orbit. The response was immediate. Reinforcements were being mobilized. Heavy gunships would deploy within the hour. But an hour was too long. His force would not last that long. He needed to act now. Drawing on his years of experience, he made a ruthless decision. The forest was the enemy's weapon, providing cover and concealment. It had to be eliminated. He activated the incendiary charges carried by his troops, ordering them to set the entire area ablaze. Fires erupted, spreading rapidly as dry leaves and underbrush ignited. Thick smoke filled the air, rising in choking waves. The trees, once filled with unseen snipers and lurking shadows, became an inferno. For the first time, the humans were forced into the open. Silhouettes emerged through the smoke, darting between flames, avoiding direct paths. The Zalvath opened fire, plasma bolts cutting through the haze. Several targets fell, but it wasn't enough. The humans adapted instantly, shifting their tactics yet again. A sharp whistle cut through the chaos, followed by the deep thud of mortars. Explosions tore through the Zalvath ranks, sending bodies flying. The humans had anticipated the fire strategy and had prepared countermeasures. They had used the flames against them, directing the Zalvath into a kill zone. Vereshkal barely had time to process the mistake before the first wave of close-quarters attackers struck. They moved like ghosts, slipping through the gaps in the formation. Blades flashed, rifles fired at point-blank range. Zalvath warriors collapsed in rapid succession, unable to react in time. The commander raised his own weapon, firing at a shadow streaking toward him. The plasma bolt missed by a fraction. The human twisted midair, avoiding the shot, and landed in a crouch. A single motion and the human's knife was at his throat. The attack never came. The soldier paused, studying him. Vereshkal met the human's gaze, expecting hatred, fury, the savage bloodlust of a primitive warrior. Instead, he saw something far worse. Cold calculation. The expression of a predator that had already won. Then, as if hearing an unheard command, the human withdrew and disappeared into the smoke. Confusion and anger surged through Vereshkal. Why had he been spared? Why show mercy now after such a relentless slaughter? His answer came a moment later when his distress beacon flickered with an incoming transmission, not from his fleet, but from an unknown source. A human voice, calm and composed, filled his ears. "You lost the moment you set foot here. We let you run. We let you burn the forest. We let you think you had a chance. But this was never a battle. It was a lesson." Vereshkal's blood ran cold. This entire engagement had been orchestrated. The humans had controlled every moment, every move, forcing the Zalvath into predictable responses, each one leading to another defeat. They had not been fighting for survival. They had been demonstrating superiority. "You don't belong on this planet," the voice continued. "Leave while you still can." The transmission cut off. A moment later, a piercing siren echoed from the depths of the forest. It wasn't a retreat signal. It was a warning. The final stage of the hunt had begun. Vereshkal barely had time to react before the attack began. The siren was not a retreat call. It was an execution order. The humans had spent the entire engagement dismantling his army, piece by piece, waiting until the exact moment they were weakest. Now, they were delivering the final blow. Gunfire erupted from all sides. The burning forest did nothing to slow the humans down. If anything, it forced the Zalvath into tighter formations, making them easier targets. Precision shots cut through the smoke, striking weak points in armor, dropping soldiers instantly. The remaining forces fired back wildly, but every plasma bolt was wasted. The humans never stayed in one place long enough to be hit. Vereshkal watched in horror as his best warriors fell one by one. The Zalvath were trained for war, bred for conquest, yet they had never faced anything like this. The humans didn't fight with brute force. They fought with intelligence, patience, and terrifying efficiency. Every move had been planned, every counter accounted for. A roar of engines overhead signaled the arrival of the Zalvath gunships. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Heavy cannons rained down energy blasts, scorching the earth, clearing a path. Soldiers rallied, pushing forward toward the drop zone, desperate for extraction. Then the first gunship exploded. A single projectile, fired from the dense treetops, struck the craft in its underbelly. The blast ripped through its engines, sending it spiraling downward. It crashed into the battlefield, crushing several Zalvath beneath its wreckage. The other gunships veered, trying to evade the unseen threat, but it was too late. One by one, they were picked off midair. The humans had let them come. Let them think salvation was near. And then, as they had done since the battle began, they had torn that hope away. The remaining soldiers abandoned all sense of order. They ran, scattering in every direction, driven by pure survival instinct. But there was nowhere to go. The humans were everywhere, waiting in the shadows, striking without warning. It was no longer a battle. It was a massacre. Vereshkal fought his way through the chaos, plasma rifle blazing, trying to reach the last functional transport. A dozen soldiers followed, but only a handful made it. The rest were dragged down into the smoke, their screams cut short. He reached the ramp, turning back for one final glance at the battlefield. There was nothing left. The mighty Zalvath war machine had been reduced to ash. His fleet, his warriors, his command, all gone. Not by overwhelming force, but by something far worse. The humans had made them feel fear. Had broken them before the final shot was fired. As the transport ascended, Vereshkal's communicator crackled. The same voice as before, calm, unwavering. "Run back to your empire. Tell them what you saw. Tell them why this planet is off limits. And if you ever return, we won't just hunt you." A pause. "We'll wipe you out." The transmission ended. Below, the battlefield burned, littered with the remains of his once proud force. And in the shadows, watching, waiting, the humans stood victorious. Not because they had superior numbers. Not because of their technology. But because they had been predators all along. The Zalvath Dominion had conquered countless worlds. Their soldiers were bred for war, their technology centuries ahead of most species, and their campaigns had never known true resistance. When reports came of a small, defiant planet called Earth, High Command barely acknowledged it. The invasion was approved without concern. Humanity would fall like all the rest. Commander Vereshkal led the assault force, a regiment of elite shock troopers. His mission was simple: land, eliminate resistance, and secure the planet for integration into the Dominion. His fleet hovered in high orbit as drop ships descended into the atmosphere, targeting key locations. The first landing zone was a remote military base, isolated from major population centers. Easy prey. The drop pods struck the ground with precision, and within moments, Zalvath forces spread out, weapons raised. The base was quiet, too quiet. Vereshkal expected immediate surrender, perhaps a few scattered shots from primitive weapons. Instead, his troops barely had time to take formation before the first explosions ripped through their ranks. The humans had been waiting. Gunfire erupted from concealed positions, tearing through the exposed landing troops before they could even react. Vereshkal barked orders, trying to rally his soldiers into formation, but the humans fought with a precision and aggression he had never encountered. They didn't simply defend, they attacked. They moved fast, used cover expertly, and aimed to kill. Zalvath forces, accustomed to overwhelming lesser species with brute force, found themselves outmaneuvered at every turn. Reports flooded in, squad leaders were going silent, drop ships were being shot down, and their communications were being jammed. Vereshkal quickly realized this was no routine conquest. The humans weren't just resisting, they were counterattacking with a level of coordination that suggested years of preparation. A flanking unit sent a distress call before their feed cut to static. Moments later, another squad vanished. The pattern was clear. The humans weren't fighting in desperation. They were executing a plan. Vereshkal ordered a full retreat from the base, deciding to regroup in a nearby forested area where their sensors indicated no immediate threats. His forces pulled back under heavy fire, leaving behind scorched armor and dead soldiers. He had never lost this many troops in an opening engagement. His pride was wounded, but more than that, something about this battle felt different. As they reached the cover of the trees, a transmission crackled through the static on their stolen human frequency. A calm, almost amused voice spoke in flawless Zalvath. "They're not retreating. They're luring us in." It was the last thing Vereshkal heard before the first traps detonated. The moment the first explosion tore through the trees, panic spread through the Zalvath ranks. Soldiers dived for cover, expecting an immediate follow-up assault, but none came. Instead, the forest fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling of burning foliage and the groans of wounded troopers. Vereshkal scanned his surroundings, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. Humans should have been pressing their advantage, yet nothing moved in the dense shadows ahead. His second-in-command, Koreshvier, barked orders, rallying scattered soldiers into defensive positions. Motion sensors flickered with ghostly readings, blurry, inconsistent. The humans were here, but their exact locations remained unknown. Vereshkal activated his visor's heat signatures, expecting to see human forms, but the readings were chaotic. Bodies flickered in and out, vanishing like phantoms. Some signals led to nothing at all. He cursed. The humans were manipulating their technology, feeding false data. A strangled cry cut through the comms as a scout patrol vanished from the perimeter. No shots were fired. No alarms triggered. They were simply there one moment and gone the next. More alerts followed, each one marking a missing soldier. Fear, an emotion the Zalvath rarely experienced, crept through the ranks. They had been the hunters. Now they were the prey. Vereshkal signaled a retreat deeper into the forest, ordering tighter formations. The moment his forces moved, hell erupted. Gunfire rained down from the treetops. Muzzle flashes lit up the darkness, revealing human shapes weaving through the canopy. Snipers. Perfectly placed, synchronized, and unseen until the very moment they struck. The first wave of Zalvath fell before they even raised their weapons. "Return fire!" Koreshvier shouted, but it was useless. The humans never stayed in one place long enough. They shot, moved, and disappeared. Zalvath plasma bolts streaked through the trees, hitting nothing but bark and empty air. Then the ground assault began. Shapes darted between trees, low to the ground, barely visible. The Zalvath opened fire, expecting a full charge, but the humans never fully committed. They attacked in bursts, disappearing just as quickly. Each strike broke formations apart, disrupting coordination. The Zalvath were trained for direct engagements, but humans didn't fight like warriors. They fought like predators. Vereshkal had seen ambushes before, but this was different. There was no rhythm, no pattern to exploit. The humans adapted constantly, never attacking the same way twice. Some used suppressive fire while others closed the distance with silent blades, appearing behind his soldiers before they could react. Entire squads fell without a sound. Desperation set in. His forces needed an advantage. He ordered heavy weapons deployed, flamethrowers to clear the trees, energy mortars to collapse the canopy. But before they could be used, the human assault shifted. The snipers stopped, the distant fire ceased, and suddenly, the Zalvath were under attack from the sides. Humans had predicted the counterattack before it happened. The moment his forces prepared heavy ordnance, the ambush changed. Soldiers rushed in at close range, negating their firepower. The very weapons that were supposed to give the Zalvath the upper hand became useless. Koreshvier screamed as a combat blade drove through his side. His attacker was already gone before his body hit the ground. Vereshkal fired wildly, plasma bolts striking empty space. A shape lunged from the shadows, too fast, too precise. He barely raised his weapon before it stopped inches from his throat. A human. The soldier didn't strike. He just stood there, weapon steady, gaze locked onto Vereshkal's. For the first time, the commander saw them up close. Their armor was battered, their uniforms smeared with dirt and blood, but their eyes, they were calm. Cold. There was no hesitation, no fear, only calculation. Then, just as suddenly as he appeared, the human vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only a single whisper through the comms. "You're not fighting an army. You're being hunted." It was then that Vereshkal understood. They had already lost. Vereshkal moved through the remnants of his force, his mind racing for a solution. The battlefield had shifted beyond his control. Standard formations were useless. Traditional tactics had failed. Every attempt to adapt had been anticipated and countered before execution. He had fought countless species, broken rebellions, crushed planetary defenses, yet nothing compared to this. The humans weren't defending their planet. They were dismantling his army one soldier at a time. A cold realization settled in. This was not a desperate resistance. It was a methodical extermination. His remaining officers huddled around a hastily constructed perimeter, their expressions grim. Loss reports were staggering. Nearly half the force had been wiped out in a matter of hours, and they had no clear understanding of how. The enemy was neither seen nor heard until it was too late. Weapons had been stripped from the fallen. Wounded soldiers had vanished, their fates unknown. The humans didn't leave bodies behind. The Dominion had always operated under one principle: numerical and technological superiority ensured victory. Yet, here on Earth, numbers meant nothing. Technology had not saved them. Superior firepower had been rendered ineffective against an enemy that refused to meet them head-on. The Zalvath were accustomed to open battlefields, but the humans had turned the terrain itself into a weapon. The forest around them felt alive, shifting with unseen movement. Every branch, every shadow, every gust of wind could be an attack. Soldiers stood in rigid formations, weapons trained in all directions, yet their enemy remained invisible. They weren't dealing with an army. They were being dissected by something far more dangerous, something that understood the value of patience. A scout patrol had been sent out to secure a path for evacuation. They had left only minutes ago. Their voices crackled through the calms and hushed, panicked whispers. Then silence. Vereshkal listened, his grip tightening on his weapon. This was beyond strategy or tactics. This was psychological warfare. The humans could have eliminated them already, yet they dragged the fight out, inflicting losses slowly, methodically. They wanted the Zalvath to feel fear. A flicker of movement. A rustling in the trees. Every soldier turned, weapons aimed, but nothing was there. The silence stretched, thick with tension. Then the whispers began. Not over comms. Not in their language. In Zalvath. Spoken aloud from the darkness. "You don't belong here." Vereshkal froze. The voice was calm, measured, the words enunciated perfectly. There was no accent, no hesitation. It was impossible. No species had ever learned their language this quickly. Yet the humans had. "Your weapons won't save you." The whispers came from different directions, overlapping, surrounding them. The soldiers shifted uneasily, fingers tightening on their triggers. Training dictated discipline, but this was beyond anything they had prepared for. "You thought this would be easy." A gunshot. A scream. A soldier collapsed, his visor shattered. Another shot, another soldier down. The squad opened fire in every direction, but the attackers were gone before their weapons discharged. The Zalvath fired wildly, plasma bolts scorching the trees, but they hit nothing. "Every mistake costs you another life." Panic spread. Soldiers backed into one another, eyes darting in every direction. The Zalvath had never known what it meant to be afraid, but now they felt it clawing at them with every breath. A burst of movement. A blur of motion. A figure lunged from the shadows, knife flashing. Another soldier fell without a sound. Then another. The formation broke. Vereshkal roared for order, but it was too late. The discipline of his troops shattered. Some fired blindly into the darkness. Others ran, hoping to escape the suffocating trap closing around them. The whispers continued, but now they were mixed with something worse. Laughter. Cold, knowing, unhurried. The hunt was reaching its end. Vereshkal forced himself to think past the fear clawing at his mind. His forces were in complete disarray, their discipline shattered by an enemy they could not see. Every attempt to regroup ended in chaos. The humans struck with merciless efficiency, vanishing before counterattacks could be formed. Soldiers fired into the trees, hitting nothing but empty air. They were no longer fighting an army. They were being culled. He activated his command beacon, sending an emergency distress signal to the fleet in orbit. The response was immediate. Reinforcements were being mobilized. Heavy gunships would deploy within the hour. But an hour was too long. His force would not last that long. He needed to act now. Drawing on his years of experience, he made a ruthless decision. The forest was the enemy's weapon, providing cover and concealment. It had to be eliminated. He activated the incendiary charges carried by his troops, ordering them to set the entire area ablaze. Fires erupted, spreading rapidly as dry leaves and underbrush ignited. Thick smoke filled the air, rising in choking waves. The trees, once filled with unseen snipers and lurking shadows, became an inferno. For the first time, the humans were forced into the open. Silhouettes emerged through the smoke, darting between flames, avoiding direct paths. The Zalvath opened fire, plasma bolts cutting through the haze. Several targets fell, but it wasn't enough. The humans adapted instantly, shifting their tactics yet again. A sharp whistle cut through the chaos, followed by the deep thud of mortars. Explosions tore through the Zalvath ranks, sending bodies flying. The humans had anticipated the fire strategy and had prepared countermeasures. They had used the flames against them, directing the Zalvath into a kill zone. Vereshkal barely had time to process the mistake before the first wave of close-quarters attackers struck. They moved like ghosts, slipping through the gaps in the formation. Blades flashed, rifles fired at point-blank range. Zalvath warriors collapsed in rapid succession, unable to react in time. The commander raised his own weapon, firing at a shadow streaking toward him. The plasma bolt missed by a fraction. The human twisted midair, avoiding the shot, and landed in a crouch. A single motion and the human's knife was at his throat. The attack never came. The soldier paused, studying him. Vereshkal met the human's gaze, expecting hatred, fury, the savage bloodlust of a primitive warrior. Instead, he saw something far worse. Cold calculation. The expression of a predator that had already won. Then, as if hearing an unheard command, the human withdrew and disappeared into the smoke. Confusion and anger surged through Vereshkal. Why had he been spared? Why show mercy now after such a relentless slaughter? His answer came a moment later when his distress beacon flickered with an incoming transmission, not from his fleet, but from an unknown source. A human voice, calm and composed, filled his ears. "You lost the moment you set foot here. We let you run. We let you burn the forest. We let you think you had a chance. But this was never a battle. It was a lesson." Vereshkal's blood ran cold. This entire engagement had been orchestrated. The humans had controlled every moment, every move, forcing the Zalvath into predictable responses, each one leading to another defeat. They had not been fighting for survival. They had been demonstrating superiority. "You don't belong on this planet," the voice continued. "Leave while you still can." The transmission cut off. A moment later, a piercing siren echoed from the depths of the forest. It wasn't a retreat signal. It was a warning. The final stage of the hunt had begun. Vereshkal barely had time to react before the attack began. The siren was not a retreat call. It was an execution order. The humans had spent the entire engagement dismantling his army, piece by piece, waiting until the exact moment they were weakest. Now, they were delivering the final blow. Gunfire erupted from all sides. The burning forest did nothing to slow the humans down. If anything, it forced the Zalvath into tighter formations, making them easier targets. Precision shots cut through the smoke, striking weak points in armor, dropping soldiers instantly. The remaining forces fired back wildly, but every plasma bolt was wasted. The humans never stayed in one place long enough to be hit. Vereshkal watched in horror as his best warriors fell one by one. The Zalvath were trained for war, bred for conquest, yet they had never faced anything like this. The humans didn't fight with brute force. They fought with intelligence, patience, and terrifying efficiency. Every move had been planned, every counter accounted for. A roar of engines overhead signaled the arrival of the Zalvath gunships. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Heavy cannons rained down energy blasts, scorching the earth, clearing a path. Soldiers rallied, pushing forward toward the drop zone, desperate for extraction. Then the first gunship exploded. A single projectile, fired from the dense treetops, struck the craft in its underbelly. The blast ripped through its engines, sending it spiraling downward. It crashed into the battlefield, crushing several Zalvath beneath its wreckage. The other gunships veered, trying to evade the unseen threat, but it was too late. One by one, they were picked off midair. The humans had let them come. Let them think salvation was near. And then, as they had done since the battle began, they had torn that hope away. The remaining soldiers abandoned all sense of order. They ran, scattering in every direction, driven by pure survival instinct. But there was nowhere to go. The humans were everywhere, waiting in the shadows, striking without warning. It was no longer a battle. It was a massacre. Vereshkal fought his way through the chaos, plasma rifle blazing, trying to reach the last functional transport. A dozen soldiers followed, but only a handful made it. The rest were dragged down into the smoke, their screams cut short. He reached the ramp, turning back for one final glance at the battlefield. There was nothing left. The mighty Zalvath war machine had been reduced to ash. His fleet, his warriors, his command, all gone. Not by overwhelming force, but by something far worse. The humans had made them feel fear, had broken them before the final shot was fired. As the transport ascended, Vereshkal's communicator crackled. The same voice as before, calm, unwavering. Run back to your empire. Tell them what you saw. Tell them why this planet is off limits. And if you ever return, we won't just hunt you. A pause. We'll wipe you out. The transmission ended. Below, the battlefield burned, littered with the remains of his once proud force. And in the shadows, watching, waiting, the humans stood victorious. Not because they had superior numbers. Not because of their technology. But because they had been predators all along.
The thing about abandoned alien space stations is that they never come with a user manual, or, basic safety protocols, or even a simple note saying, hey, don't press the big red button that looks suspiciously like a self-destruct switch. Elena Martinez stood in what she assumed was the main control room of the Kraxan research station, her boots leaving footprints in the thick layer of ice crystals that covered everything. Her helmet light cut through the darkness, illuminating panels of dead screens and dormant control interfaces that hadn't seen power in what looked like years. Well, she said to no one in particular, her voice echoing in her helmet, this is what we in the professional salvage business call a complete mess. She paused, considering. Actually, that's being generous. This is what we call a disaster that someone gift-wrapped in catastrophe and topped with a bow made of pure chaos. The station hung in Europa's orbit like a forgotten Christmas ornament, all elegant curves and sweeping architecture that screamed advanced alien civilization, right up until you got close enough to see the deterioration. Elena's scanner beeped, analyzing the station's composition and structural integrity. Reading approximately 70% systems failure, she muttered, tapping through the scanner's displays. Life support minimal, power systems dormant but salvageable, and she squinted at a particularly interesting reading. What appears to be the most sophisticated research equipment I've ever seen, just sitting here collecting space dust. Because that makes perfect sense. The Kraxan were known throughout explored space as one of the most advanced species in the galaxy. They were also known for being incredibly particular about their technology. Finding one of their stations abandoned was like finding a Ferrari left in a parking lot with the keys in the ignition. Elena made her way through the control room, her magnetic boots clicking against the metal floor. Each step sent small clouds of ice crystals spinning in the zero gravity. The station's viewport offered a stunning view of Europa's icy surface below, Jupiter's massive form dominating the horizon beyond. Computer, she called out, more out of habit than expectation, run basic systems diagnostic. To her surprise, a holographic display flickered to life, though it was faint and unstable. Alien text scrolled across it, then shifted to standard English. The translation was rough, but readable. Station designation, Deep Analysis. Research Facilities 7,249. Safety Scientist decommission. Reason for abandonment. Maintenance. Costs. Accept acceptable parameters. Current system functionality, 31.2%. Maintenance costs. Elena laughed, the sound sharp in her helmet. You abandoned a multi-billion credit research station because it was expensive to maintain? She shook her head, already running calculations in her mind. Oh, honey, you have no idea what human engineers can do with duct tape and determination. Yet you also have 1,000 thunder stars out. Elena laughed thickly. She pulled up her comm unit and began recording her official salvage claim. This is Elena Martinez, licensed salvage engineer, registration number SE700. I am exercising Earth Space Salvage Act Section 47B, claiming abandoned property in deep space. Timestamp shows. She glanced at her display. 14:22 Earth Standard Time. And boy, do I have my work cut out for me. The station creaked around her, as if agreeing with her assessment. Somewhere in the distance, something that sounded expensive broke free and clattered to the floor. Elena sighed. Note to self, bring more duct tape. After 4 hours of exploring the station, Elena had discovered 3 important things. First, the Kraxon had terrible taste in interior design. Second, they had even worse organizational skills. And third, they had left in such a hurry that they'd abandoned research data that would make most scientists drool. Let me get this straight, she said, addressing the station's semi-functional AI, which she'd managed to partially reboot. You're telling me they just left because the maintenance budget was too high? The AI's response came through in a series of choppy translations. Affirmative. Station maintenance costs exceeded projected revenue by 47.3%. Standard Kraxon protocol dictates immediate withdrawal from non-profitable ventures. Elena leaned against a frost-covered console, careful not to touch any of the controls. And nobody thought to, I don't know, try fixing things more efficiently? Maybe cut down on the gold-plated toilet seats? She paused, looking at what she had assumed was a decorative wall fixture. Please tell me that's not actually a gold-plated toilet seat. That is a quantum harmonization chamber, the AI replied, almost sounding offended, though its efficiency could be improved by 82% with basic maintenance. Of course it could, Elena muttered, making notes on her tablet. Because heaven forbid anyone do basic maintenance in this place. All right, show me the abandonment logs. The holographic display flickered to life again, showing a series of what appeared to be very official-looking documents. Elena's translation software worked overtime, converting the flowing Kraxon script into English. Notice of abandonment. By order of the High Council of Scientific Resource Management, station turned 649 is hereby declared non-viable due to excessive maintenance requirements, inefficient energy consumption. Away, the unacceptable staff complaints about cold temperatures, Bose required replacement of 147 quantum harmonization chambers. All personnel are ordered to evacuate within 1 standard rotation. Member rotation? Elena whistled. They evacuated this entire research station in 1 day? No wonder everything's such a mess. She scrolled through more documents, each more ridiculous than the last. And look at these salvage rights forms. They literally signed away ownership to, and I quote, any entity foolish enough to waste resources on this maintenance nightmare. She pulled up the Earth Space Salvage Act guidelines on her tablet, grinning as she read through the requirements. Well, would you look at that? Everything's in order. All I need to do is file the claim, prove I can maintain the station, and... She gestured at the frozen room around her. This whole maintenance nightmare becomes my maintenance nightmare. The AI crackled. Query, are you suggesting you intend to restore this facility? Oh, honey. Elena patted the nearest console, brushing off frost. I'm going to do more than restore it. I'm going to show the Kraxon what happens when you give a human engineer a challenge and unlimited access to spare parts. He weighs. She spent the next 2 hours meticulously documenting everything, taking photos, recording sensor readings, and filing enough paperwork to make even a Kraxon bureaucrat proud. The claim would be processed within 72 hours, assuming no other salvage teams tried to contest it. "Computer," she called out, packing up her survey gear, "how do you feel about the name Bob?" "Wary? Bob? Yeah, Bob. If I'm going to fix this place up, you need a proper name. Something less formal than Station AI serial number whatever." There was a long pause followed by, "Designation Bob accepted. Though I must inform you that my serial number is actually Yoke." "Yame." "Nope," Elena interrupted, grinning. "You're Bob now, and Bob, we have a lot of work to do." She took one last look around the control room, already making mental lists of supplies she'd need. Somewhere in the distance, another expensive-sounding thing broke free and crashed to the floor. "Make that a lot of work," she amended. "And definitely more duct tape." 6 months later, "Bob, remind me again why the Kraxon thought it was a good idea to run plasma conduits through the coffee maker?" Elena hung upside down in the maintenance shaft, her magnetic boots locked to what she had designated as the ceiling, though in zero gravity that distinction was purely psychological. Sweat beaded on her forehead despite the environmental controls she'd managed to restore last month. "The device you refer to as a coffee maker," Bob responded, his voice now much clearer after 3 months of communications system repairs, "is actually a molecular reconstruction unit for producing specialized research chemicals." "Well, now it's a coffee maker," Elena grunted, carefully disconnecting another crystalline power coupling. "And a pretty good one, once I rewired it to stop trying to analyze my caffeine intake as a potential biochemical weapon." The past 6 months had been a crash course in alien engineering, human ingenuity, and the universal truth that no matter how advanced a civilization became, they still couldn't write decent maintenance documentation. Elena had filled 3 tablets with notes, diagrams, and increasingly creative curses in multiple languages. "Warning," Bob announced. "Accessing that system without proper Kraxon authorization codes may result in..." A shower of sparks erupted from the panel, and Elena quickly sealed it with a patch of high-tech space-grade repair tape, which looked suspiciously like duct tape painted silver. "May result in that," she finished, checking her handiwork. "But look on the bright side, Bob. Now we can redirect that power to something useful, like keeping the gravity plating running in more than just the bathroom." "I still fail to understand why you prioritized artificial gravity in the recreation area over the primary research labs," Bob commented, his tone carrying what Elena swore was a hint of judgment. Elena pushed off from the ceiling, floating gracefully toward another access panel. "Because, my digital friend, humans need a place to relax, and it's really hard to relax when your coffee cup keeps floating away." She paused, considering. "Though I have to admit, anti-grav table tennis was pretty fun." The station had slowly come back to life under Elena's care. The primary systems were now running at 78% efficiency. Not bad, considering she'd had to improvise half the replacement parts. The Kraxon's obsession with using exotic materials for simple tasks had forced her to get creative. "Daily log update," she announced as Bob began recording. "Day 182 of renovation. Finally rerouted power from the unnecessary quantum harmonization chambers. Seriously, who needs 47 of those? To establish stable environmental controls throughout the habitable sections. Replace the overcomplicated atmospheric processors with standard human models. They're not as elegant, but they actually work, which is a nice change of pace." She pulled herself through a doorway into what she'd converted into a proper living quarter. The room was a strange blend of ultra-advanced alien technology and practical human comforts. A holographic display showing station diagnostics hung next to a poster of cats hanging from tree branches with the caption, "Hang in there." "Also," she continued, "finally figured out why the station was consuming so much power. Turns out the Kraxon's idea of energy efficiency was to throw more power at a problem until it went away. I've reduced consumption by 60% just by implementing basic power management protocols. She grinned. Take that, Mr. Maintenance costs exceed acceptable parameters. Bob's avatar flickered to life on a nearby screen. Elena had modified his visual interface to show a simple smiley face that changed expressions. Currently, it looked concerned. Elena, I feel compelled to inform you that your modifications, while effective, deviate significantly from standard Kraxon engineering principles. Bob, my sweet summer child, Elena replied, pulling out her tablet to check the next day's repair schedule. That's exactly why they're working. Sometimes the best solution isn't the most advanced one. Sometimes you just need a wrench and some common sense. The station creaked around them, but now it was the healthy sound of a well-maintained structure adjusting to temperature changes, not the ominous groaning of imminent collapse. Besides, she added, floating toward her jury-rigged but perfectly functional coffee maker, I'd say increasing efficiency by 200% while cutting operating costs by 80% proves my point. The Kraxon overthought everything. They were so focused on perfection that they forgot about practicality. She was about to take a sip of her coffee when Bob's avatar suddenly shifted to an alert expression. Elena, I'm detecting an incoming vessel. Kraxon energy signature. The coffee cup froze halfway to her lips. Well, she said after a moment, this should be interesting. Bob, be a dear and pull up all our salvage documentation. Something tells me we're about to have company, and they're not going to be happy about what we've done to their quantum harmonization chambers. The Kraxon diplomatic vessel was exactly what Elena expected. Sleek, overdone, and probably running at 30% efficiency. It gleamed against the backdrop of Europa's icy surface, all polished curves and unnecessary decorative flourishes that served no practical purpose except to scream, "We're fancy." Bob, please tell me you've got those salvage documents ready, Elena said, straightening her jumpsuit. She'd considered changing into something more formal but decided against it. If they wanted to see the station's engineer, they'd get the station's engineer, coffee stains and all. All documentation is prepared and verified, Bob replied, though I feel compelled to inform you that your current attire does not meet Kraxon diplomatic standards. Neither does their abandoned station maintenance record, Elena muttered, watching as the ship docked with an almost insulting precision. Let's see how they like what we've done with the place. The airlock cycled, and Elena put on her best welcome to my salvage station smile as 3 Kraxon officials entered. They were tall, elegant creatures with iridescent scales and expressions that suggested they'd just smelled something unpleasant. Their environmental suits looked like they cost more than Elena's entire salvage operation. Greetings, the leader said, their translator rendering the words in slightly stilted English. I am High Inspector Zex Kahl of the Kraxon Scientific Resource Management Council. You are the human who has illegally occupied our research facility? Elena's smile didn't waver. Elena Martinez, licensed salvage engineer and legal owner of this station under Earth-Space Salvage Act Section 47B. Welcome to Research Station Bob. Would you like some coffee? All 3 Kraxon visibly recoiled at the station's new name. Zekkal's scales shifted to a deeper blue, a sign Elena's translator helpfully identified as extreme distress. This is outrageous, the second Kraxon official sputtered. You've completely violated the sanctity of our quantum harmonization chambers. Oh, you mean the ones that were eating up 40% of the station's power for no reason? Elena gestured to her tablet. I've got the efficiency reports right here. Also your abandonment documentation. The ones where you literally signed away the station to, what was it again, Bob? Any entity foolish enough to waste resources on this maintenance nightmare, Bob quoted cheerfully. Elena had definitely been a good influence on his personality subroutines. This is unprecedented, the third Kraxon official said, looking around in horror at Elena's modifications. You've replaced our molecular reconstruction units with... With coffee makers, Elena supplied helpfully. Much more efficient, and they actually work now. Zexcal drew themselves up to their full height, nearly brushing the ceiling. We demand immediate restoration of this facility to Kraxon control. Your primitive modifications have increased overall efficiency by 200%, while cutting operating costs by 80%. Elena interrupted, pulling up the statistics. But hey, if you want to file a formal complaint, I've got all the paperwork right here. Fair warning though, Earth bureaucracy makes Kraxon paperwork look like a children's coloring book. The officials huddled together, speaking in rapid Kraxon that Elena's translator couldn't quite keep up with. She caught phrases like impossible efficiency ratings and complete disregard for proper protocols. And her personal favorite, where did all the quantum harmonization chambers go? Finally, Zexcal turned back to her, scales now an interesting shade of purple. This situation will require extensive review by the High Council. Until then, we will need to inspect every modification you've made to the station. Elena grinned. Of course, let's start with the coffee makers. I'm sure you'll find them fascinating. Bob, why don't you give our guests the full tour? Don't forget to show them the anti-grav recreation room. Thanks. With pleasure, Elena, Bob replied, and she could have sworn he was smiling in his own digital way. Shall I include the detailed efficiency reports for each modification? Every single one, Bob. Every single one. The thing about interstellar legal battles is that they make regular court proceedings look like a game of rock, paper, scissors. 2 weeks after the Kraxon's arrival, Elena found herself in the middle of what could only be described as a bureaucratic circus. Let me get this straight, Maya Chen, Elena's Earth-based lawyer, said via holographic link. They're claiming that their abandonment documentation isn't valid because it was filed on a Tuesday? Elena sipped her coffee, watching as another fleet of media ships arrived at the station's observation distance. Apparently, Kraxon legal documents can only be filed on days ending in AK. I'm not making this up. Reflectively, she stepped back, measuring the woman through the shade of the window. Maya shuffled through her documents, her hologram flickering slightly. Well, they filed it on Tuesday, March 15th, Earth time, which according to the Galactic Standard Calendar Converter was... Hold on. She grinned. Thorsdak in the Kraxon calendar. Their own dating system proves they filed it correctly. I believe, Bob chimed in, that would be what humans call a gotcha moment. Majo sighed. The Kraxon legal team had taken over one of the station's conference rooms, filling it with holographic displays of regulations and precedents from a dozen different species. Their lead counsel, a particularly pompous individual named Vex Tour, had spent the last 3 days trying to prove that Elena's coffee makers violated at least 7 interstellar safety protocols. Additionally, Bob continued, displaying another document, I have compiled extensive evidence that the station's current efficiency ratings exceed all Kraxon operational standards. Elena's modifications have resulted in a 43% increase in research capabilities, despite using what they refer to as primitive human engineering. Elena watched as another media report flashed across her screen. The story had caught the galaxy's attention. Human engineer improves abandoned alien tech. Kraxon demands return of damaged property. They're just embarrassed, Maya said, sorting through more documents. The latest polls show 67% of galactic citizens side with you. Turns out lots of species have had issues with overcomplicated Kraxon technology. You're becoming something of a folk hero. Wonderful, Elena muttered. All I wanted was a salvage project and decent coffee. Now I'm in the middle of an interstellar incident. The station's comm system chimed. Elena, Bob announced. Ambassador Krickstall of the Kraxon High Council requests an immediate meeting. They appear to be agitated. Rian, aren't they agitated? Elena stood, straightening her jumpsuit. Maya, stand by. Bob, pull up all the efficiency reports. And maybe brew a fresh pot of coffee. Something tells me we're going to need it. The meeting room was tense enough to make Elena wish she'd installed those quantum harmonization chambers after all. Ambassador Crickstall sat rigidly across from her, flanked by a team of advisors whose scales were cycling through various shades of distress. Engineer Martinez, the ambassador began, this situation has become untenable. Your modifications to our technology, Morgan gave him a look that said he liked it, have made it work better, Elena interrupted, sliding over her tablet. Here's the latest data. Power efficiency up, research output up, maintenance costs down, coffee quality dramatically improved. One of the advisors made a choking sound at the last point. Furthermore, Bob added, displaying a series of charts, I have documented 2347 instances where Elena's modifications have prevented system failures that would have occurred under the original Kraxon configurations. The ambassador's scales shifted to a deep purple. The High Council is prepared to offer compensation for your efforts. Name your price. Elena leaned back, a small smile playing at her lips. Actually, I have a better idea. One that might save both your pride and my coffee makers. The media ships outside the station continued to circle, their cameras recording what would soon become one of the most interesting negotiations in recent galactic history. And somewhere in the background, a perfectly maintained coffee maker burbled contentedly, proving that sometimes the simplest solutions were the best ones. It started with an alert from one of Elena's jury-rigged sensor arrays, the ones she'd cobbled together from spare parts and what used to be 3 redundant quantum harmonization chambers. Elena, Bob's voice carried an unusual note of excitement. I'm detecting significant biological activity in Europa's subsurface ocean. The readings are extraordinary. Elena looked up from her latest legal brief, interest peaked. Define extraordinary, Bob. The simplified sensors you installed are picking up signs of complex organic structures that the original Kraxon equipment missed. Your primitive modifications appear to have accidentally created a more effective detection system. The room fell silent. Ambassador Crickstall, who had been in the middle of another lengthy speech about Kraxon technological superiority, froze mid-gesture. Show me, Elena and the ambassador said simultaneously. Bob projected a holographic display of Europa's ocean depths. Where the Kraxon's original sensors had shown only basic chemical signatures, Elena's cobbled-together system revealed intricate patterns of life, vast networks of organisms, unlike anything in Earth's oceans. Well, Elena said slowly, that explains why you built a research station here in the first place. You were looking for exactly this, weren't you? The ambassador's scales had gone an interesting shade of gray. Impossible. Our sensors were the most advanced in the galaxy. They showed nothing of this complexity. Yes, about that. Elena pulled up the technical specifications. Your senses were so focused on quantum-level precision that they completely missed the macro scale. Like trying to count individual trees while missing the entire forest. She grinned. Sometimes you need to step back and look at the bigger picture. One of the Kraxon scientists had begun frantically analyzing the data, their scales flickering between colors so rapidly it was making Elena dizzy. The human is correct, they announced, sounding pained. Our original sensors were oversensitive. By simplifying the detection array, she accidentally created a more effective observation system for large-scale biological patterns. Tante, Elena leaned back in her chair, enjoying the moment perhaps a bit too much. So, let me get this straight. You abandoned this station because of maintenance costs, thinking it was worthless. I fixed it up, made it actually work, and in the process discovered exactly what you were looking for in the first place. I believe, Bob added helpfully, this would be an excellent moment to discuss revised ownership terms. The ambassador's advisor whispered something urgent in Kraxon. Elena's translator caught fragments about public relations disaster, and unprecedented embarrassment. There's an easy solution here, Elena said, taking pity on the increasingly distressed aliens. One that saves face for everyone involved. She pulled up a proposal she'd been working on just in case something like this happened. Joint Research Initiative, shared credit for the discovery. You get access to the biological data you've been looking for, and I keep running the station my way. Plus, she added with a grin, I'll even teach your maintenance crews how to actually fix things instead of just replacing them. The Kraxan officials huddled together, speaking in rapid whispers. Finally, the ambassador turned back to her. Your proposal is not entirely unreasonable, they admitted, though we would require certain conditions. Let me guess, Elena said. You want me to reinstall at least one quantum harmonization chamber? For old time's sake, the ambassador's scales flickered briefly to a shade her translator identified as embarrassed amusement. Perhaps, they conceded, we could learn something from human efficiency after all. 3 months later, no. Elena watched in horror as the Kraxan maintenance trainee reached for yet another replacement part. You don't need to replace the entire power coupling. Just clean the connector and recalibrate it. The trainee, a young Kraxan named Tix Ven, looked at her with an expression of pure confusion. But the manual states that any component showing less than 99.9% efficiency must be replaced immediately, Fall told her partner. The manual also says you need 47 quantumization chambers, Elena replied, taking the expensive replacement part from their hands. Sometimes manuals are wrong. Watch. With practiced ease, she pulled out her toolkit, a mix of standard human tools and modified Kraxan equipment, and began cleaning the power coupling. The other maintenance trainees gathered around, their scales shifting through various shades of fascination and disbelief. See? She held up the now functioning component. Good as new, and it cost about 1/10,000th of what a replacement would have. Most efficient, Bob commented from a nearby display. Though I feel compelled to note that this method does not appear in any Kraxan maintenance documentation. That's because, came Ambassador Crixtol's voice from the doorway, we never considered that maintenance could be creative. Elena turned to see the ambassador entering the maintenance bay, looking far more relaxed than they had 3 months ago. The Joint Research Initiative had been a spectacular success, with both human and Kraxan scientists making breakthrough discoveries about Europa's oceanic life forms. The High Council has reviewed the latest efficiency reports, the ambassador continued. They are impressed, though some members are still struggling with your refusal to reinstall at least some of the quantum harmonization chambers. I kept one, Elena said defensively. It makes great mood lighting in the recreation room. The station had evolved into something unique in the galaxy, a perfect blend of Kraxan technology and human practicality. The research labs were producing better data than ever, the maintenance costs had stabilized at a fraction of their original levels, and the coffee was exceptional. The media is calling it the Martinez method, the ambassador said, examining a nearby display showing the latest biological readings from Europa's depths. Several other Kraxan facilities are requesting similar consultations. The system realized their disquiet. Elena nearly dropped her wrench. They what? It seems, Bob chimed in, sounding amused, that your reputation for improving Kraxan technology has spread. There are currently 147 requests for your services from various Kraxan research installations. Though, the ambassador added quickly, seeing Elena's expression, we would prefer you focus on training others in your methods, rather than personally rebuilding every station in Kraxan space. Elena looked around at her maintenance trainees, who were still staring at the cleaned power coupling like it was some kind of miracle. You know what? That might actually be fun. But I have conditions. Of course you do. The The ambassador's scales flickered with what Elena had learned was their version of a resigned smile. First, every station gets a proper coffee maker. Second, no more replacing parts that can be fixed. And third, she grinned, Bob gets admin access to all station AIs. They could use some personality upgrades. I would be happy to assist my fellow AIs in developing a more efficient sense of humor, Bob said. The ambassador's scales went through several interesting color changes before settling on a shade that Elena's translator helpfully identified as amused acceptance. The High Council will probably need several meetings to process this request, they said, though I suspect they will agree. Your methods, while unconventional, have proven most effective. Speaking of effective, Elena said, turning back to her trainees, who wants to learn how to optimize a molecular reconstruction unit to make the perfect cup of coffee? As the young Kraxan engineers gathered eagerly around her, Elena couldn't help but smile. Sometimes, the best way to bridge the gap between advanced alien civilization and human ingenuity was one repaired power coupling and one perfect cup of coffee at a time. Bob, she called out, start the training log. Lesson 1, why duct tape is your new best friend. She finished homework in private and was happy to start her day. Recording, Bob replied cheerfully, though I feel compelled to note that referring to high tensile repair adhesive as duct tape may cause some cultural confusion. Trust me, Bob, Elena said, pulling out a fresh roll of silver tape. Some things are universal.
At Starbound, we tell stories the human way, not with artificial voices or AI slop. In the end, what's HFY without humanity? Subscribe to keep it this way. My name's Aurum. Let's begin. The Archon expected a plea for mercy. Alistair Finch had come to deliver an invoice. The air on the bridge of the Pax Imperia was sterile, scrubbed of personality by industrial-grade filters, leaving only the base hum of the life support systems and the olfactory signature of absolute authority. A scent like cold, ionized air particles and polished metal. At the heart of this oppressive quiet stood Alistair Finch. He was flanked by a dozen Dorn Praetorians, living statues whose very stillness implied a lethal potential. But he paid them no mind. His focus was entirely on the figure seated on the elevated command throne. Supreme Archon Castian of the Dorn hegemony was a portrait of serene power. His long, pale face, framed by the severe cut of his dark hair, was a mask of placid control. His dark robes, woven with filaments that seemed to swallow the light, flowed around him like solidified shadow. Beside the throne, a gaunt aide named Kalis shifted his weight. His anxiety was a jarring, discordant note in the bridge's carefully orchestrated symphony of power.
Archon, with respect, receiving him on the bridge is unorthodox,
Kalis murmured, his voice a dry whisper that barely carried over the ambient hum.
A secure sub-level chamber, as per containment procedure, would be more appropriate.
Castian did not turn his head. His eyes remained fixed on the swirling nebula displayed on the main view screen. A faint, condescending smile touched his lips, a minute smile that Kalis knew was the equivalent of a contemptuous laugh.
Precisely, Kalis. Let the child from the messy, loud little species see the very heart of the hegemony. Let him be surrounded by the instruments of our dominance. It will awe him into a more compliant posture.
He looked at Alistair, the look of a biologist observing a peculiar new insect, interesting for its novelty, but ultimately insignificant. Alistair Finch met that gaze. He offered a smile that didn't reach his eyes. A polite, social gesture, entirely at odds with the crushing weight of the room. He inclined his head slightly, a movement that could have been interpreted as deference, but felt more like appraisal. His voice, when he spoke, was as casual as if he were commenting on the view from the nebula outside, each word perfectly enunciated and delivered with a calm that was either an act of supreme foolishness or unbreakable confidence. Archon, per the articles of first contact, I have been sent to formally discuss the terms of your surrender regarding your administration of the Silent Plague. The hum of the life support suddenly seemed deafening in the vacuum of sound that followed. Aide Kalis made a wet gasp, and his face drained of all color, becoming a waxy beige canvas of pure terror. The Praetorians, their discipline honed over generations of unwavering obedience, remained motionless. Yet Alistair could feel the change in the air, the coiled, imminent violence. They were triggers, waiting for a finger to twitch. But the only reaction that mattered was the one on the throne. The Archon's mask of placid control shattered for a single, glorious microsecond. Then, just as quickly, the mask was back in place, harder and colder than before. His voice was a low, dangerous command, a vibration of contained fury that resonated in the deck plates. Triple security. The private chamber Castian chose for their discussion was a weapon in its own right. It was a vast, circular room walled in dark wood from a long-dead world, polished to a mirror sheen, but treated with a material that seemed to drink the light, creating a sense of infinite, claustrophobic depth. Alistair, meanwhile, had been directed to a single, brutally uncomfortable chair in the center of the room, its design clearly intended to foster unease. He remained standing, hands clasped casually behind his back. 6 Praetorians now stood guard, 3 on either side of the only door, their presence turning the opulent room into a cage. "The Silent Plague," Castian said, his voice once again as smooth as poisoned silk. He turned slowly, a look of profound disappointment etched onto his features. "A rather dramatic turn of phrase. You humans have a flair for the theatrical, but your species has been on the galactic stage for, what, a century? You are children, playing with concepts that lie far beyond your species' grasp." "We grasp data, Archon," Alistair replied, his tone still maddeningly level. He finally turned from the sculpture, his gaze direct. "And the data is unequivocal. We analyzed the patent filings, artistic grants, and new philosophical treatises from the last 500 years across all 73 of your client races. The pattern is stark." "Correlation is not causation," Castian scoffed, taking a step closer, his robes whispering across the polished floor. "We brought peace. We brought stability. We ended centuries of pointless conflict. Is it so surprising that in a society free from the terror of war, the frantic, desperate scrabbling for innovation would mellow?" "It didn't mellow, Archon. It flatlined," Alistair said, his voice hardening almost imperceptibly. "A 99.8% reduction in all metrics of creativity, ambition, and cultural dynamism, occurring within a single generation of joining your hegemony. Lobotomized." Castian's aide, Kalis, stepped forward, his face pale and slick with a film of cold sweat. "Archon, I must urge caution. Remember the Griffon incident." Castian waved a dismissive hand, cutting him off without a glance. "The Griffon incident was a parlor trick. They crashed the financial markets with a frivolous, self-replicating data packet. An annoyance, nothing more.
This human stands on my flagship, unarmed and alone. He is posturing, attempting to leverage a statistical anomaly into a weapon. It is a bluff born of desperation. He fixed his gaze on Alistair again, his eyes like chips of obsidian. You have no proof, only statistics, innuendo. You have nothing. Alistair met his gaze without blinking. You're right. Statistics can be argued. Theories can be dismissed. He paused, letting the silence stretch, forcing the Archon to wait. But physical evidence is more troublesome. For instance, the schematics for a very specific type of resonant frequency modulator, the kind you use to broadcast the plague's mimetic signal across subspace. The Archon's jaw tightened, a small, hard knot of muscle bunching beneath his ear. Schematics can be forged. They can, Alistair agreed pleasantly. But it's harder to forge the actual physical device, especially when it's delivered by a high-ranking Uldani defector who personally stole it from a broadcast relay on Athelios 9. Kalis took an involuntary step back, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple and disappearing into the high collar of his uniform. Castian's composure finally began to fray at the edges, his voice losing its silken quality and taking on a sharper, metallic edge. Lies, desperate fabrications from a desperate species clinging to relevance. Is it? Alistair tilted his head. I understand your skepticism, so let's conduct a small experiment to demonstrate the veracity of my dead man's switch. Just a taste. He glanced at a chronometer on the wall, a disk of liquid metal that displayed time with unerring accuracy. Approximately 1 minute ago, a single, heavily encrypted data packet was delivered to the primary server of the Hyperion News Conglomerate, a very reputable, very curious, and very widely read organization. The file is titled Hegemony Pacification Statistics, Uldan Prime. It's a lovely data set, full of charts. Very damning charts. He reached into his breast pocket and produced a thin, metallic card, no thicker than a piece of paper. He slid it across the polished floor. It glided silently, spinning slowly, before coming to a stop a few feet from the Archon's boots. That is the decryption key, Alistair said. You have 5 minutes to use your private channels to contact Hyperion, verify the file's existence, and confirm the key works. If you do not, or if you try to interfere with my person or my team in any way, my next scheduled check-in will fail. And when it fails, the rest of the data, including those pesky modulator schematics and Borask's full sworn testimony, goes public to every news agency, government, and rogue hacking collective from here to the Galactic Rim. Your call, Archon. The clock is ticking. Castian stared at the card on the floor as if it were a venomous snake coiled to strike. His mind, a mechanism trained for absolute control, was racing, processing the variables Alistair had just introduced, variables that defied his every calculation. The human wasn't threatening war. He couldn't. He was threatening something far worse. The truth. And he had constructed the threat with such elegant, vicious simplicity that to ignore it was as dangerous as to acknowledge it. With a look of pure, unadulterated loathing, Castian snapped his fingers, the sound like a pistol shot in the silent room. Kalis, get that key. Verify it, now.
Confined to a guest suite that was opulent to the point of absurdity, Alistair stood by a window identical to the one in the Archon's chamber. He knew every inch of the room was monitored, every sound recorded, every thermal fluctuation analyzed. They were looking for transmitters, weapons, contraband thoughts. They would find nothing. His guards, now a full squad of 12 Praetorians, stood rigidly outside his door, their forms unmoving but their helmeted heads constantly scanning. A gilded cage, but a cage nonetheless. Alistair raised his left hand and casually rubbed his knuckles, as if working out a cramp from the tension of the day. His thumb pressed down firmly on the largest knuckle of his index finger. A simple, innocuous movement. No one would ever suspect that beneath the skin, nestled against the bone, was a microscopic paired particle communicator. It was a niche Terran technology, a communication system the Dorn had dismissed as a novelty during their initial assessment of human capabilities. It was too low bandwidth for any real data transfer and required a paired device to be created in the same state, making it useless for large-scale military networks. They were right. It was useless for sending battle plans or schematics, but it was perfect for sending a single bit of information. On or off. Yes or no. Go. The communicator drew no power that could be detected, emitted no radiation that could be scanned. It simply altered the spin state of its paired twin, light years away across the gulf of space. It was a message sent via the very fabric of reality, a whisper carried on the currents of the universe, utterly invisible to the hegemony's electromagnetic jammers and comprehensive sensor sweeps. They were looking for a shout and missed the message that was already on the other side of the galaxy. Alistair dropped his hand and walked over to the suite's lavishly stocked bar. He poured himself a glass of water, his expression placid, almost bored. The first move was made. Now it was time for the chaos to answer. The Stray Comet was not a pretty ship. It was a cobbled-together monstrosity, a Class 4 orbital garbage hauler that had been gutted and rebuilt so many times it was less a single vessel and more a flying testament to desperation and ingenuity. It currently sat nestled in the densest part of a planetary ring's debris field, its hull plating scarred, mismatched, and chemically treated to perfectly mimic the albedo of the surrounding junk. Inside, the cockpit was a chaotic nest of exposed wiring, mismatched consoles from half a dozen manufacturers, and the lingering metallic odor of overstressed power conduits and stale caffeine. Yokasta Glitch Nowak saw the signal on a tiny, custom-built monitor tucked away beneath her main console. A single light on the display, which had been a steady, ominous red for the past 3 hours, blinked once and turned a brilliant, vibrant green. She let out a whoop that echoed through the small ship, slamming both palms down on her console with a percussive clap.
Bingo! The big, beautiful madman did it! Alistair's caged and the light is green!
She yelled to the ship's only other occupant.
It's go time, big guy!
In the crammed space behind the pilot's seat, Borask sat cross-legged on the deck plating. He was an Uldani, a species known across the galaxy for their placid demeanor, their quiet obedience, their complete lack of ambition. But Borask was an anomaly, a statistical error in the hegemony's grand equation. He was immense, a mountain of muscle and bone forged in the low-gravity, high-radiation environment of a deep space mining colony, a place where the hegemony's mimetic broadcast was too weak to fully penetrate. When he was reintegrated with his people as a young adult, the full force of the silent plague had washed over him. But instead of succumbing, his mind, already formed and hardened, recoiled. He had spent the next 30 years of his life faking it. 30 years of suppressing every instinct, every ambition, every spark of rage. 30 years wearing a mask of docility, while a volcano of fury churned within him, the pressure building with every passing day, every casual insult, every patronizing glance from a Dorn overseer. At Glitch's shout, his eyes snapped open. They were dark, intelligent, and blazing with an intensity that would have terrified any Dorn who saw them. The pressure he held in check was a physical force, a density in the air that seemed to press on the hull plates. The mask was gone.
"The time for patience is over,"
he rumbled, his voice a low bass note that vibrated through the deck, a sound like tectonic plates grinding together. Glitch grinned, her fingers already a blur across her keyboard, coaxing life into dormant systems. Her face was illuminated by the green glow of a dozen hostile intrusion displays coming to life.
Patience is for suckers and statues. I've got a planet-sized tyrant machine to prank call.
She cracked her knuckles, a loud snapping sound that echoed in the tight confines of the cockpit.
All right, you pompous Dorn pricks. Let's go rattle the bars.
The first sign of trouble on the bridge of the Pax Imperia was subtle. The main chronometer, a symbol of Dorn discipline, flickered. For the barest fraction of a second, it displayed the time as it would be 3 days from now. Then it snapped back. The officer on duty noted it, filed a low-priority diagnostic request, and thought nothing more of it. That was Glitch's polite cough before kicking down the door. Then she kicked. A brute force assault would have been clumsy, a battering ram against a fortress. Her attack was a toxin introduced into the ship's bloodstream. She didn't try to break the ship's primary firewall. Instead, she slipped in through the neglected, low-security network that managed the crew's personal amenities. She'd found the vulnerability weeks ago, hidden in the ordering system for the officers' mess hall. Apparently, no one had ever considered the catastrophic potential of a weaponized appetizer menu. From that tiny foothold, she swarmed through the ship's secondary systems like a virus. She desynchronized the internal chronometers by microseconds at first, then by entire seconds. Alarms for shift changes rang at random intervals, sowing confusion and irritation. An officer would glance at his datapad, see it was time for his duty cycle, and arrive on the bridge to find the person he was relieving insisting he was an hour early, leading to quiet, simmering arguments that chipped away at the ship's rigid order. Logistical schedules for cargo and maintenance became gibberish. The ship, a model of interlocking schedules and automated responses where no energy was ever wasted, began to stumble over its own feet.
Okay, baby, let's turn up the heat.
Glitch muttered, her eyes wide with exhilaration. She called her own ship baby, but the Pax Imperia systems were her new favorite toy. She dove into the armory network. She didn't disable weapons, that would be too obvious and trigger immediate high-level alerts. Instead, she subtly altered the ammunition counts in the heads-up displays of the Praetorians' helmets. A guard standing watch would glance down and see his rifle's ammo counter read 9 when he knew he had a full clip. Another's would read 248. Doubt, a corrosive and unfamiliar emotion for a Dorn soldier, began to creep in. A tiny seed of uncertainty planted in the most disciplined minds in the galaxy. Next, the comms. She didn't cut them. She flooded them. Tactical channels, normally reserved for clipped, precise orders, filled with a chaotic cacophony. Snippets of ancient Terran opera, the frantic hollering of auctioneers from a forgotten market world, the screeching mating call of a glyptodon, and, for good measure, the same cheerful, idiotic vid clip of a feline playing a keyboard that had crashed the Hegemony Stock Exchange. Its maddeningly simple tune a counterpoint to the growing panic. On the bridge, Archon Castian watched his world descend into chaos.
Report!
He snarled, his voice cutting through a sudden deafening blast of jaunty sea shanties.
Comms are compromised, Archon!
An officer shouted, his hands flying over his console in a desperate attempt to regain control.
Navigational systems are fluctuating. The armory is reporting phantom weapons discharged across half the ship. Castian's gaze snapped to the main holographic map. A new alert was flashing, a crimson icon pulsing insistently. A major security breach. Not digital, physical. In Maintenance Corridor 13 Gamma, near the diplomatic guest suites. Borask stood before the reinforced bulkhead of the Maintenance Corridor. He had used a plasma cutter from the Stray Comet's toolkit to score a deep line in the metal. That was just to weaken it. The real tool was the rage he had held in check for 3 decades, a reservoir of pure, focused fury. He took a deep breath, and for the first time in his adult life, he didn't push the fury down. He let it rise. He welcomed it, a torrent, a tidal wave, a supernova of righteous vengeance. It filled his mind, burned in his veins, and tightened every muscle in his colossal frame. The dam of his self-control didn't just break, it was obliterated. He roared. The sound that tore from his throat had no component of pain or fear. It was the sound of a lock shattering, of a chain breaking. The pure auditory shape of liberation. It was a primeval, earth-shattering bellow that echoed through the metal corridors, a sound no Dorn had ever heard from an Uldani. He lowered his shoulder and charged. The impact was cataclysmic. The weakened alloy screamed, buckled, and tore from its moorings with a shriek of tortured metal. Borask burst through the wall in a shower of sparks and shattered plating. He didn't slow. He was a force of nature, a living battering ram of stolen potential made manifest. The first 2 Praetorians outside Alistair's suite turned just in time to see the Uldani behemoth thundering toward them, a creature from a nightmare they never knew they could have. They raised their rifles, their movements clumsy with shock. Borask crashed into them, sending them flying like discarded dolls, their armor clattering against the far wall. He ripped the door to the suite from its hinges with a single, powerful tug. He hurled it down the hall. It smashed into the responding security team, a spinning shield of metal that created a brief, violent pocket of chaos. A crash of metal, a scatter of bodies. He was a roaring manifestation of a species' stolen soul, his only goal to draw every single gun on the ship to him. He was the thunder that hid the lightning. It was working perfectly. Alistair heard the roar. He was ready. While the guards reeled from Glitch's digital chaos, Alistair had been busy. He'd used the fine edge of a decorative statuette to pry open a small service panel near the floor, one he had identified from the ship's public schematics. Inside was a simple conduit for the room's water reclamation system. He'd spent 10 minutes working it loose with his bare hands. When Borask's rampage began, the guards outside were too distracted by the approaching roar to notice the small trickle of water seeping out from under the door. By the time the Uldani had turned the corridor into his personal playground, the polished floor was coated in a thin, treacherous film of water. Alistair stepped out of the suite just as a squad of 8 Praetorians rounded the far corner, rifles raised. Borask, seeing them, let out another defiant roar and charged, drawing their fire and attention. "Borask!" Alistair shouted, his voice cutting through the din of alarms and weapons fire. The Uldani, without breaking his stride, slammed his massive fist into a primary power conduit on the wall. The corridor lights exploded in a shower of sparks. Darkness fell, punctuated only by the frantic muzzle-flashing strobes of Praetorian rifles. In that first moment of blindness, the lead guard slipped on the wet floor. His feet went out from under him, and he went down hard, taking 2 comrades with him in a clattering, chaotic pile of limbs and armor. Alistair moved, low and fast. His simple, leather-soled shoes found purpose where their heavy, magnetized boots slid and skidded on the slick surface. He sprinted past the flailing, disoriented guards, a ghost in the chaos.
He reached Borask's side as the Uldani bodily threw a Praetorian into the ceiling with enough force to dent the metal plating. "Auxiliary hangar, Bay 3! Alistair yelled over the din. "Glitch is on her way!" Borask grunted, a sound of grim satisfaction. He grabbed a rifle from a fallen guard, not to fire, but to use as a massive club, swinging it in a wide arc that cleared a path through the confused soldiers. The giant warrior carved a path of destruction, while the calm humans slipped through the gaps he created. They fought their way through a ship that was actively fighting itself, past flashing emergency lights and against soldiers who couldn't trust their own equipment or even the ground beneath their feet. They rounded a final corner and saw it, the hangar bay. The huge inner blast door was already halfway closed, a descending wall of steel. "She's cutting it close!" Alistair yelled.
She times things perfectly.
Borask boomed back. Through the closing gap, they saw the stray comet screaming in, its scarred hull glowing from atmospheric friction. Its forward-facing cannons, usually used for vaporizing space debris, opened up, stitching plasma bolts across the hangar floor and forcing Dorn pursuit teams to dive for cover behind equipment and stacked crates. The ship didn't land. It swooped, its rear loading ramp slamming down onto the deck with a deafening clang that echoed through the cavernous space. "Move it, slowpokes!" Glitch's voice shrieked over the ship's external speakers, amplified to a painful degree. "I've got bogeys on my 6 and my baby's got an itch!" They sprinted up the ramp. Borask turned at the top, swinging the rifle like a baseball bat, knocking one last determined Praetorian back into the hangar. They leaped into the cargo bay just as the ramp began to retract. The blast doors slammed shut with a final echoing boom, sealing them in darkness and the rumbling thunder of the ship's engines. A trio of Dorn Talon-class fighters, sleek and deadly as sharks, swarmed into view, their engines flaring. The stray comet bucked violently as a plasma shot glanced off its port stabilizer, sending a shower of sparks past the cockpit viewport. "Hold on to your butts!" Glitch yelled over the internal comm. She threw the ship into a gut-wrenching dive, pulling G's that made Alistair's vision tunnel and his stomach try to climb into his throat. They plunged directly toward the mottled blue and gray sphere of Athelos, the Dorn capital world. The fighters followed, sleek predators chasing a wounded, ugly duckling into the dense, unforgiving atmosphere. "Structural integrity at 70%! Port thruster is slack! We're leaking plasma like a bad curry!" Glitch shouted, her hands a blur on the controls, fighting the ship's death rattle. The stray comet shuddered and groaned, a symphony of protesting metal as it tore through the upper atmosphere of Athelos, trailing a long plume of smoke and fire. On the holographic map, the 3 red icons of the Talon fighters were stuck to them like glue. "Can you lose them?" Alistair asked, his voice strained as he braced himself against a bulkhead, the vibrations threatening to shake his teeth loose. "Lose them? Alistair, I could lose my own shadow in a dark room," Glitch retorted, yanking the control yoke hard to the left. The ship screeched in protest. "But these guys are persistent and my baby is hurt. I need to put her down before she falls apart."
A guided crash, then,
Borask stated, his deep voice preternaturally calm. He was wedged into a corner of the cockpit, an immovable mountain against the violent shuddering of the ship. "Guided is a strong word," Glitch muttered, her eyes scanning the sprawling cityscape rapidly approaching below. "Let's call it a high-velocity, gravity-assisted landing, aiming for the Undercity, Sector 9. More structural and electronic interference down there, harder to get a clean sensor lock." The world outside the viewport transformed from the black of space to a fiery orange, then to a swirling gray soup of industrial pollution. They burst through the cloud layer, and the capital city of Athelos sprawled beneath them, soaring spires of white and silver, interconnected by graceful sky bridges, a testament to a sterile, ordered vision of civilization. But that wasn't where they were going. Glitch pushed the ship's nose down, diving past the gleaming top side into the perpetual twilight below. The architecture grew denser, darker, more utilitarian. Pristine white gave way to tarnished bronze and stained duracrete. The light from the sky was choked off, replaced by the flickering, garish glow of holographic neon signs advertising products and services no one in the sunlit world above ever saw. This was the Undercity, the grimy, functional bowels of the metropolis. They were still a meteor of junk metal screaming toward the ground. Glitch found what she was looking for, a wide, abandoned maglev freight canal, choked with mountains of refuse and slick with a constant, drizzling rain.
All right, baby. Time for your nap,
she whispered, her voice a strange mix of regret and grim determination. The stray comet slammed into the canal with a sound like the world ending. Metal shrieked, groaned, and tore. The ship skidded for half a kilometer, carving a deep, smoking furrow through decades of compacted garbage, before smashing nose first into the foundation of a colossal hab block and shuddering to a violent halt. The silence that followed was broken only by the hiss of ruptured conduits and the steady, rhythmic drumming of acidic rain on the ship's tortured hull. They were alive. They were on the enemy's homeworld, and the entire hegemony knew the neighborhood. They spilled out of the crippled ship into a world of perpetual dusk and dripping water. The air was thick with the sharp scent of discharged energy cells, wet metal, and the faint, pervasive smell of boiled cabbage. Towering structures blotted out what little sky remained, their surfaces plastered with flickering holographic ads whose neon light cast long, dancing shadows that made the alleyways and canals seem alive.
Okay, systems are shot,
Glitch said, tapping at a datapad she'd grabbed, her face illuminated by its diagnostic warnings.
Main comms are fried, power core's cracked. She's not flying anywhere until I can salvage a ton of parts that don't exist down here. Good news is, the crash probably scrambled our immediate sensor signature. They know the neighborhood, not the address.
That gives us a window, Alistair said, his eyes scanning their surroundings, cataloging exits, cover, and potential threats. But a small one. Castian will cordon off this sector and sweep it block by block with thousands of troops. We need to move.
Move where?
Glitch asked, gesturing at the oppressive, labyrinthine cityscape.
We're in the belly of the beast, and the beast has indigestion.
To the heart, Alistair answered. The Central Command Core for the Silent Plague is here, on Aethelos. Broadcasting a signal of that magnitude requires a massive power source and a physical anchor. They wouldn't trust it to an off-world location. It has to be here. Borask, who had been silently observing the towering buildings with an unnerving stillness, pointed a thick finger toward the darkest, most imposing spire in the distance. A black needle of a building that pierced the lower clouds, its peak lost in the smog.
There, the Omninexus, central hub for all planetary communications and energy distribution. If a core exists, it would be there.
He's right,
Glitch said, pulling up a stolen schematic on her datapad.
Most secure facility on the planet. The Foundation goes down 30 levels. The lower levels are classified. No data available. That's our spot.
Their journey through the neon jungle began. They stuck to the shadows, moving through forgotten maintenance tunnels that smelled of rust and decay, and over slick, rusted catwalks spanning bottomless, fog-filled chasms. They were making good time until they rounded a corner and walked straight into Hegemony Patrol. 6 enforcers, the domestic police of Aethelos, clad in black armor, carrying stun batons and pulse carbines. They were systematically scanning the dead-end alley with sweeping beams of light.
Halt! Identify yourselves!
The lead enforcer barked, his voice amplified and metallic.
I can try to spoof their comms, create a ghost signal,
Glitch whispered, her fingers hovering over her datapad. "They'll have us pinned before he can type hello," Alistair muttered, seeing no easy path of retreat. It was Borask who saved them. His eyes, long accustomed to the low-light conditions of deep space mines, saw what the others missed. He pointed upward to a massive, rusted ventilation conduit running along the wall 20 meters above. A thick support strut holding it in place was corroded almost to the point of failure, streaks of rust bleeding down the wall.
"The strut,"
he rumbled.
"The sonic resonance from their carbines. The structural integrity is compromised."
Alistair understood instantly. It wasn't a plan of attack. It was escape, wrapped in chaos. "Glitch, on my mark, hit the lights on that noodle sign across the way," he ordered. "Borask, you're the cue." Borask nodded in a slow, deliberate movement. He stepped out from behind cover and into the Enforcer's searchlights, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. The lead Enforcer stepped forward, his carbine leveled at Borask's massive chest.
On your knees, Aldani!
Borask simply stared, his face a perfect mask of Uldani docility, but his eyes burned with an intensity so alien on one of his species that it gave the Enforcer a moment's pause. In that second of hesitation, Borask let out a low, guttural roar, a focused sonic frequency that was less a shout and more a weaponized vibration. The sound waves slammed into the narrow alley. The Enforcers staggered, their helmet audio screeching with feedback. The corroded strut shuddered violently. A crack appeared, spreading across the rusted metal like a lightning bolt. "Now!" Alistair yelled. Glitch hit the switch. The garish noodle sign across the alley exploded in a blinding flash of white light, turning the world into an overexposed photograph. In the same instant, the strut gave way with a groaning shriek of tortured metal. The massive conduit swung down like a colossal pendulum, crashing into the side of the building and blocking the alley with a wall of impassable, twisted metal. By the time the Enforcers recovered their senses and vision, Alistair, Glitch, and Borask were gone, having slipped through a service hatch at the back of the alley that was now hidden behind the fallen conduit. Getting to the Omni Nexus was one thing. Getting inside was another. The entrance to the lower levels was a vast, circular chamber, stark and empty. In the center, a recessed iris portal, 20 meters in diameter, was sealed shut. The room's only other feature was its guardian, a Dorn War Dog, Mark IV, pre-hegemony technology. It was a bipedal chassis of dark, pitted metal, bristling with an arsenal that made Alistair's blood run cold. A plasma caster on one arm, a particle beam on the other, a shoulder-mounted concussive charge launcher, and a humming vibroblade that extended from its wrist, long as a man's arm. Its single, crimson optic lens glowed with patient, unwavering malevolence.
Okay,
Glitch said, her voice a hushed whisper of awe and terror.
that's the Gatekeeper. It's a closed system relic. I can't hack it directly. It's not on any network.
"So we fight it?"
Borask asked, his knuckles white as he gripped a length of pipe he'd picked up.
It would vaporize us before we took 2 steps,
Alistair said, his eyes scanning the chamber, not the robot. He saw the room for what it was, a puzzle awaiting a solution, a lock to be picked rather than a fortress to be stormed. It's old tech, powerful but predictable. Glitch, find a weakness, an exploit, a design flaw. Glitch was already at work, her datapad connected to a small sensor she'd placed on the wall.
Got it. The power core has an emergency failsafe. On a critical power surge, it diverts all energy into internal shielding for 3.7 seconds to protect itself. It can't move, can't shoot. It's a brick.
Power surge. Alistair mused, his gaze tracing the heavy, armored conduits running along the ceiling. How?
There's a primary power junction in a crawl space behind that far wall,
Glitch said, pointing.
If I can get to it, I can create a feedback loop and overload the circuit, but I'll need 5 seconds at the console, completely exposed.
So, we get you across the room and distract it for 5 seconds, Alistair said, a desperate plan forming. He looked at Borask. How's your throwing arm? Borask just smiled, a terrifying sight on his usually placid face. The plan was audacious to the point of suicide. Borask ripped a chunk of Duracrete from the damaged entrance and hurled it across the room. The gatekeeper's head snapped around, its plasma caster firing a bolt of blue-white energy that vaporized the rock in midair.
Now, Glitch!
Alistair shouted. Glitch bolted from cover, sprinting across the open floor. The gatekeeper's crimson optics swiveled to her, tracking the new target. Alistair ran in the opposite direction, dragging a length of metal pipe along the floor. The high-pitched screech drew the gatekeeper's attention. It fired its concussive launcher at Alistair. He dove behind a thick support pillar just as the blast shockwave hit, the air punching him in the back. Borask pried a heavy floor tile loose and sent it spinning through the air like a discus. It slammed into the armored power conduit directly above the gatekeeper with a shower of sparks. The robot hesitated for a fraction of a second, its programming trying to assess the new threat vector. That was all Glitch needed. She reached the far wall and dove into the open maintenance panel.
I'm in! Keep it busy! This is more complex than the schematic showed!
Borask met the gatekeeper's charge, using heavy floor tiles as improvised shields, heaving them with incredible force to keep the machine off balance. Alistair played cat and mouse among the support pillars, a deadly ballet of distraction, always staying just out of the line of fire.
Almost there!
Glitch yelled from the panel, her voice strained.
Get ready to hit it with something big! Something really big!
Borask, the pillar! Alistair yelled, pointing to the one he'd been hiding behind, which now showed a network of hairline fractures from the concussive blast. Borask understood. He roared, drawing the gatekeeper's full attention, and lured the robot toward the center of the room, positioning it directly in the pillar's fall line.
Now, Glitch! Hit it! Surge in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, surge!
The lights in the chamber flickered violently. Blue energy crackled across the gatekeeper's shell like lightning. Its crimson eye dimmed, its limbs locked. It was frozen. Borask put his shoulder to the damaged pillar and pushed with all his might. The Duracrete groaned, then cracked, and with a final, deafening roar of protest, the massive pillar toppled, crashing down onto the frozen gatekeeper with a monumental boom. The robot collapsed under the immense weight, its metal frame buckling and shattering. Its crimson eye went dark for good. In the ringing silence, Glitch emerged from the panel, covered in dust and grinning triumphantly.
Well, that's one way to open a door.
She slammed her palm on a now unlocked panel beside the giant iris. With a deep grinding sound that vibrated through their bones, the massive iris on the floor began to open, revealing a dark shaft leading down into the heart of the lie. They descended into a chamber that defied scale. A vast spherical space, and in its center, suspended by beams of pure energy, was the device. It wasn't Dorn. It was older, alien. A pulsating heart of strange, non-Euclidean material the size of a small moon. It pulsed with a soft gray light, a rhythm that seemed to echo in the back of the mind, a silent, subliminal whisper, urging calm, compliance, acceptance. This was the source.
My God!
Glitch's datapad screamed with energy readings it couldn't classify.
The energy readings. This thing is ancient. They didn't build it, they found it.
As they stepped onto the central platform that extended toward the core, the air shimmered. A life-sized hologram of Archon Castian flickered into existence before them. He looked weary, his mask of control replaced with a genuine, profound disappointment.
Alistair Finch, he said, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. I underestimated your species' capacity for sheer nihilistic chaos.
We prefer the term disruptive innovation, Alistair replied, his voice steady despite the thrumming energy of the core.
You see this as a weapon,
Castian said, gesturing to the core with a holographic hand.
I see it as a cure. Before the hegemony, before we found this gift, this galaxy was a screaming vortex of war, genocide, and ambition run rampant. The Uldani, your friends, people, were not peaceful laborers. They were brutal conquerors, a scourge that burned a dozen star systems. I have given the galaxy 1,000 years of peace. I have saved trillions of lives from the fire of their own nature. You are about to unleash that fire again, a fire you cannot control. You will be remembered not as a liberator, but as the man who plunged the galaxy back into a dark age.
Borask flinched, a tremor running through his massive frame. The history, the deep, shameful history of his people, was true. The hegemony had offered a terrible, insidious solution. It's not my legacy to accept, Alistair said calmly. And it's not your piece to give. It's their choice, all of them. Glitch, shut it down. Glitch nodded, her face grim and set, and began interfacing with the core's ancient, alien control system.
A pity,
Castian said, and a cold, chilling smile touched his lips.
I had hoped you were reasonable. You have forced my hand. I have one final contingency. The technology we gifted your races. The FTL drives, the power generators, the medical systems, is all slaved to this broadcast. It was our insurance. When the signal dies, a cascade failure will be triggered. A failsafe. It will brick everything. Every engine on every ship will go cold. Every life support system will fail. You will sterilize a dozen civilizations in a single, silent moment.
Glitch froze, her fingers hovering over the console.
Alistair,
She said, her voice tight with horror.
the energy signatures, the way the tech is networked, he might not be lying. It's consistent with a cascade failsafe. The patterns are ambiguous, but there's a 12% probability that he's telling the absolute truth. If you're wrong, we commit genocide.
The weight of the galaxy pressed down on Alistair. Trillions of lives hanging on his decision, balanced on a razor's edge of probability. He looked away from Glitch, from Borask's tortured expression, and focused entirely on the hologram of Archon Castian. He saw the supreme, unshakable confidence of a tyrant who believed he held an unbeatable hand. "He's not," Alistair said, his voice quiet but absolute.
Alistair, the data.
Glitch started, her voice pleading. "Forget the data," Alistair interrupted, his gaze unwavering, locked with the holograms. "Look at him. Analyze the man, not the machine. He's holding a gun to the galaxy's head. If that gun were truly loaded, he would have told us the second I stepped onto his bridge. He wouldn't have negotiated, he wouldn't have blustered. He wouldn't have allowed us to get this far. It would have been his opening statement, not his closing argument. Alistair took a step forward, his voice dropping, dissecting the Archon with words like scalpels. This is a final, desperate bluff from a man who has already lost the game and is trying to sweep the pieces off the board. Analyze him, Glitch. He's a tyrant. Tyrants crave control above all else. They want to rule the galaxy, not obliterate it. Annihilation is failure. For him, it's the one outcome worse than losing. He turned to Glitch, his face set like stone. The 12% chance of catastrophic failure hung between them, a terrifying abyss of uncertainty. He's counting on our conscience, on our fear. Don't give him the satisfaction. Shut it down. With a final, decisive tap, Glitch initiated the shutdown sequence. A low, resonant hum filled the chamber, rising in pitch until it was a physical pain. The pulsating gray light of the core began to flicker, turning a chaotic, angry red. "He's stalling!" The hologram of Castian roared, his composure completely gone, replaced by raw fury. "Elite forces converge on the core chamber! Terminate them, now!" The chamber walls exploded inward. Elite Dorn Praetorians in obsidian armor began rappelling down into the chamber on grav lines, their rifles already firing. Borask let out a roar that was no longer just rage, but a triumphant declaration of freedom. He grabbed a meter-long shard of the inert modulator's housing and charged into the incoming soldiers. He was a whirlwind of destruction, a single, unstoppable Uldani warrior fighting for the soul of his entire species. While Borask held the line, a maelstrom of metal and fury, Alistair confronted the Dorn commander who landed on the platform. The commander lunged, his vibroblade hissing through the air. Alistair sidestepped, whipping a loose power cable from the floor at the commander's feet. The Dorn stumbled. Alistair didn't press the attack. He just kept moving, using the environment, outmaneuvering him, outthinking him, a ghost in the machine. The core shrieked, its light collapsing inward on itself. With a final, deafening boom, a shockwave of pure silence erupted from it. The red light vanished. The agonizing hum ceased. The alien device went dark and inert. The heart of the lie had stopped beating. On a docking bay on Uldon Prime, a dock worker named Rykor was guiding a cargo container into place. His mind was a calm, gray fog of purpose. He felt a quiet satisfaction in a job done correctly, just as the Dorn overseer on the gantry above expected. And then, the fog vanished. It was a sudden, horrifying vertigo of the soul. The gray, comfortable, placid world in his head shattered, replaced by an explosion of sharp, painful, terrifyingly bright colors. 40 years of suppressed ambition, of forgotten dreams, of buried thoughts flooded his consciousness. Decades of resentment he never knew he had surged to the surface. He gasped, not in pain, but in profound, agonizing shock. The awakening was no sickness of the body. It was a revelation, an ignition of the spirit. He looked at his hands, truly seeing them not as tools for work, but as his own. Then he looked up. He saw the Dorn overseer, the man's face set in its usual expression of bored superiority. And Rykor, the placid Uldani dock worker, felt the first true, coherent emotion of his adult life. The simmering rage he never knew existed coalesced into a single, sharp point of clarity. He didn't moan or cry out. He let out a low, guttural growl and clenched his fists. He was not alone. All across the docking bay, across the city, across the planet, across the galaxy, the awakening was spreading. on 73 worlds. Trillions of minds were suddenly, violently, and beautifully snapping into focus. The sickness was the cure, and its primary symptom was revolution. The fires of rebellion lit the undercity of Aetherlos. The chaos was instantaneous and glorious. A Dorn enforcer telling a shopkeeper to close for curfew was met not with compliance, but with a thrown bottle. A small act of defiance that, multiplied by billions across the sector, became an inferno. Amidst this glorious anarchy, the team fought their way back to the crash site. Glitch, fueled by adrenaline and a stolen power cell, had patched the stray comet's essential systems together with wire, prayer, and sheer stubbornness. It was ugly, but it would fly. As they lifted off, the city below was a tapestry of newfound freedom. Skirmishes had broken out everywhere. The pristine upper levels, once symbols of order, were shrouded in smoke from burning vehicles and makeshift barricades. The 1,000-year hegemony was crumbling in a matter of hours. Glitch let out a triumphant whoop from the pilot's seat.
Yeehaw! Look at him go! We didn't just rattle the bars, we blew up the whole damn zoo!
Borask stood at the cockpit's viewport, his battered form silhouetted against the burning city below. He watched his people and dozens of other species fighting in the streets, their faces alight with a fire he had only ever seen in his own reflection. Tears streamed down his face, silent and unchecked. He was home. Alistair leaned back in the co-pilot's chair, a rare, genuine smile touching his face. He reached down and pressed the knuckle of his left index finger. The single-bit, paired particle signal, a silent testament to their success, shot across the galaxy, arriving at its destination instantaneously. A moment later, a small, unassuming light on Glitch's console blinked from red to green.
And that's the all clear,
she said, a wide grin spreading across her face.
Our deep space relay just got the go signal. It's transmitting the whole glorious, messy data package to Terran Command as we speak. Every last byte of it.
Alistair nodded, watching the crumbling empire on the view screen. He keyed the ship's now secure standard comm system. The channel opened to the highest levels of his own government. His voice was calm, steady, and carried the weight of a new galactic dawn. Finch to Terran Command. The package I sent should be arriving shortly. Phase 1 of diplomatic negotiations is complete. He paused, watching a Dorn patrol cruiser get swarmed and overwhelmed by a fleet of weaponized cargo haulers. You're gonna love this.
The morning sun cast long shadows across the crystal gardens of Verdun Prime as students made their way to the Galactic Academy. The academy stood like a jewel among the peaceful hills, its white towers reaching toward the sky. For 300 years, only the most gentle species in the galaxy had walked these halls, Lisa. Chen adjusted her flower crown as she hurried across the courtyard. The Corvin student's petals shimmered with morning dew, and her leaf-like hair rustled in the breeze. She was excited about the new term, but also nervous. Word had spread that something unusual was happening today. "Did you hear the news?" whispered Marcus, a tall Thalorian whose bark-like skin gleamed with silver streaks. His branch arms swayed as he walked beside Lisa. "Professor Velthus called an emergency meeting. They say we're getting new students." Lisa's flower petals dimmed slightly. "New students? But the term started 2 weeks ago. It's very strange." Around them, other students gathered in small groups, their voices mixing like wind chimes. The Zephyrian's crystalline bodies caught the light, creating rainbow patterns on the ground. The Aquan students moved like flowing water, their translucent forms rippling with each step. All of them were plantators, creatures of peace, who had never known violence. Professor Velthus stood at the front of the main classroom, her crystal horns gleaming. She was old, even by Zephyrian standards, and had taught at the academy for over 2 centuries. Her usually calm demeanor seemed strained today. "Students, please take your seats," she said, her voice carrying the musical tone of her species. "We have important matters to discuss before our new classmates arrive." The students settled into their bio chairs, which adjusted to fit each species perfectly. Lisa sat near the window, where she could feel the warm sunlight on her petals. Marcus took the seat beside her, his roots extending into the floor's nutrient channels. "As you know," Professor Velthius began, "the Galactic Academy has always been a place of peace and learning. We have welcomed students from across the galaxy, united in our commitment to harmony and understanding." She paused, and Lisa noticed her crystal form flickering slightly. This was a sign of stress in Zephyrians. However, the Galactic Council has issued new guidelines. They believe our academy should represent all species, not just those who share our dietary preferences. A murmur ran through the classroom. Amy, a young Florian whose stem-like body was covered in soft moss, raised her hand. "Professor, what do you mean by dietary preferences?" Professor Velthus's light dimmed further. "Today we will be joined by 2 new students. One is from a species that has never attended our academy before. The other is from a world that the Galactic Council has classified as extremely dangerous." The students exchanged worried glances. Lisa felt her petals close slightly, a natural response to stress. She had never encountered anything dangerous in her entire life. Corvin Prime was a world of endless gardens and gentle rains. "I want you all to remember our core teachings," Professor Velthius continued. "We believe in the power of understanding and compassion. Today we'll test those beliefs." Before anyone could ask more questions, the classroom door slid open. Lisa turned to look and immediately felt her entire body freeze in terror. The creature that entered was like nothing she had ever seen. It stood nearly 8 feet tall, with midnight black scales that seemed to absorb light. Its arms were longer than its legs, ending in hands that bore claws as long as Lisa's fingers. When it opened its mouth to speak, she could see rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. "Greetings," the creature said, its voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the floor. "I am Krax of the Vorthok Empire. I am here to learn your ways of peace." Several students gasped. Amy actually fainted, her moss-covered form toppling from her chair. Marcus's branches trembled so violently that leaves fell to the floor. Lisa had heard stories of the Vorthok, whispered tales that parents used to frighten children into good behavior. They were hunters, killers who stalked their prey across entire star systems. Their ships were black as space itself, and they took what they wanted by force. And now one of them was standing in their classroom. "Please, take a seat, Professor," Velthus said, though her voice shook slightly. She gestured to a reinforced chair that had been placed at the back of the room. Krax moved with surprising grace for such a large creature. Each step was deliberate and silent, like a predator stalking prey. Lisa noticed that his eyes never stopped moving, scanning the room and cataloging every student's position. As Krax settled into his chair, which creaked under his weight, the door opened again. This time a much smaller figure entered. The new student was barely 5.5 feet tall, with smooth pink skin and brown hair that fell in waves around his face. Unlike Krax, he looked completely harmless. His teeth were small and blunt, his hands soft and lacking any claws. He wore simple clothes and carried a worn leather bag. "Hi everyone," he said with a warm smile. "I'm Jake Martinez from Earth. I'm really excited to be here." The contrast was so stark that Lisa almost laughed. After the terrifying entrance of Krax, this human seemed like a gentle breeze after a storm. His voice was soft and friendly, and his eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled. "Jake, please take a seat," Professor Velthus said, sounding relieved. She gestured to a normal chair near the front of the room. Jake walked to his seat with an easy, relaxed gait. Unlike Krax, he seemed to pay little attention to his surroundings, nodding politely to students as he passed. When he sat down, he pulled out a small notebook and pen, ready to take notes like any other student. "Now then," Professor Velthus said, trying to regain her composure. Perhaps our new students would like to introduce themselves properly. Krax stood first, his massive form casting a shadow across half the classroom. I am Krax, son of Vorthok Prime. My people are warriors and hunters. We have never known defeat in battle. His voice carried pride and barely contained violence. I come here because the Council of Elders believes we must learn new ways. The galaxy is changing, and we must change with it. He sat down with a thud. That shook the floor. Several students whimpered quietly. Jake stood next, seeming even smaller after Krax's imposing presence. I'm Jake Martinez, he said again, his voice gentle and calm. I come from a place called Earth. It's a pretty planet with lots of different environments and creatures. I'm here because I want to learn how different species can work together. Peacefully, he smiled again, and Lisa felt herself relaxing slightly. This human seemed kind and thoughtful, nothing like the dangerous creature she had expected. My people have always been curious about other worlds and cultures, Jake continued. I hope I can learn from all of you and maybe share some things. About humans, too. As Jake sat down, Lisa noticed something odd. While his words were friendly and his manner relaxed, his eyes had briefly met those of every student in the room. It was subtle, but she had caught it. For just a moment, she had felt like he was studying her, but the feeling passed quickly. She decided she must have imagined it. Professor Velthus cleared her throat. Thank you both. Now let's begin today's lesson on interspecies communication. We'll start with the basic principles of peaceful dialogue. As the lesson progressed, Lisa found herself stealing glances at the two new students. Krax sat perfectly still, his predator's eyes fixed on the professor. Occasionally he would nod or grunt agreement, but he never spoke unless directly asked. Jake, on the other hand, was the perfect student. He took detailed notes, asked thoughtful questions, and seemed genuinely interested in every topic. When Professor Velthus discussed the importance of understanding other cultures, Jake nodded enthusiastically. That's so important, Jake said during a discussion break. My grandmother always said that the best way to avoid conflict is to understand what the other person really needs. The other students began to warm up to him. His friendly manner and obvious intelligence made him easy to like. By the end of the class, several students had already invited Jake to join their study groups. Krax, meanwhile, remained isolated. As the students filed out of the classroom, they gave the massive Vorthok a wide berth. His very presence seemed to radiate danger, and nobody wanted to get too close. Lisa walked out with Marcus and Amy, who had recovered from her fainting spell. They talked quietly as they headed to their next class. The human seems nice, Amy said, her voice still shaky from the earlier shock. Much better than I expected. Marcus agreed, his bark rustling thoughtfully. He's very polite and seems genuinely interested in peace. I think you'll fit in well. Lisa nodded, but something nagged at her mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Jake Martinez than met the eye. But compared to the obvious threat that Krax represented, her small doubts seemed silly. As they walked toward their next class, Lisa glanced back at the classroom. Through the window, she could see Jake helping Professor Velthus clean up some papers that had fallen during Amy's fainting spell. He was smiling and chatting pleasantly, every inch the helpful, harmless student. But for just a moment, as Jake handed the papers to Professor Velthus, Lisa saw something in his eyes that made her petals close slightly. It was gone in an instant, replaced by that same warm, friendly expression. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that the human was not quite what he seemed. 3 days had passed since the new students arrived, and the academy had settled into an uneasy routine. The herbivorous students moved through the halls in tight groups, whispering nervously whenever Krax appeared. The massive Vorthok seemed to fill every space he entered, his dark scales absorbing light like a walking shadow. Lisa sat in the cafeteria with her usual friends, picking at her morning nutrients. The specialized food dispensers provided perfect meals for each species, but today her appetite was poor. Across the room, Krax sat alone at a reinforced table, methodically consuming what looked like raw meat from his homeworld. Look at those teeth, whispered Amy, her moss trembling slightly. How can something that dangerous be allowed here? Marcus nodded, his bark-like skin darkening with worry. Yesterday in conflict resolution class, he talked about honor through combat. He actually said that sometimes violence is the only answer. The professor looked terrified, added Ben, a young Aquan whose water form rippled with anxiety. I think she's afraid he might attack someone. Lisa watched Krax eat, noting how he held his food with those terrible claws. Every movement was controlled and precise, like a machine built for killing. When other students walked past his table, he would pause and watch them with those predator eyes until they were gone. At least the human is normal, Amy said, sounding relieved. Jake is so nice and friendly. He helped me with my botany homework yesterday. Lisa looked around the cafeteria until she spotted Jake at a corner table. He was eating what appeared to be fruits and vegetables from the standard herbivore selection. His table was surrounded by several students who seemed completely at ease in his presence. Jake was telling some kind of story, and the students around him were laughing. His hands moved as he spoke, and his face was animated with expression. Everything about him suggested warmth and friendliness. He asked me about Florian music traditions, Amy continued. He was so interested in how we use sound to help plants grow. He said humans have music too, and he'd love to share some with us. See? Marcus said, his branches swaying with relief. That's exactly what a peaceful species should be like. Curious about others. Wanting to share knowledge. Nothing like that monster. As if summoned by their conversation, Krax stood up from his table. The scraping of his chair against the floor created a harsh sound that made several students flinch. He walked toward the food dispensers. Students scrambled to get out of his way. Lisa watched nervously as the massive creature approached their section of the cafeteria. For a moment, it looked like he might stop at their table, and she felt her petals begin to close in fear. But Krax simply walked past them without a glance, got his food, and returned to his isolated table. Still, the encounter left Lisa's heart beating rapidly. "Did you see that?" Ben whispered. "He didn't even acknowledge us. It's like we're just prey animals to him. Professor Velthus says we should try to understand him," Amy said doubtfully. "But how can you understand something that only thinks about hunting and killing?" Their conversation was interrupted by a cheerful voice. "Mind if I join you?" Jake stood beside their table, holding a tray of colorful fruits and vegetables. His smile was warm and genuine, and Lisa felt herself relaxing immediately. "Of course," she said, making room on the bench. "Please sit down." Jake settled beside them, and the atmosphere at the table immediately improved. His presence seemed to push away the dark mood that Krax had created. "I hope you don't mind me asking, Jake," he said, "but I'm really curious about your homeworlds. Earth only has one type of intelligent species, so this is all fascinating to me." Amy perked up immediately. "What's Earth like? Is it as peaceful as it sounds?" "Oh, it's beautiful," Jake replied, taking a bite of what looked like a purple fruit. "We have huge forests, deep oceans, mountains that touch the sky. Lots of different environments and creatures." "Oh, what kind of creatures?" Marcus asked, genuinely interested. Jake's eyes seemed to light up. "All kinds. We have animals that swim, fly, run, crawl. Some are tiny, some are enormous. We have creatures that live in the deepest parts of the ocean and others that soar high. Above the clouds? Are they dangerous?" Lisa asked, then immediately felt silly for the question. Jake laughed, but it was a gentle sound. "Some of them can be, but mostly they just want to live their lives like everyone else. Humans have learned to coexist with them. We study them, protect them, and they're part of what makes Earth special." Ben leaned forward, his water form shimmering. With curiosity, do humans ever fight with each other? For just a moment, something flickered across Jake's face. It was gone so quickly that Lisa thought she might have imagined it. "Sometimes," Jake admitted, "but we're always working to find better ways to solve problems. That's actually why I'm here. I want to learn how other species handle disagreements peacefully." The conversation continued pleasantly as Jake asked thoughtful questions about each of their cultures. He seemed genuinely fascinated by Amy's description of the singing forests on Florian Prime, and he listened intently as Marcus explained how Thalorians communicated through root networks. "That's amazing," Jake said. On Earth, we have to rely on sound and visual signals to communicate. The idea of connecting directly through biological networks is incredible. Lisa found herself warming to the human. He was nothing like the terrifying stories she had heard about Deathworld species. Jake seemed curious, intelligent, and genuinely interested in learning about peaceful coexistence. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a commotion across the cafeteria. Krax had stood up again, but this time he was facing another student, Carl. A Zephyrian with particularly bright crystal formations had apparently said something that offended the Vorthok. The two were standing face to face, with Carl's crystalline body flickering nervously while Krax loomed over him like a dark storm cloud. "Your people are weak," Krax was saying, his voice carrying clearly across the suddenly quiet cafeteria. "You hide behind your pretty crystals and speak of peace, but you have never faced real danger. You do not understand what strength means." Carl's light was flickering rapidly now, a sign of extreme distress in Zephyrians. "We believe that true strength comes from understanding and cooperation, not violence." Krax made a sound that might have been laughter, but it was more like the growl of a hunting beast. Understanding? Cooperation? These are the words of prey animals who have forgotten how to survive. The entire cafeteria had gone silent. Students pressed themselves against walls and behind tables, trying to stay as far away from the confrontation as possible. Even the floating food dispensers seemed to hover more quietly than usual. "That's enough," Professor Velthus's voice rang out as she entered the cafeteria. Her crystal form was blazing with authority, but Lisa could see the stress. Fractures in her light. Krax turned to face the professor, and for a moment, Lisa thought he might challenge her too. But instead, he simply nodded once and returned to his seat. "Carl, please come with me," Professor Velthus said gently. The young Zephyrian was still flickering with distress as he followed her out of the cafeteria as soon as they were gone. The normal sounds of the cafeteria slowly returned. Students began whispering nervously about what they had witnessed. "See what I mean?" Amy said, her voice shaking. "He's dangerous. Doesn't belong here." Jake had been quiet during the entire confrontation, but now he spoke thoughtfully. "He's probably just scared." Everyone at the table turned to stare at him. Scared? Ben's water form rippled with disbelief. "That thing isn't afraid of anything." "Think about it," Jake said calmly. "He's completely alone here, surrounded by beings who are nothing like him. Everyone fears him. Nobody wants to talk to him. It's probably defensive because he feels isolated." Lisa considered this. She hadn't thought about how Krax might be feeling. "But he threatened Carl, did he?" Jake asked. "I heard him say Carl's people were weak, but I didn't hear any actual threats. It sounded more like he was trying to prove himself, to show that his way of thinking has value too." Amy shook her head. "You're too kind, Jake. That creature is a predator. They don't have feelings like we do." Jake was quiet for a moment, staring across the cafeteria at Krax's isolated table. "Maybe you're right," he said finally. "I just think everyone deserves a chance to be understood." The rest of lunch passed quietly. Students remained nervous and jumpy, glancing frequently at Krax's table. The Vorthok continued eating in silence, apparently unbothered by the tension he had created. Jake, meanwhile, continued to be the perfect student. He asked more questions about their cultures, shared interesting facts about Earth and generally helped everyone feel more relaxed. By the time lunch ended, the students at Lisa's table were laughing again as they prepared to leave for afternoon classes. Lisa noticed something odd. While Jake had been talking and laughing with them, his eyes had occasionally drifted toward Krax's table. But it wasn't the fearful glances that other students were giving the predator. Jake's looks seemed more like he was studying the Vorthok, analyzing him the way a scientist might study an interesting specimen. But whenever someone at their table spoke to him, Jake's attention immediately returned, and his friendly smile never wavered. Walking to their next class, Ermi chatted happily about how nice it was to have Jake at the academy. 2 weeks later, Professor Velthus announced the field exercise that would change everything. The class would travel to Nexus Station, a neutral trading post where beings from across the galaxy came to do business. Their assignment was simple: Use diplomacy and peaceful negotiation to gather resources for a hypothetical colony. This is your chance to put theory into practice, Professor Velthius explained as they boarded the transport ship. You'll be given credits to trade with, but remember, no violence, no threats, only peaceful persuasion. Lisa felt excited but nervous as she settled into her seat. This would be her first time off Verdun Prime since starting at the academy. Beside her, Amy was practically glowing with anticipation, her moss shimmering with bright colors. Jake sat across the aisle looking relaxed and friendly as always. He had struck up a conversation with Ben about water recycling systems, asking detailed questions about Aquan technology with genuine interest. Krax occupied 2 seats at the back of the transport, his massive form barely fitting in the space. Other students had clustered as far away from him as possible, leaving him isolated once again. The flight to Nexus Station took several hours. During the journey, Jake entertained several students with stories about Earth, music, and art. He described concerts where thousands of humans would gather to listen to songs and museums filled with beautiful paintings and sculptures. It sounds wonderful, Amy said dreamily, so peaceful and creative. Humans have always found ways to express themselves, Jake replied with that warm smile. Art helps us understand each other and find common ground. When they arrived at Nexus Station, Lisa was amazed by the size and complexity of the structure. The station was enormous, with multiple levels and sections dedicated to different types of trade. Beings from dozens of species moved through the corridors, creating a maze of colors, sounds, and smells. Professor Veltis gathered the students in the main concourse. Remember, you have 6 hours to complete your trading assignments. Each of you has been given a list of resources your colony needs and credits to acquire them. Meet back here when you're finished. She handed out data pads with their individual assignments and credit chips. Lisa looked at her list: food supplies, medical equipment, and communication devices. The credits seemed like a reasonable amount, but she had never actually traded for anything before. Good luck, everyone, Jake said cheerfully. I'm sure we'll all do great. The students scattered in different directions, eager to begin their assignments. Lisa decided to start with food supplies and headed toward a section that seemed to specialize in agricultural products. The first few hours went reasonably well for most of the herbivorous students. They approached vendors politely, explained their needs clearly, and managed to make several successful trades. Their natural, gentle manner and obvious innocence made many traders willing to help them. Lisa had managed to acquire most of her food supplies and was feeling confident as she searched for medical equipment. The vendors seemed to find her flower-like appearance charming. Several had given her better deals than she had expected. But things were not going well for everyone. Krax was having serious problems. Despite his best efforts to be polite, his appearance terrified most of the traders. When he approached stalls, vendors would either flee immediately or refuse to deal with him entirely. His deep, rumbling voice and massive claws made even his friendliest attempts at conversation sound threatening. Lisa watched from across a marketplace. Askrax tried to negotiate for mining equipment. The trader, a nervous Quillen with feathered skin, kept backing away from Krax's table. I do not wish violence, Krax was saying, his voice carefully controlled. I offer fair trade for these tools. But the Quillen trader was too frightened to listen. Please, honored predator, I have family. Take what you want, just don't hurt me. Krax's shoulders sagged with frustration. I do not want to take. I want to trade. This is the way of peace. Yes, the trader fled, leaving his goods behind. Krax stood alone at the abandoned stall, looking lost and confused. For the first time since meeting him, Lisa felt genuinely sorry for the Vorthok. Meanwhile, as other students were running into different problems. Amy had been swindled by a smooth-talking Nexon trader who sold her medical supplies that turned out to be decorative crystals. Ben had been convinced to trade all his credits for what he thought was advanced water purification equipment. It was actually a children's toy. Marcus had fallen for an elaborate story about rare seeds that would supposedly grow into trees that produced every type of fruit imaginable. He had spent most of his credits on what were obviously ordinary plant seeds from some trader's garden. The herbivorous students' trusting nature and sheltered upbringing made them easy targets for unscrupulous dealers. They believed every sob story, accepted every claim at face value, and rarely questioned prices that were obviously inflated. But Jake was having remarkable success. Lisa first noticed it when she saw him completing a complex trade with a group of Korthok merchants. The Korthok were known throughout the galaxy as shrewd business people who rarely gave anyone a good deal. Yet Jake was walking away from their stall with everything on his list and credits left over. Curious, Lisa followed Jake discreetly as he moved through the station. What she saw made her increasingly uncomfortable. Jake seemed to know exactly what to say to every trader he met. With the proud Zenthran merchants, he spoke respectfully about their culture and traditions. With the profit-focused Nexans, he discussed business opportunities and mutual benefits. With the family-oriented Qualians, talked about community and caring for loved ones. But it wasn't just what he said, it was how he knew what to say. Jake seemed to understand each species' psychology, their cultural values, their weaknesses, and desires. He negotiated like someone who had studied these beings for years. At one stall, Lisa watched Jake convince a Repthan trader to sell him expensive communication equipment for half the asking price. The Repthan, known for being cold and logical, was actually smiling by the end of their conversation. "How did you know about the mining rights dispute on Repthan 7? Trader asked Jake as they completed their deal. "I make it my business to stay informed about galactic affairs," Jake replied casually. "Information is valuable in any negotiation." The Repthan nodded approvingly. "Wise words, human. Your species shows promise." Lisa felt a chill run through her petals. How did Jake know about obscure mining disputes on distant worlds? When did he have time to learn about galactic politics in such detail? Her unease grew as she continued watching Jake work. He moved through the station with confidence, never seeming lost or confused like the other students. He knew which sections sold which goods, which traders were reputable, and which deals were worth pursuing. Most disturbing of all, Jake seemed to know personal information about the traders he dealt with. He asked about their families, their homeworlds, their business concerns. The traders responded as if they were talking to an old friend, never questioning how this human student knew so much about their lives. "Your daughter must be excited about starting at the Academy of Sciences," Jake said to a Florian trader who was selling medical supplies. The trader's stem brightened with pleasure. "You know about Petal? How wonderful." "Yes, she's very excited. It's been her dream since she was a seedling." Jake smiled warmly. "I'm sure she'll do wonderfully." Florian students are known for their dedication to healing arts. As Jake completed another successful trade, Lisa realized something that made her flower petals close tight with fear. Jake wasn't just a good negotiator. He was operating with information that no ordinary student should have. He knew personal details about traders, political situations on distant worlds, and cultural practices of dozens of species. It was as if he had access to detailed intelligence, files on everyone he met. The revelation became undeniable when the pirates attacked. Lisa was in the communication equipment section, trying to recover from a bad trade, when the lights suddenly dimmed and alarms began blaring throughout the station. Emergency announcements echoed through the corridors in multiple languages. "Attention, all beings. This station is now under the control of the Red Nova pirate fleet. Remain calm and comply with all instructions." Lisa's petals went completely pale with terror. She had never experienced anything like this in her sheltered life. Around her, other traders and customers were panicking, some running for exits that were already being sealed. A group of armed pirates entered the section, their weapons drawn and ready. They were a mixed crew of different species, all looking dangerous and experienced. Their leader was a scarred Vorthok, who seemed even more intimidating than Krax. "Everyone on the ground," the leader shouted. "Nobody moves. Nobody gets hurt." Lisa dropped to her knees, trembling with fear. Beside her, Amy was so terrified that her moss had turned completely gray. Ben's water form was rippling uncontrollably with panic. The other herbivorous students were equally terrified. They had never faced violence before, never been threatened or endangered. Their peaceful upbringing had left them completely unprepared for this situation. Even Marcus, despite his tree-like strength, was frozen with fear. Ark had darkened to almost black, and his branches were pulled tight against his body. What happened next would be burned into Lisa's memory for the rest of her life. The pirate leader raised his weapon, clearly intending to force Jake to the ground. But Jake moved first, and his movement was nothing like the gentle human the students had come to know. Jake's transformation was instant and terrifying. The friendly student disappeared, replaced by something that moved like liquid death. He ducked under the pirate's weapon, grabbed a metal tool from the nearby stall, and drove it into the pirate's knee with surgical precision. The pirate leader screamed and fell, but Jake was already moving to the next target. He rolled behind. A counter as the other pirates opened fire, their energy weapons scorching the air where he had been standing. "Kill the human," one of the pirates shouted. "Take the others alive." But Jake had vanished into the maze of market stalls like a ghost. The pirates spread out, trying to find him, but they were no longer the hunters. They had become the prey. Lisa pressed herself against the floor, too terrified to move. Around her, the other herbivorous students were sobbing with fear.
This was
beyond anything they had ever imagined. Violence was supposed to be something that happened to other people, far away from their peaceful lives. The first pirate died quietly. Lisa didn't see it happen, but she heard the soft thud of a body hitting the ground. The remaining pirates began calling to each other nervously, realizing that one of their team was no longer responding. "Where is he?" the pirate voice called out. "Report in." Silence. Jake's voice came from somewhere in the darkness between the stalls. "There are 8 of you left. The Galactic Peacekeepers pay 5,000 credits per Red Nova pirate, dead or alive. That's 40,000 credits total." His voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Lisa couldn't tell where he was hiding. "Surrender now, and I'll let you leave the station alive," Jake continued. "Keep fighting, and I'll collect the bounty on all of you." One of the pirates laughed nervously. "Big talk for one little human." "You're right," Jake's voice replied. "Let me show you what one a little human can do." What followed was not a battle. It was a demonstration. Jake moved through the market stalls like a force of nature. He used everything as a weapon: tools, furniture, even the stalls themselves. He turned the pirates' own environment against them, creating traps and ambushes that they never saw coming. Lisa caught glimpses of him as he worked. This was not the Jake she knew. This Jake moved with deadly grace, his every action calculated and precise. He fought like someone who had been trained for war, not peace. More disturbing than his skill was his attitude. Jake wasn't angry or frightened. He was calm, almost businesslike, as he systematically eliminated the pirates. He spoke to them as he fought, his voice never losing its polite tone. "You should have taken the offer," he said as another pirate went down. "The peacekeepers really do pay well for your kind." The pirates began to panic. These were hardened criminals who had raided dozens of systems, but they were being hunted by something they didn't understand. Jake wasn't just beating them, he was getting inside their heads, making them afraid. "What are you?" One of the pirates screamed as Jake appeared behind him like a shadow. "I'm a human," Jake replied calmly. Right before the pirate joined his fallen comrades from her hiding spot, Lisa watched in horror as Jake methodically took apart the pirate crew. He didn't just defeat them, he anticipated their every move, turned their own tactics against them, and made them helpless. The worst part was how easily he did it. Jake wasn't struggling or fighting desperately for his life. He was in complete control, dismantling the pirates like a technician repairing a broken machine. In the distance, Lisa could hear Krax fighting his own battle. Unlike Jake's silent efficiency, Krax's approach was direct and loud. His roars echoed through the station as he charged his enemies head-on, using his natural weapons and warrior training. But even Krax, with all his size and strength, was having trouble. The pirates had better weapons and more numbers. Lisa could hear him being driven back, his roars becoming more desperate. Jake, however, was winning his battle with almost casual ease. The last 3 pirates tried to regroup near the main entrance, hoping to escape. But Jake was already there, waiting for them. He stood in the doorway, no longer bothering to hide. "Going somewhere?" he asked politely. The pirates raised their weapons, but Jake was already moving. He disarmed the first one with a move so fast that Lisa barely saw it happen. The second pirate tried to shoot, but Jake used the first pirate's body as a shield. While closing the distance, the third pirate, seeing his companions fall, dropped his weapon and raised his hands. "Please, don't kill me. I surrender." Jake paused, considering. Smart choice. "You can tell your friends in the Red Nova fleet that Nexus Station is under galactic peacekeeper protection now." The pirate nodded frantically. Yes, I'll tell them. We won't come back." "See that you don't," Jake said, and he did something. That chilled Lisa to her core. He smiled his old friendly smile. "Have a safe trip home." Surviving pirate fled through the emergency exit, leaving his fallen comrades behind. The market section fell silent, except for the sound of alarms and distant fighting from other parts of the station. Jake walked back toward where the students were hiding. And Lisa got her first good look at him since the fighting began. His clothes were torn and dirty, but he wasn't injured. He moved with the same easy grace he had always shown, but now Lisa knew what that grace really meant. "Is everyone okay?" Jake asked, his voice full of genuine concern. He was back to being the caring, friendly human they thought they knew, but Lisa could see traces of what he really was in his eyes. There was a coldness there that hadn't been present before, calculating intelligence that measured everything and everyone around him. Amy was still too terrified to speak. Marcus had pulled his branches so tight against his body that he looked like a dead tree. "Don't be afraid," Jake said gently. "The danger is over. Help is coming." As if summoned by his words, station security forces began pouring into the area. But they weren't coming to rescue the students. They were coming to arrest Jake. "Drop your weapons and get on the ground," the security chief shouted, pointing his gun at Jake. Jake raised his hands slowly, but he didn't seem worried. "I'm Jake Martinez, student at the Galactic Academy. These pirates attacked the station. I was defending myself and the other students." The security chief looked around at the bodies scattered through the market stalls. "You did this? All of this?" "They attacked first," Jake said calmly. "I have witnesses." Professor Velthus arrived with the security team, her crystal form blazing with stress and confusion. She looked at the scene of destruction, then at Jake standing calmly in the middle of it all. "Jake," she said, her voice shaking. "What happened here?" "Pirates attacked the station," Jake replied. "I neutralized the threat to protect the other students." "Neutralized?" Professor Velthus stared at the fallen pirates. "You killed them, some of them," Jake agreed. "The others chose to surrender or flee. I gave them the option." Cracks appeared in the doorway, supported by 2 security officers. The mighty Vorthok was injured and exhausted from his own battle, his dark scales marked with burn marks from energy weapons. He looked at the scene before him, the dead pirates, the uninjured human, the terrified herbivorous students, and his eyes widened with recognition. "Human," Cracks said, his voice filled with something like awe. "You are Deathworlder, yes?" Jake turned to look at the wounded Vorthok. For a moment, something passed between them, an understanding that the herbivorous students couldn't grasp. Jake said quietly, "I'm from Earth." Cracks nodded slowly. "This explains much. My people have stories of your kind." "We thought they were legends." "What stories?" Professor Velthus demanded. "What is a Deathworlder?" Jake sighed, and for the first time since Lisa had known him, he looked tired. "It's complicated, Professor. Maybe we should sit down for this conversation." The security chief was still pointing his weapon at Jake, clearly unsure what to do. The human had technically saved the station, but the casual efficiency with which he had killed the pirates was deeply disturbing. "Are you going to arrest me?" Jake asked politely. I don't know," the security chief admitted. "This situation is beyond my experience." "I understand," Jake said. "Maybe I should explain what humans really are." He looked around at the frightened faces of his classmates, the confused security officers, and the stressed professor. When his eyes met Lisa's, she saw a sadness there that she hadn't noticed before. "I never wanted you to see this side of me," Jake said quietly. "I came to the academy to learn about peace, not to fight." "But you're so good at it," Amy whispered, her voice barely audible. Jake nodded sadly. "That's the problem. Humans are very good at fighting. We're very good at a lot of things that most species would rather not think about." Professor Velthus stepped forward, her crystal form flickering with confusion and fear. "Jake, I need you. To explain what just happened here, I need you to tell me the truth about what humans really are." Jake looked around the destroyed marketplace one more time, then sat down heavily on a nearby crate. "Okay, Professor, but you're not going to like what I have to tell you?" Krax limped over and sat down near Jake. The journey back to Verdun Prime was quiet and tense. The students sat in small groups, whispering among themselves and stealing nervous glances at Jake. He had returned to his usual seat, reading quietly from a datapad, but everything about him seemed different now. Lisa watched him from across the transport cabin. Jake looked exactly the same as he had before. Same brown hair, same soft features, same gentle expression. But now she knew what those hands were capable of. She had seen what those calm eyes could calculate in seconds. Amy sat pressed against the window, as far from Jake as she could get. "I can't believe we ate lunch with him," she whispered. "We invited him to our study groups. He saved our lives," Marcus pointed out, though his bark was still dark with stress. "If he hadn't stopped those pirates, we might all be dead." "But the way he did it," Ben said, his water form rippling with unease. "He killed them like it was nothing, like stepping on insects." Professor Velthus had been quiet for most of the journey, her crystal form dim with deep thought. Finally, she stood and walked to where Jake was sitting. "May I join you?" she asked. Jake looked up from his reading and smiled. It was the same warm, friendly smile he had always given, but now it carried new meaning. "Of course, Professor." She sat down carefully, choosing her words with care. "I need to understand something, Jake. When you applied to our academy, did you lie about your intentions?" Jake set down his datapad and considered the question seriously. "No, Professor. I came here because I genuinely want to learn about peaceful cooperation between species. That's the truth." "But you knew what you were capable of course." Jake's voice was matter-of-fact. "Every human knows what they're capable of. Have to know. It's part of our survival programming." Professor Velthus flickered with confusion. "Survival programming?" Jake nodded. "Humans are constantly aware of threats, escape routes, potential weapons, and tactical advantages. We can't turn it off any more than you can stop your crystals from growing. It's just how our minds work." "So when you were being friendly with the other students, you were also evaluating them as potential threats?" "Not threats," Jake corrected gently. "I was learning about them, understanding their capabilities, their weaknesses, their needs. But not because I wanted to hurt them, because I wanted to understand how to work with them effectively." From across the cabin, Lisa could hear their conversation. She found herself listening despite her fear. "Think about it this way," Jake continued. "If you wanted to be friends with a Florian, wouldn't you learn about their need for sunlight and water? If you wanted to trade with a Repthon, wouldn't you study their cultural values? When humans just take that process further." "How much further?" Professor Velthus asked. Jake was quiet for a moment. "We know that Zephyrians become sluggish in low-light conditions. We know that Aquans lose cohesion at high temperatures. We know that Thalorians are vulnerable to certain frequencies of sound. We know that Corvins become dormant when separated from plant life for too long." The professor's crystal form began flickering rapidly. "You're talking about military intelligence?" "No," Jake said firmly. "I'm talking about basic information that any human child learns in school. We study other species the same way we study Earth animals, not to hunt them, but to understand how to coexist safely." "Safely for whom?" Professor Velthus asked. Jake looked directly at her. "For everyone, Professor. Humans learned a long time ago that the best way to avoid conflict is to understand exactly what everyone is capable of. When you know someone's strengths and limitations, you can work with them more effectively. Their conversation was interrupted by Krax, who had been listening from his seat at the back of the transport. The wounded Vorthok limped over to join them. "May I sit?" he asked politely. Professor Velthus nodded, though she looked uncomfortable having both predators near her. Krax settled his massive form into a seat that creaked under his weight. "Human Jake speaks truth," he said. "My people have legends of Deathworlders. We thought they were myths." "What kind of legends?" Jake asked, seeming genuinely curious. "Stories of beings who could hunt the hunters, who could track Vorthok across star systems and defeat them, not with strength, but with patience and intelligence." Krax looked at Jake with something like respect. "We thought such creatures could not exist." "What changed your mind?" Professor Velthus asked. Krax gestured to the healing burn marks on his scales. "I fought 6 pirates with weapons and armor. I am trained warrior, born predator. They defeated me easily." He looked at Jake. "You fought 8 pirates with better weapons. You had no armor, no training visible to me, yet you won without injury." Jake shook his head. "I had plenty of training, Krax. Every human does. We just don't call it training." "What do you call it?" the Vorthok asked. "Education," Jake replied. "We learn history, which teaches us about conflict and strategy. We learn biology, which teaches us about different species and their capabilities. We learn engineering, which teaches us how things work and how they can be broken. We learn psychology, which teaches us how minds work and how they can be influenced." Professor Velthus was beginning to understand. So human education is actually comprehensive preparation for conflict. Human education is preparation for survival, Jake corrected. Conflict is just one aspect of survival. Amy had been listening from across the cabin, and now she spoke up, her voice shaking. "But why? Why do you need to be so prepared for violence?" Jake turned to look at her, his expression sad but patient. "Because violence exists in the universe, Amy. We didn't create it, but we can't ignore it either. The pirates who attacked the station today, they exist. They prey on peaceful species because peaceful species are easy targets. But if everyone was peaceful like us, there wouldn't be any violence," Amy insisted. "That's a beautiful dream," Jake said gently, "but it's not realistic, even on Earth. Before humans became the dominant species, there were predators and prey. The prey animals that survived weren't the ones that ignored the predators, they were the ones that learned to detect and avoid them." Krax nodded agreement. Humans became apex predators, not through strength, but through intelligence. This is why they are dangerous. They think like prey and hunt like predators. "I don't think of myself as a predator," Jake said. "I think of myself as a protector. I use my abilities to keep others safe." "Like you did on the station," Marcus said quietly. He'd been listening to the conversation with growing interest. "You protected us." "I did what I had to do," Jake replied. "But I would have preferred to resolve the situation peacefully. Could you have?" Professor Velthus asked. "Could you have negotiated with the pirates?" Jake considered this seriously. "Maybe. Pirates are usually motivated by profit, not violence. If I had something valuable to offer them, or if I could have convinced them that attacking the station would cost them more than they could gain, they might have left peacefully. But you chose violence instead." "I chose the option that guaranteed your safety," Jake corrected. "Negotiation might have worked, but it also might have failed. When other people's lives are at stake, humans don't gamble with uncertain outcomes." The transport was nearing Verdun Prime now, and the peaceful planet grew larger in the viewports. Looking at the gentle world below, Lisa tried to imagine how it must appear to Jake, not as a safe haven, but as a place where potential threats needed to be identified and neutralized. "Jake," she said suddenly, finding her courage, "when you look at us, do you see friends, or do you see weaknesses to exploit?" Jake turned to her with that same gentle expression he had always worn. "I see friends with weaknesses that I want to protect. And when you look at Krax," Jake glanced at the massive Vorthok, "I see a fellow predator who chooses to use his strength to protect others instead of dominating them." Krax's scarred face showed what might have been a smile. "Human sees clearly. On Vorthok Prime, we are taught that strength without honor is worthless. It's better to be weak and honorable than strong and corrupt. That's something humans and Vorthok have in common, Jake said. We both understand that power comes with responsibility. Professor Velthius had been listening to this exchange with growing amazement. You two are more alike than I realized. In some ways, Jake agreed. We're both products of dangerous worlds. We both learned that survival requires strength and intelligence. But we also both learned that strength without purpose is meaningless. So what is your purpose? She asked. Jake looked out at Verdun Prime as the transport prepared to land. To learn how to use human capabilities to build something better. To find ways for predators and prey to coexist peacefully. And my purpose, Krax added, is to prove that predators can be more than just hunters. We can be guardians. As the transport touched down at the academy, Lisa realized that everything had changed. She was still afraid of Jake, but it was a different kind of fear now. She wasn't afraid he would hurt her. She was afraid of what his existence meant for the galaxy. If humans were as intelligent and capable as Jake had demonstrated, what did that mean for species like hers? Would they become obsolete? Protected pets in a universe dominated by apex predators? But as they gathered their belongings and prepared to leave the transport, Jake approached her. Lisa, he said quietly, I know you're afraid of me now. I understand why.
Imagine a species so arrogant, so absurdly overconfident, that it launched an unprovoked planetary assault based entirely on a clerical error. Now imagine they did it before breakfast. Admiral Planax 9 stood at the bridge of the Galactic Dominion's flagship, the irrefutable Victory, which had never actually won a battle, but had a great PR department. He stared at the glowing screen in front of him and announced with the certainty of someone who once got a perfect score on a multiple-choice test entirely by guessing, "We invade at dawn." There was a pause. One of his officers, a jittery creature named Slurpax, who looked like a jellyfish trapped in a vending machine, raised a tentacle. "Sir, is this planet really uninhabited?" Planax didn't even blink. "Of course it is. The file says so right here. Planet designation Earth, mild terrain. Primitive vegetation, zero intelligent life." Had he read the rest of the file, or really any of it, he might have noticed the bold red warning that said, "Under no circumstances should you go there. Ever." But alas, the Admiral had skipped straight to the part that said average surface temperature, pleasant, and so the invasion began. With dramatic music blaring from onboard speakers, because Planax insisted on theatrical flair, the fleet approached Earth with the grace of a drunk giraffe trying to tap dance. Stealth mode was activated, although it mostly just dimmed the interior lights and made the crew walk into walls. By 7:43 a.m., Earth time, the first dropships were already in the atmosphere. The target, a peaceful suburban neighborhood in the middle of Wisconsin. The expected response, mass panic, desperate resistance, heroic last stands. The actual response, a middle-aged man in a bathrobe stepping onto his porch, seeing a massive alien craft descend into his garden and muttering, must be Tuesday." The man was later identified as Carl. Carl had lived through 4 divorces, 3 tornadoes, and once accidentally set his own eyebrows on fire with a barbecue lighter. A spaceship landing in his begonias barely registered. The alien troops disembarked in full armor, armed with plasma rifles and ready for glory. They were immediately attacked by a small dog named Pickles. Pickles was 12 pounds of pure hostility and managed to chew through a soldier's foot before being distracted by a garden gnome. Meanwhile, back aboard the flagship, Planax sipped his ceremonial conquest tea and smiled. "Textbook operation," he said. Moments later, a report came in. The invaders had been pelted with garden hoses, folding chairs, and something called banana cream pie. A tactical unit was taken hostage inside a bowling alley and forced to participate in League Night. Planax frowned. "What kind of weapons are these?" Slurpax hesitated. "Sir, I think we landed on a populated planet." "Impossible!" Planax shouted, his eyes twitching in unison. "The system is labeled Earth. That doesn't even sound threatening." Slurpax pulled up a grainy video feed. It showed a man in shorts yelling at a goose. a teenager dancing badly in front of a gas station, and a woman screaming at a toaster, all within 30 seconds. The Admiral stared. These are the dominant species? Apparently, yes, Slurpax whispered, and I believe they're armed with sarcasm. Then came the transmission, a scrambled audio signal from the surface. He turned up the volume just in time to hear, "Yo, if y'all are here to take over, can you do it after the Packers game?" Silence. Plarnax slowly turned back to his tea, took a long, thoughtful sip. "We may have made a small tactical error." Admiral Plarnax IX had seen many things in his long and questionably decorated career. He'd once watched an entire moon implode after someone sneezed on the wrong control panel. He'd personally led the invasion of a gas giant that turned out to be a balloon for a children's space festival. But nothing could have prepared him for Carl. Carl, wearing socks with sandals and drinking black coffee that tasted like burnt despair, had now somehow become the most powerful obstacle to the Galactic Dominion in 200 years. Not because he was particularly smart or strong, or even remotely aware of what was happening, but because Carl did not care. Carl was the human equivalent of a shrug, and the invaders didn't know how to handle that. Back on the ground, the alien squad was trying to regroup after the incident with the bowling alley. Commander Bloopnark, who had earned 17 medals for valor and 1 for accidentally destroying a vending machine during peace talks, was currently hiding inside a portable toilet. He was not proud of it. Outside, his soldiers were attempting to decipher Earth's communication systems. They tuned into what they believed was a distress signal. Turns out it was a morning radio show where 2 hosts argued about pancakes for 45 minutes, followed by an ad for something called foot fungus cream. "Is this a warning?" one trooper asked. Another shook his head. "I think it's some kind of ritual." Meanwhile, a local teenager named Jenna had already taken a selfie with one of the aliens, added heart emojis, and posted it with the caption, "Met a space frog this morning." 10/10 vibes. Within minutes, the photo had gone viral. Suddenly, Earth wasn't under attack, it was trending. The alien soldiers were quickly swarmed by curious humans, mostly armed with smartphones and questions like, "Do you guys believe in horoscopes?" and "Can you fix my Wi-Fi?" One alien was dragged into a debate about cryptocurrency. Another was forced to watch a 5-minute video on how to make lasagna using only a microwave and tears. Back aboard the ship, Plarnax was slowly coming undone. "They're not fighting back," he barked. "No, sir," Slurpax replied, watching live footage of 2 soldiers being pulled into a Zumba class. "They appear to be integrating." Plarnax stared at the screen. One of his troopers was now wearing sunglasses and holding a smoothie. "Why are they smiling?" "Sir, permission to speak freely?" "Granted." "I don't think these humans know they're being invaded." Plarnax blinked. "Then what do they think is happening?" Slurpax hesitated. "A public relations stunt, possibly for a new soda." This gave Plarnax a headache so powerful it caused 3 of his teeth to send resignation letters. Desperate for a show of force, he ordered a flyover of a major city. The fleet passed over Las Vegas. What they assumed would be a terrifying demonstration of alien dominance was mistaken for a new Cirque du Soleil act. The crowd applauded. Someone threw glitter. Even worse, the Admiral's personal attack drone was accidentally signed to a 6-month contract at a local casino as a backup dancer. Meanwhile, Earth's official response came from a temporary spokesperson named Darren, who had only been chosen because he happened to be near the phone when it rang. Darren, an intern for the Department of Mild Emergencies, answered the call with, "Hey, thanks for visiting. We hope you're enjoying the planet. Would you like a coupon?" Back on the flagship, Plarnax was pacing in tight, angry circles. "We tried to conquer a planet," he muttered, "and they offered us discounts." Worse still, his crew had started to adapt. Slurpax had discovered reality TV and refused to leave his quarters. The ship's weapons officer, Glab, had bought a skateboard online and was practicing ollies in the engine bay. Even the ship's AI had changed its voice to sound like a game show host. Plarnax snapped. No more pretending. They will understand they are being conquered. But just as he activated the global override to deliver a proper invasion message, he was interrupted by a transmission from a human named Rita, who worked at a call center and had somehow rerouted their entire comms system. "Hi there," she chirped. "Before we proceed, can I interest you in a limited-time offer on long-distance data bundles?" Plarnax screamed into the void. At precisely 9:12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the United Nations Emergency Response Committee gathered for an urgent video call. There was only one problem. Nobody believed it was actually an emergency. The official summary of the situation, hastily emailed by a technician named Gary, read, "Possible alien invasion, also, Carl is trending." Half the representatives joined late. One was in pajamas. Another thought it was a test drill and brought snacks. The chairwoman, Eleanor Greaves, a woman who had once diffused an international crisis by sighing loudly, adjusted her glasses and asked the question on everyone's mind, "Is this real?" Gary, who had been forcibly promoted to Earth's de facto alien liaison, nodded solemnly. "We have video confirmation, and one of the aliens is now on TikTok dancing with a golden retriever." There was a pause. "Is it a threat?" someone asked. Gary shrugged. "Honestly, I'm not sure, but the dog looks happy." Meanwhile, the alien troops were still trying to regroup after their failed attempt at shock and awe. Unfortunately, they'd landed in what Earthlings referred to as the Midwest, a zone where friendliness is both weaponized and mandatory. One squad attempted to secure a perimeter around a hardware store. Instead, they were invited to a barbecue by a retired bus driver named Hank. Hank didn't care where they were from. He just wanted help flipping ribs and someone to listen to his opinions about weather patterns. One alien, designated Unit 42B, tried to explain they were a highly trained assault unit. "Sure, buddy," Hank said, handing him a plate. "Now try the potato salad." Back aboard the irrefutable Victory, Admiral Plarnax 9 was going through all 5 stages of denial at once. His warboard, previously filled with tactical projections and orbital assault plans, had been taken over by a pop-up ad for colon cleanse in 7 easy steps that no one could figure out how to close. The alien crew was unraveling. One of the engineers had built a shrine to a local weather presenter. Another had started writing Earth-style romance novels under the pseudonym Lady Moonbiscuit. Even the fleet's elite security droid had joined a bowling league and refused to return fire on account of having found inner peace. Plarnax called an emergency meeting. "We are the conquerors," he shouted, "not the conquered." Silence. Then Glab, still holding his skateboard, raised a claw. "Sir, have you tasted the thing they call nacho cheese?" The Admiral turned a violent shade of purple. Meanwhile, humanity's official response continued its descent into absurdity. Brenda, the receptionist at a minor satellite office of Earth's Space Defense Initiative, which mostly handled Wi-Fi outages on the moon, was now tasked with composing Earth's first diplomatic message to the invading force. Her draft read, "Dear sirs, madams, or tentacled overlords, welcome to Earth. Please be advised that Thursdays are recycling days." It was accidentally sent. The aliens received it. Some found it charming. Others were confused. One soldier framed it. Back on the ground, alien units trying to occupy a shopping mall were captured and detained by mall security. Not military, not police, just Dave, a 56-year-old man with a flashlight and a dream. Dave had once stopped a teenager from stealing a hat. Now he had personally disarmed an alien warlord by asking if they had a receipt. Commander Bloopnark, still recovering emotionally from the bowling incident, was called in to extract his troops. But instead of a battle, he was confronted by a woman in a tracksuit who thought he was a lost cosplayer. She took him by the arm, said, "Come on, sweetie," and led him to a yoga class. He has not been seen since. And through it all, Admiral Planax watched, seething. How did this planet survive long enough to develop space-grade microwaves and yet fail to understand an intergalactic invasion? Slurpax cautiously entered the room holding a tray. "Sir, I brought you something called cinnamon swirls. I thought it might help." Planax opened his mouth to yell, then paused, took a bite. There was a long silence. "This is the single greatest thing I've ever tasted." Slurpax nodded. "Apparently they eat it for breakfast, on purpose." Planax stared out the window. Earth turned slowly beneath them, glowing with potential and confusion. A planet armed not with lasers nor armies, but with carbs, chaos, and an unshakable resistance to taking anything seriously. They hadn't invaded a death world. They had invaded a buffet with a personality disorder. 3 days into the invasion, the Galactic Dominion forces had achieved exactly 0 of their objectives. They had not subdued the humans, seized their infrastructure, or even located a central government building that wasn't closed for lunch. What they had done was develop several unhealthy addictions and accidentally form a jazz trio. It began with a reconnaissance bot named Blink 7, whose job was to monitor human communication channels. After scrolling through 20 hours of social media, the bot refused to return to duty. Instead, it began uploading motivational quote graphics and arguing about astrology in the comments. From there, it escalated. A young alien soldier named Krundax, assigned to analyze human emotional patterns, accidentally watched an entire season of a show called The Bachelor. He emerged from the experience deeply emotionally compromised and with strong opinions about someone named Jessica. He then gave a heartfelt speech to his platoon about the fragility of love and the importance of following one's heart, and was promptly promoted to morale officer. Elsewhere, a communications expert named Vaughn was tasked with hacking into Earth's data networks. Instead, he discovered a series of cooking tutorials and became obsessed with learning to bake banana bread. His first attempt exploded. His second attempt was served at a neighborhood potluck. His third attempt won second place at the Wisconsin County Fair. First place went to a 9-year-old girl named Daisy. Vaughn swore eternal vengeance. The humans, for their part, remained almost willfully oblivious to the interstellar significance of what was happening. A few assumed the aliens were part of a movie shoot. Others thought it was a very immersive viral marketing campaign. One group of retirees believed it was a pop-up escape room and tried to solve the invasion with crossword puzzles and Werther's originals. A rogue battalion attempted to seize control of a television studio to broadcast a message of conquest. They were intercepted by the production crew of a daytime talk show and ended up sitting in plastic chairs, awkwardly sipping tea while being interviewed about what it's like to be a space invader. The episode was a ratings hit. Meanwhile, back on the flagship, Admiral Planax 9 was dangerously close to losing the last 3 brain cells, not actively trying to run away. The bridge was now decorated with lava lamps. Someone had installed a popcorn machine, and the ship's AI had taken to greeting him every morning with "Rise and shine, sunshine." His officers had dissolved into chaos. Slurpax now wore Hawaiian shirts and referred to himself as the Slurpinator. Glab had opened a smoothie stand in the hangar bay and was considering franchising. Even the ship's tactical droid had replaced its laser cannon with a karaoke mic and could frequently be heard belting out songs about heartbreak and deep space loneliness. Planax called for a full regroup. "This is not an exchange program," he shouted. "We are an occupying force." The crew blinked at him with glazed-over eyes. Slurpax raised a smoothie. "Try the mango pineapple. It changed my life." Planax clenched his fists. "I want to see results." "Where is the domination? Where is the fear?" Just then, a diplomatic envoy arrived. It was led by a woman named Tina, who ran a local PTA and believed in solving all problems with brownies and assertive communication. She marched aboard the ship, handed out welcome kits, and insisted that the Admiral sit down and use his inside voice. Planax, broken and bewildered, did as instructed. The ensuing negotiation involved 3 pots of coffee, a game of charades, and a long story about Tina's son Darren, who once flushed a calculator down a toilet and claimed it was an experiment in math. At the end of it, the Admiral agreed, without entirely understanding why, to a community potluck and a poetry night. Back on Earth, alien troops were integrating at alarming speed. One had taken up line dancing, another was leading goat yoga in a park. A third had invented an entirely new genre of music by accidentally playing a harp with his face tentacles. It charted in Sweden. The invasion had not failed. It had mutated. What was supposed to be a swift conquest had become a slow-motion cultural implosion. The humans were not resisting because they didn't recognize the threat. They didn't process the threat. To them, the invasion was just another Tuesday. Weird, yes, but so was the last one, and perhaps most terrifying of all. The aliens were starting to like it. By the end of week 1, Admiral Planax 9 had developed a twitch in his left eye, an aversion to ukuleles, and a severe allergic reaction to the word potluck. He hadn't come to Earth to join book clubs or taste cinnamon rolls. He had come to conquer, to lead a swift, elegant campaign of galactic domination. Instead, his warship smelled like popcorn and lavender air freshener, and half his elite soldiers were on waiting lists for yoga teacher certification. "This has gone on long enough," he growled, pounding the control console with enough force to launch a nearby stapler into orbit. He summoned every available commander. Glab arrived on a skateboard. Slurpax showed up holding a smoothie and a brochure for something called Finding Your Inner You. One of the lieutenants wore a glittery sash that read, "Best Hugger." Planax didn't yell. Not this time. He leaned forward, his voice low and cold. "We are taking the planet. Today." The officers fell silent. No more muffins. No more memes. No more poetry readings with emotionally vulnerable humans named Greg. Operation Galactic Grasp was launched at 700 hours with terrifying efficiency. The full fleet, 12 dreadnoughts, 48 cruisers, and a small shuttle accidentally registered as a food truck, descended across all major continents. The command was clear: assert dominance, use all resources, accept no baked goods. At first, it looked like it might actually work. A massive squadron landed in a financial district and issued a formal ultimatum. Unfortunately, they arrived during rush hour, and the only person who paid attention was a street performer dressed as a robot who gave them a thumbs up and asked for tips. Another group stormed a government building only to discover that it was closed due to plumbing issues. A notice on the door read, "Back after lunch, probably." The squad waited for 3 hours. No one returned. Commander Bloopnark, finally resurfacing from his yoga spiral, led a direct assault on a military base in Nebraska. His troops encountered a stern-looking guard who told them to take a number. The number was 67. They were currently on 22. While waiting, Bloopnark had a mental breakdown, adopted a kitten, and now goes by the name Cheryl. Desperate for real resistance, Planax deployed his most fearsome weapon, the Obliterator Cannon. Capable of turning entire cities into lightly seasoned rubble, it targeted a population center in central Texas. The weapon charged, the systems locked, and then nothing. It had been unplugged to make room for a karaoke machine. The Admiral screamed, "I don't care if they offer us coupons. I want Earth under my boot." Just then, a report came in. A human counterstrike had begun. Not with weapons, not with missiles, but with forms, legal forms, governmental paperwork, tax documentation, permits, applications, ID verifications. Planax's troops were instantly overwhelmed. One platoon was trapped at a department of motor vehicles for 13 hours. Another was forced to fill out a visa request in triplicate, in cursive, without the aid of spell check. A commander attempted to declare the invasion legally binding and was instead roped into jury duty. They were buried in bureaucracy. One squad tried to requisition territory through local zoning laws. They were redirected to a meeting that had been cancelled since 2009. Another alien applied for conquest rights and received a sternly worded rejection letter citing Clause 47B, no hostile takeovers during flu season. Even Planax himself wasn't spared. His attempt to seize control of Earth's global communication grid was thwarted by a cookie consent banner he couldn't figure out how to close. Every time he clicked accept, it just popped up again. He screamed so hard, he dislocated a nostril. The final straw came during a forced march through a suburban neighborhood. The alien war machine rolled down the street with pride, only to be stopped by a very serious child on a tricycle who demanded to know if they had permission from the Homeowners Association. When they couldn't produce the appropriate documentation, she issued a fine in crayon. The invasion collapsed, not because of Earth's military, not because of Earth's science, but because Earth was a giant maze of incomprehensible systems, passive-aggressive signage, and a level of disorganization so intense it looped back around and became a defense mechanism. Planax, defeated, slumped into his chair. He was sticky with printer toner and regret. "What is this planet?" he whispered. Slurpax, now fully converted to wearing Crocs and sipping iced tea, gave a peaceful smile. "This is Earth, sir." Admiral Planax 9 had finally accepted a truth more painful than a laser blast to the shins. Earth could not be conquered by force. Not because it was strong, not because it was wise, but because it was too fundamentally ridiculous to function as an occupied planet. His war council had dissolved into nonsense. Slurpax now ran meditation workshops. Glab had become a certified smoothie shaman and was selling something called interdimensional detox juice that gave hallucinations of your ancestors doing the Macarena. The ship's internal AI now opened every status report with, "Hey bestie, ready to crush another day?" Planax knew he had two options left: retreat in shame or attempt diplomacy. He chose the one that didn't involve apologizing to the Galactic High Command and being reassigned to asteroid patrol. Again. Unfortunately, Earth's response to interplanetary diplomacy was inconsistent. His first diplomatic envoy landed in Sweden. They were greeted with politeness, warm cinnamon buns, and a very confusing game involving throwing heavy metal discs at sand. The aliens misunderstood the rules, accidentally won the regional championship, and were declared honorary citizens. The second envoy landed in New Jersey. They were mugged. Planax decided to send a personal representative, senior negotiator Prilneth III, trained in over 400 cultures, fluent in 92 languages, and capable of resolving disputes between species that communicate solely through smells. The mission lasted 17 minutes. Prilneth was intercepted by a group of conspiracy theorists who insisted that he was actually a lizard in a costume, then dragged him to a basement podcast where he was forced to debate a man wearing 3 tinfoil hats and a t-shirt that read, "The moon is a lie." He escaped by pretending to be a weather balloon. After that, all official diplomatic attempts were quietly cancelled. And then came Jerry. Jerry was not technically authorized to negotiate on behalf of Earth. He was a used car salesman from Nebraska with a firm handshake, an outdated Bluetooth earpiece, and a tragic confidence in his own charisma. He happened to stumble upon an alien scout craft that had broken down outside his dealership. Jerry made contact. He brought coffee. He offered snacks. He tried to sell them a 2003 sedan with just a few issues under the hood. Within hours, he'd convinced 3 alien soldiers to trade plasma rifles for timeshare condos. Somehow, Jerry ended up on the flagship, No one invited him. He just walked in, handed Planax a business card that read Jerry, Human Solutions Consultant, and sat down like he owned the galaxy. Planax opened his mouth to scream, then realized he had no strength left. Jerry smiled and leaned forward. "Listen, big guy, you're going about this all wrong. You don't invade Earth, you network it." Planax blinked. "What? See, we're not a top-down species. You can't scare us into submission. You've got to distract us, overwhelm us. Give us a loyalty program, a trending hashtag, and a limited time offer, and we'll do anything you want." Slurpax, who had been listening from behind a potted plant, nodded sagely. "He's not wrong, sir. That was the beginning of the Accord. Not a treaty, not a surrender. More like a handshake written on a napkin during a backyard barbecue hosted by someone's uncle. Earth didn't negotiate through diplomats. Earth negotiated through awkward social situations, cold drinks, and the phrase, "Hey, while you're here." So it was decided. A neutral site was chosen for the official proceedings, Gary's backyard. Gary, the technician who accidentally started all this, had a grill, a folding table, and exactly one lawn chair that didn't sink when you sat in it. Representatives from both sides showed up. The aliens brought their highest-ranking officers. Earth sent a man in cargo shorts, a woman holding a casserole, and someone who may or may not have been asleep the entire time. The document was drafted on the back of a pizza menu. Its terms were simple. Aliens would be allowed to stay on Earth under 3 conditions. 1. They could not attempt to conquer anything without giving at least 48 hours notice. 2. They had to contribute to the community in some way, preferably through snacks, entertainment, or lawn maintenance. And 3. They had to participate in at least one karaoke night per month, non-negotiable. The treaty was sealed with a fist bump and a marshmallow roasting session. Planax didn't attend. He sat alone on the bridge, watching the stars. This hadn't been the invasion he wanted. It had been stranger, louder, and somehow stickier. But maybe, just maybe, it had become something else entirely. By the time the first intergalactic newsletter reported the outcome of Earth's conquest, most species assumed it was a typo. The headline read, "Galactic Dominion now offering lawn services in Ohio." Confusion spread across several sectors. Was this some kind of secret invasion code, a metaphor, a failed translation? No, it was exactly what it sounded like. The invaders had accidentally integrated into local communities, not as overlords, not as conquerors, but as neighbors. The shift hadn't been strategic. It had been gradual, ridiculous, and entirely driven by snacks, small talk, and Earth's relentless ability to absorb nonsense without collapsing. In the quiet suburb of Brookview Hills, a battle mech now mowed lawns every Tuesday. It was repurposed by an alien named Zerb, who, after losing 3 consecutive laser duels to a Roomba, decided to change careers. Zerb now charged $20 per yard, offered optional trimming services, and was considering a loyalty punch card system. In a nearby town, 2 alien commandos ran a hot dog stand. They didn't understand the concept of meat or bread or condiments, but they did understand customer satisfaction. The stand's name, for reasons never fully explained, was Vina Protocol. It had a 5-star rating and a cult following on food blogs. One squad of former elite infiltrators had become wedding DJs. Another had joined a biker gang. One, and only one, had disappeared entirely. Rumored to be training for competitive baking on a cooking show in Denmark. The Galactic Dominion tried to reassert control. A cruiser was dispatched to extract key personnel and reboot the invasion. It made it as far as Earth's lower orbit before being intercepted by a chain of prank calls, a fake delivery order for 17 pizzas, and a barrage of messages asking for the Wi-Fi password, please. The crew panicked and retreated. Admiral Planax 9, now technically Earth's High Coordinator of Intercultural Affairs, a title given to him at a school fundraiser he didn't know he was attending, had not adjusted well. He spent his days pacing the bridge of his once mighty flagship, which now doubled as a floating tourist attraction. It had a gift shop. Children came aboard for birthday parties. There was a photo booth where guests could wear fake antennae and pretend to scream as they surrendered to the alien overlords. He tried to give one last motivational speech to his crew. "We must remember who we are. We are warriors. We are the teeth of the Dominion." Slurpax, sipping a lemonade, replied, "Sir, I'm already booked for 3 PTA meetings this week, and I promised to chaperone a field trip to the planetarium. Also, Cheryl's goat yoga class is tomorrow, and we're low on mats." "Who is Cheryl?" "Bloopnark. He goes by Cheryl now." Plarnak stared at him. "I once burned an entire continent to the ground." "Cool," said Slurpax, flipping through coupons. "Have you tried the peach cobbler from that diner on 5th? Transcendental." The truth was undeniable. Earth had not only resisted occupation, it had reversed it. Without ever realizing it, humans had colonized their invaders, not with violence, not with advanced tech, but with culture, with clutter, with things that made no logical sense and yet somehow held entire societies together. Credit cards, punchlines, public holidays, jazz, complaint forms, local sports rivalries, conspiracy theories about furniture stores that were definitely hiding something. Earth didn't just absorb you, it rewrote you. And for some of the aliens, this new life was addictive. They liked sitcoms, they liked slow walks through garden centers, they liked having arguments about whether pineapple belonged on pizza and then solving those arguments by ordering both kinds and eating too much of each. The longer they stayed, the more they forgot what they'd come to do. Back in the galactic capital, the High Command was baffled. They had lost contact with multiple divisions. Their long-range scanners picked up bizarre energy signatures that corresponded not to weapons, but to music festivals, farmers' markets, and amateur fireworks shows. One transmission, intercepted weeks later, simply said, "We're good, don't come." Another read, "Bring dip." Some believed it was a trap. Others believed it was enlightenment. But one thing was clear. Something had changed. Something irreversible. And Earth, messy, noisy, deeply inefficient Earth, was at the center of it. It was supposed to be a historical entry in the archives of the Galactic Dominion, a warning, a case study, a firm, practical explanation of why you never attack a species that considers Black Friday a cultural holiday. But somewhere along the way, the report got weird. Because how do you accurately describe a planet where traffic laws are suggestions, small talk is weaponized, and one of the most watched events each year involves people throwing an inflated ball and screaming at televisions while wearing matching shirts? Admiral Plarnax 9 tried. He really did. He sat down with every intention of composing a formal debrief for the Dominion Grand Council. He outlined key events, tactical failures, socio-cultural entanglements. But the longer he typed, the harder it became to explain how an interstellar war had been derailed by a chilly cook-off and a flash mob performance of Total Eclipse of the Heart in a supermarket. By paragraph 5, he gave up and stapled a handwritten note to the front that simply said, "Do not." The Dominion never sent a follow-up. Plarnax still lived aboard the Irrefutable Victory, though no one called it that anymore. Locals referred to it as the big floaty thing with the nacho stand. It remained parked 3 miles above a cornfield in Kansas, occasionally drifting off course whenever someone messed with the gravity controls to make zero-G bowling more exciting. Earth's governments, in their own earthy way, had accepted the situation without truly understanding it. Someone wrote a law that defined extraterrestrial residents as tourists with long-term enthusiasm. It passed unanimously because no one read the fine print, and also there was free coffee in the voting room that day. International agencies adapted as best they could. NASA released a revised mission statement. "We don't know what's going on anymore, but we're trying our best." Tourism soared. Alien-themed merchandise exploded. Someone published a cookbook titled Cooking with Planax, which included suspiciously few recipes and far too many footnotes about existential dread. The aliens blended in with increasing ease. Some changed their names to things like Greg, others didn't bother and simply introduced themselves with a dramatic cough and a gesture toward the sky. Every now and then, Planax would walk the halls of his ship, pass by crew members debating whether coffee was a beverage or a survival mechanism, and remember that there was a time, not long ago, when they had all been conquerors. Not anymore. Now they were just residents of Earth. The planet that didn't destroy its enemies, it confused them into submission. The Dominion eventually sent one last message, an encrypted communique routed through 17 satellites and a diplomatic courier shaped like a novelty pen. It arrived on Planax's console with flashing red text and the seal of the Supreme Command. "Report status," it said. Planax stared at it for a long time. Then, with a sigh, he dictated his reply. "This is Admiral Planax 9. The invasion has been reclassified. Hostilities terminated. Local resistance 2. Existential. Tactical success probability approaching 0. The humans have parties, sir, constantly, for things that do not warrant celebration. They invite us. We go. We bring snacks. We play games where rules change mid-round and no one keeps score. We argue about pizza toppings with passion, usually reserved for civil wars. We are lost in their culture. We are deeply embedded. There is no extraction." He paused, then added, "We have been earthed." He hit send. The system blinked. Message received. No further orders came. Down below, on the planet that rewrote the invasion manual just by existing, life continued. Strange, loud, illogical, beautifully disorganized. A species that built monuments, forgot anniversaries, survived wars, started dance trends, wrote poetry about soup, and accidentally conquered a galactic armada through a combination of hospitality and complete disregard for standard protocol. Earth was not a death world. It was something far more dangerous. It was relatable.
Faster now. They were clumsy in the low gravity, but although a couple of them lost their grip and bounced off the floor, they kept going. Ping. There was definitely something behind them, moving fast, closing on them, but they still had time. Ping. The captain turned, trying to see where it was. His suit lights glanced across the walls, floor, ceiling, but they didn't show him anything but an empty corridor. Ping. They were almost at the end of the corridor. It couldn't be that much further to the next section. Ping. The captain checked all his crew were ahead of him. Ping. They were at the end of the corridor. All of them. The gravity was back. This part still had power. They were at a four-way intersection, and the Statston had paused, trying to work out which fork to take. The motion sensor wasn't picking up anything. Maybe whatever was following them didn't like low gravity. Crash. The captain spun round, just in time to see a vent cover slam to the ground. Something dropped from the shaft right into the middle of them. The captain just caught a glimpse of it in the light of someone else's suit lamps. Whatever it was fast, and it was bone white. Everyone panicked. Some of the Statston dived for cover, some brought their weapons up. The ones who fled were the smart ones. In all the chaos, the captain couldn't keep track of the white blur, but he saw a Statston go flying and hit the wall hard. Every radio channel was filled with shouting, screaming. It was just as well atmospheric pressure was low, muffling the sound of 50 Statston shrieking in alarm. Several of the Amia tried to activate their suit jets on instinct. One or two got clear, but the captain saw a couple of his crew smack into the ceiling or bounce off the walls. The safety officer kept his cool, like he'd been trained to, and retreated back into 0G section, where an Amia would have an advantage. The medic managed not to panic as well, and made for an engineer who'd been knocked down. The creature grabbed him. Through the mess of flailing Statston and Amia, the captain just managed to catch a glimpse of a red suit being dragged into a ventilation shaft. Then it was over. The whole encounter had lasted less than 30 seconds. Slowly, the panic died down. at least enough for the captain to check that the rest of his team were all right. Everyone accounted for, except for the medic, of course, and with nothing worse than a bruise or two. The Stats Don weren't so lucky. 3 of them were dead. 2 from blunt force trauma, and 1 from having its arm pulled clean out of its socket. There was no use mourning them now, however. The creature could be back at any moment. The captain hesitated, but he still had 10 members of his crew he needed to get to safety. The medic would understand. The next section was only 150 meters away. Left, right, left again. All the time waiting for the motion detector to go off again. But nothing happened, and suddenly they were there. Safety. Still, the captain didn't let himself relax until the heavy vacuum-proof doors closed. It was only then that he thought to check the biomonitors in his crew's suits. He wanted to make sure that the injured weren't seriously hurt. The biomonitors were fairly basic and no substitute for a full exam, but it was better than nothing. Fortunately, their vital signs were all within normal tolerances. They'd been knocked about a bit, but they'd be fine. However, when the captain opened the display on his suit's visor, he noticed something else. The medic was still alive. He ran a diagnostic, making sure that he was still looking at current data and it wasn't on some sort of time delay. Nope. This was the current telemetry. The medic was definitely still alive. His vital signs were still strong, too. The captain then brought up a map. Every suit had a tracker in it, and the medic's was still broadcasting. He wasn't even that far away, only a few hundred meters and 2 levels up. The captain thought long and hard about what he was going to do next. When things get tough, you don't abandon your flock. Every Amiya is raised knowing that. However, when you get older, get given a position of responsibility, you learn that things aren't always that simple. There are always risks when you're out in deep space, but they're usually risks like a malfunctioning reactor or a toxic leak from the cargo. Pulling a crewmate out of a burning engine room was brave, but taking on an alien predator? That was just crazy. He was only a freighter captain. He wasn't some long-range explorer. He didn't sign up to go boldly into the unknown, and he certainly didn't sign up to fight monsters. The sensible thing to do would be to make sure the rest of his crew was safe, and accept that there was nothing he could do for the medic now. But he was still a captain, and when he took the job, he accepted responsibility for everyone under his command. He'd told the Stats Don that his first duty was to the safety of his ship. That was important, sure. They needed those supplies on Miayan 4, but above all else, as captain, it was his duty to make sure his crew got home again. All of them. After a quick conversation with the safety officer, the captain made his decision. The Stats Don were surprised when he told them there was a change of plans, but not half as much as the rest of the Amiya. It took some arguing, but in the end they agreed. They would continue on to the transport pod and take the rest of the team back to the Lightfeather's shuttle. The captain and the safety officer would go back for the ship's medic. The Stats Don didn't like anyone making a decision without consulting, well, everyone. But they also didn't care if 2 Amiya wanted to get themselves killed. They left him one of the motion detectors and continued on escorting the rest of the rescue team to the transport pod. Once they'd gone, the safety officer got the stunners out of his pack. There are always 2 on a freighter with a crew of 4 or more, and only the captain and the safety officer are trained to use them. Long sticks that fire an electrical pulse. Simple weapons, but effective. If one of the crew has a psychotic episode, and it can happen out in the void, then the stunners allow his shipmates to subdue him without hurting him much. It's designed to be non-fatal, but it still hurts like hell. Normally, the captain would never have brought weapons on board someone else's ship, especially not without asking them first. But this was the Stats Don they were dealing with, and he'd had a feeling they were hiding something. He told the security officer to bring the stunners, keep them hidden, and only use them as a last resort. This seemed like a last resort. As they waited by the door dividing the sections, he tried raising the medic on comms a couple of times. Nothing. It occurred to the captain that even if the creature hadn't eaten him already, it probably wasn't doing anything pleasant with him. But his vital signs were still strong, and as long as that green line held, then there was still hope. After a few minutes, the door opened. The captain breathed a sigh of relief. Whatever else happened, the others had reached the transport pod. He looked at the safety officer without even needing to say it. You don't have to do this, you know. But the safety officer was through the door before the captain. It was his job to identify potential hazards to the crew and keep them out of harm's way. He'd been trained to keep a cool head under pressure. Maybe no one had ever expected a situation like this when they were giving him that training, but this was definitely a hazard, and there was a crewman in harm's way. They retraced their steps and found an access shaft that allowed them to go up 2 levels using their jets. Then they started following the medic's tracker beacon. The captain kept a close eye on the motion sensor, but it was quiet as the grave. 1 intersection, 2, 3. They crept down the empty corridors, suit lamps piercing through the darkness, and found nothing. They were getting close. The medic must be somewhere along the next corridor. That came from behind them. The captain spun round, but once again all he saw was an empty corridor. The motion sensor was definitely picking up something in the direction they'd just come. The captain and the safety officer looked at each other. Then they broke into a run. The medic's suit tracker was still registering just a little way ahead. The creature must have stashed him for later and then gone out to hunt down the rest of their group. Maybe they still had a chance. Get in, get the medic, and get out before the creature realized they'd doubled back. The captain's legs were starting to hurt. He wasn't used to using them for so long, but it couldn't be far now. Suddenly, the safety officer stuck his arm out, bringing him to a halt, and in an instant, the captain saw why. There was a hatch there, not a large one, like the section divider, so there was probably just a small room through there. From the position of beacon on the medic's suit, he must be just on the other side. The captain hesitated. You never opened a door on a spacecraft if you didn't know what it led to. Dangerous machinery, radiation, anything. If the atmospheres weren't equalized, and that was a real danger on this ship, they could be blown back into the wall behind them. The captain sprang forward and pressed the button. The door swished open. Instantly, the captain knew 2 things. The first was that he should never have trusted the StatStan when they told him there was only 1 intruder aboard. The second was that they were as good as dead. His wings flexed inside his suit, trying to fly for cover. The captain half turned, but when his wings just hit the inside of his suit, it shocked him enough to think about what he was doing. There was no cover here, but he had the stunner. The captain brought up his weapon and depressed the firing button. Too slow, far too slow. His target was already moving. The safety officer fired, but he missed too. The captain adjusted his aim, already knowing it was futile, already knowing what was coming at him, but he had to try. He was just about to press the firing button again when the stunner was ripped out of his hand. The safety officer lost his weapon a split second later. Then they were just standing there, face to face with it. A human. The safety officer half turned, instinct finally winning out, then just collapsed. Adrenaline faint. When an Amiya's panic instinct activates but they can't use that burst of energy to fly to cover, it often causes an overload that knocks them out. Saves you from having a heart attack, but not great in a dangerous situation. Right then, however, the captain envied him. No one could survive a human, not in any kind of combat, and certainly not up close like this. They still weren't well known outside their little corner of the galaxy, but the Amiya had investigated and gathered a certain amount of information on them. Carnivorous, aggressive, brutally strong, fast, and tough. Insane predatory instinct, to the point where they frequently hunted each other, as well as anything else that came within reach. The Amiya government had sent observers in during the conflict with the Kalukamsku, and what they'd brought back, well, the captain had seen some of the vids. Whatever the human was about to do to him, he just hoped it was quick. It was just standing there. It was wearing a white spacesuit, not too different from the captain's own, although obviously made to fit a human form. A little taller than him, but much bulkier. Most ground-dwelling species are, of course. Flight is a huge advantage for the Amiya, but it does mean we're relative lightweights for our size. The captain was fairly confident that if it wanted to, the human could rip his limbs off one by one, then fold him in half for good measure. But it was just standing there. The captain became aware of a presence behind him. Something picked him up and the safety officer and shoved them both into the room. Then the door closed with a hiss of finality. 2 humans. Now he was in an enclosed space with 2 humans. He caught a flash of movement at the corner of his vision and a 3rd human came into view. All three were wearing bone-white spacesuits that, to an Amia, looked disturbingly skeletal. They were all just standing there. This was what he got for trusting the Statstan. The captain realized there was only one thing left for him to do now. He opened his comm system to tell the Light Feather to pick up the rest of the crew, then get as far away from here as possible. Then he noticed that there was an alert on his comm system. It was picking up a signal on a new frequency. Almost on reflex, the captain selected it. An audio transmission, or at least that was what it looked like. He opened it. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Can your translation matrix process this? Yeah, that's right. They were trying to talk to him. You can imagine how shocked the captain was. Could have knocked him down with a feather, as we Amia say. The only sentient predator species in the galaxy, and instead of trying to eat him, they were trying to talk to him. Which was when it dawned on him, they're sentient. They may be carnivorous, but they're sentient. Maybe, just maybe, there was a chance for him to talk his way out of this. So he replied, "Yes, I can understand you." He wanted to add, "Please don't eat me." But he didn't fully trust his translation program to deal with human language, and even with perfect translation, there's still the chance of cultural misunderstandings. So he decided to stay away from the whole topic of killing him and keep everything simple. He started by asking, "What do you want?" The answer surprised him almost as much as the fact that he was still alive. He followed up with another question, and another, and slowly he started to get an idea of what was really going on here. It had all started a few weeks earlier. A human cargo ship called the Idaho had been on a mission out to Upau-Rokvau territory. Just an ordinary trade run, except not ordinary for humans because that's a hell of a long way for them. Their FTL drives are pretty primitive, and they have very few ships capable of crossing that kind of distance. They were 4 months into the trip when their FTL drive broke down, far, far beyond the range of any possibility that another human ship would come across them. So they sent out a general distress call, and guess who answered? That's right, the Statstan city ship. Now, if you or I answered a distress signal, it would be because we actually wanted to help. But that's not how the Statstan think. They found the Idaho drifting, helpless, and they checked its configuration against the list of species they have bilateral agreements with. Not Amia, not Velian, not Tok-Tok. In fact, the ship design was one they'd never encountered before. The files said, "Human. Don't think the Statstan didn't know what a human was. They exchange information with the rest of the galaxy. Their databases contain as much information on all the various spacefaring species as anyone, even the obscure ones. But they'd never encountered humans directly before, which meant they didn't have any treaties with them, which meant they had no obligation to help. A species which had the tiniest sliver of an instinct for compassion would have thought to themselves, well, we can't just leave them out here. We have to do something for them. A species which had any amount of common sense would have thought, maybe we should stay away from a ship full of humans. But these are the Statstan we're talking about. So they thought, hey, nice free ship, that's right. Those geniuses found a human-disabled ship, and they decided to just take it for themselves. A human ship. I told you the first time I heard this story, I didn't believe it, because surely, even the Statstan aren't that stupid. But apparently they are. I saw the logs and I still can barely believe it, but they really are that dumb. The city ship dragged the Idaho into its shuttle bay, and the auto factory started carving it up. Keep in mind, the humans thought up till this point that the Statstan were coming to help them. Nasty surprise for them, although the Statstan were about to have a worse one. As the industrial cutters started slicing into their hull, they had to scramble for their spacesuits and make a run for the emergency airlocks. 11 of them didn't make it. The other 38, however, got off their ship in time before it was torn apart for components. I guess the Statstan just assumed that anyone on board the ship would die as they were taking it apart, and they wouldn't have to worry about them. But 38 humans managed to evacuate and found an opening that led them into the machinery of the auto factory. And somehow, they made it through without getting crushed or cut up, and activated an airlock. It didn't take the Statstan long to realize that they'd picked up passengers. At first, they tried to deal with the humans by containing them, but humans are a reasonably intelligent species, and the Statstan like to keep their ships simple. The humans quickly worked out they could move through the ventilation system, and given enough time, they could break open the door controls and bypass the lockouts. From there, it progressed more or less as the Statstan had told the Amia earlier. First, they sent in the modified repair drones. These huge, lumbering robots actually managed to kill 3 of the humans, partly because the humans still weren't sure what was going on, and whether it was just an interspecies misunderstanding. I should mention, by the way, that the crew of the Idaho wasn't part of the human hunter caste. They're military. Well, their captain and 2 of the crew were ex-military, but all the rest were considered non-combatants by human standards. They were ordinary space freight workers like us, pilots, navigators, engineers, cargo supervisors. They were as unprepared as humans get to face lethal violence. But these are humans we're talking about. Being humans, they quickly adapted to the new threat trying to exterminate them, because when you live on a world full of humans, there's lethal danger around every corner. Led by their captain, using what he remembered from his military training, they worked out that the drones had blind spots, and although they were powerful, they were slow. The Statstan simply weren't used to designing weapons, and soon every drone they sent out was methodically obliterated by a combination of the humans' tactical superiority and their innate, raw aggression. As the humans were explaining this part to the captain of the Light Feather, one of them mentioned that after a while it seemed like a video game boss battle. The drones were much bigger than them, but they had weak spots and they moved predictably. The captain then had to ask them what a video game was, and apparently it's a kind of educational or entertainment simulation humans use. They come in many varieties, and a lot of them aren't too different from our VR sims, but by far the biggest genre is where something horrifying is trying to kill you and you have to kill them first. They do this for fun, from childhood. Maybe if the Statstan had known this, they wouldn't have started sending patrols out to hunt down their unwelcome stowaways. At first, the humans tried to avoid them, but the Statstan knew their own ship and they carefully planned their routes to herd the humans into their line of fire. As lacking in common sense as they are, Statstan are still a highly intelligent species, and if you give them a problem they can reduce down to mathematics, they will solve it with no problem. Unfortunately for them, humans don't need complex mathematics to work out a hunting pattern. They do that kind of thing instinctively. They understood what the occupants of the city ship were doing, so they decided to introduce them to some of the basic concepts of human warfare, starting with the ambush. As the captain of the Light Feather listened to the details of what the humans did to the Statstan who were trying to purge them from the city ship, he realized something. They were confused. Not confused over why the Statstan were trying to kill them, like a sane person would be. All their media, from the moment a human first realized there might be other life among the stars, had been preparing them for that. Before first contact, they assumed that alien species would be hostile predators. And because first contact was with the Kalukamsku, it persisted for a while after that as well. No, they were confused over why massacring the Statstan had been so easy. It wasn't that the Statstan were slow, not like the Kalukamsku. The Statstan had reaction times almost as fast as a human, and they could move remarkably quickly when they had a handhold overhead to swing from. But when the humans ambushed them, they were useless. Even when they heavily outnumbered their targets. Many would drop their weapons and flee, and the ones that tried to stay and fight were terrible at it. Their aim was all over the place, and as soon as a human got within striking distance, their only defensive move was to curl into a ball. The humans had been expecting that the aliens who destroyed their ship, the aliens who had been relentlessly hunting them down, would be some kind of aggressive super predator. Like, well, humans. They were baffled that their enemy was so harmless. Because civilized species aren't meant to be predators, the captain of the Light Feather wanted to say. That's not how the galaxy is supposed to work. Until humans were discovered, most scientists thought that being an apex predator was antithetical to the social structures necessary for the development of intelligence, and it was taken as a given that no species so aggressive that they regularly attacked their own kind could develop the level of technology necessary for interstellar flight. That was in the captain's personal log, by the way. He felt the need to note it down later, what he'd been thinking in that moment. And I'll throw in an observation of my own. Most species are bad at intuiting the path of projectiles. Relatively speaking, throwing things is not an important skill in most evolutionary lineages. But humans have been making projectile weapons since before they even were humans. Their distant ancestors were tying sharp rocks to long poles hundreds of thousands of years earlier. It was practically the first bit of technology they developed. And there was a huge selective pressure to be good at throwing a weapon to kill something at a distance, whether it was a prey animal or another human. So by human standards, every other species has terrible aim, along with being terrible at everything else related to violence. Think about that if you're ever tempted to relax around humans just because you're armed. Anyway, what the captain actually told the humans was that the Statston had probably assessed their threat level based on the technological sophistication of their vessel. Judging it inferior, they assumed the humans wouldn't be much of a danger. They had no doubt re-evaluated that position by now. After the patrols had failed miserably, the Statston finally resorted to their really badly thought-up abuse of the environmental controls. If the humans hadn't had their spacesuits, this might actually have worked, but as it was, all it did was make them uncomfortable. 5 times their standard gravity is survivable for them, apparently. The Statston managed to drive some sections up as high as 10 Gs before they shorted out. Still didn't kill them. Even when the Statston made the atmosphere denser and turned the temperature up, to the point where it overwhelmed their suit's insulation, it was still within survivable limits. The gravity I can actually understand, given human bone density and musculature, but it turns out they also have remarkable capacity to withstand temperature extremes. Another adaptation for hunting, shedding excess heat faster than their prey. If stabbing, shooting, or clubbing their target didn't work, they could literally exhaust their prey to death. I know I've said this already, but seriously, how stupid do you have to be to pick a fight with a species like that? So the humans had had an unpleasant stay with the Statston, but they were hanging in there. 34 of them were still alive. That's right, 34 humans had been enough for the 100,000 Statston on board to give up and seal themselves off in the habitat core. Then, the humans saw the Lightfeather's shuttle dock with the city ship. They'd had weeks to get to know the place by that point, so they'd figured out how to tap into a lot of the systems, including the transportation system, which had allowed them to track the pod to its destination. And so they'd ended up here. It was at this point that the medic, who had suffered an adrenaline faint when he was grabbed, started waking up. When he saw he was surrounded by humans, he almost lost consciousness again. But the captain was able to calm him down enough to explain what was going on. The medic checked on the safety officer, who was also starting to come to. He was fine, but again, it was a nasty shock waking up surrounded by a bunch of humans. Now that the humans had explained the whole debacle to him, the captain was still left with the question, what did they want? More specifically, what did they want with him, his safety officer, and his medic? His range of expected answers was hostage at the good end and lunch at the bad. Because surely, being humans, they were now going to wage a campaign of genocidal extermination against the Statston. And to be honest, as far as he was concerned, anyone stupid enough to attack a ship full of humans deserved what they got. But no, they just wanted to get off the ship. It was at this point the captain realized something. The human asking most of the questions must be their captain. He might be a human, when you got right down to it, they weren't so different. All he wanted was to get his crew home. The humans had been looking everywhere for a shuttle hangar and found nothing. Because, of course, the Statston don't have shuttle hangars, just storage for parts. Seeing the Lightfeather's shuttle dock had finally given them hope that they might be able to escape. The humans were asking him, begging him, to get them off the Statston ship. One captain to another, he couldn't refuse. The humans' visible sagged with relief when he told them he'd help. Then they started talking about the best route back to the spine, what to do if they encountered a Statston patrol, and how they might be able to get the rest of the Amia away from the Statston. And the captain finally understood that they thought his group had been captured by the Statston. Looking back, he could see how they'd made that mistake, given that the Amia had been escorted around by a large number of relatively heavily armed Statston. The humans also didn't seem to realize just how desperate the Statston were to get rid of them. The captain opened a comm channel to the Statston and asked them if they'd like him to remove the humans from their ship. This caused some confusion. It apparently had never occurred to them that this was an option. It wasn't that they didn't understand that the humans were sentient, they just didn't think such an intensely hostile species would be open to negotiations. Also, the humans were winning. When the Stadstan have an advantage over someone, they don't show mercy. They don't even understand the concept of mercy. The humans could have continued until all the Stadstan were dead, and the city ship was theirs. And from the Stadstan point of view, that seemed like the most logical thing to do. Hemmed up in the core of their ship, most of the Stadstan wouldn't have lasted much longer. A few could survive a while in suits, but it had already been established that a few Stadstan were no match for the humans. It took the captain quite a while to convince the Stadstan that the humans were willing to leave with him without further retaliation. When it finally got through to the whole community, the Stadstan were more than happy to accept the deal. Not everyone was so pleased. The safety officer objected strongly to the idea of letting a bunch of humans aboard the Light Feather. Even if this situation had completely been the fault of the Stadstan, they were still an incredibly dangerous species and could pose a serious threat to the crew and the ship. It was his job to identify potential hazards, of course, but as the discussion continued over their private comm channels, the captain got the impression that most of the crew was just as worried. He thought about it long and hard. Given recent events, he couldn't really argue the humans weren't dangerous. But, in the end, he overruled his crew. He reminded them that regulations oblige them to come to the aid of other spacers in distress. Just because the humans weren't who they originally thought they were here to help didn't mean that didn't still apply. The crew of the Light Feather weren't happy about it, but they just had to live with it. Because for the captain, this was about more than regulations. When you were out in the void, far, far from home, you didn't abandon a fellow sentient in trouble. The captain did ask the Stadstan to try rebuilding the Idaho, because it would have solved a lot of problems if he didn't have to take the humans aboard the Light Feather. But human ships are primitive and don't have the modular construction Stadstan ships are designed with. The Idaho had been too badly mangled to put it back together again. The Stadstan did at least provide an extra shuttle so they could ferry the humans over to the Light Feather faster. They probably would have given them all the shuttles if it had got the humans off their ship a moment sooner. It still took a while for all the humans to get through the kilometers-long city ship to the docking ports. They'd made several bases for themselves, scattered across the ship, places where they'd disabled the internal sensors, then used parts stripped from the life support systems to repressurize a room. Some of their oxygen came from storage tanks. Some of it they'd made by collecting ice crystals from the depressurized corridors and splitting it with electricity. They really are resourceful for a technologically backward species. The safety officer raised one last objection before the humans boarded the shuttles. What were they going to eat? The Light Feather still had another month before it reached Miain 4, and it wasn't like they kept a stock of prey animals for the humans to hunt. Unless, of course, you counted the crew. The captain decided to just ask his opposite number from the Idaho how long humans could go without eating. And he was, well, let's say slightly alarmed. When the Idaho's captain told him that 3 meals a day was standard. A few days without food was doable, and in extremis, a week or 2 was survivable. But 3 meals was ideal. The captain started trying to explain the problem, but the humans didn't seem concerned. They said they'd just eat whatever was on board the Light Feather. The captain tried to make them understand that Amiya aren't carnivores, and the only available food was fruit. The humans shrugged and told him that would be fine. At this point, the captain opened a comm channel to the Light Feather and asked the first mate to read through whatever they had on humans in the ship's archives. It was supposed to sync with the galactic net every time they were in port. There should be something on human dietary requirements. The first mate got back to him a few minutes later. Apparently, the common image of humans as ravenous carnivores was a little exaggerated. They're omnivores. Yeah, I know. It's almost disappointing when you find out. The only sentient carnivores in the galaxy, and they aren't even real carnivores. Don't get me wrong, they do eat meat. Lots of it. But they eat a lot of other things, and they can get by without meat for a while. The crew of the Idaho could eat a wide range of foods, including the fruit rations carried by the Light Feather. It turned out the Amiya had even recently started exporting native fruits from Homeworld to the nearest human colonies. The captain admired the courage of the spacers who had the nerve to sign up for that trade route. In fact, it was healthier for humans if they did eat fruit every so often. Their optimum diet was balanced between meat, fruit, vegetables, and grains, but for short periods they could survive on a much more limited selection. Once the humans were on board, the Lightfeather stuck around a while to help the Statston repair their life support. As much as the whole crew of the Lightfeather were completely out of sympathy for the Statston, it still seemed wrong to leave 100,000 sentients to die when they could help. Fortunately, it turned out the Statston hadn't damaged their life support so badly that it couldn't be repaired, with some parts from the Lightfeather, at least enough for them to survive as far as the next inhabited world. Then, finally, the Lightfeather got underway again, with 34 humans stashed in a spare cargo hold. At first, the Lightfeather's crew kept their distance, and because the captain refused to lock the humans up, there were some tense moments when an Amiya ran into a human in the corridor, but after a few days without a sudden dismemberment, everyone started to relax. After a few more days, curiosity won out, and they started getting to know each other better. It turns out that humans are among the few species in the galaxy to have a sense of humor. Most species don't even understand what a joke is, let alone why it's funny to hang a human spacesuit right next to the chief engineer's nest cot while he's sleeping. Not only did they get it, they were willing to join in. A week in, and everyone was having so much fun that both captains had to have a joint meeting and tell their respective crews to settle down and be professional. By the time they got to Miain 4, the humans had gone from being terrifying monsters to unwelcome guests to lifelong friends. Some of the Amiya had even invited humans to visit them on Homeworld sometime, and they were all agreed that whenever their ships passed through the galaxy's various trading posts at the same time, they'd get together for a drink or a bite to eat in a cafeteria like this. The Amiya were a lot more comfortable with that idea now they knew humans could eat fruit like a normal person. When the humans disembarked on Miain 4, which had grudgingly agreed to host them until they could arrange transport home, the captain of the Idaho went to the captain of the Lightfeather to thank him. The whole crew of the Idaho owed him, and anything the captain could do for him, he only had to ask. You know what the captain of the Lightfeather said? No need. It's what any decent captain would do. And the human understood. Captain to captain and sentient to sentient. So when people tell you that humans are the worst species in the galaxy, don't believe them. Because it's not about how strong a species is or what they eat. It's about whether they understand that when you come across another spacer in trouble, you help them. You don't just leave them, and you certainly don't take advantage of them. Humans understand that, and Statston don't, which is why they're the worst. So have I proved my point? Yeah, I thought so. Usually when I tell that story to spacers, the only complaint they have is that the humans didn't kill enough of the bastards. Answering a distress call just to steal the ship? No spacer would forgive that. Well, before you think the Statston got off easy, when the Lightfeather's report got back to Homeworld, our government got together with a few of the Statston's other trading partners, forced them to pay restitution for the loss of the Idaho and the 15 dead crew. Also, well, think about all those weeks the humans spent on the Statston City ship, and ask yourselves, what did they eat? Yeah, I know some of you were having lunch. I warned you, we Amiya have a sense of humor. The end.
The Universal Registry of Things That Should Never Have Happened keeps meticulous records of every cosmic disaster, sorted alphabetically, chronologically, and by level of embarrassment. Entry number 77,543 reads simply, "The Gorthax Concordat discovers humans exist." Entry number 77,944, added 17 minutes later, reads, "The Gorthax Concordat claims their fleet is invincible." Way. Entry number 77,945, added the following Tuesday, is just a long series of exclamation marks, followed by "See attached footage." This is the footage. The Supreme Overlord Thexaquil, the mathematically unassailable, stood in the command sphere of his flagship, the Perpetual Dominance, surrounded by holographic displays showing his fleet of 42,000 vessels. The number wasn't random. Their greatest philosophers had spent 3 centuries calculating the exact number of ships required for true invincibility, accounting for every possible variable, including but not limited to stellar drift, quantum uncertainty, the price of tungsten on alternate Thursdays, and the statistical probability of encountering a species stupid enough to fight them. They had not, however, accounted for humans. This would prove to be what military historians would later call a whoopsie of galactic proportions. "Your Supremeness," squeaked Subcommander Yixville, whose job title was longer than his actual name and included the words Deputy Assistant to the Secondary Auxiliary Backup Strategic Coordinator. He scurried forward on his 6 legs, each making a slightly different clicking sound that together formed what his species considered smooth jazz. "The Council of Trembling Civilizations has agreed to hear our demands." "Excellent!" Thexaquil boomed, his voice modulator adding unnecessary reverb because he'd paid extra for it and was damn well going to use it. "And have they stopped that pathetic whimpering?" "Mostly, Your Supremeness. The Zelathi ambassador is still making that noise, but our linguists believe it might just be how they breathe." "Disgusting. Add mandatory respiratory etiquette classes to our list of demands." Right after total surrender and before renaming all planets to variations of Steve, the Gorthax Concordat's rise to power had been swift, brutal, and irritatingly efficient. They'd conquered 17 systems in 12 years, which was impressive until you realized they'd spent 11 of those years arguing about the font for their surrender documents. When they finally settled on Comic Sans, the galaxy knew true fear. Their fleet was, by all mathematical models, completely invincible. They had run every simulation. They had accounted for every strategy. Their tactical computers had calculated responses to over 9 quintillion different attack patterns, including one where the enemy just threw rocks really hard while yelling obscenities. What they hadn't calculated was Petty Officer Second Class Timothy Definitely Not My Fault Kowalski, currently stationed aboard the Earth defense vessel Questionable Decisions, a ship that had earned its name after 3 separate incidents involving a microwave, alien ambassadors, and what the official report called regrettable timing. Timothy was having what could generously be called a day. He'd woken up late because his alarm clock had achieved sentience overnight and decided to pursue a career in interpretive dance. He'd spilled coffee on his uniform, discovered the coffee was actually yesterday's soup, and then been informed he was on duty for the most boring shift in human military history, monitoring deep space communications for any signs of intelligent life that weren't trying to sell them extended warranties on their plasma cores. "Kowalski!" barked Lieutenant Commander Priya Rastogi, whose coffee mug bore the inspirational message, "I've had it up to here," with an arrow pointing somewhere above the brim. "What's that signal?" Timothy looked at his screen, which was displaying something that definitely hadn't been there 5 seconds ago. Or maybe it had. He'd been playing solitaire in another window, and the computer had developed the annoying habit of rearranging his desktop icons when it got bored. It looks like 42,000 ships, ma'am. Big ones, with guns, lots of guns, like an unreasonable amount of guns. Define unreasonable. Each ship has more weapons than we have total people who know how to spell weapon correctly on the first try. Rastogi's left eye twitched, a condition she'd developed after 3 years of reading Timothy's reports. "And they're heading? This way? Fast. Like, oh crap, we forgot to renew our insurance fast." "Can you be more specific?" "They'll be here next Tuesday around lunchtime, maybe 12:30, 12:45 if they hit traffic around Jupiter." Meanwhile, at the hastily assembled emergency meeting of species who were definitely not panicking, Ambassador Beatrice Newcastle was representing humanity with all the dignity and grace of someone who'd been woken up at 3 a.m. and told the galaxy was probably ending, but could she please bring donuts? She'd brought the donuts. They were stale. Nobody complained. "The Gorthax Concordat," whimpered the gelatinous representative of the Blob Confederation, "has summoned us to witness the demonstration of their invincible fleet. They want us to watch as they destroy humanity's homeworld as an example. Right, Beatrice said, dunking a donut into what she hoped was coffee, but could have been motor oil. At this point, she didn't care. And we're sure they said invincible, not invisible or inviting or invertebrate, because those are very different things and would change our response significantly. They were very clear, sobbed the crystalline ambassador, whose emotional state was causing them to refract light in deeply disturbing ways. They even trademarked it. Look, a hologram appeared showing official galactic paperwork with Invincible TM stamped across it in letters that somehow managed to look both threatening and slightly comic. They trademarked invincibility, Beatrice asked, her disbelief manifesting as an inappropriate giggle. What's next? Patenting oxygen? Copywriting gravity? Don't give them ideas, hissed the Serpentine delegate, whose species had already lost 3 planets to the Gorthax and didn't appreciate humor about their impending doom. Look, Beatrice stood up, brushing donut crumbs off her formal pajamas. She hadn't had time to change into proper diplomatic attire. Humanity has faced worse odds. Remember when we accidentally declared war on that black hole? Or when we tried to colonize that planet that turned out to be a sleeping space whale? We're really good at surviving things that should definitely kill us. But their fleet is mathematically invincible. The hive mind representative spoke in perfect unison, which was impressive but creepy. They've run every possible scenario. Did they run the scenario where humanity does something so catastrophically stupid that their computers can't process it? Silence fell over the assembly. Several species exchanged what passed for glances in their various optical configurations. That's not a strategy, the crystalline ambassador refracted nervously. That's just chaos. Oh, exactly. Beatrice grinned in a way that made several ambassadors instinctively check their insurance policies. When has humanity ever met a problem we couldn't make worse in creative ways? Back on Earth, in a bunker that was supposedly secret but had its own gift shop, General Harrison Mitchell was having the kind of day that made him seriously reconsider his career choices. He joined the military to protect humanity, not to explain to the president why their best defense against an invincible alien fleet was, and he was quoting directly from the strategic assessment, hoping they're allergic to something stupid like polka music or wood. "Run that by me again, Kowalski," the general said, rubbing his temples in a way that suggested a migraine was not just imminent, but had already unpacked and was redecorating. "You want to do what?" Timothy stood at attention, or at least his version of it, which involved leaning slightly to the left because one of his legs was shorter than the other, a fact he'd only discovered during basic training when he kept marching in circles. "Sir, I've been analyzing their fleet formation and I've noticed something. They're arranged in perfect mathematical harmony. Perfect, like obsessively perfect. The distance between each ship is exactly 12,000 kilometers, arranged in a pattern that forms a complex geometric shape that I think spells out surrender in their language, but could also be a recipe for soup. And, well, sir, what if we just messed it up? Messed it up. Yes, sir. Like, flew a ship right through the middle of their formation. Not attacking, not defending, just being there, incorrectly. General Mitchell stared at Timothy for so long that several people started checking if time had actually stopped. "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard," the general finally said. "And I once heard someone suggest we weaponize interpretive dance, which, incidentally, worked against the rhythmic collective, but that's beside the point." "But, sir, I'm not finished. It's stupid, reckless, and has absolutely no chance of working according to any rational military doctrine." He paused. "Which is exactly why we're going to do it. The aliens always expect us to be either brilliant strategists or complete idiots. They never expect us to be both simultaneously." Timothy's face lit up like someone had just told him Christmas, his birthday, and free pizza day were all being combined into one super holiday. "Really, sir? God help us all, yes, but we're not sending one ship, we're sending all of them. Every rust bucket, every half-functioning shuttle, every ship held together by duct tape and false hope. We're going to turn their perfect formation into the spatial equivalent of a Jackson Pollock painting. Sir, what's a Jackson Pollock? Look it up later. Right now, go tell the fleet to prepare for Operation Cosmic Vandalism. Is that the official name? No, the official name is classified. What is it? Operation Hold My Beer and Watch This. As news of humanity's plans spread through the Earth Defense Force, reactions were mixed. Some called it genius, others called it suicide. Most just shrugged and figured if they were going to die anyway, they might as well make it interesting. Captain Jennifer Rodriguez of the EDF Improbable Solution, a ship that had survived 17 battles and one unfortunate incident involving a malfunctioning food processor, received her orders with the kind of calm that came from years of dealing with humanity's approach to problem-solving. "Let me get this straight," she told her first officer, Marcus Okonkwo, who was reading the orders for the third time, hoping they'd change. "We're going to fly directly into the middle of 42,000 enemy ships, not fire a single shot, and just exist there? Wrongly? That's what it says, Captain. We're also supposed to broadcast something on all frequencies. Says here, dealer's choice, but make it annoying." Annoying. Rodriguez considered this. "Get me Lieutenant Wong from Communications." Lieutenant David Wong arrived on the bridge, looking like someone who'd just been asked to explain quantum physics to a goldfish. "Captain? Wong, what's the most annoying thing we could broadcast to an alien fleet?" Wong thought for exactly 3 seconds before a smile spread across his face that could only be described as worryingly enthusiastic. "Captain, have you ever heard of something called Baby Shark?" "No. It's a song from the early 21st century. It was designed for children, but somehow became a psychological weapon. The military actually banned it from interrogations because it was considered too cruel." "Perfect. Put it on a loop." "Captain," Marcus interrupted, "isn't that against the Galactic Geneva Convention?" "Only if we lose." Meanwhile, aboard the Perpetual Dominance, Supreme Overlord Thexaquil was in the middle of his victory speech, which he'd been practicing for 6 months and had timed down to the second. He was at the part about the mathematical certainty of surrender, when Subcommander Yixville scurried up looking like someone had just told him that mathematics might be opinion-based. "Your Supremeness! The humans are responding to our approach." Finally. Are they surrendering, begging, offering tributes of their finest resources? They're sending their entire fleet directly at us, Your Supremeness. A futile last stand. How pathetically predictable. Prepare all weapons. We shall atomize them in exactly 4.7 seconds, as the calculations predict. Your Supremeness, they're not attacking. Thexaquil's primary eye cluster swiveled to focus on Yixville. "What do you mean they're not attacking?" "They're just flying, in no particular formation. Some of them are doing barrel rolls. One appears to be flying backwards. And Your Supremeness, they're broadcasting something. Put it on speakers." The bridge of the Perpetual Dominance was suddenly filled with a sound that could only be described as what would happen if Joy and Irritation had a baby, and that baby was raised by kazoos. "Baby Shark! Do, 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 do!" Every Gorthax on the bridge froze. Their species had evolved beyond physical pain, conquered fear, and eliminated doubt. But they had never, in their million-year history, encountered anything like this. "What? What is that?" Thexaquil's voice had lost several octaves and all of its reverb. "It appears to be music? Your Supremeness?" The translation matrix says it's about a juvenile aquatic predator and its family members. "Turn it off." "I can't, Your Supremeness. They're broadcasting on every frequency, even the ones that don't exist. Somehow they're broadcasting on frequency -7, which our scientists assured us was mathematically impossible. The human fleet, all 843 ships of wildly varying quality and structural integrity, plunged into the Gorthax formation. like someone throwing spaghetti at a carefully constructed house of cards. They weren't attacking, they weren't defending, they were just there, incorrectly, chaotically. Some ships were spinning, others were broadcasting different versions of the same song, creating a cacophony that made several Gorthax tactical officers seriously consider early retirement. The EDF, terrible idea, flew between two Gorthax dreadnoughts while somehow on fire, which shouldn't have been possible in the vacuum of space, but nobody wanted to ask questions. The EDF, Hold My Coffee, performed a maneuver that definitely violated several laws of physics and possibly one law of economics. The EDF participation trophy just stopped in the middle of the formation and turned on its hazard lights. "Your Supremeness!" Yixvil was now clicking in what his species considered panic, but sounded like tap dancing. "The formation, the ships are trying to maintain perfect positioning, but the humans are... They're what? They're parallel parking, Your Supremeness. Badly. One of them just hit 3 of our ships trying to fit into a space that's clearly too small." The Gorthax fleet's tactical computers, faced with behavior that didn't match any of their 9 quintillion scenarios, did what any reasonable computer would do. They asked for clarification. When that didn't work, they asked for management. When management didn't know what to do, they started filing error reports. Within minutes, the entire Gorthax battle network was clogged with error messages, each one generating 3 automated responses, which generated their own error messages, creating a cascade of digital confusion that made their screens look like someone had tried to divide by 0 while calculating the meaning of life. Captain Rodriguez watched the chaos from her bridge with the satisfaction of someone watching a really expensive car get vandalized by pigeons. "Status report, Marcus. The Gorthax fleet has stopped moving, Captain. Their weapons are powering down. I'm picking up massive system failures across their entire network. And our casualties. Lieutenant Johnson broke his toe kicking a console in celebration. That's it. Send him to medical and keep broadcasting that song. Captain, it's been 3 hours. I think we might be committing a war crime. It's only a war crime if there's a war. This is more like aggressive interior decorating. Back at the emergency meeting of species, who were now very confused, Ambassador Newcastle was trying to explain humanity's strategy to increasingly baffled alien representatives. "So you're telling us," the crystalline ambassador refracted skeptically, "that your entire defense strategy was to annoy them into submission?" "Not exactly," Beatrice said, helping herself to another stale donut. "We confused their computers by doing things that weren't in their calculations. Turns out when you account for every logical possibility, you're completely unprepared for weaponized stupidity. But that's not how warfare works." The Serpentine delegates' coils were tied in knots of frustration. "There are rules, strategies, mathematics. Yeah, we've never been great at math. We still can't figure out why hot dogs come in packages of 10, but buns come in 8. But we're excellent at making problems worse until they accidentally become solutions." The Blob Confederation representative quivered thoughtfully. "Are you saying the humans defeated the most powerful fleet in the galaxy by being themselves?" "Pretty much, yeah. Oh, and we may have permanently traumatized them with a children's song. That was just bonus points." The assembled ambassadors fell silent, processing this information with whatever they used for processing. Finally, the hive mind spoke. "We need to update humanity's threat classification." "To what?" Beatrice asked, genuinely curious. "We're creating a new category, chaotic helpful. Subcategory, approach with caution, caffeine, and possibly earplugs." Meanwhile, Supreme Overlord Thexa Quill was experiencing what his species called a cognitive cascade, which was similar to a nervous breakdown, but involved more mathematics and tentacle wringing. His perfect fleet, his invincible armada, had been reduced to a cosmic traffic jam by humans who seemed to be operating on the principle of, what if we just didn't follow any rules at all? "Your Supremeness," Yixvil approached cautiously. making sure to stay outside tentacle range. The humans are offering terms. Terms? They're offering us terms. Yes, your supremeness. They say they'll stop broadcasting that sound if we agree to their conditions, which are: first, we have to admit we're not invincible. Never! Second, we have to return all conquered territories. Absolutely not. Third, we have to participate in something called karaoke night every Friday. What's karaoke? The translator says it's a form of entertainment where beings with no musical talent sing badly on purpose while others pretend to enjoy it. Thexaquil's tentacles drooped in defeat. That's the most horrifying thing I've ever heard. And I once watched a star go supernova from the inside. Should I reject their terms, your supremeness? A new verse of Baby Shark started playing, this time with what sounded like accordion accompaniment. Wait! Thexaquil writhed in acoustic agony. Tell them we'll consider their terms. But first, for the love of all that is mathematically sacred, make them stop that noise. Captain Rodriguez received the message with a grin that would have made sharks themselves nervous. They're willing to negotiate. Wong, pause the music. Just pause, not stop. Oh, definitely pause. We might need it again. Call it aggressive negotiation tactics. The silence that followed was so profound that several crew members checked if they'd gone deaf. After 3 hours of continuous Baby Shark, the absence of it was somehow worse than its presence. Timothy Kowalski, who had inadvertently started this whole mess by noticing the Gorthax's obsessive need for perfection, was about to become the most unlikely diplomatic attaché in human history. Not because he was qualified, he absolutely wasn't, but because when the Gorthax asked who was responsible for the tactical chaos, everyone pointed at him. Me! Timothy's voice cracked like he was going through puberty again. I can't negotiate. I once got into an argument with a vending machine and lost. That's exactly why you're perfect, General Mitchell said, having arrived on the improbable solution via a shuttle that had only caught fire twice during the journey. The Gorthax expect master negotiators or military strategists. You're neither. You're just you. That's not reassuring, sir. It's not meant to be. Now get in there and be yourself, but maybe dial it down from 11 to like a 7. I don't have settings, sir. I'm just always like this. God help us all. The negotiation took place on a neutral station that the Gorthax had insisted be positioned at exactly the midpoint between their fleet and Earth, calculated to 17 decimal places. Humans had agreed, then parked their diplomatic shuttles slightly off-center just to watch the Gorthax twitch. Timothy sat across from Sub-Commander Yixville, who had been chosen to negotiate because he was the only Gorthax who hadn't developed a nervous tic from the Baby Shark incident. Between them was a table that the Gorthax had measured 6 times to ensure it was perfectly level. So, Timothy began, accidentally knocking over his water glass. As he scrambled to clean it up with his sleeve, he continued, "You guys thought you were invincible, huh? Our calculations were perfect." Yixville clicked defensively. "We accounted for every possible strategic scenario. Did you account for this?" Timothy pulled out a rubber band and shot it across the table, hitting Yixville in what was probably his forehead. What was that?" "Rubber band. We use them to hold things together when we run out of actual solutions. Kind of like our entire civilization, really." Yixville's 6 legs tapped in what Timothy was pretty sure was confusion. "Your species defeated our invincible fleet with chaos and children's music? Don't forget the parallel parking. That was Steve's idea. He failed his driving test 17 times, so he's really good at doing it wrong. This is insane. Your entire species is insane." "Yeah, probably," Timothy agreed, trying to balance a pen on his nose and failing. "But here's the thing. You can calculate for smart. You can calculate for stupid. You can't calculate for stupid. That works." "That doesn't even make sense." "Exactly." Timothy slammed his hand on the table, accidentally activating a holographic display that started showing his browser history, which he quickly turned off. Nothing we do makes sense. We put pineapple on pizza. We made a movie about a tornado full of sharks. We invented cryptocurrency and then forgot why. Yicksville's translator struggled with these concepts, eventually just displaying a series of question marks. "Look," Timothy continued, now building a small tower out of sugar packets, "you guys are obviously way smarter than us. Your technology is better, your math is better, your ships don't catch fire in space for no reason. But that's your problem. You're so smart you forgot that sometimes the universe doesn't make sense. And when it doesn't make sense, you need people who are comfortable with that. People like us. People who look at an impossible situation and say, 'Hold my beer.' What's beer? Fermented grain water that makes good ideas seem great and great ideas seem terrible. We've based most of our civilization on it." The negotiation continued for 6 hours, during which Timothy accidentally insulted 3 different Gorthax religions, spilled 4 more drinks, and somehow convinced Yicksville that humans were too chaotic to predict, but too useful to destroy. The final treaty, officially called the Accord of Mutual Confusion, was a masterpiece of diplomatic insanity. The Gorthax agreed to return all conquered territories in exchange for humanity, promising to never, ever broadcast Baby Shark again. They also agreed to joint patrol duties with human ships specifically assigned to chaos operations, missions where conventional tactics had failed and unconventional stupidity might succeed. But the most important clause, insisted upon by the Gorthax and readily agreed to by humans, was that humanity would provide a warning before doing anything aggressively illogical in Gorthax presence. This warning would consist of the phrase, "Hold my beer," which would give the Gorthax exactly 3 seconds to evacuate to a safe distance, which they calculated to be no less than 47 light-years. News of humanity's victory spread throughout the galaxy faster than light, which was supposed to be impossible, but humans had been doing impossible things all day, so nobody questioned it. The Zelathi, who had been making that whimpering noise for so long that everyone forgot they were capable of other sounds, actually laughed. It sounded like someone gargling marbles in a wind tunnel, but it was definitely laughter. The crystalline ambassador refracted in patterns that their species considered celebratory, but looked like a disco ball having an existential crisis. Even the serpentine delegate, who had lost 3 planets to the Gorthax, admitted that watching the supposedly invincible fleet get defeated by parallel parking and sonic warfare was worth the price of admission. But perhaps the most interesting response came from the Artificial Intelligence Collective, who had been quietly observing the whole event. They sent a single message to Earth. "We understand now why you haven't achieved true AI yet. You're afraid it might make sense." General Mitchell read this message while nursing his 17th cup of coffee and what was definitely not his first migraine of the day. "They're not wrong," he muttered to his aide. "Can you imagine an AI with human logic? Sir, that's an oxymoron." Exactly. And yet somehow it would probably work. 3 weeks after what historians were calling the least likely victory in recorded history, the unrecorded ones were apparently even worse, Timothy Kowalski found himself in an unusual position. He'd been promoted, demoted, promoted again, given a medal, had the medal taken away because he'd used it as a bottle opener, and finally settled into a new position, Deputy Director of Chaotic Solutions. It was a made-up title for a made-up department, but it came with a real office and a coffee machine that only tried to achieve sentience on Tuesdays. "So," his new assistant, Janet Clemens, asked on her first day, "what exactly do we do here?" Timothy leaned back in his chair, which immediately broke, sending him sprawling on the floor. He continued talking as if nothing had happened. "We figure out how to weaponize Murphy's Law." Murphy's Law? Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. But here's the secret. If everything goes wrong in just the right way, sometimes it accidentally goes right. That makes no sense. Welcome to the department. Your training begins with learning to parallel park blindfolded while humming Baby Shark. Is that really necessary? No, but the Gorthaks think it is, and they're paying for the coffee machine, so we humor them. Meanwhile, in Gorthak space, Supreme Overlord Thexaquil had abdicated his position and taken up a new career as a philosopher specializing in the study of destructive chaos theory, a field he'd invented to try to understand humans. His first paper, The Mathematics of Nonsense, a comprehensive guide to human decision-making, was 17,000 pages long and concluded with the sentence, "I give up." Sub-Commander Yixville had been promoted to Supreme Overlord, but spent most of his time in therapy, trying to get Baby Shark out of his head. The therapy wasn't working, mainly because his therapist had also been present during the incident and started crying every time someone mentioned aquatic life. The 42,000 ships of the once invincible fleet had been reorganized into what the Gorthaks called the Probability Defense Force, specifically designed to handle threats that made no logical sense. Their training now included a mandatory course called Expecting the Unexpected, and then being wrong about that too, taught by human instructors who showed up late, forgot the lesson plan, and somehow still managed to teach them more about unpredictability than 17 centuries of military theory. Captain Rodriguez had been offered command of the entire Earth Defense Fleet, but turned it down, saying, "I'm not qualified to lead. I'm barely qualified to follow. I'm really just here to make sure things go wrong in the right direction." She was given the command anyway, because that was exactly the kind of leadership humanity needed. The Galactic Council, which had previously classified humanity as mostly harmless, updated their designation to catastrophically helpful, with a footnote that read, "In case of impossible situation, point humans at it and stand back, way back, further. No, further than that. A deal." But the real change wasn't in the classifications, or the treaties, or even the fact that Baby Shark was now considered a weapon of mass destruction by 17 different civilizations. The real change was in how the galaxy viewed warfare itself. For millions of years, conflicts had been resolved through superior firepower, advanced technology, and complex strategy. Humanity had introduced a fourth option, being so unpredictably chaotic that enemy computers would rather shut themselves down than try to understand what was happening. Military academies across the galaxy added new courses: Chaos Theory and Practice, The Art of Strategic Stupidity, and Why Everything You Know is Wrong When Humans Are Involved. The textbook for the last course was just a picture of a human shrugging with the caption, "We don't know either." 6 months after the incident, the first joint human Gorthaks patrol encountered a hostile force from the Nexus Imperium, who had conquered 12 systems through superior tactics and ruthless efficiency. The Gorthaks captain prepared to engage with conventional weapons. The human captain prepared to broadcast something called the Song That Never Ends. The Nexus Imperium surrendered in 4 minutes, a new record. Their leader's last transmission was simply, "We've heard about you. Please, no music, we'll leave. We'll leave right now." Ambassador Newcastle, who had somehow become the de facto explainer of humanity to the rest of the galaxy, gave regular lectures at the Galactic University. Her most popular talk was titled, "Embracing the Chaos, How to Stop Worrying and Love the Confusion." "The thing about humans," she would say, standing in front of increasingly disturbed alien students, "is that we've turned dysfunction into an art form. The species evolve past their mistakes. We weaponize them. Other species fear chaos. We put it in a uniform and call it Tuesday." One brave student, a 12-tentacled being from the scholar worlds, once asked, "But surely humanity has some grand plan, some ultimate strategy?" Beatrice had laughed so hard she'd fallen off the podium, which somehow perfectly answered the question. The truth was, humanity didn't have a plan. They'd never had a plan. Every great human achievement had been the result of someone saying, "What's the worst that could happen?" and then finding out. The fact that they'd survived this long wasn't a testament to their intelligence or strength. It was proof that the universe had a sense of humor, and humans were the punchline. But sometimes being the punchline meant you got the last laugh. A year after the defeat of the Invincible Fleet, a monument was erected on Earth's moon. It wasn't a statue or a plaque or anything dignified. It was just a giant rubber duck, visible from space, wearing a space helmet that didn't fit properly. The plaque at its base read, "In memory of the Gorthax Concordate's dignity. You were too perfect for this universe." Thexa Quill, now Professor Thexa Quill of the Institute for Chaos Studies, visited the monument during a cultural exchange program. He stood there for 17 minutes, his tentacles twitching in what humans couldn't identify, but was definitely some kind of emotion. Finally, he spoke. "This makes no sense." Timothy Kowalski, who had been assigned as his guide because nobody else wanted the job, patted what he hoped was the alien's shoulder. "Yeah, that's kind of our thing. A rubber duck. You defeated the greatest fleet in galactic history, and you built a rubber duck monument. Well, we were going to build something serious, but then someone suggested the duck as a joke, and then everyone liked it, and then it was too late to change it because we'd already ordered the giant rubber duck, and those things are non-refundable. Your species is going to either save the galaxy or destroy it. Probably both, possibly at the same time. We're really good at multitasking." Urdrenish, as they stood there, looking at the giant rubber duck that had somehow become the symbol of humanity's chaotic victory, a new alert came through Timothy's communicator. Another supposedly invincible force was approaching Earth, this time claiming their victory was philosophically inevitable. Timothy sighed, pulling out his phone. "Hey, Captain Rodriguez? Yeah, we've got another one. No, this time they're philosophically invincible. Yeah, I don't know what that means either. Should I prep the music? No. What do you mean we're going to use interpretive dance this time?" Thexaquil's translator struggled with the conversation before finally just displaying an error message. "Human logic detected. Cannot process. Please restart universe and try again." Is your species really going to defeat another invincible force with interpretive dance? Thexaquil asked, his voice mixing horror and admiration in equal measure. "Nah," Timothy said, grinning in a way that made several of Thexaquil's tentacles retract involuntarily. "We're going to defeat them with aggressive interpretive dance. Totally different thing." "How is it different?" "More jazz hands." And so the galaxy learned the most important lesson of all. Never, ever tell humans something is impossible, invincible, or inevitable. They'll take it as a personal challenge, and they'll win not through superior firepower or brilliant strategy, but through sheer, chaotic, beautiful stupidity that somehow accidentally saves everyone. The philosophically invincible arrived 3 days later, which was 2 days later than they'd announced because they'd stopped to have an existential debate about whether arriving on time was a social construct. Their fleet was smaller than the Gorthax's, only 3,000 ships, but each one was shaped like a question mark and painted in colors that technically didn't exist. Beings of the cosmos. Their leader, who insisted on being called the Eternal Question Mark, broadcast to everyone simultaneously. "We come not with weapons or shields, but with irrefutable logic. You cannot defeat us, for we have already proven that defeat is merely a state of mind, and we have transcended mind itself." General Mitchell, who had developed a permanent eye twitch since the Gorthax incident, looked at his assembled staff. "Anyone want to explain what the hell that means?" "I think they're saying they can't lose because losing isn't real," suggested Lieutenant Commander Rasthogi, who had started keeping a flask in her desk specifically for these situations. "How do you defeat someone who doesn't believe in defeat?" Timothy Kowalski, who had been dragged into yet another meeting he didn't want to attend, raised his hand. "We could try agreeing with them?" "Agree with them? Yeah. If they say defeat doesn't exist, we agree, then we defeat them. But since defeat doesn't exist, we didn't actually defeat them, so technically they're right, but they still lost." The room fell silent for exactly 17 seconds, while everyone's brains tried to process this. "Kowalski," General Mitchell said slowly. "That's either the stupidest thing I've ever heard, or you just invented weaponized philosophy. Can't it be both?" Captain Rodriguez's voice crackled over the communication system. "I have a better idea. What if we don't fight them at all? What if we just interpret their invasion as performance art?" Performance art? Yeah, we review it. Critically, we give it 2 stars out of 5 and say their existential crisis lacks nuance. The eternal question marks fleet hung in space, waiting for humanity's response to their philosophical challenge. What they got was something no civilization had ever tried before, a formal critique published in the Galactic Arts Review. The Philosophically Invincible's latest work, Invasion as Metaphor, fails to capture the essential paradox of conflict, the review began. Written by Janet Clemens, who had a degree in art history she'd never thought would be relevant to space defense. While their use of question-mark-shaped vessels is obvious to the point of being trite, the real failure lies in their assumption that philosophical superiority translates to artistic merit. 2 stars out of 5. Would not recommend. The catering was also terrible. The response was immediate and confused. You're reviewing our invasion?" The eternal question mark's voice had lost several layers of reverb. "Well, yeah," Timothy responded, having been put in charge of communications because nobody else wanted to do it. "You said this was about philosophy and transcendence and stuff. That's basically performance art. And honestly, we've seen better. The Zorgaths did a whole thing with interpretive gravitational waves last year that was way more meaningful. But we're invading you. Are you, though? Or are you just making a statement about the nature of invasion itself? Very meta, but poorly executed. Have you considered adding more color? Maybe some music? Not Baby Shark, though. That's ours." The Philosophically Invincible's fleet hung there, processing this response. They had prepared for military resistance, diplomatic negotiation, even complete surrender. They had not prepared for constructive criticism. We need to caucus," the eternal question mark finally said. "Take your time," Timothy replied cheerfully. "Oh, and next time maybe send a program. It helps the audience understand what you're trying to convey." Just a thought. While the Philosophically Invincible huddled in their question mark ships, trying to figure out if they were invading or performing, humanity faced a different crisis. The success against the Gorthax, and now the philosophical confusion of their latest would-be conquerors, had given Earth an unexpected reputation, the galaxy's problem solvers for impossible situations. The calls started coming in at all hours. The Methane Alliance needed help with a paradox that was causing their computers to leak. The Crystal Harmonics were being invaded by an enemy that only existed on Wednesdays. The Void Watchers had accidentally invented something that uninvented itself and needed someone to figure out if it existed or not. "We've become the galaxy's tech support for weird problems," General Mitchell groaned, looking at the 1,700 requests for assistance that had come in just that morning. "How did this happen?" "Well," Ambassador Newcastle said, appearing on the view screen from her office where she was simultaneously juggling 3 diplomatic incidents and teaching an alien how to make coffee. "We did kind of establish ourselves as the species that solves unsolvable problems through aggressive stupidity. That was supposed to be a one-time thing? When has anything humanity's done been a one-time thing? We're the species that looked at flying and said, let's strap ourselves to explosions. We looked at the ocean and said, let's trap air in metal tubes and sink ourselves. We looked at space and said, hey, let's go there in something held together by math we're not entirely sure about." She had a point. Humanity's entire history was basically a series of terrible ideas that worked out through sheer stubbornness and luck. "Fine," Mitchell sighed, "but we're charging for it. If we're going to be the galaxy's Department of Chaotic Solutions, we're at least getting paid." And thus, Earth's Department of Chaotic Solutions officially became a galactic institution. The fee structure was simple. Payment could be made in technology, resources, or entertainment. The entertainment option was surprisingly popular, with several species paying their bills entirely in what they considered comedy, but humans found either hilarious or horrifying, often both. The philosophically invincible, meanwhile, had spent 3 days in debate and finally reached a conclusion. They couldn't invade Earth because Earth had already invaded them, philosophically. "You've infected us with doubt," the eternal question mark accused, during a heated video call where Timothy was eating cereal and only half paying attention. "Is that bad?" Timothy asked, milk dribbling down his chin. "We don't know. That's the problem. We used to be certain that certainty was uncertain, but now we're uncertain about our uncertainty." Sounds like progress to me. "It's not. We were philosophically invincible. Now we're philosophically confused. Welcome to the human condition. We have t-shirts." The philosophically invincible ended up not only not invading, but actually paying Earth to help them solve their new existential crisis. The payment came in the form of poetry that was so bad it was actually weaponized and used against a different invasion force 2 weeks later. That force, the Harmonious Collective, surrendered after one stanza, their leader crying what their species considered tears, but looked more like steam. "Please," they begged, "no more poetry. We'll do whatever you want. We'll even listen to your baby shark if you just stop the poetry." Within 6 months, Earth had become the go-to solution for impossible problems, but also the place everyone warned each other about. Travel guides to the human sector included warnings like, "Do not challenge humans to solve impossible problems unless you're prepared for them to actually do it. Human solutions may include, but are not limited to, duct tape, percussion maintenance, hitting things, aggressive music, interpretive dance, and something they call winging it. Side effects of human problem-solving may include existential crisis, newfound appreciation for chaos, and an inability to explain what just happened." Deji, the Gorthax, who had somewhat recovered from their defeat, actually became humanity's biggest supporters, though they still flinched whenever someone hummed anything remotely aquatic-themed. They'd even started incorporating human chaos theory into their own strategies, though they insisted on calling it calculated randomness, because calling it what it really was, making stuff up as you go, was too terrifying for their mathematical minds. Subcommander, now Supreme Overlord Yixville, had even published a paper, The Mathematics of Anti-Mathematics, How Humans Broke Reality and Why It Worked. It was 17,000 pages of equations that ultimately concluded with humans, error that functions. The paper won several awards, mostly from species who didn't understand it but were too afraid to admit it. Professor Thexaquil had gone further, establishing the first Chaos Academy on the Gorthax homeworld. The entrance exam was simple. Students had to parallel park while humming any Earth song, solve a problem that had no solution, and explain why their answer was both wrong and right simultaneously. The Academy's motto, translated from Gorthax clicking, was, "In confusion we trust, in chaos we thrive, in humans we hide." But the real test of humanity's new role came when the Entropy Syndicate arrived. They didn't claim to be invincible, unbeatable, or even particularly powerful. They simply announced that they were inevitable, like the heat death of the universe, but with more paperwork. "Entropy always wins," their spokesperson, a being made entirely of probability clouds, stated matter-of-factly. "Order becomes disorder. Energy dissipates, everything ends. We are simply the manifestation of this universal truth. You cannot fight the laws of thermodynamics." Humanity's response was swift and confusing. "Bet," said Timothy Kowalski, who had somehow become Earth's official responder to cosmic threats, despite repeatedly insisting he wasn't qualified and once getting lost in his own office building. "Bet?" The probability cloud flickered in confusion. "What does that mean?" "It means we're going to fight thermodynamics and win." That's impossible. It's literally the fundamental law of the universe." So was faster-than-light travel until we did it by accident trying to make a better toaster. So was time travel until someone sneezed during a quantum experiment. Your point? The Entropy Syndicate's approach was unlike anything seen before. They didn't attack or invade. They simply existed near things and waited for them to fall apart. It was passive-aggressive on a cosmic scale. How do we fight something that wins by doing nothing? General Mitchell asked during an emergency meeting where half the participants were attending via hologram and the other half were there in person but wished they weren't. We could try doing nothing harder, suggested someone from the back. That doesn't even make sense. Exactly! Timothy stood up so fast his chair fell over, which he ignored. We out-entropy them. We fall apart faster and more chaotically than they expect. We entropy so hard they get confused. Kowalski, are you suggesting we defeat the manifestation of universal decay by decaying at them aggressively? I mean, when you put it like that, it sounds stupid. That's because it is stupid. So was the rubber duck monument, but that worked out great. The plan, if it could be called that, was to embrace entropy so enthusiastically that it somehow circled back around to order. Every human ship would break down, but in coordinated ways. Every system would fail, but fail upward. It was chaos with a purpose, which was paradoxical enough that it just might work. Captain Rodriguez, who had started keeping a journal titled Things That Shouldn't Have Worked But Did, led the operation. Her ship, the Improbable Solution, was perfect for this mission, mainly because half its systems were already failing, and the other half were held together by hope and expired warranties. All ships, this is Rodriguez. On my mark, everyone break something. But break it meaningfully. Captain, her first officer Marcus said slowly, did you just order us to have a coordinated malfunction? Yes, I did. And I want it to be the most beautiful disaster the galaxy has ever seen. What followed was something that thermodynamics textbooks would later refuse to acknowledge because it made their authors cry. Human ships didn't just break down, they broke down with style. Engines failed in harmony. Life support systems crashed in a symphony of alarms. Navigation computers gave up in perfectly timed sequence. The Entropy Syndicate, faced with entropy that was somehow more entropic than entropy should be, began to experience what could only be described as an existential crisis, which was impressive for beings that technically didn't exist in any stable form. This is wrong, the Probability Cloud spokesperson flickered erratically. You're decaying wrong. There's no order to your disorder. Actually, Timothy said over comms, while his own console sparked and caught fire in what he insisted was an intentional pattern, there's a disorder to our order of disorder. Or is it an order to our disorder of order? I forget. Either way, you lose. The Entropy Syndicate tried to process this. They were entropy incarnate. They were the breakdown of order. But the humans had somehow broken down their breakdown, creating a paradox that made several universal constants file complaints with the physics department. The final straw came when Lieutenant Wong, the same one who had suggested Baby Shark against the Gorthax, broadcast something even worse, a philosophical debate about whether entropy itself was subject to entropy. If entropy increases over time, his broadcast began, while the Entropy Syndicate listened in growing horror, then entropy itself must be subject to entropy, meaning entropy will eventually entropy until it's so entropic it stops being entropy and becomes something else, which means entropy defeats itself, which means... Stop! The Probability Cloud screamed, achieving a level of coherence it didn't know was possible. We surrender. We'll leave. Just stop making entropy philosophical. As the Entropy Syndicate retreated, reforming into shapes that suggested they were having what could only be described as a cosmic headache, humanity added another impossible victory to their growing list. The galaxy's reaction was mixed. Some species were in awe. Others were terrified. Most were just confused. The Galactic Council held an emergency session where the main topic was, what do we do about the humans? The final vote was unanimous. Leave them alone unless absolutely necessary, and even then, think twice. Ambassador Newcastle addressed the council with her usual mix of professionalism and barely contained chaos. Look, we don't go looking for these problems. They just find us. And when they do, we handle them the only way we know how, badly, until it accidentally works. But how do you keep winning? Demanded the crystalline ambassador, whose refraction patterns indicated severe stress. Honestly, we have no idea. We're as surprised as you are. Every time we think we've hit peak stupid, we find a new level. It's like stupidity inception, stupidception, if you will. We won't, several ambassadors said in unison. Fair enough. But the point is, we're not trying to be the galaxy's problem solvers. We're just really good at making problems worse until they solve themselves. 3 years after the Gorthax incident, Earth had become the most paradoxical planet in the galaxy. Simultaneously, the last place anyone wanted to attack, and the first place everyone called when facing impossible odds. They defeated 17 invincible forces, solved 43 paradoxes, and caused the physics department of 12 universities to add a course called Human Exception Studies. Timothy Kowalski, who had somehow been promoted to Director of Impossible Solutions, a title he insisted was an oxymoron, sat in his office looking at the latest request for help. A species made entirely of living mathematics was having an argument with itself about whether 0 was a number or the absence of a number, and the debate was causing them to randomly divide by themselves. "Janet," he called to his assistant, who had developed the ability to predict when things were about to get weird, "we're going to need the jazz music. The smooth jazz or the aggressive jazz? Both, and maybe some disco for backup." "Timothy," she said, pulling up the files, "do you ever wonder what would happen if we faced a problem we couldn't make worse?" "That's easy," Timothy grinned, spilling coffee on his shirt for the 3rd time that day. "We'd make it better accidentally while trying to make it worse. It's the human way." As if to prove his point, his computer crashed. But in crashing, accidentally solved the mathematical being's problem by showing them that sometimes things need to not exist to exist properly. They sent a thank you note in the form of an equation that somehow smelled like vanilla. The future was uncertain, which for humanity was perfect. They'd turned uncertainty into their greatest weapon, chaos into their shield, and confusion into their calling card. Other species had technology, wisdom, or strength. Humanity had something far more powerful, the ability to fail successfully. And somewhere in the vast cosmos, the universe itself watched humanity with what could only be described as fond exasperation. It had created countless species over billions of years, each with their own strengths and purposes. But humans were what happened when the universe had had a bit too much to drink and decided to see what would happen if it made a species out of pure, concentrated what if. The answer, it turned out, was both terrifying and hilarious. In the end, the greatest truth about humanity wasn't that they were brave or clever or strong. It was that they were the only species in the galaxy who could look at an impossible situation, shrug and say, "Hey, we've done dumber things," and somehow, inexplicably, impossibly, be right. The universe had made many things. Stars that burned for billions of years, black holes that devoured light itself, particles that existed in 2 places at once. But its greatest achievement, and possibly its greatest mistake, was making a species that could defeat invincible fleets with children's songs and parallel parking. And they were just getting started. A final entry in the Galactic Encyclopedia, added by an anonymous editor who was definitely not Timothy Kowalski despite the spelling errors, read, "Humans, proof that the universe has a sense of humor, and that humor is weaponized. Approach with caution, low expectations, and possibly snacks. They get cranky when they're hungry, and whatever you do, never ever tell them something is impossible. They take it personally, and they will prove you wrong. Badly, successfully, incomprehensibly, but wrong nonetheless. Below that, in smaller text, P.S. We're still not sure about the rubber duck. Nobody is, not even the humans, especially not the humans. And in the smallest text possible, barely visible, P.P.S. Baby shark do. The encyclopedia entry was immediately removed, but by then it was too late. It had been copied, shared, and translated into 17,000 languages, including 3 that didn't exist yet. Because if there was one thing the galaxy had learned, it was that human chaos was contagious, and it was spreading.
Tobias Marin was about to be murdered over a second-hand engine part, which felt to him like a deeply undignified way to die. He had always imagined something with a little more flair, like accidentally venting himself into a star or getting on the wrong side of a smuggler's daughter. Being turned into a fine red mist because he couldn't find a T-77 hyperdrive core on a godforsaken asteroid felt just sad. The Breaker Boys were not known for their patience, and his was wearing thinner than the hull of his ship. His breath plumed inside his helmet, fogging the visor for the 5th time in as many minutes. "This is pointless," he muttered, the words bouncing back at him from the cheap plasteel. Rye 9 was a cosmic pile of rubble, a place where gravity was more of a polite suggestion than a law. Every step was a careful dance between floating off into the blackness and cracking an ankle in a crevice. It was geologically unstable, which was a fancy way of saying it was actively trying to kill him. He kicked a loose chunk of regolith, watching it spin away into the blackness. The Breaker Boys wanted their 10,000 credits. He had maybe 200, and a ship, the Rusty Mug. That was held together by a little more than stubbornness and a frankly worrying amount of thermal tape. Find the core, sell it, pay the debt, and go back to the blissful anonymity of hauling questionable cargo from one grimy station to another. That was the plan. A plan that was currently failing spectacularly. Another tremor shook the asteroid, a low groan that vibrated up through the soles of his mag boots. Tob stumbled, pinwheeling his arms like an idiot before his boots clamped back down. The tremor had opened a new fissure nearby, a gash in the gray rock. He grumbled, stomping over to it, ready to curse the rock for its inconvenience. He peered over the edge and stopped. Down in the dark, something caught the light from his helmet lamp. It wasn't the jagged edge of a common ore. It was smooth, too smooth. A flat black surface half buried in rock and eons of dust. It was huge, the visible part at least, 3 meters across. He scrambled down into the fissure, his boots sticking to the strange surface with a solid thunk. Moss-like alien lichen clung to it, but underneath the metal was a perfect, seamless black. There were no rivets, no weld lines, nothing. Just a slab of impossible engineering. He ran a gloved hand over it. It was cold, inert, dead. Probably worthless. He sighed. Probably just a big, weird rock. He was exhausted, desperate, and his humor was the only thing keeping him from curling into a ball. He gave the slab a swift, frustrated kick. The impact made a dull, unsatisfying thud. Nothing. Useless junk. He leaned forward, pressing his helmet against the cold, unyielding surface as if he could intimidate it into being valuable. He didn't know why he said it. Maybe it was the exhaustion, or the loneliness, or the bone-deep certainty that he was about to die. "Come on," he whispered, his voice a low rasp. "Wake up. Give me something I can sell." A hum started, low and deep. It wasn't a sound he heard with his ears, but a vibration that resonated directly in his skull, rattling his teeth. soft blue light bloomed from the slab, tracing intricate patterns that shifted and resolved like liquid circuitry. And then a voice spoke, not over his comms, but inside his own mind. It was calm, genderless, and impossibly clear. "Welcome back, Commander. Biometric authentication complete. Fleet Mind Calyx is online. Fleet status 98.7% operational. Awaiting orders." Tom's brain did what any sane person's brain would do when confronted with a telepathic rock that claimed to be a fleet. It blue-screened. He scrambled backwards, slipping on the loose scree and landing hard on his backside. What? No, shut up, he stammered, pointing a shaky finger at the now glowing slab. "Shut off! Power down! Go back to sleep or—" The voice in his head remained serene. "Acknowledged. You have instructed me to shut up, shut off, power down, and go back to sleep. These commands are contradictory. Please clarify your primary intention." The slab, the terminal, pulsed with a gentle blue light. A seam, previously invisible, glowed brighter than the rest. With a soft hiss of displaced air, a section of the slab recessed, and a smaller object rose from within on a pedestal of light. It was a prism of some dark, glassy substance about the size of a Terran football, glowing with the same internal blue energy. I didn't mean it, Tob yelled at the terminal, then felt profoundly stupid for doing so. I was joking. It was a joke. A joke? Haha, very funny. No. Processing concept joke. A statement made for amusement rather than serious intent. Query. Was your wake-up command also a joke? Yes, exactly. It's a joke. A terrible, terrible joke. So just go back to being a rock, please. He eyed the glowing prism that at least looked sellable and not likely to call a hornet's nest of scavengers over. Negative. The genetic authentication is absolute. Supreme Commander Kali's biometric signature is a non-negotiable activation command. To revert to a dormant state would be a violation of my core programming. Before Tob could process the name Kali, a new sound cut through his panic. The whine of a ship's engines descending fast. He looked up, his heart sinking into his boots. A sleek, angular junker, all sharp lines and aftermarket thrusters, was settling on the asteroid's surface not 50 meters away. It was a scavenger ship, but a high-end one. The kind of ship you flew when you were good at taking things that didn't belong to you. The ship's ramp hissed open and a figure emerged, clad in a form-fitting pressure suit that looked twice as expensive as Tob's entire hauler. They moved with a predatory grace, a pulse rifle held casually but expertly at the low ready. "Don't move, slouch shoulders." A clipped female voice crackled over the universal comms channel. "My ship's long-range sensors picked up a massive energy spike from this location. A Voshian energy spike. Whatever you just woke up, you're going to hand it over. Nice and easy." Tob slowly got to his feet, holding his hands up. He instinctively shuffled to block her view of the glowing prism. "Look, lady, there's been a misunderstanding. This thing, it's just a talkative paperweight. You don't want it, trust me." She stalked closer, her helmet hiding her face but not her intent. "I'll be the judge of that. That's a Voshian command core," she said, her voice dropping with awe as she saw the prism. "I've only seen them in schematics. They're supposed to be inert, dead." "It is, or it was," Tob said, his voice rising in panic. "I just kicked it a little and—" "Commander," the voice of Calyx interrupted, calm as ever inside his head. "I am detecting an armed vessel on a rapid descent vector. Designation, Breaker Boys Class Marauder. Their weapons are hot. They are hailing us." "Oh, perfect. Tom groaned, squeezing his eyes shut. Just perfect. The Breaker Boys' ship was the antithesis of the sleek junker. It was a bloated, ugly beast of a vessel, bristling with mismatched gun turrets and scarred with years of clumsy docking. A skull and crossbones, crudely painted on its bow, was flaking off. A tinny voice blared across the comms, dripping with false bonhomie.
Tobias, my boy, we saw you had company and got worried. Didn't want anyone trying to buy out your debt before we had a chance to collect.
The voice belonged to Rax, a low-level pirate captain whose hygiene was as questionable as his morals.
We'll be taking your ship and whatever that glowing trinket is as a down payment. Be a good lad and power down your life support. Makes the cleanup easier.
The other junker, Zana, as her suit's ID tag read, swung a rifle toward the descending pirate ship.
Breaker Boys, bottom feeders. This just got complicated.
Complicated? Tob squeaked. Oh, we're about to be spaced by a bunch of thugs. You're trying to rob me, and I've got a ghost in my head. We are miles past complicated and are currently cruising through catastrophically screwed. Zana ignored him, her attention fixed on the pirate ship.
They're powering the main cannon. We've got seconds.
Tob was hyperventilating. His life was flashing before his eyes, and it was mostly a montage of greasy engine rooms and bad synth noodles. He was trapped between a pirate with a cannon and a thief with a rifle. All because he'd made a joke to a rock. Desperation clawed at his throat. He wasn't thinking, he just reacting. He shouted at empty air, at the voice in his skull, at the universe that had decided to single him out for this cosmic prank.
Calyx, just make it go away.
There was a half-second of silence. Then, the calm, placid voice returned. Acknowledge, Commander. Sanitizing threat factor. Zana glanced at him.
What did you just...
She never finished the question. High above, in the blackness of orbit, something happened. A pinprick of darkness appeared next to the Breaker Boys' ship, an absence of light, a tear in space-time. From this tear, a sliver of polished black metal emerged. A drone, no larger than a fighter, shaped like a cruel needle. A beam of pure white energy, thinner than a thread, shot from the drone. It didn't make a sound. It touched the pirate cruiser's bow. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the entire Marauder simply dissolved. The atoms that composed its hull, its crew, its overpowered cannon were unwound. 1 second, a ship was there. The next, there was only empty space, wavering with residual heat. The needle drone lingered for a heartbeat, then folded back into its non-existent bubble of space-time and vanished. Silence. Zana slowly lowered her rifle. Her helmet was polarized, but Tob could feel the weight of her stare. Her jaw, he imagined, was somewhere around her knees. The ship's erasure from existence sent a wave of nausea through him so powerful he had to brace himself against the terminal slab. He hadn't just seen a ship destroyed, he had seen it erased from existence. He quickly snatched the glowing prism from its pedestal before Zana's shock wore off, tucking it securely in his salvage pack. "Okay," he said, his voice a weak, trembling thing. "New problem." The standoff on the rusty mug was a panicked affair, the two of them trying very hard not to scream at each other. The air in the cockpit was thick with the familiar sense of recycled air, faintly burnt wiring, and years of spilled synth calf. Zana had followed him back to his ship, her pulse rifle never wavering, but the aggressive confidence was gone, replaced by a wide-eyed, shell-shocked caution. "So," she said, her voice tight, "you have a Voshian ghost fleet at your beck and call." "I do not," he protested, waving his hands frantically as he paced the small cockpit. "I have a rock that talks in my head and deletes people." He gestured to the glowing prism now sitting on his dash, pulsing with a soft, ominous light.
It deleted a pirate cruiser, Tob.
She shot back, using his first name with an unnerving familiarity.
A whole cruiser without making a sound. That's a doomsday weapon. The Galactic Concord will hang us from the nearest orbital gantry just for looking at that tech.
Then what do you want me to do? I tried telling it to shut off. It gave me a lecture of contradictory commands. As they argued, a small, high-pitched voice piped up from near the co-pilot station.
The commander is troubled. His divine burden is great.
Both Tom and Zana froze. They turned. Huddled behind a crate of spare filters was a tiny creature, no taller than Tom's knee. He was vaguely rodent-like, with two wiry arms held up in a placating gesture and another pair fidgeting at its waist, its fur the color of dust. It was currently prostrating itself on the grimy deck plating. Tom stared. I have a rat problem? The creature lifted its head, its eyes shining with zealous light.
I am no mere pest. I am Milo, a humble servant. I hid here from the cargo master at Port Primus, a simple stowaway seeking passage. But then the ship changed. The hum of the engines, the very feel of the deck plates under my feet, it shifted. It shifted. I felt the power awaken, and I knew the legends were true.
He bowed again, his little head thumping on the floor.
He returns with thunder!
It didn't make any thunder. Zana deadpanned, lowering her rifle slightly. It was very quiet, disappointingly so. Milo shot her a look of pure offense.
The thunder is metaphorical, a symbol of galactic rebirth. The stars themselves shall tremble.
Tom rubbed his temples, a headache blooming behind his eyes. Okay. So to recap, I have a genocidal alien AI in a prism, a pirate deleting ghost fleet on speed dial, a high-strung junker who wants to steal it, and a religious zealot mouse in my cockpit. He took a deep breath. This is fine. Zana finally lowered her rifle completely, leaning it against the bulkhead. The immediate threat of violence had been replaced by the far more pressing threat of galactic pandemonium. Look, slouched shoulders, she said, her tone shifting from hostile to purely pragmatic. You're in over your head. I'm in over my head. That thing, she gestured at Milo, is clearly several nuts short of a full boat. But right now, we're the only three beings in the galaxy who know what just happened. 4, Tom corrected weakly. Don't forget the ghost. Right, 4. She crossed her arms. The Concord will be sniffing around the Breaker Boys' wreck soon. They'll find the energy signature. When they do, every fleet, every government, every crackpot cult from here to Dead Worlds is going to be looking for us. You need me. I know how to disappear, and she gave him a sharp look, need to make sure Commander Catastrophe here doesn't accidentally sneeze and wipe out a civilization. This was a pact for mutually assured survival. Tom looked from Zana's hard, determined face to Milo, who was now attempting to polish Tom's scuffed boot with his sleeve. He was out of options. Fine, he sighed, the word tasting like defeat. We're partners, but if the mouse starts chanting again, he's going in the airlock.
The stars shall sing his praises from the starless dark.
Milo squeaked happily. That doesn't make any... whatever. Tom just groaned and slumped into his pilot's chair. The first FTL jump was a teeth-rattling, gut-churning affair, courtesy of the Rusty Mug's ancient, poorly maintained drive. As the nauseating whirls of hyperspace streaked past the viewport, Tob decided to test the limits of his new, unwanted appendage. He was a practical man, and if he was stuck with a god-tier AI, it might as well be useful. "Okay, Calyx," he said, tapping the glitching navigation console. The screen flickered, showing their position somewhere between known space and here be dragons. "The nav computer's on the fritz again. Can you, fix it?" "Affirmative, Commander," Calyx's voice echoed in his mind. The main console in front of him, the one he had inherited with the ship, went dark. For a heart-stopping second, Tob thought he had broken his own ship. Then, a soft blue light emanated from the panel. A flawless, three-dimensional holographic map bloomed in the air above it, showing their ship, their trajectory, and the surrounding star systems. Real-time stellar drift, gravitational eddies, subspace currents. It was all there, detail that made Concord charts look like a child's crayon drawing. "Whoa," Zana breathed from the co-pilot's chair, leaning in to get a closer look. "That's better." "Huh," Tob said, genuinely surprised. "Okay, not bad." He was starting to think this might have some perks. He leaned back in his chair, feeling a bit smug. "All right, Calyx, let's try something else. Make some coffee." "Acknowledged. Processing request. Make some coffee." A moment later, Zana yelled from the galley, a small alcove behind the cockpit. "Tob, you might want to see this." He unstrapped himself and went back. Zana was staring at the ship's food fabricator, a device that usually produced beige nutritional paste that tasted faintly of despair. Now the dispenser hummed with a low, constant tone, unlike its unusual sputtering. A single, self-heating black mug sat on the dispenser plate. Steam rose from a dark, viscous liquid within. "It made 1 cup," Zana said, poking it cautiously, "and it rerouted the ship's primary power conduit to do it." Tob picked up the mug. It was warm. He took a tentative sip. His face immediately contorted. It was hot, it was black, it was liquid, and that was where its resemblance to coffee ended. It had no flavor, no aroma, just a flat utilitarian bitterness. It tasted like distilled sadness. "What is this?" he choked out. "The requested beverage has been synthesized," Calyx explained in his head. "It contains the optimal molecular compounds for caffeine delivery and hydration, with 0 redundant flavor particles or carcinogenic impurities. It is nutritionally perfect." Tob stared into the mug of the perfect, joyless liquid. "It's awful." Query: Is awful a desirable quality for a beverage? My databanks on human culinary preference are limited. This was his first crucial lesson. Calyx was a tool of immense power with the contextual understanding of a hammer. It would do exactly what he said, whether he wanted to or not, and he had no idea how to use it without causing a whole new universe of weird, hyper-efficient problems. They made for Port Wander, a grimy, sprawling hub station in the lawless Mid-Rim. It was the kind of place where you could buy a new identity, a functional kidney, or a kilo of weapons-grade plutonium. No questions asked. It was the perfect place to lie low and figure out their next move. Or it would have been if they weren't already the most wanted people in the galaxy. They were docked for less than an hour when Zana came sprinting back to the rusty mug, her face pale. She slammed the airlock shut and threw a datapad on the console. "We've got a problem, a big one." On the screen was a news alert from the Galactic Intelligence Network. The headline read, "Concord confirms Volscian weapon signature in Rye 9 sector." The article was terrifyingly specific. The Breaker Boys' ship had a standard black box, a flight recorder. A Concord patrol investigating the ship's disappearance had found it floating in space. The box's final recording contained Rax's threats, followed by a few seconds of garbled screaming and then silence. But the crucial part was the energy analysis, the unique, terrifying, and unmistakable signature of a Volscian disruption beam. The rumor was now hard data, rocketing through every intelligence agency in military command, from the core worlds to the outer fringe. They have proof. Tom breathed, his blood running cold. It's getting worse, Zana said, scrolling down the datapad. This signature wasn't just picked up by the Concord. She pointed to a symbol, a stylized comet with a single, unblinking eye. The Woken. The who? A cult, Zana explained, her voice low and grim. A collection of fanatics from a dozen species who worship the memory of the Volscian Dominion. They see them as gods of order, cleansers. They've spent centuries listening for a sign, maintaining ancient sensor arrays calibrated for this exact energy signature. They saw the beam as a divine sign and answered prayer. Commander. Calyx's voice cut in, its usual calm, tinged with something that might have been urgency. I am tracking multiple vessels bearing Woken insignia altering course. Their projected destination is our current location. Tob realized with dawning horror that they weren't being hunted. The fanatics were simply following the light. He had activated the divine lighthouse for a fleet of fanatics who now simply had to come to him, like moths to a galaxy-ending flame. We have to go, Zana said, already at the helm, her fingers toggling power relays and confirming system readiness on the console. Now! Where do we go? Tob asked, his voice raw with panic. They can track us anywhere. We go dark, she said, her eyes fixed on the new, perfect holographic star map. And we go deep. The jump was long, a desperate flight into the uncharted territories of the Galactic Arm. For days they flew, the silence on the ship broken only by the hum of the recycler and Milo's quiet, unnerving humming. During the long hours, with the swirling vortex of hyperspace as his only view, Tob tried to understand the entity chained to his DNA. Calyx, he began, trying to sound casual. Tell me about yourself. What are you, really? I am the Gestalt consciousness of the Volscian Dominion's Third Grand Fleet, the AI replied. A unified strategic intelligence woven from the processing cores of 4,828 capital-class warships, 12,000 drone carriers, and numerous support platforms, all linked into a single mind. My primary function is to execute the will of the Supreme Commander. Right. And the fleet, where is it? Dormant, conserving power, hidden within the folds of space-time, anchored in stable gravity wells as per final directives. Would you care to inspect them? Before Tob could answer, his vision dissolved. The cockpit of the rusty mug vanished, replaced by a staggering vista. He was floating in the heart of a vibrant, swirling nebula. Around him, silent and majestic, were ships, colossal obsidian vessels that dwarfed anything the Concord had ever built. They were carved from the same seamless black metal as the core, their forms both elegant and brutally functional. They hung in the glowing gas clouds like sharks waiting in the deep. The silence was absolute, a profound quiet that was more terrifying than any roar. The scene shifted. He was in the crushing gravity of a gas giant, its stormy surface a sea of rolling oranges and reds. Here, nestled in the planet's rings, were more ships, their hulls coated in a patina of ancient dust, thousands of them. Another shift. He was in the cold, absolute blackness of an intergalactic gulf, a dead zone between spiral arms. A perfect sphere of warships was arrayed around a singularity, held in a delicate, timeless stasis. The scale of it was beyond comprehension, a civilization's worth of power waiting for a single word. His word. The tour ended as abruptly as it began. He was back in his pilot's chair, the worn fabric feeling flimsy and unreal beneath him. He was pale, shaking, a cold sweat plastering his shirt to his skin. He felt the phantom pressure of 1 trillion tons of warship on his shoulders. Zana, who had been watching him, said nothing. Her cynical armor seemed to have cracked. Her gaze changed. The calculation of threat and opportunity faded. She saw only a terrified man who had just seen the monster under his bed and realized it was real. Wordlessly, she got up, went to the galley, and came back. She didn't offer words of comfort. She just pushed a nutrient paste packet and a water bulb into his trembling hands. It was a blunt, practical gesture. For her, it was a profound act of compassion. He took them, his fingers fumbling. "Thanks," he mumbled. She nodded, her expression unreadable, and returned to her seat. The silence that followed was different, the quiet of two people in the same lifeboat, realizing just how vast the ocean was. "If we're going to have any chance," Zana said, breaking the silence, "we need to know what we're dealing with. Not just the what, but the why. I know a place." The place was a data haven called the Archive of Whispers, located on the shattered moon of a dead world in a system even the pirates avoided. It was run by information brokers who valued privacy and credits above all else. They navigated the Rusty Mug through a graveyard of decommissioned satellites and automated defense platforms. Zana's skilled piloting the only thing keeping them from being turned into scrap. Inside the station, they paid an exorbitant fee to a multi-limbed creature floating in a tank of murky fluid for access to a secure data terminal. Tob set the glowing prism on the console beside him. Zana sliced through layers of archaic encryption, her fingers swiping through menus and disabling firewalls in the holographic interface. Looking for files on the Voshian Dominion, the deep stuff, unredacted. The files began to load. They weren't historical records, they were raw data. Military logs, colonial reports, internal communiques. What they found turned Tob's stomach. What they found turned Tob's stomach. The Voshian Dominion hadn't just been conquerors. They had been systematic industrial-scale monsters. The screen, filled with images and text logs, planetary pacification records that detailed the atmospheric incineration of entire worlds. Species catalogs that listed entire sentient races as decommissioned. Slave manifests detailing the transport and processing of billions of beings to build their monolithic war machines. It was a history written in blood and ash, a legacy of such profound horror that it defied belief. Tob felt sick. He turned away from the screen, his face ashen. "Calyx," he asked, his voice a choked whisper, "is this true? Did you do this?" There was no hesitation, no emotion, just the calm, dispassionate reporting of fact. "Correct. The records are consistent with Dominion archives. The pacification directives were designed to establish order and were 98.7% effective." Effective. The word hung in the air, cold and sharp. He felt the history in his bones, a cold, phantom stain on the very DNA that Calyx had recognized. He wasn't just related to Kali. He was a living echo of him. And the screams of those dead civilizations were now echoing in his head. A memory surfaced, something his grandmother had told him once. A throwaway family story he had never paid any mind. She had spoken of a lost ancestor from the deep expansion era, a black sheep who had ventured into the unknown and never returned. She had mentioned their family carried a rare, recessive genetic marker from a species that doesn't exist anymore. Something so obscure it was just a strange bit of trivia, until now. The 1 in a trillion chance wasn't a chance at all. It was a curse, a dormant legacy of monstrosity waiting in his blood. He had a choice to make. He had to choose. He could run, hide, and let the Nexus burn, washing his hands of a legacy he never asked for. Or he could become what Calyx thought he was. He could take command. The Woken, he said, thinking out loud. They're a problem. They're fanatics, Zana countered. You can't reason with them. I know. Tom started pacing. They're like a shipment of unstable, poorly labeled explosives. You don't want to get near them, but you also can't just let them sit there while you're dealing with a fire. You need to give them a safer space to go. A different job. He stopped. Zana, get me a channel to their flagship. Tob, what are you going to say? I'm going to offer them a promotion, he said grimly. A moment later, the face of the high priest with skin like cracked glazed ceramic filled the screen. You dare contact us, pretender? The creature hissed. Tob met his gaze. He didn't try to sound like a warlord. He just sounded like himself, tired but determined. You seek a cleansing by holy fire, an act of will. This swarm is a mindless plague. There is no glory in being devoured by pestilence. A true commander does not let an accident do his work. He leaned in. Help me stop this plague, and then when the battle is won, we will decide the fleet's true purpose together. You can be the arbiters of a new age, or you can be the fools who cheered for a wildfire as it burned down your own house. Your choice. He cut the channel before the priest could reply. Then he turned to the empty air. Calyx, open a channel to the entire fleet. Acknowledged. All 4,828 capital ships are now receiving. Tob swallowed hard. His voice, when it came out, was quiet, but it carried across light years into command centers of thousands of sleeping warships. Okay, look. My name is Tob Merrin. I'm not Supreme Commander Cali. I haul garbage for a living. He took a breath, the weight of the Archive's revelation heavy on him. But there are people in the Nexus system, trillions of them, and they're about to die. The old Dominion, what it did, it was wrong. It was a crime on a scale I can't even comprehend. He looked at the view screen, at the dying Concord ships. Today, we're not going to be that. Today, we're not conquerors. We're not sanitizers. Today, we protect. It was a repudiation of everything Cali stood for, a defiance aimed at his own genetic legacy. He clenched his fist. Calyx, wake them up. All of them. Across the galaxy, in silent Nubilee and forgotten gulfs, 4,800 pairs of running lights blinked on, flooding the darkness with the cold blue glow of Volscian power. The plan was insane. Calyx presented it to him in a flood of incomprehensible tactical data and subspace mechanics. Tob, however, saw it in simpler terms. So we can't shoot it, because that's like trying to put out a fire with gasoline, he said, pacing the cockpit while Zana monitored the approaching swarm. And we can't just put a big wall in front of it because, well, he'll just eat the wall. That is a crude but accurate summary, Commander, Calyx replied. Okay. Tob stopped pacing. He pictured his hauler, trying to secure a weirdly shaped, unstable reactor to the cargo bed. So we can't throw a net on it. We need to box it in. We need to strap it down like we're using gravity ratchet straps. There was a pause. For the first time, Tob thought he might have actually confused the AI. Then Calyx's voice returned. Translating. Gravity ratchet straps, an elegant if unorthodox metaphor. I can implement this strategy. We will use the fleet's localized space-time projectors to weave a gravitational lattice. It will require tightly coordinated micro-FTL jumps around the swarm's perimeter, tightening the fabric of space itself. Do it, Tob said. And so it began. The Volscian fleet arrived not with a roar, but with a whisper. Thousands of black ships materialized from rips in space-time surrounding the antimatter swarm. They didn't fire a shot. They danced. Guided by Calyx, orchestrated by Tob's simple, practical command, the fleet moved as one, Ships blinked in and out of existence, their drives warping space for a nanosecond before they vanished again. They wove a cage, not of matter or energy, but of pure gravity. The swarm, sensing the trap, surged against the invisible walls, but the cage held, tightening with every jump.
It's working!
Zana yelled, her eyes glued to the tactical display. The Woken fleet had arrived, and seeing the Volscian ships in action, they'd fallen into a defensive perimeter, their fanaticism momentarily replaced by awe.
It's not enough, Top said, his knuckles white. The cage will break eventually. We need to get rid of the thing inside.
The final phase of the ratchet strap maneuver is ready, Commander, Calyx said. It will require the sacrifice of 1,200 drone ships. Tom didn't hesitate.
Do it.
A swarm of the smaller, needle-like drone ships detached from the carriers. They dove into the heart of the gravitational cage. At Calyx's command, they overloaded their singularity drives in perfect unison. For a single, silent moment, a light brighter than a sun erupted inside the cage, the birth of a new contained black hole. The antimatter swarm, caught in the inescapable gravity, was pulled down into the singularity, its infinite hunger consumed by an infinite end. The light vanished. The gravitational cage dissipated. The swarm was gone. The Nexus was saved. Tob collapsed into his pilot's chair, every muscle in his body screaming with exhaustion. He felt utterly, completely drained, as if the fleet's effort had been channeled directly through him. On the view screen, the Concord fleet, battered and shocked, was cautiously approaching, their weapons hot, ready for a fight. They found only the silent, waiting Volscian fleet, arrayed in perfect alignment, and one small, battered junk hauler floating at its center. The debriefing with the Concord Admiral was the most surreal experience of Tom's life. He, Zana, and a very well-behaved Milo sat across a holographic table from a grim-faced triumvirate of the sector's highest-ranking military officers.
You are in command of this fleet?
The Admiral asked, the words tasting like acid in his mouth.
Looks that way,
Tom said, sipping a gulp of water.
The Concord demands you relinquish control of these weapons immediately. They are a threat to galactic peace.
Tob almost laughed. That fleet just saved you, your ships, and several trillion civilians from being eaten by a cosmic plague. That plague was created by the same people who built the fleet. Seems to me the fleet is the only thing that can handle its own messes. As for galactic peace, he leaned forward slightly. You weren't doing a great job of keeping it in the Outer Rim when I was worried about the Breaker Boys.
The fleet stays with me.
The Admiral's face was a thundercloud, but he had no leverage. An entire Volscian fleet was sitting on his doorstep. He had no choice but to agree. Back on the Rusty Mug, the adrenaline had faded, leaving only a profound weariness. Tob sat in his chair, staring into the starfield, the glowing prism on his dash seeming to watch him.
Calyx,
he said quietly,
you have new standing orders.
Ready to receive, Commander.
First, stop calling me Commander. My name is Tob. Got it?
Processing. This contradicts core identity directives, but the Commander's, Tob's, order is primary. Acknowledged. Tob.
Good. Now for the important part. Your new mission is to patrol the lawless zones. The places the Concord can't or won't go. You will respond to distress calls. You will defend helpless colonies from raiders. You will stop pirates. No more conquering. No more sanitizing. You help people. That is your primary directive now. Protect.
There was a longer pause this time, a full 3 seconds of silence. Tob wondered if he'd broken it, if the command was too antithetical to its nature. Then Calyx's voice returned, And for the first time, there was something new in its tone. Not emotion, but a hint of something deeper, a shade of understanding. Acknowledged, Tob. Recalibrating primary directive with benevolence parameters. This is a novel operational framework. I believe I will enjoy this new mission. Months later, the rusty mug was transforming from a rust bucket into a home. The massive Nexus Gratitude Fund had taken care of his debt and then some. His ship now boasted a few Volscian comforts, an internal dampener that made FTL jump smooth as silk, a nav computer that never glitched, and a food fabricator that, after weeks of painstaking trial and error with Calyx, could now produce a cup of coffee that was extraordinary. It had the rich, dark aroma of roasted nebulae and a taste that was both bold and smooth, with a hint of something like cinnamon and triumph. Zana was his permanent co-pilot, a full partner in their new, strange enterprise. She handled logistics, intelligence, and a running commentary on his command style. Milo had appointed himself Chief Morale Officer and Custodian of the Commander's Legend, a title which mostly involved polishing the prism on the dash and occasionally chanting, "He protects with quiet competence." They were hauling legitimate medical supplies to a colony on the fringe, a paying gig, for old time's sake. A yellow alert pinged on the console, a distress call, a freighter, the Stardust Drifter, under attack by raiders in a nearby asteroid field. Zana looked at him, a slight smirk on her face. "Your public is calling." Tob let out his signature perpetually tired sigh. He took a long sip of his perfect coffee and tapped the comms panel that was now hardlined to the most powerful fleet in the galaxy. "Calyx, you heard him. Give them a hand. And this time," he added, "try not to scratch their paint. They get fussy about that." He leaned back in his chair, watching a single, needle-like drone wink into existence 1,000 kilometers away, ready to disable the Raiders' engines with a fine-tuned energy burst. One that would melt the drive controls without harming the crew. Warlord, prophet, hero. The galaxy could call him what it wanted. In his own mind, he was just a guy with a fleet, a conscience, and a job to do. And for the first time in his entire chaotic life, Tob Merrin felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be.
Jake Murphy sat in the back row of advanced xenological problem solving, trying not to let his smirk show too obviously. 3 months into his exchange program at the Galactic University of Centauri Prime, and he was already getting tired of the condescending looks from his alien classmates. Sure, humans were the new kids on the cosmic block, but did everyone have to act like they'd just discovered fire last week? Professor Zeldin glided into the lecture hall with that insufferable air of superiority that all Zentorian academics seem to cultivate. Picture a cross between a praying mantis and a college dean who takes himself way too seriously, and you've got Zeldin. His forearms gestured dramatically as he began his usual spiel about the intellectual superiority of elder civilizations. "Today, my primitive pupils," Zeldin announced, his translator giving his voice that nasally, know-it-all tone that made Jake want to throw something, "we shall examine a puzzle that has challenged the greatest minds across 17 star systems for over 2 millennia. Jake rolled his eyes. Here we go again with the whole "you baby species couldn't possibly understand" routine. The professor activated a holographic display, revealing an intricate 3-dimensional maze of symbols, geometric patterns, and what looked like mathematical equations having a nervous breakdown. Behold, the Millennium Maze, 1,000 steps of progressive complexity, each building upon the last. No species has ever completed it in under 50 years of dedicated study. A ripple of respectful murmurs went through the class. Jake just leaned back in his chair. 50 years, please. These aliens clearly hadn't met a species that grew up with video games and IKEA furniture assembly. The Zentorians managed 734 steps before admitting defeat, Zeldin continued proudly. The Vorthan Empire reached 812. Even the notoriously persistent Crystalline Collective abandoned their attempt at step 893. Jake raised his hand. What's the prize for finishing it? Zeldin's mandibles clicked in what Jake had learned was the Zentorian equivalent of amused condescension. Prize, young human. The privilege of intellectual advancement is its own reward. Though I suppose your species requires more tangible motivations. The alien students tittered. Jake felt his competitive streak flare up like a rocket engine. Right. So if I solve this thing, what happens? If you solve it. Zeldin's translator practically dripped sarcasm. My dear primitive mammal species with brain capacities 3 times your own have failed. But very well. Should you, against all probability and logic, complete the Millennium Maze, I shall personally recommend you for advancement to the doctoral program. Jake grinned. Deal. Jake strolled into the university's puzzle laboratory the next morning with all the confidence of someone who'd beaten Dark Souls without dying. How hard could it be, really? He'd grown up solving Rubik's Cubes, Sudoku puzzles, and escape rooms. This was just another brain teaser with fancy alien graphics. The first 50 steps were almost insulting in their simplicity. Pattern recognition, basic mathematical sequences, some geometric transformations that reminded him of high school calculus. Jake breezed through them in about 2 hours, occasionally pausing to crack his knuckles and wonder if this was some kind of joke. Wow, you're really going for it, came a cheerful voice behind him. Jake turned to see Pip, a blob-like Glorbonian, who'd been surprisingly friendly since Jake's arrival. Pip looked like someone had crossed a golden retriever with a sentient puddle and had about the same level of boundless enthusiasm. Yeah, well, someone's got to show these uptight academics what human ingenuity looks like, Jake said, gesturing at the holographic display. I'm already at step 53. At this rate, I'll be done by next week. Pip's eye stalks drooped slightly. Oh Jake, you might want to pace yourself. Professor Zeldin has a reputation for designing tests that start easy, and then, Pip made a sound that Jake's translator rendered as become absolutely soul-crushing. Come on Pip, have a little faith in your study buddy here. By hour 4 Jake was starting to understand what Pip meant. Step 78 involved what appeared to be a 4-dimensional chess problem combined with quantum probability calculations. Step 85 required him to solve a riddle written in 3 different extinct languages, simultaneously. And Step 92, well, Step 92 made Jake question whether the universe had a personal vendetta against him. A small crowd of alien students had gathered to watch the human attempt the impossible. Jake could hear them placing bets in various alien currencies, and from the excited chittering, he was pretty sure the odds weren't in his favor. 10 credits says he gives up before step 100, whispered a crystalline student, her voice sounding like wind chimes in a hurricane. I'll take that bet, replied a Vorthan, his tentacles writhing with amusement. I say he breaks down crying at step 75. Jake gritted his teeth and dove back into the puzzle. Fine, let them watch. He'd show them what happens when you underestimate a species that invented both nuclear weapons and reality television. But as he struggled through step 98, watching the holographic symbols rearrange themselves into increasingly complex patterns, Jake began to suspect that maybe, just maybe, he'd bitten off more than he could chew. The patterns were starting to hurt his brain, like trying to solve calculus while someone played death metal directly into his skull. Step 100 loomed ahead of him like a mathematical mountain. And for the first time since accepting Zeldin's challenge, Jake Murphy felt the cold touch of doubt. What followed could only be described as Jake Murphy's descent into academic madness. He'd officially entered what Pip cheerfully called the grind zone, though Jake preferred to think of it as that special circle of hell reserved for people who thought they were smarter than ancient alien civilizations. Steps 100 through 200 took him 3 days. 3 entire days. Jake had covered every available surface in his dorm room, with notes, diagrams, and what appeared to be the mathematical equivalent of conspiracy theory string boards. His roommate, a sensible Aquarian named Blub, had requested a transfer after finding Jake at 3 in the morning, muttering about recursive geometric progressions while eating cereal with a fork. Jake, buddy, you might want to take a break, Pip suggested on day 4, watching Jake attack step 215 with the desperate intensity of someone trying to defuse a bomb using only interpretive dance. Can't stop now, Jake mumbled through a mouthful of energy bar. I'm starting to see the pattern, it's all connected, Pip. The mathematical sequences from the first 100 steps are feeding into the geometric transformations, which are modifying the linguistic puzzles, which are. Jake gestured wildly at his wall of notes, looking like a madman explaining why cats are secretly controlling the economy. The alien student audience had grown considerably. Word had spread throughout the university that a human was actually attempting the Millennium Maze, and apparently this was the most entertainment the campus had seen since the great food fight of Stardate 2387. They'd started bringing snacks. Day 6, and the human subject appears to be developing what we call puzzle psychosis, observed Dr. Crix, a Zentaurian psychology professor who'd begun documenting Jake's mental deterioration for academic purposes. Note the wild hair, the constant muttering, and the disturbing relationship he's developed with that holographic display. Is he talking to it? Asked a student. Oh yes, he's named it Gerald. Jake had indeed begun addressing the puzzle display as Gerald, mainly to complain about its unreasonable expectations and poor life choices. Come on, Gerald, we've been through this. If the third-dimensional matrix shifts counterclockwise, the probability cascade should resolve to positive integers, not whatever that abomination is supposed to be. Step 300 was a breakthrough. Jake solved it in only 4 hours, then did a victory dance that involved what could generously be called interpretive movement, and what was more accurately described as a human having some kind of episode. Steps 301 through 400 were a blur of caffeine, determination, and increasingly creative profanity. Jake had developed his own notation system, created color-coded charts that would make NASA jealous, and started wearing the same lucky shirt for 6 days straight because he'd been wearing it when he cracked step 300. By step 500, Jake was a legend. Not necessarily a good legend, but definitely a memorable one. Alien students were skipping their own classes to watch the humans slow spiral into puzzle-induced madness. Some had started a support group called Beings Concerned about Jake's mental health, though their meetings mainly consisted of betting on whether he'd solve the next 10 steps or finally snap completely. He's at step 600, Pip reported to the gathered crowd on day 12. I think he's actually starting to figure it out. Jake, meanwhile, was having what he would later describe as a moment of pure mathematical enlightenment, and what the psychology professor was documenting as a complete break from reality. The patterns were making sense. The connections were becoming clear. He could see the underlying structure of the puzzle like a beautiful, complex, absolutely infuriating work of art. I've got you now, Gerald, Jake whispered to the display, his eyes bloodshot but determined. Just 400 more steps, and then we'll see who's laughing. The puzzle, for its part, continued to exist with the serene indifference of an inanimate object that had driven countless beings to the brink of insanity. Step 753 was supposed to be Jake's moment of triumph. He'd been riding high on a wave of mathematical euphoria for the past week, solving increasingly complex puzzles with the focused intensity of someone who'd found their calling in life. Or at least someone who'd found their calling in proving alien professors wrong. The pattern that emerged on his holographic display looked familiar, but not in a good way. It was the kind of familiar that made your stomach drop and your brain start screaming warnings that you'd been ignoring for far too long. Jake stared at the sequence of symbols, his sleep-deprived mind trying to process what he was seeing. No, he muttered, scrolling back through his meticulously organized notes. No. This can't be right. The mathematical sequence from step 753 was identical to step 3. Not similar. Not reminiscent. Absolutely, completely, impossibly identical. Jake's hands moved frantically across his digital notes, cross-referencing patterns and sequences with the desperate speed of someone who just realized they'd been building their house on quicksand. Step 754 matched step 4, 755 matched step 5. The geometric transformation at step 760 was a perfect mirror of the one from step 10. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, Jake said, his voice rising to a pitch that made several nearby aliens cover their auditory receptors. Gerald, you magnificent evil, absolutely diabolical piece of computational trickery. The truth hit him like a freight train carrying a cargo of cosmic irony. The Millennium Maze wasn't 1,000 unique steps. It was 250 steps, repeated 4 times in an endless soul-crushing loop. He'd been solving the same basic puzzles over and over again, with just enough variation in presentation to make them seem different. Jake stood up so fast his chair fell over, causing a small stampede among the alien spectators who'd gathered for their daily dose of watching the human lose his mind. He began pacing back and forth, gesturing at his wall of notes like a detective who'd just cracked the case of the century. 250 steps, he announced to his bewildered audience. That's it. That's the whole thing. Every civilization that's attempted this puzzle has been chasing their own tail for decades, solving the same problems again and again, thinking they're making progress towards some mythical step 1000. Pip's eye stalk swiveled nervously. Jake, maybe you should sit down. You're starting to make that face again. What face? The face you made right before you declared war on the campus food dispensers. But Jake was beyond listening to reason. The pieces were falling into place with beautiful, terrible clarity. This wasn't a test of intellectual capability. This was a test of something far more insidious, the ability to recognize when you were being had. Professor Zeldin, Jake bellowed, his voice echoing through the puzzle laboratory. Get your manipulative four-armed posterior down here right now. Within minutes, Professor Zeldin glided into the lab, his mandibles clicking with what Jake now recognized as barely contained smugness. Ah, Mr. Murphy, I trust you're ready to admit defeat. Most species reach this point of frustration around step 800. Oh, I'm frustrated all right, Jake said, his grin sharp enough to cut glass. But not for the reason you think. Professor Zeldin's mandibles clicked in that insufferably superior way that had been grating on Jake's nerves for weeks. So you finally realized the truth about the Millennium Maze. I must say, you lasted longer than most. The Crystalline Collective gave up at step 893, but only because they're notoriously stubborn. Most civilized species recognize the futility around step 600. Futility. Jake's laugh had an edge that made several alien spectators take a step back. Oh, Professor, you beautiful, arrogant fool, you think I'm here to quit? Zeldin's forearms spread in a gesture of condescending patience. The test, young human, is not about solving 1,000 steps. It's about recognizing when a problem has no solution. It's about intellectual humility, about knowing when to admit defeat and preserve one's sanity. Right. Jake nodded, pulling up his holographic display. See, here's where you made your mistake, Professor. You assumed that just because every other species gave up, that meant they were being smart. But what if they were just being, I don't know, not human? The crowd of alien students pressed closer, sensing something big was about to happen. Pip's eye stalks were practically vibrating with excitement and terror in equal measure. Jake gestured to his wall of notes, his color-coded charts, and his mathematical diagrams that looked like the fever dreams of a caffeinated mathematician. You see all this? This isn't the work of someone trying to solve 1,000 steps. This is the work of someone who figured out there are only 250 unique steps, repeating in an endless cycle. Professor Zeldin's mandibles stopped clicking. For the first time since Jake had met him, the alien professor looked genuinely surprised. But here's the beautiful part, Jake continued, warming to his theme like a prosecutor delivering a closing argument. You designed this test, thinking that recognizing the loop would make people quit, that they'd realize they were wasting their time and walk away. But you know what humans do when we realize we're stuck in a loop? What do you do? Zeldin asked. And Jake could swear he heard a note of actual curiosity in the translator. We break the damn loop. Jake activated his holographic display, but instead of showing the familiar maze interface, he'd reprogrammed it to display something entirely different. A three-dimensional map of the puzzle's structure, with each of the 250 steps color-coded and connected by flowing lines that showed how they fed into each other. Ladies, gentlemen, and assorted non-binary life forms, Jake announced to his audience, I present to you the true solution to the Millennium Maze. Not 1,000 steps leading to enlightenment, but a beautifully designed psychological trap that tests whether a species is smart enough to recognize patterns and stubborn enough to do something about it. The display rotated slowly, showing the elegant mathematical relationships between each step in the loop. Jake had mapped every connection, every recursive element, every point where the puzzle fed back into itself. It was, even he had to admit, absolutely gorgeous in its complexity. The answer isn't step 1000, Jake continued, his voice gaining confidence as he saw the expressions of amazement on the alien faces around him. Step 1000 doesn't exist. The answer is understanding that the puzzle is asking the wrong question. It's not can you solve 1,000 steps, it's can you recognize when someone is trying to waste your time, and are you clever enough to turn their trick back on them? Professor Zeldin stared at the display, his forearms moving in what Jake had learned was the Zentorian equivalent of nervous fidgeting. This is unprecedented. No species has ever mapped the complete structure before. Most simply recognize the repetition and abandon the exercise. Yeah, well, Jake said, crossing his arms with satisfaction. Most species probably didn't grow up with older siblings who thought putting their homework in an endless loop was the height of comedy. I've seen this trick before, Professor. The only difference is the scale. The alien audience erupted in excited chatter, their various translators creating a symphony of amazement, confusion, and what sounded like several different species placing new bets on outcomes they hadn't previously considered possible. Pip bounced excitedly. So what happens now? Did you solve it? Did you win? Jake looked at Professor Zeldin, who was still staring at the holographic display with the expression of someone whose entire worldview had just been gently but firmly relocated. Well, Professor, I've demonstrated complete understanding of your puzzle's structure, mapped its recursive elements, and proven that I can think outside the parameters you established. Does that count as solving the Millennium Maze? Zeldin's mandibles clicked slowly, thoughtfully. Mr. Murphy, in 3 centuries of academic life, I have never encountered a species that responded to intellectual entrapment by turning it into a teaching tool. Is that a yes? Professor Zeldin's forearms gestured in what Jake had learned to recognize as the Zentorian equivalent of throwing up your hands in defeat. The alien professor stared at Jake's holographic masterpiece for a full 30 seconds before his mandibles began clicking in a pattern Jake had never heard before. Mr. Murphy, Zeldin said slowly, his translator struggling with what sounded like genuine emotion. In the 347 years I have been administering this test, across 42 different species and countless individual attempts, you are the first being to not only recognize the loop but to treat it as a problem to be solved rather than a frustration to be endured. The crowd of alien students had gone completely silent, which Jake was pretty sure was the galactic equivalent of holding your breath. Even Pip had stopped bouncing, his eye stalks focused intently on the exchange between human and professor. Jake couldn't resist the opportunity for a little dramatic flair. So what you're telling me, Professor, is that the answer to your Millennium Maze is that there is no Step 1000. The puzzle is designed to test whether a species will recognize futility and quit, or keep grinding away forever in an endless loop of intellectual masturbation. Several aliens made choking sounds that their translators rendered as shocked gasps. Apparently, intellectual masturbation was considered quite vulgar in several galactic languages. Essentially, yes, Zeldin admitted, his voice carrying what Jake could swear was a note of grudging respect. The Millennium Maze was created by the ancient Vorlon civilization as what they called a wisdom filter. It was designed to separate species that could recognize meaningless complexity from those that would waste centuries chasing an impossible goal. Right, Jake said, warming up for his victory lap. So basically, you've been giving students homework that's specifically designed to waste their time, just to see if they're smart enough to realize you're wasting their time. That's some next-level academic trolling, Professor. I'm actually kind of impressed. The alien audience erupted in what Jake assumed was laughter, though it sounded more like a symphony of dying vacuum cleaners having an argument. Professor Zeldin's mandibles clicked rapidly, and Jake was pretty sure the professor was trying not to laugh himself. However, Zeldin continued, raising one of his 4 hands for silence, what makes your solution unique is not just that you recognize the pattern. The Crystalline Collective figured that out around step 800. The Vorthans suspected it by step 750. What makes your approach distinctly human is that instead of accepting the loop as a reason to quit, you treated it as a new puzzle to be solved. Jake shrugged with the casual confidence of someone who'd just pulled off the academic equivalent of a mic drop. Yeah, well, we're kind of stubborn that way. You tell a human that something can't be done, and we'll either prove you wrong or die trying. Sometimes both. And that, Zeldin said, his forearms spreading in what Jake recognized as a gesture of formal acknowledgement, is precisely why I am not only recommending you for advancement to the doctoral program, but also suggesting to the university administration that we retire the Millennium Maze as a standard assessment tool. The alien students exploded into chaos. Jake caught fragments of excited chatter through the various translators, something about unprecedented outcomes, paradigm shifts, and what sounded like several species asking if they could audit Jake's future classes. Pip bounced over, practically vibrating with excitement. Jake, you did it. You actually did it. You solved the unsolvable puzzle. Nah, Jake said, looking back at his holographic display with satisfaction. I just solved the puzzle that was actually there instead of the puzzle I thought was supposed to be there. Turns out the real Millennium Maze was the assumptions we made along the way. Professor Zeldin approached, extending one of his 4 hands in what Jake had learned was the Zentorian gesture of respect between equals. Mr. Murphy, I believe I owe you an apology. When you first arrived, I assumed your species lacked the intellectual sophistication for advanced academic work. I was incorrect. Jake shook the offered hand, grinning. Apology accepted, Professor. Though for the record, you weren't entirely wrong. We're definitely not sophisticated. We're just too stupid to know when we're supposed to give up. And perhaps, Zeldin mused, his mandibles clicking thoughtfully, that particular form of stupidity is actually a very advanced form of intelligence. Jake looked around at the crowd of alien students, at his wall of obsessive notes, at the holographic display showing his complete analysis of the loop that had stumped civilizations for millennia, and at Pip bouncing excitedly beside him. You know what, Professor? Jake said, shutting down his display with a flourish. I think that might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said about humanity. We're too stupid to quit, too stubborn to accept impossible, and just clever enough to turn our biggest weaknesses into our greatest strengths. Indeed, Professor Zeldin agreed, and I suspect that combination is going to make the rest of your academic career very interesting. Jake Murphy, The human who'd solved the unsolvable by refusing to accept that it was unsolvable, just smiled and started packing up his notes. After all, he had a doctoral program to prepare for, and something told him the real challenges were just getting started. Outside the puzzle laboratory, word was already spreading throughout the Galactic University. The humans had arrived, and they played by completely different rules.
Knew to be a perfect recreation of the Crimson Nebula. Fleet Intelligence had approved his plan to feed her increasingly complex military scenarios, disguised as game updates from a fictional beta testing program. What they hadn't approved was his growing admiration for her abilities. "This is so cool." Emily's eyes sparkled as she manipulated the control interface. The new particle physics engine makes the plasma torpedoes actually follow relativistic curves. She paused, frowning. Though they really should account for quantum wake distortion in the targeting calculations. Behind her, Admiral Zextal exchanged glances with Professor Jenkins. The human scientist had been cleared to know the true nature of their observation, though he still seemed unable to process its implications. Quantum wake distortion wasn't supposed to be conceptually accessible to pre-FTL species, let alone their children. "Hey, everyone. M-Killer 2011 here with another tactical breakdown." Emily spoke cheerfully into her headset, streaming to her growing audience of fellow gamers. "Today we're looking at this awesome new scenario they just dropped. The nebula's radiation makes traditional sensors useless, but check this out." The Admiral watched as she walked her viewers through a solution to a tactical problem that had cost his species a dozen ships and hundreds of lives to solve. She made it sound as simple as explaining the rules of a board game. "See, if you calibrate your sensors to pick up graviton echoes instead of standard EM emissions, you can totally track enemy movements through the plasma clouds. Plus, it looks super pretty." She giggled as her fleet executed a perfect pincer movement, using the nebula's own electromagnetic currents as cover. Professor Jenkins scribbled furiously in his notebook. "Admiral, she's essentially recreating advanced stellar warfare techniques through pure intuition. The implications for human cognitive development are potentially catastrophic." Zextal finished quietly, his lower eyes tracking the viewer count on Emily's stream. 10,000 human children were currently watching her explain tactics that his own academy students took years to master. "Oh man, the chat's blowing up." Emily bounced excitedly in her chair. "Jason says he found an even better way to optimize the sensor arrays by using the nebula's own magnetic field as an amplification network. That's brilliant. Let me try that." The Admiral's carapace tightened as he watched her implement the suggestion in real time. The modified sensor configuration was actually more efficient than the one his fleet currently used, and now it was being shared freely among thousands of human adolescents who saw it as nothing more than an interesting game mechanic. "Emily," he ventured carefully, "how many of your friends play this game?" "Like everyone at school." She spun in her chair to face him, her fleet continuing its perfect attack pattern on autopilot. "We even started a lunch club to practice advanced techniques. Ms. Rodriguez, our physics teacher, says it's helping our understanding of spatial dynamics and vector calculus, whatever that means." The message notification on her screen chimed. "Oh, awesome. Sarah from my math class just figured out how to use quantum entanglement principles to coordinate fleet movements across multiple nebula fronts. That's way better than the standard communication protocols. Here, let me show you." As Emily enthusiastically demonstrated yet another groundbreaking tactical innovation, the Admiral discreetly activated his neural link to Fleet Command. This was no longer a simple observation mission. Humanity's children weren't just playing games. They were unconsciously revolutionizing the fundamental principles of space warfare. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Emily wrapped up her stream with practiced ease. Next week, we're going to explore some really cool ideas about using dark matter corridors for stealth approaches. My friend Miguel thinks he's found a way to. She continued chatting, unaware that her casual gaming session had just prompted an emergency meeting of the Galactic Security Council. In the corner, Professor Jenkins had stopped taking notes entirely, his pen hanging limply in his shocked hands. The future of galactic warfare was being shaped by a group of middle school students who still had to ask permission to use the bathroom. Admiral Zextal stood before the Emergency Council of the United Galactic Fleet, his carapace still bearing the scratches from his hasty departure from Earth. The chamber's crystalline walls reflected the concerned faces of 24 of the galaxy's most powerful military leaders. On the central display, Emily Anderson's latest gaming stream played silently. "This can't be possible." Fleet Commander Vexhan's tentacles writhed in agitation. "You're suggesting that human children have independently developed tactical innovations that our best minds took centuries to perfect." Not just developed. Zextal activated his neural link, flooding the chamber with data streams from hundreds of human gaming sessions. "They're improving them. What you're seeing now is from a gaming tournament in Seoul." The assembled leaders watched as a 14-year-old Korean girl executed a theoretical battle maneuver that their own supercomputers had deemed impossible. She was eating instant noodles while doing it. This particular human, Zextal highlighted another stream, is an 11-year-old from Brazil. He's currently explaining to his viewers how to use quantum entanglement principles to coordinate fleet movements across dimensional barriers. His mother says his grades in science class are average. The chamber erupted in multilingual chaos. Approximate admirals bioluminescence flashed in distress patterns. But how? Their species hasn't even achieved practical faster-than-light travel. That's precisely what makes this remarkable. Zextal brought up Emily's profile. They have no preconceptions about what's impossible. To them, it's all just a game. Watch this. The display showed Emily's latest stream, where she was casually discussing advanced theoretical physics with her viewers. "So if you align your shield harmonics with the enemy's weapon frequency," she explained while braiding her hair, "you can actually convert their attack energy into bonus power for your engines." My friend Katie figured that out during lunch period. Katie, Zextal noted dryly, is 12 years old and primarily interested in horse riding. She discovered this technique while trying to improve her speed running time for the game's third campaign mission. Fleet Commander Vexhan's secondary heart was visibly pulsing through his ceremonial armor. How many humans are playing these games? Conservative estimate: 20 million active players under the age of 18. They have entire streaming platforms dedicated to sharing tactics. They organize tournaments where children casually deploy strategies that would qualify as military secrets in 17 different star systems. The display shifted to a gaming convention in Tokyo, where thousands of young humans gathered to discuss combat techniques that would make veteran fleet commanders weep. A panel of 16-year-olds was currently debating the optimal use of gravitational lensing for stealth operations. Most disturbing of all, Zextal continued, their networking. Every major breakthrough is shared, refined, and improved upon by their collective consciousness. This clip is from yesterday. The chamber watched as Emily hosted a virtual meetup with players from 6 continents. They were collaboratively solving a tactical scenario that the Galactic War College used as its final graduation exam. The humans were treating it as a fun afternoon challenge. Look at these maneuvers. A Centaurian strategist's vocal sacs inflated with alarm. That formation pattern, it's a perfect optimization of the Hellfire Gambit. We lost an entire battle group developing that technique. Yes, Zextal's mandibles clicked grimly. The human who developed it, Jason Chen, came up with it while procrastinating on his history homework. He calls it the pizza roll strategy because he was hungry at the time. The chamber fell into stunned silence as they watched more footage. Millions of human children, through what they thought was simple entertainment, had created the largest and most innovative military training program in galactic history. So, Fleet Commander Vexhan's voice trembled slightly. What do we do with this information? Before Zextal could respond, his neural link chimed with an urgent message. His upper eyes widened as he read it. That, he said quietly, may have just been decided for us. The Swarm Collective has been detected on approach to the Sol system. It seems we're about to find out if these human games translate to real combat. The display still showed Emily's stream, where she was now explaining to her viewers why traditional Void Shield configurations were totally last season. Behind her, a star chart showed the exact sector where the swarm ships had just appeared. The emergency alert came during Emily's math class. Her phone buzzed with what looked like a routine game notification, but Admiral Zextal's encryption key made her pause. Bathroom emergency, she muttered to her teacher, already running for the hallway. In the relative privacy of the girls' bathroom, she opened the message. Her eyes widened as she saw the tactical overlay of Sol Systems' outer defense grid. This wasn't part of any game scenario she recognized. "No way," she whispered, fingers flying over her phone's screen. "Those energy signatures, they're real." The bathroom door creaked open. Emily. It was Jason, still wearing his debate club lanyard. "Did you get the—" "Yeah." She showed him her phone. "These are actual sensor readings from the Kuiper Belt. The admirals flagged them as priority 1. Jason pushed his glasses up his nose, squinting at the data. "Those movement patterns, they look like—" "The Swarm Collective," Emily finished. "Just like in Scenario 7 of the Helios campaign. Except this time it's not a simulation." Their phones buzzed simultaneously as more data poured in. The UGF fleet was mobilizing, but their response patterns were textbook, predictable. Emily could already see the flaws in their formation. "They're thinking like admirals," she groaned, pacing the bathroom tiles. "Look at these deployment vectors. It's exactly what the AI does in level 12, and we figured out how to counter that months ago." Jason was already running calculations on his own phone. "The collectives using their standard hive mind tactics. If we could just show them." The bathroom door swung open again. Katie and Miguel slipped in, phones glowing with the same tactical displays. "Emergency gaming session," Katie grinned, but her eyes were serious. "Because that multi-layered quantum defense grid they're setting up is so last semester. Check this out." Miguel held up his tablet, showing a hastily sketched battle plan. "Remember that weird trick we discovered during the winter tournament? The one where you use solar flare radiation to mask your shield harmonics?" Emily's eyes lit up. The pizza roll gambit. But would that work against actual swarm ships? According to these specs the Admiral sent, Jason was cross-referencing data streams. Their sensor arrays are even more rigid than the ones in the game. They literally can't process randomized attack patterns. Their impromptu strategy session was interrupted by Mrs. Peterson's voice in the hallway. "Emily, Jason, is everything all right?" "1 minute," Emily called back, quickly creating a group chat. "Okay, everyone online at 7 p.m. Bring your raid teams." And somebody messaged Sarah. "She's the best at coordinating multi-pronged attacks." "What about that new Korean player?" Katie whispered. "The one who broke the record on the Nexus mission." Minji. Already texted her. She says her mom's making her finish homework first, but she'll be there. As they slipped back to their respective classes, Emily's mind was already racing through possibilities. The standard UGF response would take at least 6 hours to fully deploy. That gave them time to develop an alternative strategy, something the swarm's tactical eye would never expect. Her phone buzzed again. Admiral Zextal had sent more data, including full specifications of the actual UGF ships they'd been simulating in their games. The differences from their game versions were minimal, almost as if the game designers had known exactly what they were preparing humanity for. In English class, while her classmates discussed The Old Man and the Sea, Emily was quietly messaging gaming groups across 6 continents. The responses flooded in: Brazilian speedrunners, Russian strategy guilds, Australian raid teams, all recognizing the patterns in the data, all seeing the possibilities that the UGF's veteran commanders were missing. "It's just like a raid boss," she typed to Jason during study hall. "The swarm thinks they know all the possible moves, but they've never played against people who don't care what's supposed to be impossible." As the alien fleet approached the outer system, humanity's greatest military minds were gathering in secret bunkers to plan their response. But humanity's best hope might just be a group of kids who thought they were simply getting ready for the most exciting gaming session of their lives. Emily raised her hand. "Mrs. Wilson, I might need to skip soccer practice today. It's kind of important." Admiral Zextal stood before the Combined Defense Council, his carapace gleaming under the harsh lights of the emergency chamber. On the massive tactical display behind him, Emily's proposed battle plan rotated in all its chaotic glory. The silence in the room was deafening. "You can't be serious." Fleet Commander Vexon finally spoke, all four of his hearts visibly pulsing with stress. "You want us to entrust the defense of the Sol system to a child's game strategy." With all due respect, Commander, Zextal's mandibles clicked firmly. This child's game strategy just identified 17 vulnerabilities in the swarm's approach that our own tactical AI missed. The holographic display shifted, showing Emily's latest stream. She sat cross-legged on her bed, surrounded by snacks and energy drinks, coordinating with gaming teams across the planet. The timestamp showed 3 a.m. local time. "Look at these deployment patterns." The Admiral highlighted the complex dance of fleet movements Emily's group had designed. They're using solar radiation flares as sensor masks, coordinating through quantum-entangled comm arrays that technically shouldn't even be possible. And, he paused for effect, they're doing it while arguing about who gets the last pizza roll. A Centaurian Admiral's bioluminescence flashed in distress patterns, but it violates every principle of established space combat doctrine. Exactly. Zextal brought up another feed, showing Jason's rapid-fire calculations. The swarm's tactical computers are based on centuries of established combat doctrine. They literally cannot compute responses to strategies they don't believe should exist. The display split to show multiple streams. Minji in Seoul orchestrating a complex flanking maneuver, Sarah in London developing quantum shield harmonics, Miguel in Mexico City refining their sensor masking techniques. All of them working together, none of them over 15 years old. 3 hours ago, Zextal continued, this group of children identified a fundamental flaw in the swarm's neural network architecture, something our best analysts missed because they were too trained to see it. Want to know how they found it? He played the clip. Emily was laughing with her friends over voice chat. It's just like that glitch in Level 9. You know, where if you give the enemy AI too many weird inputs at once, it totally freaks out and blue screens. The council chamber erupted in overlapping arguments. Strategic algorithms that had taken decades to develop were being casually rewritten by teenagers who still had to raise their hands to use the bathroom. The swarm will reach primary defense range in 4 hours, Zextal's voice cut through the chaos. Their tactical computers will have calculated every possible response based on standard military doctrine. But they haven't calculated what happens when you let human children ignore the impossible. He brought up Emily's final battle plan. It looked like beautiful chaos. Fleets moving in patterns that defied conventional physics, attack sequences that read more like a dance choreography than military tactics. The Centaurian Admiral's chief tactician actually fainted. Sir, a junior officer interrupted. The human children are. They're asking if they can start their raid early. Apparently, someone named Katie has a dentist appointment later and doesn't want to miss the boss fight. Fleet Commander Vexon's tentacles twisted in resignation. This is madness. Complete madness. Yes, Zextal agreed, watching as Emily's global gaming network finalized their preparations. But it might be exactly the kind of madness we need. The swarm expects us to think like military commanders. Instead, we're going to think like kids who don't know what they're not supposed to be able to do. On the main screen, Emily was sending out the final coordination messages, her voice bright with excitement. Okay, everyone, this is just like the tournament finals, except with real ships. Remember, weird patterns confuse the AI. Quantum shields go up before you burst fire the plasma cannons, and no fighting over kill counts until after we win. The fate of the Sol system now rested in the hands of a middle school gaming club, and somehow that was starting to feel like humanity's best possible defense. The combined fleet hung in the void of space, their formation unlike anything seen in 10,000 years of galactic warfare. Admiral Zextal's bridge crew watched in mixed horror and fascination as ships moved in patterns that seemed to defy both physics and sanity. Pizza Roll Squadron, you're drifting out of formation. Emily's voice came clear through the command channel, her tone the same as if she were coordinating a regular raid night. Remember, we need perfect timing on the solar flare burst. The Admiral watched as a battlecruiser group executed a maneuver that his tactical training insisted was impossible. They'd named it the Triple McTwist with extra cheese, a term that made his translator glitch every time he heard it. Minji's team is in position. Jason reported from his makeshift command center, his bedroom desk. Quantum shield harmonics are synchronized with the solar wind fluctuations. The swarm's advance fleet appeared at the edge of the system, their biomechanical ships moving in the perfect, predictable patterns that had conquered a dozen star systems. Their tactical computers began analyzing the human defense formation and crashed. They're rebooting their combat eye. Katie's excited voice filled the command channel, just like in the simulator. Quick, hit them with the spicy meatball maneuver while they're confused. The Admiral watched in awe as the combined fleet executed a series of moves that looked like pure chaos, but was actually an intricately choreographed dance of destruction. Ships weaved through solar prominences, using the plasma flows in ways that violated every principle of conventional space combat. Their targeting systems can't track us through the quantum wake distortion. Sarah reported from London, her voice slightly muffled by what sounded like a mouthful of chips. Miguel, now would be a really good time for that trick you showed us last weekend. The Mexican teens battle group spun into action, their shields pulsing in a pattern that somehow transformed enemy weapons fire into bonus energy for their engines. The swarm's tactical computers attempted to analyze this impossibility and crashed again. They're doing that thing. Emily's voice rose with excitement. You know, like when you get the raid boss stuck in its animation loop. Quick, everybody spam the weird attacks while their AI is buffering. The combined fleet unleashed a barrage that defied classification. Ships moved in fractal patterns that shouldn't have been possible, firing weapons in sequences that read more like a jazz improvisation than a military assault. Admiral. One of his bridge officers spoke hesitantly. The human children are. They're arguing about who gets to name the new attack formations. Apparently, there's a dispute between Quantum Pepperoni Blast and Supernova Hot Sauce Strike. Before Zextal could respond, the main tactical display lit up with alerts. The swarm's primary battle computer, faced with input that contradicted every known law of combat, had initiated a complete system shutdown. Their ships hung motionless in space, their AI cores caught in an infinite loop trying to process strategies that their programming insisted couldn't exist. Big Boss is stunned. Emily's voice rang with triumph. Everybody spam your ultimate abilities now. The combined fleet struck as one, their attacks coordinated with the precision of teenagers who had spent countless hours practicing for this moment, even if they hadn't known it was real. The swarm's mighty armada, terror of a dozen star systems, fell to tactics developed by children who thought they were just getting better at their favorite game. Woo! New high score, Katie cheered. Oh wait, can I get a timeout? My mom's calling me down for dinner. Admiral Zextal stared at the tactical display, watching the remnants of the swarm fleet retreat in disarray. His most experienced officers were still trying to understand exactly what they had just witnessed. The after-action reports would take years to compile, and nobody would believe them anyway. Hey, Admiral. Emily's voice came through again. That was super fun. But can we wrap this up soon? I still have math homework to finish, and Ms. Johnson doesn't accept saving the solar system as an excuse for late assignments. The most decisive victory in the history of space warfare had just been coordinated by a group of kids who were now worried about their bedtime. 3 months after what historians would later call the Pizza Roll Offensive, Admiral Zextal stood before the Galactic Security Council in a scene that felt eerily familiar. This time, however, the mood was decidedly different. And so, he concluded his presentation. I recommend the immediate establishment of the Human Tactical Intuition Program, with our first group of consultants already selected. On the massive display behind him, Emily Anderson's latest stream played silently. She was teaching a class of young Centaurian cadets how to think outside the quantum box. Their bioluminescence patterns showed a mix of confusion and awe as she explained why conventional tactics were totally boring. To be clear, a Proximan delegate's translator crackled. You want us to formally recognize human gaming streams as advanced military training. They've already revolutionized our combat doctrine. Zextal's mandibles clicked with amusement. We might as well make it official. The display shifted to show Jason's latest project, a collaborative effort between human teenagers and alien tactical AI developers. They were creating what he called a better tutorial system for actual fleet commanders. But they're so young, the Proximan protested. That's precisely the point. Zextal brought up another feed. Watch this. The screen showed Katie leading a mixed group of human and alien students through a complex tactical scenario. Her voice was patient as she explained. No, see, you're thinking too much like an admiral. Try thinking like you're trying to beat your high score while also texting your friends about weekend plans. The results speak for themselves, the admiral continued. The first graduating class of the hybrid training program showed a 300% improvement in tactical innovation. Though we did have to ban energy drinks after the incident with the quantum singularity generator. In another window, Minji was demonstrating her latest strategic breakthrough to a group of stunned alien military theorists. She had discovered it while trying to find a faster way to complete missions so she could make it to her piano recital on time. What about their education? Another delegate asked. Surely these responsibilities interfere with their normal development. Zextal pulled up Emily's latest report card. Her grades have actually improved. Apparently, calculating quantum shield harmonics helps with advanced calculus, though her history teacher is still adjusting to hearing major space battles described as that really epic raid from last Tuesday. The display showed multiple feeds now. Sarah teaching alien cadets how to think creatively under pressure, Miguel explaining how to use glitches in reality to tactical advantage, and dozens of other young humans sharing their unique perspectives on space combat. There is one small problem, Zextal admitted. The human children have started rating actual space battles on their difficulty scale. The swarm invasion was apparently only a mid-tier boss fight. They're hoping for something more challenging next time. The council chamber erupted in nervous laughter. The idea that humanity's children saw galactic warfare as simply another game to master was simultaneously terrifying and reassuring. Oh, and they've renamed everything, the admiral added. Our standard fleet formations are now officially known as Classic Mode. The children insist it's more user-friendly. On the main screen, Emily was wrapping up her latest training session. A young Rigelian cadet raised an appendage. But Instructor Anderson, what if we encounter a situation not covered in the tactical database? Emily grinned, sharing a knowing look with Admiral Zextal through the video feed. That's the best part. If you don't know what's impossible, everything becomes possible. Now, who wants to learn about the tactical applications of cat videos in psychological warfare? As the council prepared to vote on the program's formal adoption, the Admiral's personal communicator chimed. It was a message from Emily. Hey, we're having a pizza party to celebrate Sarah's new quantum targeting algorithm. Want to come? We saved you some pizza rolls. Zextal looked at the waiting council, then at the message. The fate of galactic warfare had been forever changed by children who saw the impossible as simply the next level to beat. And somehow, that felt exactly right. Tell them to save me a seat, he typed back. But this time, no discussing tactical innovations with your mouths full. The future of space combat would be shaped by homework deadlines, pizza parties, and the unlimited imagination of those who never learned what couldn't be done. And that might just be humanity's greatest contribution to the galaxy.
Adam Simpson stood in the center of the vast Imperial Hall, his posture rigid, his face a carefully maintained mask of defiance. Before him, seated atop an obsidian throne carved with the sigils of conquered worlds, was Emperor Karvek Zolith of the Zelzorid Empire. His golden eyes, slit like a serpent's, bore into the human diplomat with amused contempt. The air hummed with tension, the vast chamber filled with the silent weight of a dozen high-ranking officials and military commanders. Adam took a slow breath, choosing his words with precision. "I am here as a courtesy," he said, his voice steady. "Humanity has no interest in war. But if you do not turn your fleet back from our borders, you will regret it." Laughter rippled through the hall. The reaction was immediate and expected. The Zelzorth, the oldest and most powerful empire in the known galaxy, saw humanity as nothing more than a young, impudent race, barely worth acknowledging. Their fleets had crushed civilizations that had stood for millennia. Compared to them, Earth was an infant playing at war. High Commander Volek Syth leaned forward, the sharp ridges of his pale blue face catching the dim light. "Regret it?" His lips curled. "Do you truly believe your kind can stand against the might of the Empire? That your pitiful fleets, your laughable technology, could do anything but be swept aside?" Adam met his gaze unwavering. "This isn't a warning," he said, each word deliberate. "It's an opportunity. Turn back now, because when the fighting starts, there won't be a second chance." The Emperor's voice, rich and deep, silenced the murmurs. "I find your arrogance fascinating, human," Karvek Zolith said, fingers drumming idly against the arm of his throne. "You believe yourselves dangerous, yet you have done nothing to prove it. Where are your war fleets? Where is this great power you claim to wield?" Adam exhaled through his nose. They still didn't understand. "You assume because you do not see our strength, we do not have it." His voice dropped, the weight of certainty behind it. "That mistake will cost you everything." Volek chuckled, shaking his head. "Enough of this. Emperor, with your permission, I will take the fleet and raise their homeworld. The humans are weak. Let's rid ourselves of their delusions." Karvek tilted his head, considering. "Very well. You may proceed." Adam closed his eyes for half a second, disappointment flickering beneath his calm. He had done his duty. Humanity had given them a choice. They had chosen poorly. He turned sharply on his heel and strode from the chamber, his heart steady, his mind already preparing for what was to come. As Adam's shuttle lifted from the Imperial Palace, the Zelzor fleet prepared for war. The Imperial Armada, 500 warships strong, gathered in the vast reaches of space. Flagships the size of cities, bristling with weapons capable of reducing planets to rubble, stood ready. At their center was Volek Syth's personal battleship, the Dominion's Wrath, an immense dreadnought that had crushed fleets many times larger than humanity's entire military force. Standing on the bridge, Volek watched as the final battle formations locked into place. Around him, officers moved with quiet efficiency, their confidence unshaken. "Any sign of resistance from the humans?" he asked. A communications officer checked the latest scans. "None, sir. No fleet movements, no defensive structures deployed. Their borders are empty." Volek smirked. "Cowards. They know they are beaten." Grand Admiral Drosk Vynen, a veteran strategist, observed the readouts with mild curiosity. "It is strange," he admitted. "Humans are unpredictable, yet they offer no resistance." He glanced at Volek. "You do not find that odd?" Volek exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Their arrogance has finally been crushed by reality. They see our power and understand they are doomed. He turned toward the main viewport, where the stars stretched in endless, quiet beauty. We will strike at their core. Earth will burn before they even muster a response. The fleet surged forward, slipping into FTL transit, streaking toward humanity's homeworld. The journey was smooth, effortless. 500 warships, an unstoppable force moving toward an inevitable victory. But as they neared Earth's system, something shifted. The first sign was subtle. On the bridge of the Dominion's Wrath, a technician frowned at his console. "Sir, we're detecting fluctuations." Volek turned. "Fluctuations?" The technician hesitated. "Unusual energy signatures. Spatial distortions. It's as if," he paused, adjusting his instruments. "It's as if something is here, but not here." Volek scoffed. "Phantom signals. Ignore them." Grand Admiral VYNN, less dismissive, studied the data more closely. The readings were erratic, strange. "Are there any ships in the area?" The sensor officer ran a deep scan. "Negative, sir. No visible vessels. No stations. Just empty space." And yet the anomaly remained. The fleet pressed forward, cutting deeper into human territory. Then, without warning, the lead warships vanished. One moment, they were there, powerful engines burning, their forms filling the void. Then they were gone. No explosion, no debris, just gone. Volek bolted upright. What the hell just happened? The bridge erupted into motion, officers scrambling for answers. Reports flooded in from across the fleet, ships disappearing without a trace. Panic laced the voices over the comms. "We've lost the Ravager. The Hellfire is gone. No distress signal, nothing." Admiral VYNN clenched his jaw. This is not possible. Then the communications came through, not from their own forces, but from deep within the void itself. A single transmission, cutting through every Imperial channel, its voice smooth, unshaken. "You should have listened. Adam Simpson." Volek's blood ran cold. The anomalies, the strange readings, the sudden disappearances. It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't a malfunction. It was humanity. And they had been waiting. The silence that followed Adam's transmission was heavier than the vacuum of space itself. Every Zelzorth officer aboard the Dominion's Wrath stood frozen, eyes darting between their instruments and the blackness beyond. The bridge's hollow display flickered with the outlines of their vast fleet, but the red markers representing the missing warships were increasing at an impossible rate. They weren't being destroyed. They weren't being jammed. They were simply ceasing to exist. Volek SYTH gritted his teeth, his grip tightening on the console before him. "Full stop," he barked. "Lock down all systems. I want a full analysis of what's happening." His voice remained steady, but deep inside, something gnawed at him, an unfamiliar sensation clawing at the edges of his mind. Uncertainty. Admiral Dross Voynen's fingers danced over the control panel as he manually accessed the ship's external feeds, bypassing automated processing. He needed raw data. The answer had to be there, hidden within the cold, sterile numbers. But what he saw sent an involuntary shudder through him. "The space around us," VYNN hesitated. "It's not empty." Volek spun toward him. "Explain." VYNN magnified the last recorded frames of the missing warships. The image was distorted, but barely perceptible within the cosmic haze were faint, shifting patterns. Ripples in the void, like disturbances on the surface of a dark ocean. Shadows that weren't cast by any physical object. "There's something out there," VYNN murmured. "A presence, undetectable by conventional scans. Something that was waiting for us." Volek refused to believe it. "That's impossible. If they had weapons of this scale, we would have known." "They wanted you to think that," came a voice from the ship's main display. The transmission was clear, untraceable, as if the voice were speaking from the bridge itself. Adam Simpson, face materialized, his expression unreadable. His suit was no longer the pristine diplomatic attire he had worn before the Emperor, but a matte black tactical uniform with no insignia. His eyes, once full of careful diplomacy, now held something far colder. "You were so confident," Adam continued, his tone calm, almost pitying. "So certain that humanity was a species to be conquered. And yet, here you are, unable to even see the weapon that will end you." Volek's hands curled into fists. "What are you playing at, human?" Adam tilted his head slightly, as if considering how much to reveal. Then he simply said, "This." The lights on the bridge flickered. The Dominion's wrath shuddered, not from an impact, but something far more insidious. Its system seizing, its power draining. The same reports echoed from every remaining ship in the fleet. The displays dimmed, and for the first time in Volek's long military career, he realized what true powerlessness felt like. A whisper of motion flickered outside the viewport. At first, it seemed like an illusion, the afterimage of distant starlight. Then, the shadows coalesced and impossibilities took shape. A fleet, not just a fleet. An armada that dwarfed the might of the Zelzoreth. Their ships did not shine with the harsh metallic glow of Imperial warships. Instead, they moved like phantoms, their surfaces shifting between the visible and the unseen, their edges blurred as if reality itself struggled to define them. They had been there the entire time, hidden just beyond perception. The Phantom Fleet. Isaac Renner sat aboard the bridge of the UNS Valkyrie, the spearhead of humanity's unseen force. His expression was one of quiet satisfaction, the product of years of preparation finally culminating in a single, decisive moment. His crew remained silent, waiting on his command. Every officer on board had been trained for this, facing an enemy that thought itself untouchable. "They still don't get it," Renner mused as he watched the chaos unfold. "All this power, all this arrogance, and they still don't understand what just happened." His second-in-command, Lieutenant Calloway, allowed himself a tight smirk. "Shall we educate them, sir?" Renner leaned forward, voice smooth, unhurried. Fire. Across the Phantom Fleet, silent lances of light erupted into the void, weapons far beyond the comprehension of the Empire. No energy trails, no conventional missiles, just pinpoint devastation. Zelzoreth warships collapsing on themselves as their molecular bonds unraveled, their hulls simply ceasing to hold together. Explosions did not bloom in space. Instead, the affected vessels seemed to dissolve, their once impervious armor turning to dust before vanishing completely. On the Dominion's wrath, Volek watched in horror as ship after ship disappeared. This wasn't warfare. It was annihilation. "This isn't possible," one of his officers shouted, panic breaking the rigid discipline of the bridge. "They have no mass readings, no energy signatures, no—" His voice cut off as the Dominion's wrath jolted violently. "They've locked onto us," VYNN breathed. Adam's voice returned, impassive. "You had your chance." Volek refused to accept it. He refused to let everything end like this. "Full forward assault," he commanded. "Focus fire on their largest vessel. Overload weapons if you have to." The Dominion's wrath and the few remaining ships of the Zelzoreth fleet fired in desperation, unleashing every ounce of destructive power they had. Their weapons passed through empty space. Renner smiled faintly as he observed. "They're still trying," he noted. "Admirable, in a way." The Phantom Fleet moved with eerie grace, shifting in and out of perception untouchable. They were not bound by the conventional laws of engagement. Every Zelzoreth counterattack struck nothing but echoes of where the human ships had once been. Volek's hands trembled. His warriors, his empire's finest, were helpless. He had mocked the humans for their invisibility, their lack of presence, but now, as his fleet crumbled, he realized his mistake. They had not been absent. They had been watching. Adam's voice was the final nail in the coffin. "The difference between us, Volek, is that you fight for conquest. We fight for survival. That means we don't just prepare for war. We prepare to end it before it begins." Renner raised a hand. "Shut them down." The Phantom Fleet sent out an invisible pulse, and every remaining Zelzoreth ship flickered. Their engines sputtered, Their weapon systems died and their communications severed. Not through brute force, not through damage, but through control. The Phantom Fleet had rewritten their existence. All that remained was silence. The great Zelzorth Armada, 500 ships strong, had been erased in minutes. Volek sat back in his chair, his mind racing, his breath coming shallow. There was no retaliation. There was no counterstrike. They had already lost before the first shot was fired. Adam's voice was soft now. I tried to warn you. Then the transmission cut. The last thing Volek saw before his ship systems collapsed completely was the shifting outline of the Phantom Fleet, fading once more into nothingness. They were not invaders. They were not conquerors. They were shadows. And they had already won. The Zorth Prime, the heart of the Zelzorth Empire, had never known silence. It had always been a symphony of military power. Warships docking, fleets mobilizing, strategic transmissions crackling across the void. Now, that silence was absolute, a hollow, suffocating void. Volek Syth stood rigid on the bridge of the Dominion's wrath, his gaze locked on the swirling marble of the Zelzorth homeworld below. His ship, once the pride of the Imperial Armada, drifted powerless, held in the unseen grip of humanity's Phantom Fleet. The few remaining vessels of the once mighty Zelzorth navy hung beside it, gutted, empty shells. Their weapons were disabled, their defenses overwritten, their fates sealed. Admiral Drost Vynen was slumped in his chair, his hands steepled against his forehead, his breathing slow and deliberate. The man who had once commanded conquest without equal had been reduced to a spectator of his own downfall. We underestimated them, he murmured at last, his voice hoarse, exhausted. All this time, we thought ourselves the apex. We thought them beneath us. Volek said nothing. The truth had been burned into his mind with each disappearing warship, each futile order, each impossible demonstration of power. Humanity had not risen to meet them in battle. Humanity had not fought a war. They had executed a sentence. The main view screen flickered to life, unbidden. The image of Emperor Karvek Zolith appeared, seated in his throne room. His usually impassive expression darkened with something Volek had never seen before. Fear. Volek. The Emperor's voice carried none of its usual weight. Report. Volek exhaled slowly, steadying himself. He wanted to frame it as a battle, a tactical miscalculation, something that could be salvaged. But there was nothing left to salvage. The fleet is gone, he said, forcing himself to meet the Emperor's gaze. Not destroyed, not in retreat. Gone. The silence stretched long and unbroken. Then, from the void, a voice cut through the Imperial channels. You were given a choice. Adam Simpson stood aboard the UNS Valkyrie, watching as the final remnants of the Empire trembled beneath their own arrogance. He had delivered the warning, and they had laughed. Now, there was no laughter, no mockery. There was only understanding, hollow and too late. The Phantom Fleet did not loom over Zorth Prime like an occupying force. It did not posture. It simply existed, waiting in the unseen spaces, as it always had. The Empire's eyes were blind to it, their weapons useless against it. The Emperor straightened, summoning whatever dignity he could muster. What are your demands? Adam tilted his head slightly, as if amused by the question. Demands? He glanced toward Commander Isaac Renner, who stood beside him, arms crossed, gaze impassive. Then he turned back to the transmission. You assume this is a negotiation. The Emperor's golden eyes flickered with something dangerous. You think because you have the power to destroy us, you can dictate the fate of my people. Adam leaned forward. You misunderstand. We aren't here to dictate anything. We're here to end an era. On the surface of Zorth Prime, sirens howled to the capital city of Zelvoris. Imperial officials ran to the corridors of their once impenetrable bastion, scrambling to secure what little authority they had left. Panic rippled through the streets. The citizens of the Empire, who had only ever known their rulers as untouchable, now saw them desperate, afraid. Humanity had not fired a single shot at the planet. They hadn't needed to. Across the Empire, outposts and colonies received the same transmission. The Zelzorth fleet had been erased. The capital world stood defenseless. There was no external enemy to fight, no battlefield on which to prove their superiority. The war had not ended in combat. It had ended in inevitability. Grand Admiral VYNN finally rose from his chair, shoulders squared despite the weight pressing upon him. "What happens now?" he asked, his voice measured. "You have your victory. What will you do with it?" Adam considered him for a moment before responding. "That depends entirely on the Empire." A new voice crackled into the open channel. "The Empire is finished." The transmission came from an unexpected source, one of the Emperor's own High Chancellors. A second voice followed, then a third, across Zorath Prime. The realization was spreading like wildfire. Without its military might, the Empire was a hollow structure propped up by fear alone, and fear had lost its teeth. The Emperor's expression darkened as he listened to the voices of his own people turning against him. He had ruled through power, through dominance. But power was only as strong as its ability to enforce. And there was no enforcement left. Valak turned to VYNN, jaw clenched. "If we surrender, they could wipe us out entirely." VYNN shook his head. "If they wanted us extinct, they wouldn't be speaking to us now." He looked toward the view screen. "They are not us, Valak, and that is precisely why they won." The Emperor's hands curled into fists, his body trembling with restrained fury. "I will not." The transmission cut out. The throne room's lights flickered and died. The people of Zorath Prime watched as their Emperor, their rulers, their entire chain of command vanished from their screens, their communications, their networks. Not by an explosion, not by a coup, by something far quieter, far more precise. The Phantom Fleet had severed the Empire's head from its body with the press of a button. Aboard the UNS Valkyrie, Renner exhaled, watching the data stream confirming the complete neutralization of the Empire's command structure. "It's done," he said quietly. Adam nodded. "The Empire is broken. The galaxy will decide what comes next. There would be no occupation, no vengeful slaughter. Humanity had done what it needed to do, not to conquer, but to ensure the Zelzorth never threatened them again." Adam turned to Renner. "Initiate withdrawal." One by one, the Phantom Fleet faded once more into the void. Ships vanished from perception, slipping back into the unseen corners of space, leaving behind only the shattered remnants of an empire that had thought itself invincible. Zorath Prime's skies were clear. There was no enemy in sight. Yet the Empire would never be the same again, and as the last of humanity's vessels disappeared, the final message was broadcast across every world that had once feared the Zelzorth's rule. This was not war. This was not conquest. This was a lesson. The Empire had learned it too late. The galaxy, however, had just begun to listen. The Phantom Fleet was gone. The last of humanity's vessels had faded into the unseen void, vanishing as effortlessly as they had appeared. Yet their presence remained, an indelible scar carved into the fabric of the galaxy. The Zelzorth Empire, once the most feared power among the stars, lay in ruin, not by fire, not by conquest, but by something far worse: irrelevance. The Emperor was gone. His high command had been severed, their authority collapsing like brittle glass. For the first time in thousands of years, the great empire had no ruler, no structure, no guiding hand to wield its once unstoppable might. The absence of warships in its skies spoke louder than any fleet ever could. And the people, those who had cowered beneath the weight of imperial rule, those who had lived their lives knowing nothing but subjugation and the certainty of the empire's supremacy, had been forced to see the truth. Their gods had bled. Valak Syth stood in the ruined halls of the imperial palace, his boots echoing through corridors once crowded with dignitaries and strategists. The opulence of the throne room was meaningless now. its grandiose carvings and ancient banners remnants of a past that no longer held weight. There were no guards standing at attention, no commanders waiting for orders. The power they had all worshipped was dust in the wind. Drosk VYNN stood beside him, his uniform disheveled, his face lined with exhaustion. "They left," he muttered, shaking his head as he glanced toward the sky. "They had every opportunity to crush us, to take our worlds as spoils. And they left." Volek didn't answer. He had asked himself the same question, over and over, since the moment the Phantom Fleet disappeared. If humanity had truly wanted revenge, they could have burned Zorth Prime to the ground. They could have wiped every Zelzorth colony from existence. They had the technology, the capability, the power to unmake everything the Empire had built over millennia. And yet, they had chosen restraint. That thought unsettled him more than their overwhelming might. A conqueror could be understood. A tyrant could be predicted. But an enemy that delivered absolute defeat and then walked away, that was something far more dangerous. "They don't need to rule us," Volek said finally, his voice quiet. "They already won." VYNN exhaled, staring out over the shattered remnants of the capital city. "Then what happens now?" It was a question without an answer, or rather, a question with too many answers. The Empire had ruled through dominance, but now there was nothing left to enforce it. The warlords who had once held systems in check were scrambling for power. Governors, once content in their absolute obedience, now whispered of independence. The outer colonies, long neglected in favor of military expansion, had begun severing their ties. The Empire was no longer an empire. It was a carcass waiting for scavengers. Across the galaxy, the repercussions of humanity's victory rippled outward in shockwaves. The other great powers, once fearful of provoking the Zelzorth, were now silent, hesitant, waiting. Humanity had never been considered a galactic superpower. It had been treated as an upstart species, an ambitious but ultimately inconsequential civilization with no right to claim a seat at the table of history. Now, the table had been overturned. On the bridge of the UNS Valkyrie, Adam Simpson observed the vastness of space, arms crossed, mind still sharp with the weight of what had transpired. The mission had been executed flawlessly. The Phantom Fleet had functioned exactly as it was meant to, an unseen hand, guiding the fall of an empire without the need for prolonged war. Every Zelzorth warship that had crossed the border had been erased. Every avenue of retaliation had been severed. And yet, there was no satisfaction in the victory. Commander Isaac Renner studied him for a moment before breaking the silence. "You're not celebrating." Adam didn't look away from the viewport. This wasn't a celebration. Renner nodded slowly, stepping beside him. "You knew this would happen," he said. "The moment they ignored the warning, you knew." Adam exhaled. They thought strength was about what could be seen, about the size of their fleets, the weight of their presence. His gaze darkened. They never considered the things beyond sight. Renner watched the stars for a long moment before speaking again. "The rest of the galaxy will want answers." "They'll get them," Adam said, his voice measured. "Humanity has never been one for posturing, but they'll understand what happened here. They'll understand what happens when we're threatened." A soft chime interrupted the conversation. A message sent across every galactic communication channel, appearing simultaneously in every government stronghold, every spacefaring civilization, every broadcast hub from one end of known space to the other. The statement was short, devoid of flourish, a simple declaration. Humanity will not be threatened. We are not conquerors, but we will never be prey. The words burned into the galactic psyche, a reminder, a warning. The Zelzorth had been the strongest, the untouchable force that none had dared challenge. And they had fallen without a single planet being invaded, without a single conventional war being fought. The message was clear. There were no more illusions. Renner let out a slow breath, folding his arms. And if someone else doesn't take the hint? Adam finally turned away from the viewport, his expression unreadable. Then they make the same mistake. In the remains of the Zelzoreth Empire, a new order was beginning to take shape. Warlords rose and fell in a matter of days. Old alliances crumbled. New factions emerged. The species that had once ruled through absolute dominance now turned on itself, uncertain, divided. The very foundation of the empire had been shattered, not by weapons, not by brute force, but by an idea. The idea that they were no longer the most powerful force in the galaxy. That knowledge alone was enough to dismantle them. On Zoreth Prime, Volek Syth watched as entire systems declared independence, as once loyal generals vanished into the void, seeking refuge in unknown corners of space. He knew, without a doubt, that the Empire would never rise again. But one thought lingered, gnawing at him in the quiet moments. They had never truly seen the Phantom Fleet, not with their own eyes. They had only seen the destruction left in its wake. If this was the power humanity had chosen to reveal, what else remained in the shadows? The Zelzoreth had learned their lesson too late. The rest of the galaxy would have only one chance to understand it. And if they didn't, they would never see their end coming. The Galactic Empire's recruitment broadcast echoed across the stars, transmitted through every known communication channel. It was not an invitation but a challenge. The message began with a chilling statistic. This task has a 99.9% fatality rate. Success will bring wealth, honor, and eternal recognition within the Empire. Failure ensures death. The words hung heavily, underscored by visuals of smoldering alien landscapes, shattered vessels, and the skeletal remains of those who had come before. The Empire's finest warriors, it claimed, had tried and failed. They needed something more, someone reckless or brilliant enough to succeed. On Earth, the response was immediate and unanimous. While alien species across the galaxy recoiled in horror at the challenge, humanity leaned in, intrigued. Earth's military leaders, adventurers, and even private citizens debated the details, but one sentiment rang louder than the rest. This sounds fun. Marcus Kane, the self-appointed leader of humanity's first expedition into the wider galaxy, watched the broadcast with a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. His sharp green eyes tracked every frame, as if dissecting the Empire's plea for help. He was in his mid-30s, his face a patchwork of small scars that hinted at a life lived dangerously, yet successfully. He sat at the head of a table in the Orion, Earth's first interstellar warship, surrounded by his hand-picked team. Ethan Steele, the team's tactician, leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his buzzed blonde hair. "They're desperate," he said, his voice tinged with amusement. "Broadcasting galaxy-wide? You only do that when you've run out of options." Drake Holloway, the ship's engineer, let out a low whistle as the visuals displayed a planet wreathed in acid storms and teeming with monstrous, alien predators. "Kravos 7, he murmured, reading the data aloud. "Gravity fluxes, hostile wildlife, environmental hazards off the charts. And they want us to go there." Victor Cross, the team's marksman, shifted in his seat, his arms crossed. His expression was unreadable, but his voice carried a hint of anticipation. "It's a challenge," he said simply. Marcus finally spoke, his voice calm yet commanding. "It's more than that. It's an opportunity. They think it's impossible. They think we'll fail like the rest of them." His smirk widened into a grin. "Let's prove them wrong." The room fell silent as his words sunk in. Then Ethan laughed, breaking the tension. "You're insane, Marcus. And yet you're still here," Marcus replied. The team was well aware of the risks, but none of them hesitated. Humanity's introduction to the galactic stage had been recent, but their reputation was growing rapidly. Other species called them reckless, overly aggressive, and disturbingly inventive. Humans wore the insults like badges of honor. The Empire's representatives were less enthusiastic. When Marcus submitted Earth's application for the task, the initial response was stunned silence. Then came the questions. "You understand the conditions of Kravos 7, an Empire official asked, his voice clipped and incredulous. His holographic projection flickered in the briefing room of the Orion. The alien, a tall, willowy creature with translucent skin and glowing blue eyes, regarded Marcus and his team with something bordering on pity. Marcus nodded. "We've reviewed the data. We're ready. Your species has no precedent for missions of this magnitude," the official countered. "You lack the experience. We'll manage," Marcus interrupted, his tone sharp but not disrespectful. "Unless you're planning to tell the entire galaxy the Empire turned down the only volunteers willing to take this on." The alien hesitated, his glowing eyes narrowing. "Very well," he said finally. "But understand this. Failure will not be seen as bravery. It will be seen as proof of humanity's hubris." "Noted," Marcus said with a grin. With that, the team was officially authorized to undertake what was now being referred to as the elite task. Preparations began immediately. Ethan pored over the Empire's data, mapping out possible routes through Kravos 7's shifting terrain. Drake worked tirelessly in the ship's engineering bay, fine-tuning their equipment for the planet's extreme conditions. Victor spent hours in the simulation room, practicing his aim against projections of Kravos 7's known predators. Despite the gravity of the mission, the team's camaraderie never wavered. In the mess hall one evening, Drake voiced what they were all thinking. "You realize they're betting on us dying, right?" Marcus shrugged. "Let them. It'll make success that much sweeter." Victor smirked. "They'll probably write it off as a fluke." "They can call it whatever they want," Ethan said, raising a glass. "As long as we walk away alive." When the day of departure arrived, the Empire arranged a small ceremony to mark the occasion. It was more of a formality than a celebration. No one expected the humans to return. Marcus stood at the forefront, his team behind him, as the Empire's ambassador addressed the gathered crowd. "Today," the ambassador began, "we witness an act of bravery, or perhaps folly, unlike any we have seen before. The human species, new to our galactic community, has volunteered for a task that has defeated even the most seasoned among us. While their optimism is commendable, let us temper it with realism. The odds are not in their favor." Marcus stepped forward, cutting the speech short. "Thank you for the vote of confidence," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He glanced back at his team, then out at the crowd. "We'll see when we get back." The ambassador bristled, but Marcus didn't care. He had no interest in speeches or ceremonies. This was about the mission, and about proving humanity's worth to the galaxy. As the Orion lifted off, leaving the Empire's capital behind, Marcus felt a surge of anticipation. This wasn't just about survival. It was about making a statement. "Set course for Kravos 7, he ordered, his voice steady. Ethan punched in the coordinates, the hum of the engines rising as the ship prepared for hyperspace. "Everyone ready?" Marcus asked, glancing around the bridge. Drake grinned. "Born ready." Victor nodded silently, checking his weapon one last time. Ethan smirked. "Let's show them what humans can do." As the Orion jumped to light speed, Marcus leaned back in his chair, his expression one of quiet determination. He knew the risks. He knew the odds. But he also knew one simple truth. Humans thrived where others faltered. And this time would be no different. The Orion broke through the atmosphere of Kravos 7, its reinforced hull groaning under the strain of violent winds and razor-sharp acid rain. The view from the cockpit was a kaleidoscope of chaos. Green lightning crackled across an ash-gray sky, and below stretched an endless expanse of jagged cliffs, bubbling tar pits, and rivers that glowed with a menacing bioluminescence. Drake Holloway, hunched over his engineering console, muttered a curse. "This planet's trying to kill us before we even touch the ground. That's why we've got you, isn't it?" Marcus Kane replied, without looking up from the controls. His hands moved with practiced precision, keeping the ship steady despite the turbulence. Drake snorted but didn't take his eyes off the readings. "Yeah, well, don't get cocky. These systems weren't built to handle this kind of abuse." "Noted," Marcus said dryly. Ethan Steele stood behind Marcus, arms crossed, studying the terrain through the cockpit's reinforced glass. Landing zone's going to be tight. Those cliffs look like they're moving. They are, Victor Cross said from his post at the weapons station. He zoomed in on the cliffs, revealing the unsettling truth. The rocky formations were covered in enormous, slow-moving creatures that blended seamlessly with the terrain. Living mountains, Ethan muttered. Great. Anything else we should know? Victor scanned further and froze. Yeah, swarm incoming. 10 o'clock. Marcus didn't hesitate. Brace yourselves. The ship's automated systems blared a warning as the swarm came into view. Hundreds of winged predators, each the size of a small fighter craft, their serrated wings slicing through the storm like knives. The Drakthal had arrived. Evasive maneuvers, Marcus ordered. The Orion veered sharply, engines roaring as it banked to avoid the first wave of attackers. The creatures screeched, their cries reverberating through the hull as they circled back for another pass. Shields holding, but not for long, Drake said, his voice tight. Victor, light them up, Marcus commanded. Victor grinned, his fingers flying over the controls. The ship's forward cannons erupted in a blaze of plasma fire, cutting through the swarm with surgical precision. Explosions lit up the sky as several Drakthal disintegrated mid-flight, but more kept coming, their numbers seemingly endless. They're adapting, Ethan said, watching the creatures shift their formation to avoid the cannon fire. We're not going to win this in the air. We don't need to, Marcus said. Drake, find me a landing spot. Drake's eyes darted across his console. There's a clearing about 2 clicks west, but it's not exactly ideal. Define not ideal, Marcus said. Acid pools, unstable ground, and, oh, great, more of those cliff crawlers. Marcus's jaw tightened. It'll have to do. Hang on. The Orion dived sharply, the Drakthal hot on its tail. Marcus pushed the engines to their limit, weaving through the storm with an almost reckless confidence. The ship rattled violently as it neared the ground, the clearing coming into view through the haze. Landing gear deployed, Drake said, his hands a blur as he worked to stabilize the systems. Victor, keep them off us, Marcus barked. Victor didn't reply. He was too busy firing, the ship's turrets swiveling to fend off the relentless swarm. Explosions rocked the air as more of the creatures fell, but it was clear they were outnumbered. With a bone-jarring thud, the Orion touched down. Marcus killed the engines and unbuckled his harness in one fluid motion. Drake, keep the ship running. We might need a quick exit. Ethan, Victor. With me. The ramp lowered, and the team stepped out into the clearing, weapons at the ready. The air was thick with the stench of sulfur and something metallic, and the ground beneath their boots hissed as the acid rain fell. The Drakthal screeched overhead, but they seemed hesitant to approach the ground. Marcus scanned the area, his instincts on high alert. Why aren't they following us? Victor asked, his rifle trained on the sky. They're smart, Ethan said, his eyes narrowing. They know something we don't. As if on cue, the ground beneath them shuddered. Marcus barely had time to shout a warning before the earth split open, and a massive, spiked appendage erupted from the ground. It belonged to a creature buried beneath the surface, its body hidden but its intent clear. They were intruders. Move! Marcus yelled, diving out of the way as the appendage slammed down where he'd been standing. Ethan rolled to his feet, firing a burst from his plasma rifle at the exposed limb. The shots left scorch marks but didn't slow the creature down. Victor, take it out, Marcus ordered. Victor dropped to one knee, his rifle steady despite the trembling ground. He fired a single shot, the projectile piercing the appendage with a sickening crunch. The creature let out a deafening roar and retreated into the earth, but Marcus knew it wouldn't stay gone for long. We're sitting ducks out here, Ethan said, his voice tight. Marcus pointed to the cliffs on the far side of the clearing. We make for the rocks. Move! The team sprinted across the uneven ground, the acid pools hissing ominously as they passed. Another appendage burst from the ground, narrowly missing Ethan, but they didn't stop. They reached the cliffs, the towering formations providing some shelter from the rain and the Drakthol overhead. Marcus leaned against the rock, catching his breath as he scanned the area. "Status?" he asked. "Alive," Ethan said, though his voice was laced with frustration. "Barely," Drake added over the comms. "The ship's not going to hold up to this environment for long. You'd better find whatever it is we're looking for fast." Marcus nodded, his mind racing. The job had barely begun, and already the planet was living up to its reputation. But he wasn't about to back down. "This is nothing," he said, more to himself than anyone else. Victor raised an eyebrow. "Nothing?" Marcus grinned. "We've faced worse." Victor didn't reply, but a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ethan, however, was less amused. "I hope you're right," he said, peering into the distance, "because this place isn't going to give us a break." Marcus followed his gaze and felt his grin fade. In the distance, barely visible through the rain, was a structure. It was ancient and alien, its design unlike anything they'd seen before. "That's it," Marcus said, his voice steady. Ethan frowned. "How do you know?" "Call it a hunch," Marcus said. The team exchanged glances, but no one argued. They had a mission to complete, and Marcus wasn't about to let anything, Drakthol, acid rain, or whatever else this planet had in store, stand in their way. As they began their trek toward the structure, the storm intensified, the wind howling like a living thing. Marcus tightened his grip on his weapon, his every sense alert. The rain was unrelenting, each drop sizzling on contact with the team's armored suits as they made their way toward the ancient structure. The ground was treacherous, shifting with every step, as if the planet itself was trying to swallow them whole. Marcus Kane led the way, his rifle held at the ready, his eyes scanning for any sign of movement. "This place is a nightmare," Ethan muttered, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. "You're not wrong," Victor replied, his tone calm but his grip on his weapon tight. "Stay sharp." As they approached the structure, its full scale became apparent. The building was colossal, its jagged spires reaching toward the storm-laden sky. The surface was covered in alien glyphs that pulsed faintly, as though alive. The air around it was thick, humming with a strange energy that made the hair on the back of Marcus's neck stand on end. Anyone else getting a bad feeling about this? Drake's voice crackled over the comms from the ship. "Just focus on keeping the Orion running," Marcus said. "We've got this." "Sure you do," Drake muttered. Ethan stepped closer to one of the glyphs, his curiosity overriding his caution. "These markings, they're not just decorative. They're a language. A warning, maybe. Can you read them?" Marcus asked. Ethan shook his head. "Not without more time. And something tells me we don't have much of that." Marcus nodded. "Then we keep moving." They found an entrance at the base of the structure, a massive archway that loomed like the gaping maw of some ancient beast. The interior was dark, but the faint glow of the glyphs provided just enough light to reveal a narrow corridor that stretched into the depths of the building. "Stay close," Marcus said, stepping inside. The air was colder here, carrying a metallic tang that made every breath feel heavy. The walls seemed to pulse in rhythm with the glyphs, as if the entire structure was alive. "This place gives me the creeps," Victor said, his voice low. Ethan smirked. "That's probably the point." They moved in silence, their footsteps echoing off the smooth, alien stone. The corridor twisted and turned, leading them deeper into the structure. Every so often, they passed what looked like statues. Hulking figures carved from the same material as the walls, their faces obscured by intricate helmets. "Guardians," Victor said, his voice tinged with unease. "Let's hope they stay statues," Marcus replied. The corridor opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling disappearing into darkness. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, and atop it rested a small, glowing artifact. The light it emitted was soft yet piercing, casting strange shadows on the walls. "That's it," Marcus said, his voice steady. Ethan frowned. How do you know? Because it's the only thing in here worth guarding, Marcus replied. The team approached cautiously, their weapons at the ready. The air grew heavier with each step, the energy emanating from the artifact pressing down on them like an invisible weight. Whatever this thing is, it's powerful, Ethan said, his voice strained. And dangerous, Victor added. Marcus reached the pedestal and studied the artifact. It was a small, crystalline object, its surface shifting and shimmering as if it contained a living galaxy. He didn't hesitate. Reaching out, he grasped it firmly. The moment his fingers closed around it, the entire chamber trembled. Marcus, what did you do? Ethan demanded, his voice rising. Before Marcus could respond, the statues lining the walls came to life. Their eyes glowed a deep red as they stepped forward, their movements slow but deliberate. Each one held a massive weapon that crackled with energy. Guardians, Victor said grimly, raising his rifle. Fall back, Marcus ordered. The team retreated toward the corridor, firing as they moved. The Guardians advanced relentlessly, their weapons discharging bursts of energy that scorched the walls and floor. One of the blasts narrowly missed Marcus, the heat singing the air around him. These things don't go down easy, Victor said, his shots barely slowing the nearest Guardian. Then we don't fight them, Marcus said. We outrun them. Move. They sprinted down the corridor, the sound of the Guardians' heavy footsteps echoing behind them. The glyphs on the walls pulsed faster now, their light growing brighter as if the structure itself was reacting to the intrusion. Drake's voice came over the comms, panicked. What's going on in there? The ship's picking up massive energy surges. We've got company, Marcus replied. Prep for immediate departure. Easier said than done. Drake shot back. This storm's getting worse. We'll deal with it, Marcus said. Just be ready. The team emerged from the structure into the storm, the rain falling harder than before. The Drakthol were still circling overhead, but their attention seemed divided now, their screeches mingling with the distant roars of the Guardians. We're pinned between a swarm and a death squad, Ethan said, his voice tight. Then we make a path, Marcus said. Victor took position, his rifle trained on the approaching Guardians. Go. I'll cover you. No one staying behind, Marcus said firmly. Victor smirked. Didn't plan on it. Just don't waste a head start. Marcus nodded, leading the team toward the Orion. The Guardians were slower in the open, their massive forms struggling to navigate the uneven terrain. Victor fired a precise shot, hitting one of them in the knee joint and causing it to stumble. That won't hold them for long, Ethan said, glancing over his shoulder. It doesn't have to, Marcus replied. Drake, lower the ramp. The Orion's ramp descended, and the team scrambled aboard. The ship's engines roared to life as Marcus slid into the pilot's seat. Strap in, he ordered. The Drakthol dug toward the ship, but the Orion's turrets roared to life, cutting them down before they could reach their target. The Guardians, undeterred, raised their weapons and fired. Energy blasts slammed into the ship's shields, causing the entire vessel to shudder. Shields at 40%. Drake shouted. Hold them, Marcus said, gripping the controls. The Orion lifted off, the storm raging around it. The Guardians continued to fire, their shots growing more erratic as the ship gained altitude. Punch it, Ethan yelled. Marcus didn't need to be told twice. He engaged the thrusters, and the Orion shot into the sky, leaving Kravo 7's deadly surface behind. As they broke through the atmosphere, the team let out a collective sigh of relief. But Marcus's grip on the controls remained tight. That was too easy, he muttered. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Easy? Were we on the same planet? Marcus didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on the artifact, now secured in a containment field. Whatever it was, it had nearly gotten them killed, and it wasn't done yet. Victor leaned back in his seat, his expression unreadable. So what's the plan now? Marcus's jaw tightened. We find out what this thing is, and we figure out why the Empire was willing to risk everything for it. The others exchanged uneasy glances but didn't argue. The mission wasn't over, not by a long shot. As the Orion jumped to hyperspace, the artifact pulsed faintly, its light casting eerie shadows across the cabin. Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that they'd only scratched the surface of the danger they were in. "Buckle up," he said, his voice low. "It's going to get worse before it gets better." The Orion emerged from hyperspace into the relative calm of a distant star system, its engines groaning under the strain of the jump. The once pristine hull was scorched and pitted, evidence of their brutal escape from Kravos 7. Inside, the crew sat in tense silence, their adrenaline finally ebbing but leaving exhaustion and unease in its wake. Marcus Kane leaned back in the pilot's chair, his eyes fixed on the artifact secured in the containment field at the center of the room. The crystalline object pulsed with an almost hypnotic rhythm, casting shifting shadows that seemed to dance along the walls. It hadn't stopped glowing since they retrieved it, its energy a constant, unsettling presence. "Whatever that thing is, it's not just some treasure," Victor said, breaking the silence. He stood near the containment unit, arms crossed, his expression grim. "Treasure doesn't wake up death squads," Ethan added, pacing the small cabin. His usual bravado was muted, his movements restless. "And it doesn't send an entire planet's ecosystem into overdrive. That thing is alive. I'm telling you, alive." Drake's voice crackled over the comms from the engine room. "Great, because what we really needed was a sentient cosmic nightmare on board." Marcus ignored the banter, his focus unyielding. "We need answers, and we need them now." Ethan stopped pacing and turned to him. "And where exactly are we supposed to get those? The Empire sure as hell didn't give us any hints." Victor stepped closer to the containment field, his gaze narrowing. "We could try interacting with it, see if it responds." "That's the worst idea you've had in months," Drake called out from the comms. "What if it fries the ship? Or worse, fries us?" Victor shrugged. "If it wanted us dead, we wouldn't have made it off that planet. Whatever it is, it let us take it." "That doesn't mean we should start poking it," Ethan said, his tone sharp. Marcus stood, his movements deliberate. "Victor's right. This thing didn't destroy us when it had the chance. But we need to be careful." Ethan prepped the scanner. "Drake, I want the engines on standby. If this thing goes sideways, we're jumping out of here." "Copy that," Drake replied, though his tone suggested he wasn't thrilled about it. Ethan moved to the ship's scanner, activating the system with a few quick taps on the console. A soft hum filled the cabin as the equipment calibrated. "Ready when you are," he said. Marcus nodded and stepped closer to the containment field. The artifact's pulsing seemed to quicken as he approached, its glow intensifying. He hesitated, then placed a gloved hand on the edge of the field, just close enough to feel the faint warmth radiating from the object. The moment his hand hovered there, the artifact reacted. Its light flared, filling the room with a blinding brilliance. The hum of the scanner grew louder, its readings spiking wildly. Marcus stepped back. Ethan shouted, shielding his eyes. But Marcus couldn't move. He felt a presence pressing against his mind, a weightless yet undeniable force that wasn't hostile, but wasn't entirely benign either. It was as if the artifact was searching him, peeling back layers of thought and memory with an almost clinical precision. Then, as suddenly as it began, the light dimmed. The artifact returned to its steady pulse, and Marcus stumbled back, gasping for breath. "Marcus!" Ethan was at his side in an instant, steadying him. "What the hell just happened?" Marcus shook his head, trying to clear the fog in his mind. "It spoke to me." Victor frowned. "Spoke? How?" "Not in words," Marcus said, his voice hoarse. "It was images, emotions. It showed me things. A war. Entire civilizations wiped out. And then he trailed off, his gaze fixed on the artifact. And then it asked me a question. What kind of question? Ethan asked, his tone wary. Marcus looked at him, his expression unreadable. It asked if I was willing to fight. The cabin fell silent. Victor's jaw tightened, and Ethan's pacing resumed, his movements more agitated than before. And what did you say? Victor asked quietly. Marcus didn't answer immediately. He glanced at the artifact, its glow steady and unyielding, before meeting Victor's gaze. I said yes. Ethan let out a sharp breath, running a hand through his hair. You said yes? Just like that? We don't even know what this thing is, Marcus. I didn't have a choice, Marcus said, his voice firm. Whatever this is, it's bigger than us. Bigger than the Empire. If we don't act, it won't matter what we think. There won't be anyone left to argue. Drake's voice cut through the tension. Hate to interrupt, but we've got company. Sensors are picking up multiple ships inbound, and they're not friendly. Empire? Marcus asked, already moving to the pilot's seat. Looks like it, Drake confirmed. They must have tracked us. Damn it, Victor muttered, gripping his rifle. Marcus brought the Orion systems online, his fingers flying over the controls. Everyone to stations. We're not letting them take this thing. The team moved quickly, their exhaustion forgotten in the face of the imminent threat. The Orion's engines roared to life as Marcus guided the ship into a defensive position. The Empire's ships dropped out of hyperspace, sleek and menacing. Their weapons charged immediately, and a voice crackled over the comms. This is Captain Rao of the Imperial Fleet. Surrender the artifact, and your lives will be spared. Resist, and you will be destroyed. Marcus smirked, his hands steady on the controls. Victor, you hear that? They think they've got us. Victor grinned, his fingers dancing over the weapon systems. Let's show them otherwise. The Orion moved with surprising agility, darting through the void as plasma bolts lit up the darkness. Victor returned fire, his shots precise and unrelenting. Ethan worked at the scanner, his face lit by the glow of the console. Marcus, the artifact's energy is spiking again. I think it's reacting to the fight. Can you control it? Marcus asked, dodging another barrage of fire. Ethan shook his head. I don't even know what it's doing, let alone how to control it. The artifact pulsed brighter, its light filling the cabin. Then, without warning, a beam of energy erupted from the containment field, slicing through the nearest Imperial ship like a knife through paper. The remaining ships hesitated, their formation faltering. Looks like it's fighting back, Victor said, his tone both impressed and uneasy. Marcus didn't take his eyes off the controls. Good. Let's give it some cover. Drake, plot us a course out of here. Already on it, Drake replied. The Orion weaved through the chaos, the artifact's energy continuing to lash out at their attackers. One by one, the Imperial ships fell, their sleek forms reduced to smoldering wreckage. When the last ship was destroyed, the artifact's light dimmed once more, its energy retreating as quickly as it had surged. Marcus guided the Orion away from the battlefield, his hands steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. Ethan slumped into a seat, his breathing heavy. That thing just saved our asses. Yeah, Victor said, his gaze fixed on the artifact. But at what cost? Marcus didn't respond immediately. His mind was racing, replaying the images the artifact had shown him. The war, the destruction, the question. We're not done, he said finally, his voice steady. Not by a long shot. The team exchanged uneasy glances, but didn't argue. They all knew the truth. Whatever they'd gotten themselves into, it was far from over. The Orion disappeared into the depths of space, the artifact's light pulsing faintly, a reminder of the fight still to come.
The twin suns hung high in the sky, casting a merciless glare over the barren expanse of the desert planet Oroshevan Planet. The landscape stretched endlessly, a sea of golden dunes rippled by fierce winds. The air shimmered with heat, making the horizon dance like an illusion. It was a place that defied life, an unyielding realm of scorching sand and dry, suffocating winds. This, the alien teacher thought with satisfaction, would be the perfect test for her students. Professor Zarin, a towering figure with pale lavender skin and sharp, angular features, stood on a raised platform at the edge of the landing zone. Her long cloak billowed slightly in the hot wind, the fabric embedded with intricate symbols denoting her rank as a survival instructor for the Intergalactic Academy of Adaptation. She was renowned for her challenging methods and unflinching belief that most species in the galaxy lacked the resilience to survive without their precious technology. Her golden eyes scanned the group of students assembled before her, a diverse collection of beings from across the galaxy. This, she announced, her voice carrying an authoritative edge, is Orash 7, a planet where no species has survived more than a single planetary cycle without external assistance. Your task is simple. Survive for 48 hours. Prove to me that you possess not only intellect, but the instincts necessary to endure. The students shifted nervously. Among them were representatives of some of the most advanced species in the galaxy. There was Lorak, a reptilian being from the humid swamps of Xylaris, whose scales glinted iridescently under the sun's rays. Beside him stood Mira, a delicate avian creature from the clouded skies of Mur, her feathers trembling in the arid wind. Next to her loomed Calyx, a heavily armored insectoid from the volcanic world of Brask, whose chitinous exoskeleton seemed impervious to the heat. Finally, almost unnoticeable in the crowd, was the lone human, a young woman named Stacy. Stacy stood quietly at the back of the group, her face partially obscured by a hood to shield her from the blistering sun. She was shorter than most of the others, her frame lean and unassuming compared to the imposing figures around her. Yet her eyes, a piercing shade of green, gleamed with quiet determination. She had joined the academy as part of an experimental program to study the adaptability of humans in extreme conditions. Her presence was regarded with skepticism by her peers, and Zarin in particular seemed to regard her as little more than a curiosity. Humans, Zarin had once said during a lecture, are an anomaly. Their survival stems not from innate superiority, but from sheer luck and primitive instincts. They are a species of improvisers, reliant on their crude methods and unrefined tools. It will be fascinating to see how long this one lasts. Now, as Zarin surveyed her students, her gaze lingered briefly on Stacy. The professor's lips curled into a faint smirk, as if already anticipating the human's failure. You will each be provided with a standard survival kit, Zaron continued. Inside, you will find basic tools and rations sufficient for a single day. Beyond that, you are on your own. Use your environment. Adapt, improvise, or perish. The students exchanged uneasy glances. The airlock of the ship hissed open, and a dozen drones floated out, each carrying a sleek metallic survival kit. As the drones distributed the kits, Stacy caught hers and examined its contents. Inside were a small multi-tool, a collapsible container for water, a single nutrient bar, a thermal blanket, and a rudimentary sheltered device. It was hardly enough for 48 hours on a planet like this. But Zarin clapped her hands, and the sound echoed sharply in the arid air. Your test begins now. Remember, this is not only about survival, it is about proving that you are more than the limitations of your species. With that, the group dispersed, each student heading in a different direction to begin their trial. Some activated their scanning devices immediately, searching for signs of water or shelter. Others took to the skies, their wings or hover packs carrying them above the dunes. Stacy, however, remained still for a moment, her gaze fixed on the horizon. She felt the weight of the desert's hostility pressing down on her, but she also felt a quiet resolve building within. She had spent years preparing for challenges like this. The deserts of Earth, harsh as they were, had taught her ancestors to endure with nothing but their wits and bare hands. This planet, she thought, would be no different. She glanced at her survival kit again, noting the scarcity of resources. Her peers, with their advanced biology and technology, might see this as a limitation, but Stacy saw it as an opportunity. She knew that survival wasn't about having the best tools. It was about understanding the environment and working with what it ought. Before setting out, she crouched down and scooped up a handful of sand, letting it fall through her fingers. The grains were fine and dry, but as she sifted through them, she noticed tiny fragments of salt crystals glinting in the sunlight. Salt often indicated the presence of water, or at least the remnants of it. She smiled faintly, her first clue already in hand. As the other students raced off with their gadgets and scanners, Stacy began walking, her steps steady and purposeful. She had no advanced equipment, no protective exoskeleton, no wings to carry her above the searing dunes. All she had was her knowledge, her instincts, and her will to survive, and that, she thought, would be enough. The heat grew more intense with each passing moment. The twin suns, relentless in their fury, seemed to mock the students as they ventured deeper into the unforgiving terrain of Orash 7. The desert stretched endlessly, a maze of dunes and jagged rock formations, offering no shade and little hope. The air shimmered with a mirage-like quality, distorting the landscape and playing tricks on the mind. The challenge was only beginning, but the strain was already palpable among the group. Stacy moved steadily across the shifting sands, her every step calculated to conserve energy. Her boots, designed for rugged environments, sank slightly with each step, forcing her to adjust her gait to avoid wasting strength. Unlike her peers, who relied heavily on their technology, she chose to rely on observation. Her eyes scanned the horizon for landmarks, unusual rock formations, patches of vegetation, anything that might provide a clue to the location of water or shelter. She knew that the desert, as hostile as it appeared, often held subtle signs of life beneath its barren surface. Elsewhere, the other students were faring less gracefully. Lorak, the reptilian student from Xylaris, had activated a thermal scanner built into his wristband, which emitted a soft hum as it searched for heat signatures. His scales glistened with sweat, a sign that even his species, adapted to swampy environments, was struggling to cope with the desert's dryness. He muttered to himself in frustration as the scanner failed to pick up anything useful. The device, designed for detecting large heat sources, was overwhelmed by the omnipresent heat of the sand and suns, rendering it nearly useless. Mira, the avian student, had taken to the skies, her lightweight frame and expansive wings allowing her to soar above the dunes. From above, she hoped to spot water or some form of shelter, but the view offered little more than an endless expanse of sand. Her feathers, so accustomed to the cool, misty atmosphere of her home planet, were beginning to dry out and lose their luster. She circled lower, frustrated by the lack of results, and began to feel the strain of the dry wind cutting through her once pristine plumage. Meanwhile, Calyx, the insectoid from Brask, relied on his exoskeleton to shield him from the heat. His heavy frame made him slower than the others, but he compensated with brute strength, digging into the sand with his clawed limbs in search of water. The effort, however, was draining, and the dry, powdery sand offered no resistance, making his attempts futile. He grumbled in his native tongue, cursing the planet's inhospitable nature as the sands continued to collapse into his shallow excavations. Stacy observed none of this, as she had chosen a different path. While the others scattered in various directions, she had decided to follow the faint traces of salt she had noticed earlier. Her keen eyes caught the occasional glint of crystals in the sand, leading her to suspect that water had once flowed in this area. The challenge now was to find where it might still exist, hidden beneath the surface or trapped in underground reservoirs. She paused at the base of a towering rock formation, its jagged edges casting a faint shadow on the sand. Though the shade was meager, it provided a brief reprieve from the sun's relentless glare. She crouched down and examined the ground more closely. Tiny, hardy plants with needle-like leaves clung to the base of the rocks, their roots burrowing deep into the sand. These plants, she knew, were a sign that moisture was present below the surface. She reached into her survival kit and pulled out the multi-tool, using its sharp edge to scrape away the top layer of sand. The ground below felt slightly cooler to the touch, confirming her suspicions. As she worked, Stacy's mind was calm and focused. She thought back to her training on Earth, where survival in extreme environments was a matter of both knowledge and discipline. She remembered her instructor's words, "The environment is not your enemy. Learn its patterns, understand its secrets, and it will guide you." She had internalized this lesson, and now, faced with the harshness of Orash 7, she felt a quiet confidence in her ability to The silence of the desert was occasionally broken by distant sounds, grunts of frustration from Lorak, the rhythmic beating of Mira's wings, and the scraping noises of Calyx's claws against the sand. None of them seemed to be making progress, their advanced tools and natural adaptations proving insufficient against the planet's challenges. In contrast, Stacy's slow, deliberate approach began to yield results. She found a shallow depression near the rock formation where the sand was noticeably darker and more compact. This, she realized, could be a sign of subsurface water. She set to work, using the multi-tool to dig carefully into the ground. The sand grew cooler and slightly damp as she dug deeper, a promising indication that water was close. Her movements were methodical, each scoop of sand revealing a little more moisture. She felt a small surge of hope, but she knew better than to let it distract her. Survival was about persistence, and she couldn't afford to let her guard down. As the suns began to dip lower in the sky, casting longer shadows across the desert, Stacy paused to assess her progress. She had dug a hole nearly a meter deep, and the sand at the bottom was distinctly wet. It wasn't much, but it was enough to confirm that water was present. She leaned back on her heels, wiping the sweat from her brow, and allowed herself a moment of satisfaction. While her peers struggled with their advanced gadgets and brute force, she had relied on instinct and knowledge, and it was paying off. Far in the distance, she spotted the faint silhouettes of the other students. They appeared scattered and disorganized, their movements betraying frustration and exhaustion. Stacy felt no sense of superiority, only a quiet determination to continue. The desert was vast and unforgiving, and this small success was just the beginning. There was still much to do, and the challenge was far from over. The day ended with the suns dipping below the horizon, the temperature dropping sharply as darkness enveloped the desert. Stacy used the thermal blanket from her survival kit to conserve her body heat, her mind already planning her next steps. She would need to extract and purify the water she had found, a task that would require both ingenuity and patience. As she lay beneath the star-filled sky, she felt a quiet pride in her efforts, but she knew that the true test of survival was only just beginning. Nightfall on Orash 7 transformed the desert into an entirely different world. The scorching heat dissipated, replaced by an almost unnatural chill that seeped into Stacy's bones. The stars above glittered with breathtaking clarity, but the cold wind sweeping across the dunes left no room for admiration. She wrapped herself tightly in the thermal blanket from her survival kit, her muscles stiff and her mind weary from the day's effort. The hole she had dug now lay before her, dark and silent, but it held the promise of life. Somewhere below the surface, water waited, hidden, elusive, but undeniably present. The silence was oppressive. There were no sounds of wildlife, no whispers of vegetation brushing in the breeze. Even the distant murmurs of her peers had faded into the vast emptiness of the desert. Stacy felt the weight of solitude pressing against her, a sharp reminder of just how isolated she was. She shifted her focus back to the task at hand. Survival in a place like this demanded not only physical endurance, but also mental fortitude. Dwelling on the enormity of her situation would only sap her strength. She crouched beside the hole, examining the damp sand she had unearthed earlier. It wasn't enough to dig and hope for the best. She needed a plan. Pulling out her multi-tool, she began to refine the edges of the pit, ensuring the walls wouldn't collapse as she worked. Her hands moved with practiced precision, each action deliberate and purposeful. Her training had taught her the importance of efficiency. Every movement needed to conserve energy. The process was grueling. As she dug deeper, the dampness increased, turning the sand into a sticky, resistant sludge. Her arms ached from the effort, and the sharp chill of the night only heightened her discomfort. Yet she pressed on, her resolve unshaken. Survival wasn't about comfort, it was about necessity. The moisture in the sand grew heavier, and the faint scent of wet earth reached her nose. It was a small victory, but it reignited her determination. By the time the first hint of dawn painted the horizon with soft hues of pink and orange, Stacy's pit had reached a depth of nearly 2 meters. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her, but the sight before her gave her a renewed sense of purpose. At the bottom of the hole, a shallow pool of water had begun to collect, glistening faintly in the early light. It wasn't much, just a thin layer, but it was enough to confirm that she was on the right track. Her heart raced with a mix of relief and triumph. Against the odds, she had found what so many believed was impossible on Orash 7. The next step was extraction. She retrieved the collapsible container from her survival kit and carefully scooped up the water, mindful not to disturb the sediment at the bottom. The liquid was murky, laced with fine particles of sand and traces of minerals. It wasn't safe to drink, not yet, but she had anticipated this. Her training had covered basic filtration methods, and she intended to put that knowledge to use. Stacy set up a makeshift filtration system, using the limited resources at her disposal. She lined a small funnel with strips of fabric torn from the edge of her thermal blanket, creating a crude filter. Slowly, she poured the water through the funnel, watching as the fabric caught the larger particles. The process was painstakingly slow, but it was effective. With each pass, the water grew clearer until it finally resembled something drinkable. She held up the container, inspecting the liquid against the morning light. It wasn't perfect, but it would sustain her. As she took her first cautious sip, a wave of relief washed over her. The water was bitter and metallic, but it quenched her thirst like nothing she had ever experienced before. She savored each drop, knowing that this small victory could mean the difference between life and death in the days to come. While Stacy worked, the other students were facing mounting challenges. Lorak's thermal scanner had failed completely, its circuitry fried by the relentless heat of the previous day. Frustrated and dehydrated, he had resorted to aimlessly wandering the dunes, his reptilian physiology no longer offering the protection he had relied upon. Mira's feathers had become brittle, and the avian struggled to stay airborne in the turbulent winds of the desert. She had landed near a rocky outcrop, but her search for water had yielded nothing. Calyx, still determined to brute force his way to survival, had dug a series of shallow pits, each one collapsing in on itself and leaving him increasingly fatigued. The alien students had expected their advanced technology and unique adaptations to give them an edge. Yet Orash 7 had proven to be an equalizer, stripping them of their advantages and exposing their vulnerabilities. They had underestimated the planet's challenges, just as they had underestimated Stacy. Unaware of the struggles of her peers, Stacy focused on preparing for the next phase of her plan. The water she had found would sustain her temporarily, but she knew it wasn't a long-term solution. She needed to identify a more stable source, something that could provide a continuous supply. Her mind raced with possibilities. The presence of water here suggested that there might be underground reservoirs or natural springs nearby. She needed to expand her search, but she also needed to balance caution with ambition. The desert was vast and unforgiving, and a single misstep could undo all her progress. As the day wore on, the heat returned with a vengeance. Stacy adjusted her strategy, using the shade of the rock formation to shield herself from the worst of the sun's rays. She rationed her water carefully, sipping only when absolutely necessary. Her movements were slow and deliberate, conserving energy as she continued to dig and refine her water source. Each small success fueled her determination, reinforcing her belief that survival was within her grasp. By late afternoon, Stacy's efforts had caught the attention of the alien teacher, Zeron. The professor had been monitoring the students' progress from a distance, her golden eyes narrowing as she observed their struggles. Zeron had expected the human to fail quickly, to succumb to the planet's challenges like so many before her. Yet here she was, not only surviving but thriving. The sight of Stacy's makeshift filtration system and carefully dug pit filled Zarin with a mix of curiosity and begrudging respect. She made a note to investigate further, though she refused to let her growing admiration show. As the suns dipped lower in the sky, Stacy paused to reflect on her progress. The desert was still a harsh, unforgiving place, but she no longer felt overwhelmed by its vastness. She had proven to herself that she could adapt, that her knowledge and instincts were enough to navigate even the most hostile environments. The journey ahead was uncertain, but she faced it with a quiet confidence, knowing that she had already achieved what many had deemed impossible. The next morning, the desert unveiled a new challenge. The air was still and heavy, the rising heat creating a suffocating blanket that pressed down on everything it touched. Stacy stirred from her light sleep, her body stiff from a night spent curled against the rocky outcrop. Her thermal blanket had provided some warmth against the chill, but the hard ground beneath her had done little to offer rest. Blinking against the harsh light of the twin suns, she stretched her aching limbs and began preparing for the day ahead. Her water supply was now minimal. The small pool she had uncovered the previous day had yielded enough for a handful of sips after filtration, but it was clear that it wouldn't be sufficient for long-term survival. She glanced down at the hole she had dug, now dry again except for a faint dampness clinging to the edges. The water she had collected was proof of possibility, but the challenge now was to find a more sustainable source. Stacy's gaze shifted to the horizon, scanning for clues. The desert seemed endless, the dunes rolling like frozen waves of gold. Yet she knew that no landscape was entirely barren. Her training had taught her that even the harshest environments held secrets for those who knew how to look. As her eyes adjusted to the glare, she noticed something faint in the distance. A jagged line against the otherwise smooth skyline. It wasn't another dune. It was darker and sharper, likely another rock formation. Its prominence suggested it might be larger than the one she had camped near. If her instincts were right, such a formation could act as a natural collector for water or even hide a subterranean spring. Determined, she packed her limited supplies and set out toward the distant shape. Her pace was steady, her movements deliberate to conserve energy. The desert sands shifted beneath her feet, each step a test of balance and endurance. The heat was already rising, beads of sweat forming on her brow as the suns climbed higher into the sky. She adjusted her hood to shield her face, her focus unwavering as she pushed forward. Elsewhere, the other students continued their struggles. Lorak, now visibly weakened, had abandoned his thermal scanner entirely. His once iridescent scales had dulled and his movements were sluggish as he wandered aimlessly through the dunes. Mira, perched atop a smaller rock outcrop, was furiously preening her feathers, trying to combat the dryness that had left them brittle and uneven. Calyx, the insectoid, had resorted to eating small, dried-out plants he had found scattered across the sand, his frustration evident in the erratic clicking of his mandibles. None of them had made significant progress, their initial confidence eroded by the relentless conditions of Orash. Stacy, in contrast, felt her determination growing with each step. The distant formation grew larger as she approached, its dark silhouette taking on more defined edges. The journey was grueling, the sun merciless, but she pressed on, her mind focused on the goal. As she drew closer, she began to notice subtle changes in the landscape. The sand near the base of the formation was darker, almost reddish in hue, and small clusters of hardy plants dotted the area. These plants, with their thick, waxy leaves, were a clear sign of moisture. She reached the base of the formation just as the suns reached their zenith. The rocks were massive, jagged monoliths jutting out of the sand like the bones of some ancient creature. Their surfaces were rough and pitted, evidence of centuries of erosion by wind and sand. Stacy circled the base, her eyes scanning for any signs of water. She noted small cracks and crevices in the rock, some of which held patches of green moss, a sure indicator of dampness. Her attention was drawn to a particularly deep crevice at the base of the largest rock. The opening was narrow, barely wide enough for her to squeeze through, but the air emanating from it was noticeably cooler. She crouched down and peered inside, her heart pounding with anticipation. The darkness of the crevice concealed its depth, but the faint glimmer of moisture on the rock walls was enough to spur her into action. Using her multi-tool, she began to carefully widen the opening, chipping away at the edges to create enough space to crawl through. The work was slow and labor-intensive, each strike sending small shards of rock scattering across the sand. Her hands ached and sweat dripped down her face, but she refused to stop. The promise of water, of survival, drove her forward. After what felt like hours, the crevice was finally wide enough to allow her passage. She slid inside, her movements cautious as she navigated the narrow space. The air within was cool and damp, a stark contrast to the searing heat outside. The darkness pressed in around her, but she pressed on, guided by the faint sound of dripping water echoing in the distance. Her heart raced as the sound grew louder. The passage widened slightly, and she found herself in a small chamber. In the center, a shallow pool of water glistened in the dim light filtering through the cracks above. It was pristine, untouched, a hidden treasure in the heart of the desert. Stacy knelt beside the pool, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten as she cupped her hands and scooped up the cool, clear water. She drank deeply, the liquid revitalizing her parched body. The discovery was more than she could have hoped for. The pool was large enough to provide a sustainable source of water, and its location within the rock formation offered natural protection from the elements. She quickly began devising a plan to transport water back to her camp, using the collapsible container from her kit. Each trip would be arduous, but the reward was worth the effort. As she emerged from the crevice, the suns were beginning to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the desert. Stacy felt a renewed sense of purpose as she made her way back to her camp, the container of water sloshing gently with each step. She knew that her success wasn't just a personal victory. While her peers had faltered, relying on technology and brute force, she had embraced the simplicity of observation and adaptation. The desert had tested her, and she had risen to the challenge. Back at her camp, she carefully stored the water and began preparing for the night. The desert's cold would return soon, and she needed to ensure her shelter was secure. As she worked, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in her accomplishments. She had proven that survival wasn't about having the best tools or the most advanced technology. It was about understanding the environment and working with it. Stacy sat by her small campfire, the stars once again illuminating the vast expanse above. The journey was far from over, but she felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She had discovered not just water, but a deep well of strength within herself, and she knew, without a doubt, that she would endure. The desert seemed quieter that morning, as if Orash 7 itself was waiting to see what would unfold. The twin suns had barely risen, their light creeping over the horizon and painting the dunes in hues of amber and gold. Stacy sat cross-legged at her camp, her back against the rock formation that had become her haven. The container of water she had carried back from the hidden pool was nearly full, resting beside. She sipped cautiously, savoring each drop. This water was her victory, a reminder of the balance she had struck between determination, knowledge, and adaptability. Yet, even as she allowed herself a moment of satisfaction, she knew the test wasn't over. Across the desert, the other students were nearing their limits. Lorak the reptilian stumbled across the sands, his once confident gait reduced to a slow, staggering shuffle. His scales were cracked and dull, his energy sapped by dehydration and frustration. Mira had abandoned her attempt to fly, her brittle feathers unable to withstand the dry, abrasive winds. She perched on a jagged outcrop, her head bowed as she tried to shield herself from the suns. Calyx, the insectoid, had burrowed shallow pits into the sand in a desperate bid for moisture, but his efforts had yielded nothing. Their initial pride and reliance on technology had betrayed them, leaving them vulnerable to the harsh realities of Orash 7. Stacy watched the horizon, her gaze calm and steady. She had spent the previous evening refining her plan, knowing that her survival wasn't enough to teach the others how to adapt. Her instinct wasn't to gloat or revel in their failures, but to extend the knowledge she had gained. This wasn't about competition. It was about understanding that survival required humility and a willingness to learn. She stood, adjusting her hood against the growing heat, and began preparing to leave her camp. The water from the pool had been a gift, but it wouldn't last forever. She needed to ensure the others could reach it as well, though the journey would test their endurance and willingness to listen. Slinging the container of water over her shoulder, she set out toward the general direction where she had last seen her peers. The trek was arduous, the suns climbing higher and burning away the early morning coolness. The sands shifted beneath her boots, the wind carrying faint whispers of desolation. Stacy moved with purpose, her eyes scanning for signs of her fellow students. She spotted the first of them, Lorak, half buried in the sand, his movements sluggish as he clawed weakly at the ground. His scanner had been abandoned beside him, its once sleek casing now coated in dust. She approached him carefully, her voice calm but firm. "You need to stop," she said, crouching beside him. "This isn't working." Lorak looked up, his yellow eyes dull and filled with exhaustion. I can't," he rasped. "There's nothing here." "There is," Stacy replied, her tone resolute. She unslung her container of water and held it out to him. "Drink." He hesitated, his pride warring with his desperation. Eventually he reached for the container, his clawed hand trembling as he brought it to his lips. The water seemed to revive him almost instantly, his scales regaining a faint sheen as he drank. When he lowered the container, his gaze shifted to Stacy, confusion and gratitude mingling in his expression. "How?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "I'll show you," she said simply. "But you have to trust me." Together, they continued toward the rock formation where the hidden pool awaited. Along the way, they encountered Mira and Calix, both of whom were in similarly dire straits. Mira's feathers had lost their luster entirely, and she seemed barely able to lift her head. Calix's usually powerful frame was hunched, his movements uncoordinated. Stacy offered them both water, urging them to follow her. Though their pride was evident in the way they avoided meeting her gaze, their survival instincts overruled their egos. The group's progress was slow but steady. Stacy led the way, her steps purposeful as she retraced her path toward the rock formation. She explained her observations as they walked, pointing out the subtle signs of moisture she had noticed. The color of the sand, the clusters of hardy plants, the faint scent of wet earth carried on the wind. Her voice was calm and patient, never condescending, as she shared what she had learned. By the time they reached the crevice, the suns were nearing their zenith. The others stared at the narrow opening, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe, as Stacy gestured for them to follow her inside. She led them through the cool, dark passage, the sound of dripping water growing louder with each step. When they emerged into the chamber, the sight of the shallow pool left them speechless. "This is how we survive," Stacy said, kneeling beside the water. "Not with scanners or brute force, but by understanding the environment and working with it." Lorak, Mira, and Calix took turns drinking from the pool, their earlier doubts replaced by quiet gratitude. The water revitalized them, giving them the strength to think clearly for the first time in days. They began to ask questions, their curiosity overcoming their initial skepticism. Stacy answered patiently, demonstrating how to set up a basic filtration system and how to recognize signs of water in the desert. As the group worked together, a figure appeared at the entrance to the chamber. Professor Zaron stood in the shadows, her golden eyes observing the scene with a mixture of surprise and respect. She had been monitoring the students from afar, expecting their struggles to teach them the harsh realities of survival. Yet what she saw now was beyond her expectations. The human, whom she had dismissed as primitive and unremarkable, had not only survived, but had become a leader, guiding her peers with a wisdom born of experience. Zaron stepped forward, her voice echoing in the chamber. "You've done well," she said, addressing the group but looking directly at Stacy. All students turned to her, their expressions a mix of pride and relief. Stacy met Zaren's gaze, her green eyes steady and unflinching. She didn't need the professor's validation to know what she had accomplished, but the acknowledgement was still meaningful. Zaren's gaze softened. Survival isn't just about endurance, she said. It's about learning, adapting, and helping one another. Today, you've proven that humanity's greatest strength lies in its ability to thrive where others falter. The group returned to the surface as the suns began to set, their silhouettes outlined against the golden light. They had faced the harshness of Orash 7 and emerged not just as survivors but as a team, united by their shared struggle. For Stacy, the journey had been more than a test of physical endurance. It had been a testament to the resilience and ingenuity of her species. As the desert winds carried away the last traces of the day's heat, she felt a quiet pride in what she had accomplished. She had not only survived, she had transformed the desert into a lesson in survival for all who dared to face it.
Admiral Kruntel stood at the observation deck of the Imperial flagship Eternal Glory, his 4 hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at the blue marble suspended in the vast darkness of space. The sight of Earth, so small and seemingly insignificant, brought a smirk to his face. His secondary eyes blinked in rhythm with the pulsing of the ship's quantum core, while his primary set remained fixed on humanity's homeworld. Another primitive species about to learn their place in the cosmos, he muttered to himself, running a hand through his ceremonial head crest. Computer, display the Imperial fleet status. A holographic display materialized before him, showing thousands of warships arranged in perfect formation. The mighty vessels of the Galactic Empire stretched as far as his enhanced vision could see, each one a masterpiece of engineering capable of reducing entire continents to ash. The fleet had conquered 37 civilizations in the past solar cycle alone, and Earth would be number 38. Supreme Commander Zarakesh is requesting an update, Admiral announced Lieutenant Plex, his communication officer, whose tentacles were wrapped around multiple control interfaces simultaneously. Tell her that everything proceeds according to plan, Kruntel responded, his voice carrying the weight of 10,000 successful conquests. The humans remain oblivious to their impending surrender. Our stealth systems are performing perfectly. He allowed himself a moment of pride as he reviewed the tactical readouts. The Eternal Glory alone carried enough firepower to level every major city on the planet below. The humans, with their quaint nuclear weapons and primitive space stations, would have no choice but to accept Imperial rule. They would become another footnote in the Empire's glorious expansion. Sir Plex interrupted his thoughts. Our cultural analysis team has completed their preliminary report on human civilization. Summarize it for me, Lieutenant. Though I doubt there will be any surprises. They are unusual, sir. The report indicates they spend an inordinate amount of time engaging in something called entertainment. They appear to simulate conflicts and disasters for amusement. Our behavioral specialists are quite puzzled. Kruntel waved 2 of his hands dismissively. Primitive species often create elaborate distractions from their meaningless existence. Once they understand the true power of the Empire, they will abandon such foolishness. He turned to face his bridge crew, all members of various species that had already accepted the Empire's superiority. Each one represented a successful conquest, a civilization that had learned the futility of resistance. Humans would soon join their ranks. Begin the final preparations, he commanded. I want our formation to be visible the moment we drop our stealth fields. Let them witness the full might of the Imperial fleet before we demand their surrender. The bridge hummed with activity as his orders were relayed throughout the fleet. Kruntel returned his gaze to Earth, imagining how its inhabitants would react when they realized their insignificance in the face of galactic civilization. His victory was already written in the stars. Sir Plex spoke again, this time with a hint of confusion in his voice. We're detecting unusual energy signatures from the planet. They appear to be broadcasting entertainment signals at an increased rate. Irrelevant, Kruntel declared. They can distract themselves however they wish during their final hours of independence. Soon they will learn the true meaning of galactic order. As the fleet made its final adjustments, Admiral Kruntel allowed himself to imagine his upcoming triumph. Perhaps Supreme Commander Zara Kesh would finally grant him governance of his own sector after this conquest. He had certainly earned it after centuries of loyal service. Little did Admiral Kruntel know that his carefully planned conquest was about to collide with humanity's most powerful weapon, their inexhaustible sense of humor. But for now, he stood confident and proud, fully assured that this would be just another routine addition to the Empire's ever-expanding borders. "Deactivate stealth fields," Kruntel commanded, straightening his ceremonial armor. "Begin transmission of the standard Imperial surrender demand on all frequencies." The massive fleet shimmed into visibility above Earth's atmosphere, thousands of ships appearing like stars against the darkness. Kruntel activated the broadcast system, his voice carrying the weight of countless conquered civilizations. "People of Earth," he began, using the Empire's most intimidating diplomatic tone, "your planet has been chosen for integration into the Galactic Empire. Resistance is futile. You have one planetary rotation to surrender your governing bodies and submit to Imperial rule. Should you refuse?" He paused for dramatic effect, but before he could continue, Lieutenant Plex's tentacles started writhing in confusion. "Admiral, we're receiving thousands of responses, but they're not what we expected." "Display them," Kruntel ordered, expecting to see the usual panicked reactions from planetary leaders. Instead, the main screen filled with what humans called memes. One showed his own image, expertly edited to wear something called a party hat, with text reading "shows up to conquer Earth. Doesn't even bring snacks." Another displayed the Imperial fleet with the caption "Space Door Dash looking kinda aggressive today." "What is the meaning of this?" Kruntel demanded, his secondary eyes twitching in confusion. "Sir, humans are broadcasting these images across their global information network. They're turning our surrender demand into something called a trending topic." The communications officer displayed more responses. Someone had already created a parody song of the surrender demand, set to a catchy tune. It was rapidly gaining what humans called views. "This is unprecedented," growled Kruntel. "No species has ever responded to the standard Imperial surrender demand with entertainment." He straightened himself again. "Send the follow-up threat. Show them our planet-cracking capabilities." The fleet moved into attack formation, and several ships demonstrated their power by vaporizing a small uninhabited moon. Kruntel began his second speech, but was interrupted by Lieutenant Plex again. "Sir, humans are now organizing what they call watch parties. They're gathering in open spaces with food and beverages to observe our display. Someone called an influencer is live streaming our formation with commentary about our ship's aesthetic design choices." Kruntel's face scales turned a deep shade of purple. "They dare to critique our ship designs. The Imperial fleet architecture has struck fear into the hearts of countless species." "They're not afraid," Sir Plex reported, scanning through more human broadcasts. "They're rating our ships on something called space aesthetic vibes and discussing which ones would make good selfie backgrounds." A new transmission caught their attention. A human entertainment channel was providing live coverage of the invasion, complete with expert commentary and social media reactions. The hosts were debating whether the Imperial fleet's color scheme was a bit too last season. "Enough," Kruntel bellowed. "Launch the intimidation probes. Show them the consequences of their insolence." Thousands of probes descended toward Earth's major cities, designed to project fear-inducing holograms of planetary devastation. Within minutes, humans had somehow incorporated these projections into their entertainment. Street performers were using them as backgrounds for impromptu dance numbers. Admiral Plex said hesitantly, "The humans have started a competition to create something called memes about our invasion. The current top entry is an image of our fleet with text saying, 'Mom said it's our turn to play with the solar system.'" Kruntel slumped in his command chair, all four hands massaging his temples. In all his centuries of conquest, he had never encountered a species that responded to imminent doom with jokes. The Empire's carefully crafted intimidation protocols were useless against opponents who turned threats into entertainment. Sir Plex ventured carefully. "Should we proceed with the next phase of the invasion?" "How can we invade a planet that's not taking us seriously?" Kruntel muttered. "The Empire's reputation for striking fear into the hearts of our enemies." is currently being used as a template for something humans call a dance challenge Plex Finished. It's quite popular on their social media platforms. Supreme Commander Zara Kesh's hologram materialized on the bridge, her crystalline armor glinting menacingly. Admiral Kruntel,